Some music. No, I'm kidding. Sergio Romo. You know, I want to start with some positive vibes this morning. Positive vibes. We got a monster game at Chase Center. As I say, oh, baby, and good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're getting off of work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Be safe. It started raining in San Bruno. Started sprinkle. I said, oh, boy.
I'm supposed to have a softball game tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Oak Club still hasn't played one game.
That's good for your body.
What do you
mean? Now
mean?
you're going to come in fresh.
Bro, I've had 5 months of straight working out, dude. Honestly, it's the best I've felt. Yesterday, I went a little too hard on the elliptical, though.
It's not good. How do you go hard on the elliptical?
My knee, man.
Oh,
I'm teasing.
All right, yeah.
That was a joke.
I was going
to
go in.
See you
I was going to go in. I wasn't going to explode, but I was going to go in.
Honestly, though, I am feeling as strong and as toned as I've been in a long time.
That's
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Look, you're like one of those boxers that sells, like, they have, like, all the sponsorships on their shorts and stuff. I remember Bernard Hopkins back in the day. He was like, yeah, I'm going to really sell my body. During the match, he had, like, this fake tattoo with an advertisement on the back of his back, which is pretty sick.
Well, I got to say that I just saw a Tom Brady Instagram post where he's somewhere exotic and tropical, if you will. And I'm looking at Edelman with his shirt off, and I'm like, my God, Edelman looks like human growth hormone. If I were to say human growth hormone, boom, Edelman. I'm so jealous of his body, it's unreal.
I mean,
he is jacked.
I have never used steroids, period.
Hey, if you got them, send them my way.
Yeah, I'm good.
Trying to get rid of this rooster gullet, trying to get up there. I want to hit jams, bro.
Good.
Let's go.
I'm good off the roids.
Feel me?
Yeah, I'm good off the roids. I'm good.
It's all tongue in cheek.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm good off the roids. There's people out here who take the roids.
No.
They'll just take the roids just to take them. You know what I'm saying? Just to look good.
It's supposed to help you recover quicker, isn't it?
Apparently.
Yeah.
But I heard it also affects other things.
I mean, can't go down from zero.
does anyone really have a choice?
It's a hell of a start to the show.
Come on, you have to
Hell
lean
of
into
a
it a
start
little.
to
You got to
the
lean
show.
into it a little.
Good morning to everybody on the Comcast Business text line. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. Good morning to all the Twitchers. Lutman is back. Spinoni's here. You're back. I'm here. I had a hell of a night. I didn't get to watch much of the Giants game last night, Shasky.
I was at Little League practice, and I missed some of it. I went back, and I obviously was fast-forwarding through it, and it's interesting. We put out a video yesterday on 95.7 The Game, and I basically came up with just some fun baseball questions for everybody here at the station. And yesterday's video was play catch or have a catch, because in Field of Dreams, they say have a catch. And then one of the other ones was, hey, who's your favorite?
Can I admit something?
What's that?
I've never watched Field of Dreams in its entirety.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me.
I feel like it's the Hoosiers of baseball movies.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, I feel like it's the Hoosiers of baseball movies, which is overrated.
Well, it tugs at the heartstrings.
I guess.
You know, it's him and his dad playing catch. Like,
Yeah,
it tugs at the heartstrings.
Have a catch. I
Moonlight
mean, who
Graham.
says that?
East Coast people, apparently, because that's what a lot of people told me. But I asked a variety of questions, okay? And so yesterday, as the kids are warming up at Little League practice, I walked around and I asked one of the questions. I said, all right, guys, who's your favorite baseball player? Now, this is 12-year-old baseball, okay, B? Mm-hmm. Who do you think that these guys said was their favorite baseball player almost unanimously?
Shohei Ohtani.
Nope.
Mike Trout.
Nope.
Julio Rodriguez.
Nope.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Nope.
Trey Turner.
Nope. It's not even a current player.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Buster Posey.
Really?
And I guess where I'm going at with this
What's wrong
is
with these? Where are these kids from?
they're all from the city.
All right.
Right? So
Okay.
I guess where I'm going with this is, you know, a lot of these kids grew up and Buster Posey was already an icon because they're 12 years old right now. And that's their favorite player. He's been retired for a full season now. You know, it's the first full year of him not being there. And seeing Sergio Romo get the ovation that he got as he's coming off the mound, it's Crawford and that's it. And it really feels like a complete end of an era. I mean, it is a total changing of the guard. And we're finally here. And I got a little nostalgic last night. I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's why I wanted to hear some salsa music, because Sergio Romo, one of the more underrated Giants, is one of the more iconic relievers that we've had here in San Francisco, with the beard and the theatrics and the animation on the mound when he strikes somebody out. And everybody's going to point to his last strikeout of Miguel Cabrera in the 2012 World Series. Everybody's going to point to Game 5, that at-bat against Jay Bruce. And, of course, the save in Game 5 when the Giants rallied from an 0-2 deficit. Personally got to meet Robo a couple times.
Nice.
That was the beginning of my career or whatnot, working at the other station. I remember I did something for Bridge to Bridge, where I went around the clubhouse and I asked, you know, they have the Bridge to Bridge marathon here.
Yeah.
So I went around and I asked guys about Bridge to Bridge and what gets them going, what music. And Jake Peavy was like, oh, I need Tupac. And, you know, he was out of his mind. And, you know, I'm talking about steroids. Jake Peavy was just jacked out of his mind. So the last person I had to talk to was Sergio Romo. And I remember taking away from that, I was like, that's one of my guys right there. It was a vibe. It felt like the character.
Yeah.
It made the locker room, it made the clubhouse colorful.
Wouldn't you agree that era of Giants, for as toned down as Posey, Bell, and Craw were, the rest of the guys were complete characters?
Yeah,
Pablo, Angel Pagan,
Hunter Pence,
Sergio Romo.
Even Hunter Strickland was a character.
Brian Wilson.
Even Hunter Strickland was a character.
100%.
Underrated character. Affelt was a character too. Javi Lopez was nice.
Yeah.
He fit right in with that bullpen.
Santiago Casilla.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember
variety of names.
Angel Pagan.
To Major Flair.
I mean, Major Flair, Major Swagger.
Andres Torres.
Andres Torres, he still's got the swag.
You know, but I look at Romo, B, for like, think about it. The guy had one pitch. He had one pitch, essentially. It was the no-dot slider. He made it all the way to the bigs. He's like 5'10", okay? He had the bulky knee for what felt like a decade.
Right.
And he was a guy who really was only the closer for like a year and a half for the San Francisco Giants out of necessity.
Yep.
He was a setup guy. He was like a seventh inning, sixth inning guy, became the setup
Played
guy,
his role.
then became the closer, and then moved back into a lesser role. And like, he embodied everything it meant to be a Giant at that time.
No, he did. And I remember doing the Bridge to Bridge interview with him, and we were vibing. He was like, you know, I felt like I was me. You know, it didn't feel like an interview. We were just chopping it up, and he was giddy. And I remember walking away, young Bonte Hill, because I didn't know where this was going.
Was this like the second World Series?
No, this was 2014.
approximately.
2014.
So they've got
maybe
at least
2015.
they've got at least two
They've
titles.
got at least 2 titles. I think it could have been
He's
2015.
on top of the world at this point.
Yeah, it could have been 2015. 2014 maybe.
Okay.
And I remember walking away and I could hear him say, "Man, that was dope, man. That was hella cool." And I was like, "Damn, that's dope." Like, man, Sergio Romo he enjoyed the interview
Yes.
or whatnot, but he was a 5.
Yeah.
Whenever you talk to him over the phone to set up interviews, he was always colorful and jacked up, and he felt like one of us. He embraced the culture of San Francisco. So, to see him get a standing ovation yesterday, and it wasn't much hype around him playing his last game, Babe Ruth series with the Oakland A's, and to see him come out there with his entire family, Hunter Pitts come out there and pull him.
Yeah.
He deserved that moment.
I agree.
Sergio Romo deserved that moment because he was
agree.
an all-time Giant, and he embodied what a Giant is. Not the most talented.
Nope.
Didn't have all the 5 pitches.
He threw an
Didn't-
88-mile-an-hour fastball.
Exactly. And you think about that Jay Bruce at bat. That embodied torture.
Yes.
That was the definition of torture right there. That at bat, and it was course pitched by Sergio Romo. So it was good to see him get his flowers last night.
Well, and B, not only did he represent what it meant to be a Giant, I felt like, and I was talking to Joey about this, go back to like the history of San Francisco, right? This has always been an area where people come to either change their life or to look for a better version of their life or to enhance the area or whatever. And usually they take their culture or their ancestry, and when they come to San Francisco or the Bay Area, they want to meld it in to the pot that is the gumbo of the Bay Area. Think about him. I mean, his Mexican roots run deep, and he was very flamboyant about it, and I respected that. And it felt like when he came to the Bay Area and to the Giants, not only did he maintain who he was, he took on that Bay culture. And I was talking to Joey about it in the cross Jover. That's what's up. Remember when 40 Water came out with that song, and he would kept doing it. He would wear the city hats, and he would wear Warrior gear and wear 49er gear. He just felt like a guy who came to the Bay Area, made this place his home, chose to make this place his home, and truly set roots here. And it felt like the city loved him back simultaneously.
No, it did. And you look at his numbers there during that stretch: 2010, 218, 2.18 ERA, 2011. 1.50 ERA, 2012, 1.79 ERA, 2013, 2.54 ERA. Think about that 4-year run right there. All right. And then 2014, he gets back up to 3.72, then he drops back down to 2.98, and then 2.64. Those years with the Giants are special. So if I just look at those years, from 2008 to 2016, he finished, during that tenure, he gave up 39 home runs, 136 earned runs, which is pretty damn good. You look at the saves. He had 84 saves during that stretch, Shasky. And you look at the ERA here, as I scroll over, 2.58 ERA. During that 8-year stretch.
That's incredible.
That's pretty damn good for a guy who didn't have any velocity and had the trick pitch.
Yeah, well, trick pitch, I hear why people would say that, but to me, it was a devastating skill. Like we were talking to Jay Fleming yesterday, and I was like, what's your defining skill? We do this in other sports, right? A shooter. Hey, that guy can shoot in the NBA. He's a great defender. He's a great athlete. He can get up and down the court, and he can jump over people. In football, speed. I'm a speed wide receiver. I'm a physical linebacker that separates guys from the ball. In baseball, we don't look at it that way, but I look at someone like Romo. His defining skill, I am keeping you off balance. This is the art of pitching. The art of pitching is not throwing 101 miles an hour over and over and over again, because guys will time that. The art of pitching is getting people to not know what location, at what height am I throwing that pitch, and at what speed. I mean, even when he struggled, you didn't see him get completely lit up because he always kept people off balance.
He did. And I see here on the Comcast Business text line, my favorite Romo moment, 510, was the Jay Bruce at bat. I feel like throwing up just reflected back at that moment.
Yeah.
I don't like watching that at bat back.
It's such a difficult at bat. I watched the other day. 12-pitch at bat.
Yeah,
Jay Bruce was all over him.
Dude, I watched that right before a class at SF State. I remember watching that game. And I was just exhausted afterwards because they went up 6-0 after the Buster Posey grand slam. And every inning after, the Reds put pressure on them. They put pressure on the base paths. They put pressure on the Giants pitching. And I was just like, dear God, just innocent. And I for sure thought that at bat was going to end with the 3-run bomb and a walk-off, and the Reds would advance to the NLCS.
I don't think you're alone on that one. The other thing that I kept thinking about yesterday, B, was the amount of people who had their best seasons with the Holy Trinity.
Yep.
And the Holy Trinity is Bochy, Righetti, Posey.
You know what? give Mark Gardner
Oh,
some
no
love.
doubt.
Mark
I'm talking
Gardner,
about the top dogs. Because
no
Gardner
doubt.
and Dick Tidrow,
Right,
who
Dick
identified
Tidrow,
all of this
no
talent,
doubt.
deserves tons of
Gardner
credit.
deserves, and he
Sabian.
gave Gardy credit. You notice when
100%.
Robo posted his Instagram picture, teachers, Bochy, Rigetti,
Exactly.
Gardy, and that's Mark Gardner.
100%.
He doesn't get enough love.
No, I'm glad you said that. But like when I look at the great teams over the last 40 years, almost every one of them has some combination of pitching coach, manager, catcher. Think about the Cardinals for you can't not think about Cardinals pitching and think about Yachty. Right? Now, I know they've had a variety of managers, La Russa and Matheny.
Right.
Both are excellent when it comes to the bullpen, or at least, that's where they cut their teeth. Obviously, Matheny
Right.
was a catcher. Veritek up in Boston. Posada and Joe Torre. And then Buster and obviously, Rigetti and Bruce Bochy. Like, I think I look at now the current landscape of the Giants. My biggest question, they got so much pitching. What's their catching situation look like?
Catching situation.
What about their head coach? Does their head coach know how to manage and massage the relationships between the catcher, the pitcher, and pitch sequence, and understanding the Rolodex of how to get someone out, not just on an Excel spreadsheet, but when they're actually digging into the box?
Well, that's another conversation for another day. Does Gabe Kapler actually write out the lineup card? Does he actually manage the pitching staff?
You wanna know-
Does Farhan make the call? Who runs the show? Is it Andrew Bailey who runs the complete show? I have no idea what's going on in Jet, but the catcher spot is something that it feels like they're going to struggle with. Now I look around the league, and I'm just doing a fantasy baseball draft last night.
There's not a lot of talent at catcher.
But you got Ruchman from
I agree.
Baltimore.
Young
You got
prospect.
Perez from Kansas City.
Yes. Well,
you have
Perez has been great for a
He's
while.
been great for a
Yeah.
while, but you got Contreras now with the
Yes.
St. Louis Cardinals.
Yes.
Will Smith is underrated with the LA
No,
Dodgers.
I think Will Smith should have been the USA catcher starting over Realmuto.
Yeah, Realmuto.
Personally.
Yeah.
I think Will Smith is, to me, the closest to Posey
I
at
agree.
the position.
I agree. He hits for power.
beast.
He hits for average.
He's just a great ball
He's
player.
locked in.
Yeah.
But Realmuto's pretty damn good
No,
in
he's very
Philadelphia.
good.
No
Very
doubt.
good.
So catchers, when I'm looking at the Giants, and I'm like, damn, Buster Posey was underrated in this sense, in the way the pitching staff was handled, in the way you call it games,
Yes.
throwing out runners. And now,
Massaging
the most
the
disappointing
egos.
thing, as we talk Casey Schmidt, we talk about VR, we talk about Flores and the injuries, the most disappointing aspect of spring training to me, now that it's basically wrapped up, is the lack of buzz of Joey Bart. Nobody's even talking about Joey Bart. It's like everybody gave up on him. And again, I lumped these number 2 picks together. And James Wiseman, Trey Lance, he was a number 3 overall pick.
Yeah.
But Joey Bart, I lumped those 3 together, and I'm thinking, damn, are all these picks, high picks, just going to flame out and go elsewhere? Like, Wiseman's in Detroit now, and he's balling. He's making some good moves. He had a solid game yesterday. Trey Lance, we have no idea, because John Lynch yesterday said Brock Purdy's the leader of the clubhouse. If you lined up under center today, Brock Purdy's taking the first snap, which we'll get into a little later. And now Joey Bart, who's not a Farhan guy, but Farhan's drafted catchers. Who's it? Philip Bailey?
Patrick Bailey is
Bailey.
rising. He's in Double-A. Apparently, they're very high on him, and he had a good camp, but he's in Double-A. So the thing with Joey Bart is very fascinating. I think you bring up some great points regarding, it feels like an afterthought.
Yep.
My biggest problem with Joey Bart isn't the bat, because everyone's going to point to the bat, and believe me, the bat has not been good. The fact that pitchers didn't like throwing to him last year toward the end of the year, that was a big problem. This is a guy who called his own games at Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
I thought him being a cerebral, version of the backstop was going to be a thing. I thought this guy, and he has a great arm. He does have a great arm. But there's something, too, you've got to be on the same page as everyone. And, like, when you look at Posey, never did I ever think he wasn't in full command behind the dish. Now, there was a time, people misremember this, there was a time Lincecum didn't like throwing to Posey. He had Eli Whiteside. He had Hector Sanchez. He kind of had his own guy because he was so erratic and he had the downward movement and all over the place. Not that they didn't make sweet music together. They did, but Posey and Lincecum. But it always coincided as the season went on with an off day for Posey. And there was something to that. Guys have their own preferences. I'm surprised how bad he is behind the plate defensively with the glove. He's got a great arm.
Disappointing.
And then it's just the relationship with the pitchers. Because when I heard Susan Slusser say guys didn't like throwing to him, I was like, how? The pitch comm lets the pitchers determine what they want to throw. They call their own games.
Sad. That's sad. Patrick Bailey, 23 years old. He'll be 24 May 29th, and he's in Double-A. So it means that he may be 25 by the time he gets to the big league club.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. We don't even know. We don't even know. But it was cool to see Sergio Romo get his moment. Antonio Daniels is going to join us at 6:50 to talk about the Pelicans. I love Antonio Daniels. Eddie Johnson with the Phoenix Suns, Antonio Daniels, Walt Frazier, some of my favorite color analysts on League Pass. Antonio Daniels gives you everything he has on the microphone alongside Joel Myers. And it's a monster game at Chase Center, folks. The Warriors don't have the tiebreaker over the number 4 seed Suns. They don't have the tiebreaker against the number 5 seeded LA Clippers. They don't have the tiebreaker right now over the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if you lose this game to the Pels, you won't have the tiebreaker there. And you also don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Lakers. So the Warriors got to show up because the T-Wolves are coming. They're in the top. They're in the top 6 right now. They beat Sacramento. Sacramento didn't get to light the beam. They didn't get to celebrate a playoff spot. So yes, there is levels to this Sacramento. You got to take care of your own business. They didn't do that last night. The Warriors did take care of business Sunday. So it makes this game humongous tonight at Chase Center. It's a huge one.
Who are you starting in that 5th spot
For the Giants?
No, the Warriors.
Oh, I don't think the starting prop. I don't think that's the issue right now.
I would try. I want to see Kuminga.
It's just.
Is that forcing it?
I think it is. I like Kuminga coming off the bench, but I still like Kuminga getting his 25 minutes.
Because, like, in the playoffs, are we going to just roll with DiVincenzo in the starting lineup?
Yeah, that's not
I'm not
good.
sure that's working for him right now, given their lineups that they have available. But then the other part of the question is, do I really want my main reserves to be all 6'3" and under? Jordan Poole, DiVincenzo, and GP2?
I don't know. I mean...
No, this is part of the roster construction.
It's why you need extra wickets. And he's out tonight again, personal reasons. This is why Wiggins connects everything. He really does on the court. They miss him so bad because these are issues here, and I don't even think it's the starting unit. Who you're going to close with?
I'm not saying it's the starting unit.
I know what you're saying. Trying to find a balance.
Yeah, like how? Okay, right now we all agree like DiVincenzo hasn't looked good in the starting lineup as of late. So how do we make him look better?
Personally, I got a solution for you, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
But I have a solution for you, and I think the Warriors need to try it more moving forward here. I got a solution for you on the other side. Antonio Daniels, 650. CJ Holmes at 920 from the San Francisco Chronicle. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We got some football talk. Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, they're going to compete. We're going to hear from John Lynch. We'll play that sound on the other later on in the show. Of course, a big-time matchup. Big-time matchup between the Pels and the Warriors tonight, and we'll talk a little more Giants here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
All right, so on on the Comcast Business text line, I should say, they said it wasn't salsa. It was. What did the guy say? I lost the damn text. Damn it! That's a great
Banda
start.
music.
Mariachi?
Banda. There it is. It's banda music, not salsa.
Am I
That's from the
pronouncing that
415.
properly?
Banda? It's banda?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know
Yeah,
either.
right here it says Banda MS.
Right.
So I got a tweet earlier this morning, and let's maybe let our roasters kind of determine what we're going to do here. 757 No Cap, I think is his name. And he's saying, hey, I was blocked on the YouTube chat. Can you unblock me? And I ran it up the ladder, the squad here at 95.7 The Game. And come to find out, this is the same guy who called in like 4 times in one day.
Yeah, and then he called Steiny Guru's show like 3 times, right? We just kept calling with the same take.
I think he should stay in Alcatraz for the time being. What do you guys think? Punishment, you got to learn your lesson.
I agree. Yeah, no, the sentence has not been served. So, yeah, do your time.
What do you think, B? I mean, when you call the same
I mean-
show 4 times and then the midday show multiple times in the
Yeah,
same
I mean,
day.
you ruin the flow of
It's
shows.
the fake
Yeah.
names that's to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, no cap. You're going to be on Alcatraz for another week.
Yeah, one more week, bud.
Banda. Beloved. Pronounced Banda.
Okay.
So, be on da. Bamba? All right, well, let's somebody call in 888-957-9570 so we get it. I'm not going to read every single text. Call in and let us know what it is.
You know what's funny is that like we talk so much about how boring baseball became, everything. I think the hallmark of those 2010 through 2014, you could even throw in 2016 teams, was actually the flair. And they were so flair driven. Like there was so much. Think about Brian Wilson. The shoes he wore. At the time, you could only wear black or white shoes. He was rocking orange shoes getting fined. Now everyone wears every color, right? Sergio Romo would go like this, and celebrate as I lift my arms up above my head. Lincecum, just his pitching motion had flair in it. How about Pablo Sandoval doing bow and arrows from second base?
No, it was great.
Flair.
And they have flair. They have none now, which is something I screamed about last year, and people laughed at me. And then we got to August, and people all of a sudden were like, how did you make the Giants cool again? Well, I've been saying that all damn year. You got no swagger.
Yeah.
You got nothing. Bat flips, anything. Pip change, something. Do something. Get me to the yard. And then you look at him get smoked yesterday. We've heard from George Contos, and we respect George Contos.
Of course.
We respect Laura Britt. We respect Dave Fleming. And every other Giants beat writer and Alex Pavlovich. And the talk is, man, the starting rotation is so deep. It's so deep.
Yeah, but it's not high end enough.
So this is I'm going to come into the season with an open mind. I'm not predicting anything for the Giants. I'm literally taking it game by game. And I will recap each game, look at the staff, watch them go around the turn, see where they're at after 5 games, see where they're at after 10 games, see where they're at after 20, 25, 30, 35. And then we're just going to see it. We'll see how it plays out. Because I'm not going to come here and say, hey, they're going to be terrible. But I'm also not going to say, hey, they're going to win 90 games. I just don't know about this roster. It can go either way because of the health, because of the age, because, let's be honest, they're not an athletic team at all.
No.
They're not.
No, that I agree with. Although adding Bryce Johnson as a speedster, it gives him a different dynamic. The pitching's interesting. Because I keep hearing from people like Lubman, who's like, well, the entire league, everyone's only going 5 innings. That is not true.
No, it's not.
That's not true. Like, I look at Atlanta's rotation, and they've got the lefty.
Yep.
Fried. I always pronounce
Fried.
Yeah, I always pronounce
You
it
got
wrong. Strider. Those guys are going to go 6 to 7 innings strong at least that's the anticipation.
Charlie Morton.
Every time out. Charlie Morton has been an ace. He's not anymore, but he has been an ace in his
He's
career.
a nice number 3, number 4.
Exactly.
He'd be a number 2 at the Giants.
When I look at the Giants, there is so much riding on Logan Webb going 6-7 every single time. And then I look at the rest of the rotation. It's a lot of guys who, if you look at their baseball careers, go 4 innings.
Well, think about it. Tampa Bay, they have no problem having their starters go 3 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings. But even they're starting to stretch their guys out. Glass now, McClanahan, who had an awesome season last year. Rasmussen.
Yes.
I love Tampa Bay Rays.
But they've also built a bullpen that they know where they've got the taxi squad back and forth. That's so deep. They have accounted for their lack of going deep into games. I look at the Giants and I say to myself, I kind of like their bullpen, but they're going to be taxed so hard because they don't have, like Rodon last year.
Right.
Rodon, I knew when he was out there, he's giving me 7 at minimum. At minimum. Now, I don't know. We don't want to, overpay. I get all that, but like, I look at this rotation currently, and there's got 6 guys, 5 guys who barely go 4 innings.
No doubt.
I think it's going to tax them.
650 Comcast Business text line. I love the Braves jersey, so clean. The city editions, Giant City edition, are still garbage. Yes, they are. Let's go to Vanessa in San Jose.
That city edition Atlanta Braves jersey is sick.
So
Let's
sick.
talk about those.
Vanessa, what's happening? Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning. I just wanted to say the band is called Banda MS.
Okay.
Banda.
Pronounced Banda. So you got it right the second
Is
time.
that so?
Banda.
Can I ask a question? Is that's the genre of music, or that's the group that did it?
So it's both. The group's name is Banda MS, MS, and the genre is Banda.
Gotcha.
Banda.
That's why we were very confused.
Vanessa.
I didn't know. So are you a big Sergio Romo fan?
I appreciate you guys talking about Sergio Romo, and we're talking about the music. It's part of the beauty of this. Just listening to you guys put a big smile on my face.
I appreciate that, Vanessa. Thank you for the phone
Vanessa.
call. Before the break, you asked me about the starting lineup for the Golden State Warriors because we're going to get Antonio Daniels after the break. No, it's all good. Antonio Daniels is going to join us at 6:50, and he's getting off a flight in Vegas. He's got so much energy. I love Antonio Daniels. He calls out the Lakers. He calls it like he sees it. You asked me about the starting lineup. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. But I think the Warriors need to seriously consider going to a one big lineup. I love Looney and I love Draymond. And Steve Kerr's never going to bitch Draymond Green. Let's be honest. So Looney will probably be the odd man out. And I have no problem with Looney getting 20 to 25 minutes off the bench. But I think the Warriors are at their best with the one big lineup because it creates spacing. And if you don't have Andrew Wiggins coming back, he's listed as out today on the injury report due to personal reasons. That's where you can slide in Jonathan Kuminga at the 4. And you can play Draymond Kuminga, and then you can run with Clay, Steph, and I guess you go with DDV, or you go, I don't know. You're going to have to go to a 3-guard lineup here. But I think they're best at a one big lineup because it creates so much spacing. You look at the end of the game against Minnesota, I get why you had to play Looney and Draymond together because they had those bigs, and Karl Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert. But the spacing offensively, when you go to the 2 big lineup, it's just not there for Steph and Clay.
Well, I think that Warrior fans and the team needs to embrace their reality. Right now, their reality is the majority of the time out there, you're going to have 3 guys under 6'3".
Yeah.
On the court.
I
mean, for a lot of time. If you're going to have a team with Clay, Poole, DiVincenzo, and GP2, there's a lot of small guys.
Yeah.
And you just have to kind of embrace it. And think about it, B. How many overlapping minutes will you have with 3 of those 4 guys on the floor?
Yeah, you're going to have a lot.
A lot of them.
It's going to have a lot.
A lot of them.
It's just too small. You're just too small.
Well, but then philosophically, you're going to have to get up and down. You're going to have to get stops, and you're going to have to run.
So this is what Steve Kerr has to deal with. And it's tough to navigate when you don't have number 22, Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
You got to figure it out. Do you go JaMychal Green a little bit more? Do you go Anthony Lamb a little bit more? Do you go Anthony Lamb at the 3 and start him? I have no idea. You have to play it back. And look, this Pelicans team, they blew out the Portland Trail Blazers last night, and they didn't even have to play their guys in the second half, basically. Fourth quarter, they're like, Brandon Ingram, you played 31 minutes. Herb Jones only played 26 minutes. Trey Murphy III, who can light it up from the 3-point line, he went 1-7 last night, so you know he's due. CJ McCollum. And then you got Jonas Valanciunas, who grabbed 21 rebounds last night. And he kills the Warriors. So you got another big, another long and athletic team with Larry Nance Jr. coming off the bench. You got Garrett Temple. Marshall defends at a high level. I'm really concerned about where this team is at right now because that buzzkill, you had to steal that Minnesota game. Now the margin for error, it's not there. Because Minnesota, you look at their schedule down the stretch for that 6th spot. They play the Suns tomorrow with KD coming back. They play then they have the Lakers Sunday. Or March 31st, Friday night. That's a huge game in Minnesota. Then they play Portland, who's mailing it in. They play San Antonio, who's mailing it in. Brooklyn, you don't know where they're at. And then the last game of the season is against the New Orleans Pelicans. So It's very feasible that Minnesota could go 4-2 over the last 6.
That
means the Warriors would have to go 5-1 to topple them for the 6th spot.
So you're now feeling that it's playing.
We may be talking play-in with the Golden State Warriors.
Does that change your overall odds to win it all?
Absolutely.
Oh,
boy. In the play-in, you may have to play the Pelicans or the LA Lakers. The Warriors right now do not match up well with the Lakers.
No. As we referenced there, 5 million, under 6'3" guys.
It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Antonio Daniels will join us. Warriors in a world of trouble with a huge game tonight against the Pelicans at Chase Center. It's going to be a hot, hot game. Playoff vibes. We're going to talk to Antonio Daniels on the other side here on the Morning Roast. If you own a small business, you know the value of time. Get refunds.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving.
No, we're not.
Intros.
We're not, Clay. But tough second half the other night. 1-7 from the floor. It's starting out hot. 4-10 in the first half. Big game tonight at Chase Center. As this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to effort Antonio Daniels in a second here. As you see, Gary Payton II chilling at Oracle Park. What is he sipping on? The beer?
Look like it.
Look like it?
He was in those. So those are the seats. I think it's like the Lexus.
Lexus
seats.
Club or Diamond Club.
A Truly?
Yeah, and so like they're like dug down. They're between you and me. I mean, you're very close. The proximity is unreal, and you have the TV screen.
Right.
Not the greatest for actually watching the game because the angle is. It's like you're on the ground. It's hard to describe because you're below.
I like those though.
I know you. I didn't like them. Like I was right next to Alex Thomas. And who's an absolute baller for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he was wearing the Gucci shoes, and me and him were having a conversation, and Michelle was like, "Stop talking to the players." I'm like, "No, they're feeling this."
All right, you know who I'm feeling? Every time I lock in on League Pass, I love them. We got to get this guy on TV tonight, actually. Antonio Daniels, color analyst for the Pelicans for Fox Sports New Orleans since 2019. He's played for 7 NBA teams during his 14-year career. He's an NBA champion. Of course, played with Steve Kerr. I love AD, alongside Joe Myers, of course. And the Pelicans are coming to town, and this is a big, big game. The Pelicans taking care of business last night in Portland. They got the rest of their starters in the fourth quarter. AD, what's happening, man? Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. How you doing this morning?
Bonte, Joe, how you guys doing, man? Thank you guys for having me.
Anytime, AD. I love you on I love you on the League Pass, man. You tell it like it is. You give us everything you have on the microphone. And tonight's big game with the Pelicans coming to town. Look, the Warriors don't have a tiebreaker over the Clippers, the Suns, the T-Wolves, and you guys are surging here, and you guys are playing well. Trey Murphy III, Brandon Ingram, and let's start there with B.I. He looks as healthy as he's been all season long. Mm-hmm. It feels like he's playing his best basketball down the stretch.
You know, he's playing the best basketball I've seen him play in quite some time. If you go back to last year around this time where he was helping the Pelicans get to the playoffs, he kind of went into this a similar mode where I don't know. It's almost like players have really elite players have this next level that they can get to and they can activate. I didn't have it. I was a role player. You know, I just played my role. I went out there and did what I was asked to do. There are certain guys that have that next level of focus. And basically, I told a story last night on the broadcast. In our last road game in L.A., B.I. was the only player who was lifting weights after the game. So I go in after the game. He's lifting with one of our strength and conditioning guys, Stan. And B.I. stands up and he says, "Man, AD, Stan, I'm telling you, man, nobody wants this more than I do." And when you have your stars that is kind of setting that standard with a young, impressionable team, like that it's infectious. The way he's playing right now, his attitude and his mental approach right now, it is just infectious throughout this team.
Well, that's an interesting contrast because we've been following the Warriors for a long time this year, and it just every time I feel like they're going to turn the corner, they don't. Every time I feel like the season's over, it's not. So, like, it's just the weirdest vibe. What's the general vibe around New Orleans? Optimism? Because that's the sense that I get from you.
Well, the general vibe around New Orleans is optimism. But it's very similar to what you just said, Joe. So I have bookmarked so many different Twitter things throughout the course of this season where people are saying, "Oh, you know what, that's it. The season's over." And then next thing you know, because we played earlier, everybody else loses too. You don't lose any ground, right?
Right.
And then you win 3 or 4 games in a row, and it's like, oh, okay, now we're going to win the championship. And then you lose to somebody you're supposed to be. It's like, wait, no, the season's over again. So it's like that constant changing of the temperature. Like, okay, we're good. No, we're not. We're good. No, we're not. We're good. No, we're not. And what killed this team throughout the course of the year was having their 2 stars sidelined at the same time and having the toughest month of the season schedule-wise in the entire NBA. Because with a young basketball team, you lose 10 games in a row, that impacted this team big time. When they lost 10 games straight, that was very, very difficult to come back from.
No doubt. Antonio Daniels here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and not too many teams bounce back from that, a young team at that. And without Zion Williamson for most of the season, you get guys like Trey Burford III and Herb Jones stepping up. Herb Jones, a hell of a perimeter defender, and then Trey Burford III can just light it up. Can you discuss this game? I know he struggled last night, 1 of 7, which scares me for tonight because I'm thinking to myself, damn, he may be due tonight at Chase Center.
Right. The thing about Trey, I tell our fans all the time, there's a silver lining in everything. So, yes, Zion has only played 29 games. Yes, B.I. has yet to reach 40 games. And Trey Murphy has started more games than Brandon Ingram has. That's not what you anticipated coming into this season. Mm-hmm. But the silver lining of that is you got reps for Trey. You got legitimate reps for him. I'm talking about reps that you didn't expect, reps that he didn't expect. And what came with those reps is progress, right? Because he is a knockdown shooter. So now what teams are doing is they're running him off that three-point line. Okay, so what he's learning to do now is put that ball on the floor and use the athleticism that the Lord has blessed him with, right? So he's not just a standstill shooter. You can't help off of him because of how quick his trigger is, because of how deep that he can shoot that basketball. So the progress of Trey, and that's one of the best parts for me about this job, is watching guys take, especially young players, take the proverbial step. Mm-hmm. Because if you go and you look throughout this league, when young players take the proverbial step, their organizations take the step. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, Boston wasn't a championship team until Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Marcus Smart took the step. Mm-hmm. You know, so when you have young players that are part of that roster that take that step, we saw it last year. We saw Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole take that step in Golden State. That's the reason why if Andrew Wiggins does not get vaccinated last year, Golden State does not win that championship.
Nope.
Antonio, let me ask you about that. Just as someone who played in the league for such a long time, you've been in lots of different environments, and obviously you're now following your team as closely as possible, so you have a really good feel for the league as a whole over the last 30 years. Is there anything that is reminiscent to this Wiggins situation? I mean, obviously we want to have respect and respect his privacy and his family and all that. Like, we understand that. It also feels like uncharted territory that the Warriors are navigating right now. Is there anything that comes close to what's going on right now?
No. The closest thing that I can think of, and the thing I don't want to do, is speculate.
No doubt.
That's reckless. That. No doubt. We haven't done that either.
We've been really trying to be sensitive to that.
Right. You have to be sensitive to his situation. And my only thought would be, it has to be something legitimate. It has to be something serious. Because guys don't want to miss games. Guys don't want to be a part. This is their other family. Right? I can tell you something that I went through when I was in college. When I lost my brother, February 8th, 1996. Toughest thing I've ever went through in my life. It was my older brother. He played basketball at the University of Dayton. And you know, basketball in the Bowling Green State University, Jim Larinaga was my coach.
Wow.
That was my sanctuary.
Wow.
That was my sanctuary. So that's what kind of kept my mind off of that tragedy. Huh. So for him not to be around Steve Kerr and his coaching staff, for him not to be around Steph, Clay, Draymond, and all those guys that he's developed such a bond with, I can only imagine what him and his family are going through right now. And I agree with you guys. I don't want to speculate. I want to respect his privacy, but I have to figure it's something legitimate that him and his family are going through right now.
No doubt about that. Antonio Daniels, one of the best in the business when he calls a game. We love him on that broadcast down in Valley Sports in New Orleans. Played in the league for a long, long time, 14 years. And you brought up all those stuff. They're missing Andrew Wiggins. There's no doubt because now you're playing small. And then I look at the big. Jonas Valanciunas, even when he was with Memphis, he has killed the Warriors. And he's on a heater during this 5-game win streak for you guys. And that's the matchup to me nobody talks about. Looney, Draymond versus Jonas Valanciunas. And Valanciunas gobbles up rebounds, and he gets guys into foul trouble. Having that big there has been destroying the Warriors. We saw it the other night with Minnesota, and he's playing some really good basketball. That's why when Zion gets back, and you guys are really big up there in the front court, it's going to cause a lot of problems in the Western Conference.
What Willie did on St. Patrick's Day against the Houston Rockets, he made a conscious effort to involve Jonas Valanciunas. This is kind of a drum that I beat all year long in our broadcast. Because of the era that I played in, because of who I was blessed to play with. You know, a lot of teams that I played on would always go to the big man on the first play of every game. And I say this on our broadcast. Because what it does is now that big feels involved. And once he feels involved, he's going to do all the little things. He's going to screen. He's going to rebound. He's going to run. He's going to protect. He's going to do all those things. But when a big doesn't feel involved, and with all due respect to the game of basketball, he doesn't feel involved. And all those little things he's not going to do. So on St. Patrick's Day, the first play of the game really went to Jonas Valanciunas and made a concerted effort to get him involved. And he has responded during this 5-game winning streak with 5 straight double-doubles.
Wow.
But even in that double-double, even in that game that we lost against Houston on St. Patrick's Day, he had a double-double that game as well. So we had 6 straight double-doubles because now Willie has made a conscious effort to get him involved, to get him that ball, just to get him touches. You guys just referenced his physicality. What that does is that brings double team, which frees up somebody else. So just the offensive balance of you guys mentioned from the outside of having a Brandon Ingram, of having a Trey Murphy, of having a CJ McCollum, and then inside having a Jonas Valanciunas to go to down low. Kind of balances the offense out.
You referenced Zion a few times. What's the deal with Zion right now? What's going on? Is his body just betraying him? Is this just really unfortunate? Because, gosh, it feels like we're being robbed of one of the most electric players across sports.
Right. And right now, he's slowly but surely working his way back. And for me, no news is good news right now. No news is good news because the only news that you'll hear is this time is another setback. And that's not what you want to hear. Because he had a setback in the second week of February, which took him all the way back to block 1. So I'm hoping, similar to Joel Embiid, maybe this is just an early career thing, and growth is not linear. Neither is learning to what this league is about, what you need to do to remain in this league for a legitimate amount of time. So, and you're right, he's electric, he's generational. And this team is a completely different team when he is on that floor.
Yeah, it's a scary proposition. This team is coming. 5 straight wins. Handle business in Portland. You blew out the Clippers last weekend, 131-110. As you mentioned, B.I.'s playing well, Valanciunas and everything. And the Warriors are reeling right now. I know they just won 3 straight, but without Wiggins, without knowing the rotations, GP2 back, how does that affect Kuminga and Dante DiVincenzo? A monster matchup here at Chase Center. Hell, it could be a preview of the play game. We have no idea, AD, but we know you're at the airport. Wanting to make sure you get your luggage and everything, and we'll see you out here in the Bay Area. AD, thanks for the time as always.
Appreciate it, fellas. Have a blessed day.
You too. Antonio Daniels here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Telling you, one of the best in the business. Guru and I always text whenever he's on League Pass. He is hilarious, but he knows the game inside and out, knows his role, knows how players operate. And look, man, Valanciunas, we've seen him in the playing game with the Memphis Grizzlies. We've seen him throughout the year. He's got 6 straight double-doubles. Trey Murphy III can let it fly from the perimeter. Brandon Ingram. This is where you need Kuminga tonight. Because the last time Ingram played against Jonathan Kuminga had him in Alcatraz.
That's kind of why I want to start him tonight.
It just set the tone.
Yeah, and just say, hey, you're going to guard him tonight and make him feel empowered and say, look, you got 6 fouls to use, and as long as you're not hacking out there, you're going to stay on the floor because I need you to guard the guy. Like, who else are you going to throw on him?
Is Draymond going to take that assignment?
GP2?
I guess.
It's a tough matchup for a lot of guys.
He's a baller.
He's so much bigger than GP2.
Yes,
I know he does a really good job against bigger players, but Ingram is uniquely long.
Trey Murphy III. It's like 6'8", 6'9".
Explain to people who maybe don't know who Trey Murphy is, because Daniels referenced him multiple times, and your head was nodding when he said, he got an opportunity to play early in the year, and now it's paying dividends.
No, it is paying dividends here. So he's a young fella, right? And I remember early in the season, Mully was like, this guy from Virginia. He went to the University of Virginia. He was a first-round pick a couple years ago in 2021 by the Memphis Grizzlies, traded to New Orleans. And when he was at Virginia, I didn't really see it, right? Because they play such a slow pace, a slow system under Tony Bennett. Is it Tony Bennett? Bennett. I know it's his last name. Sing it, Tony. But Bennett, who won the national championship as a coach here in Virginia. Tony Bennett, famous singer.
Okay,
of course.
Can you name one song?
Doesn't he have the San Francisco song or whatnot?
I'll allow it. It's close enough. I know you left your heart in San Francisco.
Yeah, there you go.
Used to live over there in your West Portal.
The San Francisco song.
I mean, just keep going.
Right,
you're right. Tony Bennett.
Yeah, Tony Bennett. Exactly.
I know he's right. Barely.
Not
Brandon
barely.
Bennett.
Not barely. Nah, Randy been to St. Mary's, Tony been to Virginia by way of Wazoo, who had Klay Thompson up there at Palouse.
The way you look tonight.
Look at you. Look at us.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Trey Murphy III, he's averaging just 14 points a game, 4 rebounds, but his three-point percentage this year is at 40%. And if you leave him open, he's had some games recently where he's hit 10 threes in a game. He had a game where I think he had 9 threes in the first half alone. So this guy, he's hot and cold. Last night he went 1 of 7 from the three-point line, but 2 nights ago against the Clippers down at Crypto.com Arena, 10 to 12 from the three-point line. Earlier this season against the Portland Trailblazers, 9 of 14 from the three-point line. He will let it fly. So you need to be up on him. You need to get up into his space, make him put the ball on the floor, turn him into a playmaker. That's what you want to do with Trey Murphy III.
Is tonight a night that maybe you bust out a little Moody?
Maybe.
I mean, we don't even account for him when we're talking lineups and things like that. Like, just because he's a little bigger and longer? I don't know. They don't have a lot of options.
I don't know.
The Wiggins absence is really, especially down the stretch here. It's really because tonight's huge. If they lose tonight, they're going
to have the tiebreaker loss against the Clippers.
So what does that mean?
So what does that mean is that they have no tiebreakers. That means they're going to fall back in the pack in the Western Conference. So you don't have the tiebreaker right now against Minnesota. Minnesota's now in the 6th spot. The Warriors are now in the box and playing territory. They don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Lakers. So if you tie the Lakers for the 7th spot, well, guess what? You're going to play that game down in LA, that playing game, like you did a couple years ago. You don't have the tiebreaker against the Phoenix Suns. I mentioned the Clippers, mentioned the T-Wolves. That's a problem. That's a huge problem if you lose tonight. So the way I think about it is you may not start Kuminga, but you need to look early on in this game and say, okay, I need Kuminga to be on Brandon Ingram right away.
Yeah, to me, this is a start Kuminga game. I really do. I think it's Kuminga and GP2.
Especially because DiVincenzo's struggling, Shasky.
I know.
He's shooting 31%, 30% from the three-point line in the month of March.
And what's the big bugaboo for the Warriors? Defense in the first quarter.
Yes.
I mean, that's been a problem.
Well, it's been defense all quarters.
Well, I know, but specifically in that first quarter, It feels like teams, the hoop feels like it's 8 feet wide when they're going against the Warriors. So I would try to start Kuminga. I'm a little worried here because I do feel like there's an earned amount of respect that the big three get and demand and should get and they've deserved and earned. But at the same time, like, you got to coach the team the way you got to coach the team. I feel like the big three like GP2 more than
DiVincenzo and Kuminga.
And I feel like the DiVincenzo and Kuminga have done so many really good things throughout the year.
Right.
I feel like they're falling behind in favor of somebody's favorites, and I don't know if that necessarily helps the actual club more.
Yeah.
I get you got the vibes. You guys have kind of tricked off so many games. I'm not sure that, like, at this point in the season,
you deserve that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
It's about winning.
Am I being too harsh?
No, because you look at the way the game played out against Minnesota on Sunday. Klay Thompson admitted he took some terrible shots in the second half.
Horrible.
1 of 7. All right? So then one of your big three struggles from the floor. Now, Klay Thompson's been great, so it's tough for me to come down this road. But let's admit it. Struggled Sunday.
Yeah.
Did not have it in the second half offensively. Draymond Green, 5 turnovers. Egregious turnovers in the fourth quarter. Just hold the ball. They have a foul to give.
Yeah.
You're not going to the free throw line. Some defensive breakdowns. That's from Draymond Green. Stephen Curry didn't have it because he was in foul trouble. Throughout the first quarter, didn't have his normal rhythm. He goes 8 of 23. And really, Poole had cooked. Poole cooked in that game. Poole had the bad turnover, and then he had the bad step back 3. So your core guys didn't come through once again. And that's why when you see Wiseman get blamed or Kuminga get blamed and Moody get blamed, I laugh. Just watch the game. Watch what's happening down the stretch. The Warriors have not been a clutch team all year. They just haven't.
No, and they haven't gotten stops when they need to. They haven't executed on offense.
Isn't that surprising?
Yeah.
From a team that's won 4 championships?
Well, it's funny because Kerr's so dismissive about running an actual play late in games. Yeah. He's always like, well, you got to just give it to your best players and get out of the way. How's that working for them this year? It worked when they were all at their apex and they were all in their physical primes. They could get stops, and then offensively, it felt like they could get whatever they wanted. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Well,
I don't know, man. Like in that situation, there was 50 seconds left the other night. I was saying, call a timeout here. This is an important possession.
Right.
Let's take a side inbound and let's run something very specific to either get a specific person a shot or to get to a spot on the floor.
Yep.
Instead, they settle for crap.
Well, I'm looking at the fourth quarter box score here, Shask, and I'm looking at the minutes allotted. Kuminga didn't play in the fourth quarter.
At all.
At all. 0. Anthony Lamb played 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Dante DiVincenzo, guess how many seconds he played or how many minutes he played in the fourth quarter?
2?
10 seconds.
Wow, 10 seconds. Wow.
He played 10 seconds in the fourth quarter.
What? That's weird. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
I don't even. What did he get checked in?
Peyton
checked
played
out?
over 7 minutes.
Was it for defense at the end of the game?
I guess so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of when he got in there.
I mean, he played 10 seconds.
Wow.
So then
It was a hell of a 10 seconds, though. What was his plus minus in that 10 seconds?
I think it was -1. So then I look at the fourth quarter, Friday night against Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. And this is where the GP2 impact is coming into play. Fourth quarter, Friday night against Philadelphia. Kuminga, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Didn't have his best game. I get it. Poole and Curry played the entire quarter. Guess how many minutes DiVincenzo played in the fourth quarter?
I don't know.
Played 11 seconds. That's 21 seconds of playing time in the last 2 fourth quarters for Dante DiVincenzo.
Wow.
To me, that just doesn't seem right. I know he's struggling from the floor. Now he was a +1 in those 11 seconds. But that doesn't seem right to me. It just doesn't. So now we have a rotational problem. And that's where the loss of Andrew Wiggins is, you know what? If you're at Wiggins, now all of a sudden DiVincenzo and GP2 with Kuminga and Poole coming off your bench, that's a hell of a bench unit. That looks sexy. It'd be wow.
When at the end of the Miami Heat, Bonte, it was like, this is a blueprint game, right? When they were talking about like putting the blueprint together of the big three, right? Like everything was riding on them beating the Boston Celtics to prove that they could get to where they needed to go and win a championship. And this isn't that. This is different. This does feel like they're fighting for the last embers of the dynasty over these last week and a half.
Are we? 888-957-9570.
Am I wrong?
I don't know.
I feel like everything that's going to transpire over the next 2 weeks, whether we want to admit it now or we're going to look back and see it, I feel like the future of the Warriors is being shaped with these 2 weeks.
Well, I'm on record as saying they don't make it past the play-in or the first round. We already know Bob Myers doesn't have a contract after the season. Steve Kerr has 1 more year left on his deal, and coaches in the NBA do not like to come back on their final year of a contract. So you got that situation. What's going to happen with Draymond Green and his opt-in? We don't know what's going to – Andrew Wiggins, long-term, what does it mean? I have no idea what's going on with them. No idea. He's not with the team. And they miss him. They miss him on the court. God bless his soul. There could be a lot of changes. So to your point, Shasky, there could be a lot of changes.
It just feels like every single minute of the next 2 weeks is going to dictate what they do this offseason and how this thing either stays together, comes apart, evolves, changes. And I feel like tonight is one of the massive first steps forward.
Huge game tonight. Huge game. We're going to talk all about it. 888-957-9570. You agree with Shasky there? Does it feel like the dynasty could be crumbling to an end over these last 2 weeks? It's possible.
It's
That's
like
what's coming
that log.
Up. Yeah.
I'll get to it.
What's coming up on the game sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture?
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer...
Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, it's a big game for you, buddy. Big game. I know Steph's going to show up. Herb Jones will probably shadow him tonight. See, I love playoff basketball. It's nothing like it. I'm telling you, man. The vibes, the intensity, physical. We got Final Four coming up. We're trying to get Lubman to Houston, Texas.
I love it.
Go stay with Craig. Craig Mack. He's going down to the Final Four. He said, no, tell Lubman I got a room for him. How Lubman's got to go see his Canes, right? You know he felt good when AD brought up the coach.
Of course he did. Larinaga.
Larinaga.
His head like, what?
Oh, man. Larinaga. And he's dancing in the locker room. What a run for Miami.
I mean,
what a run.
Good thing for NIL.
Hey, I'm
John
not mad at
Ruiz.
it. Hey, I mean.
Love John Ruiz.
He's the main donor.
He is a man of the people is what he is.
He's trying to build Miami a football stadium.
He wants to try and get it on campus. I mean, I'm not sure where they're going to stick it around campus, but dude, you know what? Make it happen. It'll be awesome.
They need an on-campus stadium. Seriously.
Well, the Orange Bowl was dope.
The Orange Bowl was sick. Sick. You know, they built the Marlins Stadium right there. So you walk through. I remember walking to the Marlins Stadium. It's like in the middle of a hood. Yeah. It's just like you're just walking on the block.
Well, it's one of the reasons why Marlins Park is really hated down there is because it was built on the site of the Orange Bowl, and the Orange Bowl was a monument in Miami.
Their candlestick.
So, yeah, it was their candle. Their Kezar. Like imagine if they bulldozed Kezar and put up some cheap Giant stadium or something like that. That it would have been something similar to that.
It doesn't feel right with the Hurricanes playing in Miami Gardens. It's just off. They need that on campus. I always believe in like San Diego State has an on campus football stadium now. It's dope. Looks fresh. Believe in on-campus stadiums, man. Come on. Having a team travel an hour away from campus to play a football game and students who are struggling got to go travel. Stupid.
I'm with you on that one.
All right.
I'm with you.
That's my rant on college football.
No, I love it. I love it. And thus concludes our Miami football Hurricanes in basketball talk for the season.
Yeah, there you go. Final four coming
At least until Friday.
Well, but seriously, you need to fly out to Houston, man. Fly out after the show. Do we do a gun? I don't.
I want to see you dress up as the Hurricane.
You mean as the ibis?
Is that whatever he is?
Yeah,
That was a duck. Is that what
no,
that
it's
is?
an ibis.
Oh.
Yeah, the mascot's an ibis.
What's an ibis?
What's
is
his
it
name?
A form of a duck?
Sebastian the ibis.
Sebastian.
Is his name.
That's a good name.
Basically, it's a bird that's native to South Florida. The reason they pick the ibis as the mascot is because when there's hurricanes coming in, the ibis is the last bird to take shelter, and it is the first bird to return after the storm has passed. So
It wants
that's
that
why.
smoke, basically, is what he's saying.
That's why they come out through the smoke.
So using that metaphor, if the Warriors were an ibis, no, I'm just teasing.
Yeah, that's not do that.
No, but honestly, as we look at the Warriors tonight, on the real, like I'm a big believer in. Look, the environmentalists are going to kill me. They're going to kill me. I'm going to let you know on the front end. I don't care. I really don't care.
What?
They're spare the air, all the environmentist people. I love burning a traditional log of wood. Okay. So sue me, kill me. I know it ruins the environment. People are going to hate me. I get it, but there's something.
Do people really
nostalgic-
complain about people burning a log?
I don't know, but I do it up the Russian River, right? Because it's very cold,
Yeah, that's
and I have a
nothing wrong
house
with
that
that.
doesn't have a heater, and so the only way to get any warmth is to stand next to the fire. And I love putting a log in. And when you start to get to the end of the log, okay, you can see the embers are burning and they're shooting, and it's starting to slowly kind of break apart and fall down. You take the pick and you pick at it a little or whatever to try to spread it around, and then you try to throw another log on there so that that'll catch and go and continue the fire for as long as possible. Imagine the metaphor of the Warriors' run over the last decade as a fire in your fireplace, all right? It feels like to me we're at an inflection point right now for this
We are.
for this dynasty, this dynastic run. And what I mean truly is Clay, Steph, and Draymond together.
Right.
Forget Iggy and some of the other, ancillary pieces. And I would even throw Steve Kerr in there. I would throw Bob Myers in there.
Yeah, that's 5.
Okay, so you're looking at those guys approximately as the log that's slowly starting to burn out, like the embers, the last embers of that dynasty. Are they going to throw another log on there, and it's Jordan Poole and Wiggins and Kuminga and these young guys that are going to keep the fire going, or are we just going to completely let it die out and maybe have Steph Curry and maybe Klay Thompson, Draymond walks, Bob walks, Steve Kerr? It feels like to me a lot of the decisions on how much to throw back into this thing or to pull the ashes out is going to come down to what happens over the next 10 days.
No, you're hitting on something here. 6 games left. You're hitting on it.
Did that metaphor hit?
You're hitting on it. I mean, it makes sense because those are facts, as Guru would say. 6 games left. They get to the play-in. They lose in the play-in. Joe Lacob paying all this tax and record salary. You think he's going to say, "Hey, let's run it back. It's all good."
How would he view Steve Kerr?
How would he view, especially because a big talking point this season has been the development of the youngsters. When AD said,
undeniable.
When AD said the rep said Trey Murphy III got, and Willie Green, former assistant of the Golden State Warriors, stuck with Trey Murphy III. He's stuck with Jose Alvarado.
Yeah.
He's stuck with Herb Jones. Hell, Brandon Ingram's still kind of a young player, even though he's been around the block a couple times. he let those young players play. And that's one thing that a lot of Warrior fans feel cheated of. We didn't get to see Wiseman.
Yeah.
We didn't really get to see Kuminga. We see Kuminga in spurts, but now all of a sudden the last 2 games we're seeing Kuminga play less and less, especially now that Gary Payton II's back. Gary Payton II has had an impact. He had an impact in his first game back. But all of a sudden Kuminga's only playing 14 minutes and 45 seconds. And he's not seeing any playing time in the fourth quarter. And two-way guys are playing more than Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Moses Moody, I mean,
it feels like a lost cause. It feels
a lost season.
Very similar to Trey Lance right now. It feels like to me that Moody, and obviously he was drafted lesser,
Right.
and they didn't trade picks and stuff. But he feels like an afterthought.
right.
I mean, I'm just being honest, B.
No, it is.
He feels like an afterthought.
And he is. So when you think about that, the lack of, and then Jordan Poole, the up and down season that he's had because of the lack of reps he's had with he comes off the bench and he doesn't know who he's playing with.
No clue.
One day it's DiVincenzo, one day it's Anthony Lamb, one day it's Ty Jerome, one day it's Wiseman, one day it's JaMychal Green, one day it's Kuminga. He's playing with so many different combinations. Whether
like
to start,
spinning a wheel.
Right. It's a start, bench, start. What role am I playing? Am I playing the fourth quarter? Oh, wait, I'm playing all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter. He just doesn't know.
Well, and I just think that, like, people that are saying, like, oh, you guys are drumming up drama.
Right.
No, like, Draymond has a player option.
Right.
If Draymond wanted to be here, he would have said, I'm executing my player option. I'm staying. I want to stay. He would come out and say that.
I would love for Mustafa Ward to call into the show because I'm on it. You don't like to respond to I get in the comments and I respond. Mustafa Ward's always got something negative to say, right? It's like, oh, you guys.
I seen him out at a Niner practice.
Have you?
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Good dude. I want him to call because we're feeding into the narratives. What narrative are we talking about?
Well, here's the narrative. The reality.
It's the reality
is that
of
the
what's
GM
the situation.
is unsigned.
Right.
Okay.
The reality, the head coach has 1 year left on a deal. And he wants an extension. He hasn't received it yet. Yeah. The reality is Draymond Green has an opt-out clause, a player option in his contract. The reality is Andrew Wiggins is not here right now. What does that mean long term?
The reality is Jordan Poole's money kicks in the offseason.
Right.
And he becomes either a centerpiece of the team financially, or one of the centerpieces, or an unbelievable trade chip that you can move. Again, I'm not trying to trade him, but what I'm saying is that they have options. And let's see how this thing, comes to fruition or not. And I think it will dictate things. If you don't think there aren't ramifications on how this season ends, I think you're kind of in denial.
Yeah, and not only that, and we're not saying the sky's falling. What we're saying is tonight is a huge game. These last 6 games are monstrous, humongous. That's what we're saying here. We're not saying, oh my God, the sky's falling. You win tonight, okay, now you get to breathe a little bit, but you still don't have the tiebreaker over Minnesota, and you need them to lose a couple games. And you look at Minnesota's schedule here. We just read it to you. The Lakers at home. They got the Suns on the road. They have Portland, who's tanking. You got the Brooklyn Nets, who probably aren't going to try to win that game in Brooklyn. You have the San Antonio Spurs, who aren't trying to win basketball games. Then you have the Pelicans. I could very easily see the Timberwolves going 4-2. So if you finish tight with them, now we got to see how the Western Conference shakes out and conference record and all that stuff. When you're looking at the Warriors saying, hey, you at least have to go 4-2 at the bare minimum. And they have 3 road games left.
Bear with me on this one. Last night, and just hear me on this comp, B. Last night we celebrated Sergio Romo kind of coming back ceremoniously and bowing out. The only guy left from the championships is Brandon Crawford. Now, when Brandon Crawford originally signed the extension, not the most recent one, but a couple years back, do you think in his mind he saw it to where he would be the last man standing on a team that a lot of people have kind of given up on, and yeah, maybe they'll do well and they've got a decent payroll, but like there's nothing around them. Right?
Yep.
That's the reality of what Brandon Crawford's facing right now.
Yep.
Now, is Crawford Steph Curry? No. But if you don't think that you could have that scenario play itself out over the next couple of years, you're tripping. We just saw it with Kobe Bryant. Didn't we see this with Kobe at the end?
He didn't make
Kobe
the playoffs.
was the last man standing.
Spinoni, what was the last 4 or 5 years? Kobe didn't even make the playoffs?
Correct. A lot of injuries. You didn't sign a pay cut with the team. A lot of bad drafting, bad decisions. The Dwight Howard thing set him back.
Sorry, Joe. I think there's a sentiment from Warrior fans. They think this is just going to go on forever. Every dynasty flames out.
But we're not there yet because we have 6 games left. But this is the reality now. Now you can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Exactly.
You're either going to be in that top 6 to take out the Sacramento Kings in the first round or the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round, or you're going to be in the play-in tournament fighting for your life against some young, hungry, athletic teams. against teams you just don't match up with right now because you don't have all your pieces here. So your tallest player is 6'9". We saw Minnesota with Naz Reid, who, by the way, had another good game last night against Sacramento.
As we talk about financial flexibility.
He's a free agent after the season.
I want him.
He's a free agent next year, folks. Naz Reid. I love Naz Reid. I love Naz Reid.
Wouldn't he be in a variety of lineups?
He could go out and hit the three.
Yeah.
Get down low. He bang with you.
Yeah.
Defensively, he's okay. But I could work with that. He's going to attack the glass.
Yeah.
He's solid. And he's probably going to want out of Minnesota because he sees that I probably can't start here. So the reality of the situation is, is that this thing could be crumbling. There's a lot of, by the way, Dante DiVincenzo. Player option.
Yeah.
Do you think he's happy right now playing 21 seconds in the fourth quarter of the last 2 games after balling out all season long, giving his body for this team, shooting the 3-ball as best as he's had over the course of his career?
I think that's a fair point. I would be, look, I know I would. I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for him.
But I would be, if I was in his position, I'd be like, yo, because look, every guy wants to play. Like, that's you're fooling yourself if you don't think that every guy wants to play.
Right.
He's probably sitting there going, so I was your dude a couple weeks ago, and now this guy returns who hasn't played for months on end and really has stunk it up this year and has a body of work that's really only like 8 months long in his entire NBA career, and he's going to jump me on the pecking order? I would be frustrated.
So last year, the Warriors won 5 straight games going into the playoffs. Kind of settled the storm. Everybody was freaking out. Remember that? And then they play those last 6 games. They lose to Phoenix in a tight contest without Steph Curry. But I think that was a loss a lot of people felt good about last season. And then they won 5 straight.
Yeah.
Clay was on a heater, averaging over 30 points a game. So now you look at this situation, the last 6 games. And, of course, the last 6 for the Golden State Warriors. Tonight against New Orleans. You have a gimme against the San Antonio Spurs on Friday. That's a gimme game. You should be able to win that game and rest the starters in the fourth quarter.
I hope.
You hope.
I mean, is it, just for a sec, how many gimme games have there been this year?
Well,
have there been any?
Well, you had the Houston game last Monday.
They were fighting tooth and nail. The Twitter timeline lost its mind.
Well, I stayed off Twitter that day because I didn't work that night.
I got a text from the boss. It was like, this team is terrible. It's over. They're not making the playoffs. 5 minutes later, they're up like, whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Points.
That's Matt Nahigan. He freaks out. That's what he does.
Speaking of which, did you see he's going to be going to the infirmary? He's getting his knee done.
Yeah, he's
what is going on with all of the people in prominent positions here at 95.7? Lucas had his knee surgery. Matt's having a knee surgery. And I love how it became, I'm having a knee surgery, to I literally wasn't going to be able to walk on either of my legs.
That was the best part of the email. He's like, yeah, apparently the doctor was saying I couldn't walk almost. I was like, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm like. What did he all of a sudden catch a plague like in the middle of the medieval times? What is going on? Are we going to have to cut off his legs?
So here you go.
So
I'm going to come down Mustafa Ward's road again on YouTube. Chemistry's been messed with all year with injuries. It has.
Yeah.
So
but that
why are you coming down our road for speaking the realist? We're speaking real stuff here. This is real. These are facts. Injuries have affected all the rotations.
Yes.
It's affected the team. It's affected the chemistry. It's affected everything that has happened with the Golden State Warriors. And we have 6 games left. And yet, you still have one of your main cogs out due to personal reasons. Draymond Green is banged up.
Yes.
I mean, banged up.
The back, the wrist.
The neck now.
Yeah, the neck.
Looney has played every single game.
But he's laboring
He's
too.
laboring a little bit.
Look, he's fighting. I'm not saying he's not, but he's a guy he needs the time off if they can get into the 6th spot.
Dude, he just had to bang with Gobert, Karl-Anthony Towns, and Naz Reid. And on tonight, you get Jonas Valanciunas.
How does Gobert not get more offensive fouls?
I don't know.
He's a hack.
Right. So that's all we're saying. We're saying this is a huge game, and if you don't win this game, it's going to be a tough game. New Orleans is coming in hot. They're coming in hot, and they smell the 6th seed.
Do you think there's a sense from Warrior fans that, no matter what happens this year,
I don't know,
they're just going to roll it into next year? Like, we're going to run it back.
I'm 888-957-9570.
Is that the sense you get? Because I feel like a lot of Warrior fans are in denial of, no matter what happens, if they flame out, we'll run it back. I don't think that's true.
Friday night, it did feel like everybody thought they were back. And even I was like, oh, boy, maybe they did turn the corner.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe they did turn the corner. And then the vibe Sunday was like, hey, this is a big game. And they took the lead late, and it's like, oh, they got it. They're going to win their 10th straight home game. They're going to win their 10th straight home game.
And then the last
Here we
minute
go.
happened.
And then the last minute happened, and it was a reminder of what this season has been about.
Yeah.
How many times have we saw that this season late down the stretch? Where it's a turnover, a bad shot, a blown assignment defensively.
They dig a hole that they can't get out of. They give themselves so little margin of error for a victory that they back themselves into losses. That's the only way I can describe this year.
I want to play this from Festus Ezeli from yesterday. Festus joined Willard or Dibs yesterday afternoon, my guy on NBC Sports Bay Area. Here's what he had to say about whether or not players around the league fear the Golden State Warriors.
Here's the deal, and I'll tell you this because I've talked to other NBA players around the NBA. I don't care what you see and what you've seen in the regular season. Every player all around the NBA understands that when the playoffs start, this is a different Warriors team. And until they prove me wrong and until they show differently, you can't really doubt them. I talk to different players on other teams, and I say, what do you think about the Warriors' struggles? They say, well, it's really weird what we're watching, but we're never going to discount the Warriors because they've proven to us over and over and over every year. Last year was not different because last year they finished the last 40 games, they were 500. And so we wondered last season, what are they going to look like, especially with Steph coming back the first game of the playoffs? How are they going to look with him coming off the bench? And they just showed us that there is a difference between the champion mindset when the playoffs comes on and the regular season. So at the end of the day, I don't have a real reason that I can explain and point to you this is what I see on the road because it's just not the same team. They don't play like the same team. It's not the same effort and zest and everything that I watch. But I will say that when the playoffs come on, that I still would not put my money anywhere else but for the Warriors.
So,
but what if they don't make the playoffs?
888-957-9570.
A reality.
Do you believe, Festus, that other players? Kate Scott was talking about this Friday, too, on the pregame show. The Fighting Kate Scott's lost again last night to Denver. They've lost 3 straight. That on the East Coast, they're still saying, don't fight. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Just 1 second. A good time drop can just break the ice. And Joey, I love you. Got the guru drop just at the perfect time.
But Kate was saying, it's the Fighting Kate Scott. She was saying, like, on the East Coast, they're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. They're not falling for the Warriors' antics. They believe that the Warriors, when it's time to go, they're going to be ready to go. And they're going to make a run in the playoffs. But do you believe that? It's hard for me to... I'm conflicted, Shasky. I cover the team every single day. You know that, inside and out. I watch all the games back.
And you want those playoff checks. Let's call it what it is.
I think for the station, it's good if the Warriors make the playoffs.
I didn't mean to do that.
No. I do want the playoff checks. There's no doubt. But I'm not ready to say goodbye to Dub Nation for the offseason. Honestly,
no one is.
The vibes at Chase Center is immaculate. I love going to Chase, man. Dub Nation,
bro.
There's no party like a Dub Nation party. I'm telling you.
I want to go on the road when they go, if they can get to the finals. You don't think I want to go?
Absolutely.
I mean, come on.
So going to Dub Nation, I don't want to say, hey, April 9th is the last time I'm going to Chase Center or whatever the season is. Like, I want to be going to Chase Center through May. But can they even make it to May with this roster makeup? Can they get through the West?
I don't know.
With this roster makeup? I just don't know.
Anyone who thinks that they know, I feel like you're taking a huge leap of faith because the roster that we're seeing now is not the same that was here last year.
It's not. But it's still Steph Curry. Okay. And that's why there's a belief system. That's why I guess you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt, even though we've seen all year that athletic teams have destroyed them. They can't stop dribble drive penetration. They leave three-point shooters wide open.
Bonte, I think that we all respect their championship pedigree. We all understand what they just did. The problem is that you have to show it a little. Yeah. Like, for example, Tom Brady is the greatest winner of all time. Okay, and they were kind of face planting in the final season when he was in New England, and they won that division almost by default. And everybody said, this is the end of Tom Brady. This is the end of the dynasty. Right? Outside of New England. And what ended up happening in the playoffs? He threw an interception at the very end, and they lost to the Tennessee Titans at home. All right? But we could kind of see it coming. Now, I'm sure if you would have polled New England fans, they're like, oh, it's Tom Brady. We're going to the Super Bowl. It's Tom Brady. We're going to the Super Bowl.
I don't know. Not with that weaponry. And they were playing in the wild card game.
Could the exact same argument be made about Golden State this year?
Yeah.
Not with that weaponry.
Yeah, well.
They don't look like it.
You're missing.
I know.
You're missing a main key call.
But that's part of why I'm skeptical. And I don't think it's unfair to be skeptical. Like, this is not the same team that just won in June.
It's not.
You're missing your second best player. And it doesn't feel like they're all playing at the peak of their powers right now. They were at the end of last year. They're not now. I'm talking about the end of the playoffs.
So
could it flip?
And look,
I'm sure it could.
Again, it's not slander. It's what we've seen. We're not slandering anybody. Assess the damn season.
It's assessment.
Assess the way they play defense.
Not everything is slander.
Right.
If your kid comes home with a D, time out. If your kid comes home with a D, all right, and you start ripping into them, telling them that they need to work harder, that's not slander. That's called do what you should be doing. That's called criticism. That's assessment. It's not slander.
If you want cheerleaders, I got another show for you to listen to. And it ain't at this station. Let's go to Basic Kev. What's happening? Basic Kev in Oakland. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, what's up, fellas? What's up? Hey, making Nancy Shasky and Vontae. Hello there. All right. So look, I gotta say this first.
Oh, hey there.
Before I even get to the rat on the right, the rat on the table. I'm gonna get to that next, but first off, like the West. I know. Zealy kind of talked about it too. Like, it's really kind of not really a power in the West. And I forget who talked about it yesterday, but Denver doesn't scare me. They just don't play enough defense to scare me. I love Jokic, but they don't play enough defense. I think they can be beat. They can be had. But the right on the table, y'all, and y'all tell me how y'all feel about this for real. Because Guru's been saying it, we all been kind of saying we kind of don't want Phoenix first round. You know what I mean? And so the fourth and the fifth seed, it kind of seems like the Warriors not trying to get that. So it kind of seems like right on the table, right? They tanking for the sixth spot. What y'all think about that?
But Basic Kev, what you think about this? They don't have that tiebreaker right now over Minnesota. So Minnesota right now is in the sixth spot. You needed to win that Minnesota game to give yourself some wiggle room to play that game where you avoid the Phoenix Suns and play the Sacramento Kings. Right now you're in a playing spot. You're not in the top six. So you need Minnesota to lose a game, and you got to get hot. Like, does anybody believe the Warriors can run the table over the last six? They played New Orleans, San Antonio, Denver, at Denver, April 2nd on Sunday, Oklahoma City, and another monster game next Tuesday for another tiebreaker. So you don't want to lose that game.
If you gave me $1,000 and said, Joe, will they be over or under 500 over the last, what is it, 6, you said?
6. You say 500.
I would say exactly 500.
At Sacramento, April 7th, maybe they don't play that game. Maybe Sacramento says, yeah, we're going to rest our guys. Maybe Mike Brown says, hey, you know what? You guys rejuvenated my coaching career. I'm going to do you a solid.
Yeah, but what if they're thinking, like, we don't even want to face you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, too.
And we want to take you out. Like, I watched the Dallas Mavericks lay down, and they did that to the 2007 We Believe Warriors down the stretch. I believe it was the second or third to last game. They laid down, and then the Warriors like, oh, good, we're coming to face you, and we're going to beat you.
Mm-hmm. Boy.
Do you remember that?
Boy. I do remember that. I do remember that.
Avery Johnson, one of the big choke jobs of all time.
I do remember that. Let's go to Mark in SF. Mark, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I just want to jump in. I know that, we've been doing this a while. The Warriors have on this nice long run. I come from the 19-win Thunder doing dunks.
Oh, yeah.
Warriors fan group. So it's been very much appreciative. But the thing that I'm hesitant to give into is, we haven't really been able to build that continuity, which you kind of alluded to just before I jumped on. We had DiVincenzo, Lamb, Jerome. We had a real nice rotation when on that. I believe it was 7-game winning streak. Iguodala was thrown back into the lineup, which I was not a big fan of. I understand with them having their road woes, they wanted to try and get some of that veteran leadership back in there, see if we can try and, get some more road wins.
Right.
Which I know Kerr is, he's always going to show favor to his vets, which I can't argue with that. The man's got rings more than just about anybody in NBA history. So I won't go against that. But I think these last 6 games, the biggest thing to do is to get that continuity, get the lineup. If they're going to leave Kuminga in there, leave Kuminga in there. I mean, we're committed to him more than we are DiVincenzo. Right. We really want to see what he can do. DiVincenzo was playing fantastic. I mean, he was right up there when Steph went down. Poole and DiVincenzo were a big part of us being able to still win basketball games. It's a long season. When we get to the playoffs, we'll see what Kerr's got up his sleeve.
Yep.
I'm not going to go against the man, but I think the biggest thing is the continuity. We need to get the continuity. These last 6 games are huge. Getting that lineup set, rotations, and then seeing. Obviously, we missed Wiggins. There's no debating. We can't win without him continuously.
Well,
no doubt. Good call, Mark.
That's the biggest thing for me. Like the biggest thing, like, Joe, they just won it last year. Yeah, but one of the main pieces that helped you win is not here. And I don't know if he's coming back. So it's not the same team. Like, you're a dramatically different team without Andrew Wiggins. I guess where I fall down on. And I don't think you have enough to offset it.
Well, you can't build that continuity if you don't have your second best player on the roster,
who ties a lot of different lineups together.
So your two-way player who was playing like an all-star before the right adductor injury, if you don't have him for this playoff run, it's going to be very difficult to get through the Western Conference because of the guys you have to guard. You have to guard Brandon Ingram. You're going to have to guard Kevin Durant. You're going to need somebody to guard Kawhi Leonard to try to slow him down.
And that's why I want Kuminga out there right now, because you might need him.
Well, hey, good luck to Kuminga and Kevin Durant. I mean, Jesus Christ.
That's an
Did you see
uphill
that in Brooklyn?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a
uphill
problem.
battle.
You got Devin Booker, who Wiggins could defend and guard.
Yes.
You have John Morant. You have Desmond Bane. Right? You got some dudes. LeBron James with the Lakers.
Michael Porter Jr.
Damn.
Maybe Murray.
So, I don't. Again, we got to assume that Wiggins is not coming back at this point over the next 6 games. And if that's the case, if he's not coming back, do the Warriors have enough? And that's where I'm looking at these rosters. Minnesota's starting to peak. They're starting to hit their stride. New Orleans is on the 5-game winning streak. I get they're the defending champions, but you don't have your main cog. You don't have one of your main cogs. What is that? Like, why is that so hard to say? And that's not slander with this team.
No.
Where they don't play defense. They don't close out. They're not hitting shots. They're not connected offensively. They're turning the ball over. It's been a different year. I'm sorry. We can use the championship pedigree all we want to. But the facts are the facts. And what we've seen over the 76 games so far, what we've seen, or 75 games it's been, from what we've seen, that's not enough to get through the Western Conference. I'm sorry.
When Bosa got hurt in 2020, it was like, oh, totally different defense, right?
Totally different defense.
Okay. It just happened.
Changed everything.
Buster Posey had a hip injury, or he missed last year because he retired.
2011. How
different was everything?
Well, 2011. They know the Giants.
And they had a great year heading into him getting hurt.
Right.
Like, just go around the league. Paul George right now. Paul George is out. We view the Clippers different.
They can't win without Paul George. They got blown out by this same Pelicans team by 21.
Okay. Like, I don't even have to take Jaylen Brown off the court. We took Robert Williams off the court, and the Celtics were different.
Right.
Weren't they?
Yep. Today feels like, doesn't it tonight feel like a must-win game?
Yeah, yes. This one feels the most like a play-in type game that I can remember in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
This has got big feel to it.
It's big feel. I'm juiced up for it. I'm actually excited for this game.
Well,
we're going to see the championship pedigree on display. Championship DNA is going to be on display against this team. Can you buck up against a team that has Valanciunas rolling, 6 straight double-doubles, Brandon Ingram's rolling, Trey Murphy III is rolling, Herb Jones is going to be shadowing Stephen Curry, a long athletic defender.
You know, the thing why I want to avoid these play-ins so bad, it's like a wild card game where you burn a starter, right, before you even get into a series. They would burn so much energy just getting out and you need the rest.
And you think about some of these teams. You brought up Brady in the wild card. I could think back to the Dallas Cowboys at the end of their dynastic run. Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, they're playing the upstart Arizona Cardinals and Jake Plummer. And Jake Plummer and Larry Sanders and Aeneas Williams go into Texas Stadium and destroy the Cowboys. And it just felt like the Cowboys are like, you know what? We're on our last leg. It's the wild card round. Coming to an end. And they just laid down. The Warriors get to the play-in tournament. I'm not saying Stephen Curry, Draymond, or any of those guys are going to lay down. They're going to play hard. But it's going to be really difficult to navigate a play-in style tournament and then get to the first round of the playoffs at this age with all those miles on their legs. This is going to be tough. And then Chris Broussard, something very interesting what he said yesterday on Stein and Goo. Chris Broussard, of course, Fox Sports 1, formerly ESPN. Here's what he had to say about Draymond Green's voice, whether or not it carries weight in this locker room anymore.
The question is, and Draymond brought this up in his podcast a month or 2 months ago, whatever it was, about has he lost that authority? You know, and even within himself, and I know he's he's trying to pick it up, and he's got to. You know, but they whether it's a meeting with everybody, a come to Jesus meeting, or him just deciding to do it, he's got to find some way to get back what he had last year and all the previous years.
What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Draymond Green, has he been able to get his voice back over the course of the season?
It's felt different. But it's hard for me to quantify it because I'm not there at practice. I'm not there in the games. I'm going off what I've seen. The other night, when he had the and one and he fell to the ground and he was like, going like this, that felt like vintage Draymond.
Right.
But it's felt like those type of moments are few and far between. When was the last time he blocked somebody or made a play at the rim, turned to the crowd, and was like screaming at the top of his lungs?
Right. It's been a while.
I think there's something to that, but it almost feels unfair for me to be someone trying to speak on that because I don't see what's going on in the huddles. Like, I don't see what's going on, in between games or on the road or like. I will
say this. I will say this though. Draymond Green's been hooping.
No doubt.
Draymond Green has been hooping. He's playing some good basketball right now. And is he the same defender he was, say, 2 years ago? The IQ's still there.
Yes.
He still knows where to be. He still knows how to connect that defense. He's starting to be more aggressive offensively. I think Draymond Green, that's another thing. Coming off of this season, are we sure? Are some Warrior fans, I know they're like, can't wait to move on from Draymond Green. Want to say bye-bye.
How are they going to replace him?
That's the thing. Are we sure we don't want him to opt back in and play with the big three? Because where would they be without him?
Well, and that goes
Remember
back
the talk we were having, pardon me, before the season was like, well, can you win a championship without Draymond Green after Punchgate? Well, I think that answer is very clear.
Well,
you don't have 38 wins without Draymond Green.
Well, you're looking at it from like a defensive perspective, which is totally fair. I'm looking at it from an offensive
I'm looking
perspective.
at it both.
Well, because I'm looking at it offensively, and I'm saying to myself, if he's opting in and you're going to work out an extension, that's, hopefully, I got to reshape this roster to get more shooting around them. Like, I can't have non-shooters, many non-shooter type players on this team. And I think that really needs to be known at the beginning of the offseason so that you can rework the roster. Like, we can all agree right now, the roster needs tinkering.
It does. It does.
Now, they could thread the needle and find a way to get it done. Doesn't mean it was, seamless.
Yeah. Let's go to Anthony on 880. Anthony, what's happening? You're on a morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Top of the morning, fellas.
Top of the morning.
I actually believe that we could win a championship without Draymond. I really do. I think maybe back, a few years ago, the ones that we won, probably not. But I do believe that at this point of where the Warriors are, I think that if we were to get rid of Draymond or get rid of Jordan Poole, we would be able to receive compensation back that would equal, multiple players that can kind of put together what Draymond does. So that's just my belief. But about this Wiggins situation, out of respect, I'm not going to say what we've read or anything like that, but I just want to kind of put it out there. We can honestly just say that he's not coming back. And if we're of the belief that we can't win without him, I don't even think we really need to discuss, winning the title. I think we should just be all okay with however far we get. Because if we can say in one sentence that we can't win without him, and he's our second best player, and he's not coming back, so this is kind of like a non-starter. We can hope that Kuminga may be able to fill those shoes, and GP2 it was very nice to see him. But if we're really honestly saying, hey, we can't win without Wiggins, we only got 7 more games. The man is not coming back. And in all fairness, he shouldn't because of the situation at hand. So if that's the truth, we're not winning anything anyway. And I'm okay with that as a fan because we just won last season. I think our roster does need tinkering, and you have to, you need failure to come anew. And so maybe we just fail this season to come anew with something better.
Well, Joy Lacob is not going to be happy with that. After the way this season's played out, because not only of the failure of not competing for a championship, they flame out in the first round. And they don't make it past a player tournament or whatnot. Joe Lacob's not going to be happy. And the fact is, you had the hope of developing James Wiseman, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga. And that's been a failure so far.
I'm not trying to equate this, and I want listen to what I'm going to say here. So, but you could feel many things at different levels simultaneously, right? Like your overall arching, like when you miss a day, for example, and I don't know what's going on, but let's say you miss a day for whatever reasons, right? On a human level, what do I always say to you, B? When one of us, dude, take the time. I love you. You know, whatever you got to do, you do it. And then the professional version, which is a smaller version of who I am overall, is like, I know the show's not going to be as good because me and Bonte have very unique chemistry. And that's not a knock on anyone else. It's just like me understanding that we're going to take a step back on the show when you're out. Like, I'm just giving people the honest God truth. So I'm looking at it like people could all say, you know, and mean it like, hey, he's got some serious stuff going on that he needs to deal with. And also, at a smaller level, they could feel like, I only got so many more of these championship years left, man. This kind of sucks. But there's a bigger overarching thing of I'm empathetic to what you're going through. But if you don't think on some level people aren't either acknowledging or realizing like, we only got so many of these runs going. There's a little tug and pull. I'm not saying that as out of being insensitive. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's more like the reality.
Yeah.
Did I phrase that properly?
I hear exactly what you're saying. I also want to, on the other side,
I feel like it's I'm stepping on landmines trying to bring this up.
Absolutely. I do want to get into something on the other side. I'm going to talk some Niners at some point. But on the other side, I want to talk about the difference between criticism and slander. I think people get it confused.
It's like being a hater.
Right.
You're hating.
People get it confused. Slander and criticism. I'm going to get into that on the other side because a lot of people got it twisted. Let's get to the injury report. Oh, hey there.
Don't get it twisted. IMP, Cougnut.
Oh, man. Shout out Cougnut. Pelicans are in town to take on the Doves. We've been discussing this all show long, and the big name missing is Zion Williamson, who continues to be out with a hamstring injury. He was clear for on-court activities last week, but will not be reevaluated again until next week. Also off for the Pelicans tonight is guard Jose Alvarado. He's expected to miss the rest of the season as he continues to recover from a stress reaction in his right tibia that has had him sidelined since February. That's an unfortunate break for the Pelicans. He's a really good defender, kind of do-it-all guard, kind of try-hard guard there. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping engaged workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. We'll get to the Niners quarterback situation and the difference between slander and criticism, because, again, a lot of you guys got it twisted when it comes to slander and criticism. We'll do that on the Morning Roast, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Oh, hey there.
Since first opening it.
baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Welcome back to the roast here on a Tuesday morning. We got a big game at Chase Center later on tonight. Pelicans and Warriors. Big-time playoff implications. Can the Dubs get back on track against a team that is red hot? 5-game winning streak for the Pelicans. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody on YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, all the callers, 888-957-9570. Love Mitch Spadoni, and of course you, Joe Shasky. And we were talking Dubs. We're going to get to the Niners here because John Lynch spoke yesterday at the owners' meetings down in Phoenix, Arizona. You know, I love the coach's photo, by the way. The coach's photo always makes me laugh. All the owners, we find out that the Raiders and the Niners are going to scrimmage against each other, and they're going to have joint practices. So Garoppolo against the Niners defense. Ooh, going to bring some flashbacks there. But right before we left, you know, there's a lot of misconception about what slander and criticism is. And Jordan Poole, it sparked it Friday night on the postgame show. NBC Sports Bay Area, of course. And Jordan Poole, we're having some fun with him. And then he said, you know, I hear that slander coming from y'all. And Mully and I looked at each other like, slander? We don't slander you on that show. I don't even slander Jordan Poole on this show. We talk about his game. We discuss his game, what's going on with this game. And if anybody in this market, out of all the shows in this market, I think you and I do a great job of discussing what's been so challenging for Jordan Poole this season. Yeah, we discussed the turnovers, the dribble when he gets himself into trouble, the bad shot selection. We also discuss how he gets to the free throw line, how he has the ability, more so than anybody on this roster, to get to the free throw line, to get easy buckets, to get people involved. We gave Jordan Poole a lot of credit. Think he's earned a contract. We don't come on the show talking about, well, we don't think players like playing with Jordan Poole. That's not what we do. All right? I can't speak for anybody else, but that's not what we do on this show.
What do you consider to be the definition of slander? I'm not talking about like the normal definition is different than like what the interpretation is of society. So
slander to me, without looking at a dictionary, slander to me is like, oh, this guy sucks, get off my team. He's not any good. Slander's like what Coach does in Vallejo when he talks about Jordan Poole. That's slander.
Well, where it feels personal?
It feels personal. It's never personal with me and these professional athletes at all.
No, I never said that. So I'm asking you what the definition is. Right.
So that's, to me, is the definition.
Okay. Because, like, by the book, and I don't think most people take it this way, but by the book, it means a false statement where you're defaming someone else, right? That's basically what that means. The way I've always looked at it, this job, is we're literally in the assessment, critiquing, opinion, giving business. All right? I'm assessing, I'm critiquing, and I'm giving you my opinions off what I'm seeing.
Exactly.
Sometimes I'm giving you what I think the team should do. Sometimes I'm saying what they're not doing.
Right.
You can agree, disagree, whatever. We don't go out of our way to slander anybody.
No.
Now, are there certain little bits where we're making fun of certain types of guys and jokingly?
All day.
Absolutely.
All day.
But for the most part, when it comes to the teams, what we try to do is
assess
come on here and keep it real.
Keep it real.
What I'm seeing.
And so that's why it was the same thing with Shanahan. People say, oh, man, you must really hate Kyle Shanahan. No, I'm assessing his coaching abilities, and I'm looking at his play calling any given Sunday. 4th and 1s, 3rd and 2s, quarterback decisions, decision-making by the head coach, challenge decisions. Look, if we're going to compare Shanahan to the great coaches of all time in 49 history, he's not above criticism. That's what it is. It's never personal. I want Shanahan to be the head coach of the 49ers. I think he's a damn good head coach. I've been very happy with Shanahan on how he's flipped this program. But he's also made some bad decisions. It's been a lot of good. There has been a little bad, and it's okay to talk about the little bad, like the challenge in Philadelphia, the non-challenge.
Yeah.
That deserved criticism.
Yeah.
Because it flipped that football game early, and we felt it in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, just like it's sports in general. Sports is my life. You know this. B, how long have I known you? A long time. Live, eat, breathe it. What am I? Not only are we watching it nonstop, and you watch all these random ass events, I'm on the field coaching it. Because why? Because I freaking love sports, right? And I was having this conversation with my buddy Jimbo actually just yesterday. Okay, now he's the coach of his son and a bunch of boys on the team, and what I tried to explain to him, Jim, was that I was the coach's son because my dad coached us in everything. And we were very blessed and very lucky to have my dad step up and do that. And my buddies to this day still say the same thing. 2 hands, hit the cut, all the stuff that my dad would scream and yell forever. And I would remember, and this is my prism of sports, I would remember I could go 3 for 4, Vontae, and I could make 3 or 4 great plays at shortstop. We'd get in the car, and you know what my dad would say? You missed the cutoff on that throw. Yeah, you dropped your shoulder and you. But that's how we did sports. Like we were striving for perfection at all times. When I watch old video, and not everyone's like this. I don't expect everyone to be like this. But when I watch Bill Walsh, right? Bill Walsh had a saying, and it's one of my favorite sayings of all time. We are going to try to strive for perfection, knowing along the way we will never achieve it, but we will touch greatness on the way. And what he was saying is that, like, we keep it real. When you screw up or you make a mistake, we're going to point it out. Like, do you earn benefit of the doubt? Of course. I'm not going to critique Jerry Rice the way I'm going to critique Rashawn Woods.
No doubt.
Right?
Not
But
even
at
close.
the same time, in this platform, me talking about Rashawn Woods disproportionately is going to tune out our audience.
No doubt.
They want to hear about Jerry Rice.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
And as a coach, and a lot of people can realize this, screaming at the lesser players, yeah, you want to get them better. They might not necessarily respond to that. You can critique and coach the better players even harder because you're trying to elevate and set the tone for everyone else. Now let's bring it to Sports Talk Radio. Jordan Poole is a very big part of how this team will or will not win a championship.
You can't deny that.
Okay?
And he was a big part of how they won the championship last season. You cannot forget that.
Last year, I came on here almost every day, and I said, B, one of my favorite players on those Warriors of the last year is Jordan Poole. And you and I coined the money time thing and played it nonstop. No, he coined it, but we played it nonstop.
Money time! Money time! Nonstop. Every single show.
I think I came on here, and I came out and I said, I think he needs to be in the closing lineups. He needs to start. I think he's the second most important offensive player. This was last year. Okay? Now, when it came to the playoffs, there was a time and a place, even though I love Jordan Poole and he feels like a fountain of youth for the big core, I was like, man, it might be too physical for him. I was trying to assess in real time that playoff basketball is different. If I just came on here, Jordan needs to play. Jordan needs to, like, that's foolish because what my eyeballs are telling me from my point of view is that the moment is a little too big, and he will have his time, but right now maybe he might not be it.
So a lot of people asked me over the weekend, were you mad at Poole for saying about the slander, right? And Mully and I looked at each other. If you watch the video, we looked at each other sitting, we laughed because we were like, well, okay. And it's funny because that pregame show, I remember on our pre-show call, I said, hey, guys, let's give Jordan Poole some love. Yeah, 16.6 assists, no turnovers. And there's been a lot of think pieces about him.
Yes.
Right? Dear Kurtenbach had a story about him. Connor Letourneau had a story about him, whether or not you paid him too early. Monty Poole's had stories about him having a roller coaster season. It's not slander. And I didn't take it personal from Jordan Poole, the slander, because I know I said nothing wrong. I just critiqued in real time. What I took personal, and I'll admit this on the air, what I took personal was a lot of fans coming down our road saying, yeah, it's the morning roast slander in Jordan Poole. They do it all the time. They talk reckless about him. That couldn't be farther from the truth.
We've been in some of his biggest champions.
That could be farther from the truth. We said it when everybody talked about, well, Jordan Poole got hit by Draymond Green and the video leaked and people were worried about the video or, oh, well, maybe he deserved to get hit. We said, how's Jordan Poole doing? We're worried about his mentals. So we could critique everybody. Hell, I critiqued Stephen Curry this year and the veterans for blowing games late down the stretch. Include that 0-5 road trip.
Who's attached to saying Clay should come off the bench more than me?
Right.
I feel like that was, and all that was a suggestion.
But that's so that's what I'm not gonna lie. I did take that personal when I look at Twitter and I'm seeing people coming down our road saying, "Oh, it's the morning roast talking reckless about Jordan Poole." He was talking to you. No, he wasn't talking to me. So you could believe that all you want to.
And I would say this, though. I would say this.
And I laughed at it. I didn't care.
Even if he did think that, you know what? I take great honor in him thinking that our opinion sways that many people.
And I'm
being real.
Right. I don't know. I don't think
he was. But here's the thing. Here's the other part is that all of us, everyone says the same thing. Everyone, whether it's media, athletes, non-athletes, anyone. I don't care what others think. Right. No, we all care. We all care. I do. I admit it. I raise my hand. I read every comment. I care. I read every DM.
No, I care about the perception.
Yes, I want to be liked.
Don't put. whether you like me or not,
from the audience. I'm saying in general. Most human beings want to be liked.
I don't like being misrepresented. That's what I don't like. I don't care how you feel about me. You
that's
don't have to like me in the world. I don't give a damn. Like 510, he says every day, oh, man, hey, fire this guy. You were spooked on there. No, nobody cared. I laughed it off like slander. It's like Jordan Poole just scored 19 points in the fourth quarter. He scored 33. He played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter. Why does it, like, here's the thing, and this is where the growth of Jordan Poole will come.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to come at a point in his career where he doesn't even care about that stuff.
Yeah.
He's not going to care about it. Because, you know what? Everybody wants to blame the media for slander or quote-unquote slander when it's not slander. It's constructive criticism on how he's played this season. But this is where I have a problem with some fans saying, oh, yeah, haha, Jordan Poole. Y'all been the ones talking about trading Jordan Poole. Y'all been saying get Jordan Poole off the team. You guys are saying Jordan Poole not playing. How many calls have we taken this year and comments we read where people have just disrespected Jordan Poole? It's just saying he doesn't play team ball, berating him.
Well,
so
things
that's
off the court. There's been a lot of out of bounds stuff on Jordan Poole,
and that comes a lot from fans.
And I feel like there's been a lot of. How do I put this? And I defended him with the Draymond thing because I think a lot of people immediately came in. Well, he's very arrogant and cocky. And I said to you, B, I know a lot of young kids about his age bracket.
Right.
They're eccentric. That's how they're wired now. They're just different. Just because you're different doesn't mean you're bad at all. If anything, those things should be embraced in this particular era that we're in. The problem is, B, is that I think everyone wants everything to be rosy at all times when it comes to how we talk about the team.
Right.
There wouldn't be a lot to talk about. No. This year's been rocky. We're talking about what's really going on.
Think about Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. And we're not going to talk much Garoppolo anymore. He's now with the Las Vegas Raiders. But think about that tenure with Jimmy Garoppolo. If you said if you could treat a win, because I remember we had a Monday Night Football game against the Rams. And you came in here and said Jimmy Garoppolo played great. And I remember I said, man, he completed one pass over 10 yards. It was a bunch of checkdowns. He didn't play great. It was an okay game. Great, they got the win. And I remember the boss mentioned, people on the radio don't want to hear that. You were being negative about Jimmy. I was like, well, I was just assessing what I saw in real time.
Yeah.
He didn't play good quarterback.
Yeah.
But you get people saying, oh, you won those playoff games. He threw the ball 8 times in a Green Bay game. Did he really win you that playoff game? You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference, and people can take it one way or the other. The difference between slander and criticism, you can't talk about. So what are we supposed to do? If a guy has 8 turnovers in a game, Steph Curry, if he has 8 turnovers in a game and scores 13 points, what were you going to say the next day? Steph Curry had a bad game.
Well, I would ask Jordan specifically, and any of the players that whenever we crushing or criticizing someone or breaking down what happened the night before, I would say to them, A, our job is to be real. That's number one. And B, let's watch the game together and you tell me if that was a smart, the final minute of the game. That final minute has major ramifications on their season right now. It makes this game through the roof.
Right.
Let's go through the possessions and you tell me if those were high IQ or bad IQ. That's why you do film study.
The step back 30-foot 3-point shot. The turnover by Draymond Green when he could have held the ball. The miscommunication between Steph and Jordan Poole was Steph said, my bad.
Yeah, well, and
the spacing was terrible.
Thank you.
The spacing was terrible.
Delivered to my hand.
Right on time.
Wow, I
the
love
spacing
it.
was terrible. So that's all. We'll move on from this.
But I
just wanted, because it's a lot of people, it kind of bothers me. You guys are slandering Jordan Poole.
Well, everything's
We're probably the biggest
now.
homers at the station.
Yeah, everything is slander now. That's right. The problem. There's 2 things in society right now that I cannot stand. Well, there's many things. Our gun violence is out of control. But so-and-so needs to get the bag. We got to pay everyone ahead of time and then immediately scream to the high heavens why someone's overpaid. The other one is, y'all hating and slandering my man. He threw a game-losing pick to lose the game. What are you talking about? What? Huh?
That's all that was. I don't care what, honestly, I don't care what the comments say and all that. It's just when you come at the morning roast and saying what we said when it's not true. Same thing happened with Wiggins a couple weeks ago. We never speculated anything with Andrew Wiggins. We had a conversation about how the fans felt about him missing a month because he's such an important part of the basketball team.
Here's what I would say. I do believe that there are 3 made men and then there are the others. The 3 made men, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, because of the equity and the resume, have been given an amount of respect that deflects criticism at a disproportionate rate to other players.
Right.
They've earned that.
Yep.
All right. So Jordan Poole, being one of the young and ascending ones, he's not on their level in terms of criticism. The other part is, and it's not just us, the fans themselves view him different from the other three.
No
the
doubt.
core three are up here on a pedestal, and then there's everyone else. Think about how we talked about Andrew Wiggins as a fan base coming off that All-Star game and that month and a half after.
Yep.
Worst, this is not me, I didn't say this, worst All-Star ever.
Yes. Worst All-Star ever. Worst All-Star starter ever is what it was.
Am I wrong?
No. I've seen fans all day long, all year long.
Look.
Poole
Steve
doesn't
Kerr.
deserve. Poole doesn't deserve the money. Poole doesn't deserve to be on the team. Pick Draymond over Poole. That's slander. Poole doesn't get it. He's a dummy. That's slander, and that comes from a lot of fans, not media members. That's the other thing. Blame the media for everything. When I see fans come in my timeline all the time after a comment about a Warriors game, ripping the young man, ripping him left and right. I'm like, damn. That's it. You're a fan of this team, and you're just destroying this kid. That's a problem.
Well, and I look at like Steve Kerr. Like Steve Kerr, many things can be true simultaneously. Steve Kerr is one of the many reasons why the Warriors have a dynasty. Steve Kerr is the greatest Golden State Warrior coach of all time. Steve Kerr also, in my estimation, lost them the 2016 finals when he played Anderson Varejao in the second quarter and then did some other things in the fourth quarter.
And I disagree with that. I think
No, but
Steph
that's
Clay
my
didn't show.
opinion.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
And I love Steve Kerr.
What have I said about Steve Kerr this season? He's a great coach.
Yeah.
But he hasn't done a great job this year.
Exactly.
And I saw Steve Kerr last week. He said, what's up? You don't think Steve Kerr hears this stuff? They all hear it.
It goes with the territory. It's like me hearing from John X7925, stop talking about the Giants. You suck, Shasky. You're a homer. I get it every day.
Yeah. Steve in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast. Steve.
I had to call in because I'm tired of the Jordan Poole haters out there in Warrior land. Jordan Poole is a very good basketball player.
Agreed.
Everyone can't be Steph Curry. As a matter of fact, I would argue no one else can be Steph Curry.
Yes.
And Warriors fans are spoiled.
Yes.
We're spoiled. Let him be Jordan Poole. The Jordan Poole that makes some bonehead mistakes. I watched the game. I saw this great, Draymond shot the ball to him, and he had this great in the corner three-pointer. He does great things and he does stupid things. He's Jordan Poole. He's a good NBA player.
Yeah.
They can't all be Steph Curry.
I totally agree.
No doubt.
I'm tired of the fans.
Look at Kevon Looney's a great example. Kevon Looney is far from a perfect player, but we've appreciated all of the imperfections that he brings to the table and the hustle and all the little things. And I think even then, it took until the last year or so
for Warrior fans to appreciate him.
Right?
Because last year it was like, start Bielitsa over to Looney. We got that all the first 2 months of the season.
And like it's funny, like Jordan Poole, I would tell him this, like, hey, JP, on the list of people that get slandered in Bay Area history, you know how far down the list you are? No, I'm serious. Like Barry Zito on line one.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
No doubt.
Armando Benitez.
Right.
Like we can go right down the list. It's, your boy Solomon Thomas,
Yep.
Javon Kinlaw.
Yep.
There are so many. Alex Smith, Jimmy Garoppolo. We have ran people out of town. Like JP, yes, there is a silent majority. A silent majority of fans who love you, and there's a loud, small minority who criticize you disproportionately.
Kevin Durant's one of the greatest players ever.
And had nothing
And
but
his fan,
haters.
I saw the fan base in real time.
Yeah.
On Twitter when he got hurt, Game 5, 2019 Western Conference semifinals. He got hurt, and the Rockets are charging back. Tied the game, took a slim lead, and the Warriors won that game in the fourth quarter, and there was a lot of fan base because that was the real Warriors. That was the Warriors we grew to love, not the KD stuff. And I was like, damn. One of the greatest players
of all time
in NBA history chose your team to come to. Because I was popping champagne that day when he came. Happy Kevin Durant Day. I still call it KD Day, 4th of July. He came and his fan base turned on him so damn fast.
I do think that this is going to sound unpopular because I'm a part of this fan base.
Right.
There's a level,
I am
and
too.
it happened to the Niners. It happened to the Giants. It happens to every winning team. There's a level of spoiled and a level of lack of perspective on all these things.
Yep.
And then when you get outside of the dynasty, like I look back at the Giants, we're celebrating all the Giants stuff right now.
Yep.
Don't you kind of look back and go, damn, it was better than what I remember it.
Oh, it was great.
It was Camelot.
It was a party out there at Oracle Park.
Right?
Even if you didn't get in, you wanted to be on the back of the TV set. You
Right.
wanted to be around there. You wanted to be at the bars. You just wanted to feel it, the atmosphere.
I look back at the 80s and 90s with the Niners, and I go, I wish I would have appreciated the last embers of it more.
We were young.
I know.
We were young. The Harbaugh era. We look back at we saw Anthony Dixon in Philadelphia. We were like, damn, Boobie Dixon was a good Niner.
He was a great Niner.
It was a lot of fun.
And he loved being one.
All right, let's go to Adam real quick in SF, then we'll take this last call.
That
We'll
burrito
get to the
taste
Niners.
delicious?
Yeah, I took a bite.
So
Yeah,
jealous.
I'm going to crush it during the break. Adam in SF, what's happening?
What's up, Joe? What's up, Bonte?
What up?
What's up, baby?
Man, I know last time I
what up?
cuss word got booted, man.
You're all
But, hey, you
good.
guys are doing a great job, man. The slander comes game by game, like you guys said, man. You have it for a game, you got to call it out. That's what you guys are paid to do, man. But you guys have a great week. I'm going to have a great week, man.
Let's go.
Talk to you guys soon. Love the
Let's
show.
go.
All right, no problem. No
Let's
problem. No problem. We'll move on to the Niners. Just
No,
wanted
but
to
I do find it
that
to
went
be
on a little
interesting.
longer than I anticipated, but I think every time you critique something, there they go slandering people. They're talking reckless on the radio. I don't think we're talking reckless. I'm very cautious about the way I talk because of the TV stuff and the radio stuff
is
and
talking.
being around the players. The job is talking.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's one thing. This is where I will say that I will go out of my way to crush someone. When I feel like they're disrespecting our community and our fans with a lack of effort or a lack of focus or disrespect. For example, Mark Melanson. When he didn't stretch with the team, I was like, get this bum out of here.
Right.
Like, who the hell is Mark Melanson to join this championship team and on day one after being given $40 million or whatever it was in free agency, not want to stretch with the team? Take a hike.
What about when Farhan said what he said about this? He made the excuse about not signing free agents.
It was bad tact.
Question.
I
It was bad
totally
tact.
agree.
Let's go to Greg real quick in Walnut Creek. Greg, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
What's up?
So the day I fell in love with Kevon Looney was I think about 5 years ago before he was in the regular kind of rotation, and he took an elbow to the mouth and his tooth broke off, and he picked the tooth up and shot the free throws and stayed in, and I was like, this is a guy I can roll with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think the difference for me between him and Poole is that Poole has this swagger but still makes these bonehead mistakes, and so it's that like humbleness about Looney's game where, you know, he's just a workman going to grind, and I think Poole, part of what gets me is, yes, these amazing shots, but then he drives in the middle of the lane and has no plan, or he falls down with no one touching him, and that's where I struggle with Kevon is like, I'm going to do everything right to the fullest of my ability and go about my business. Now, I know it's different positions.
No, it's a good
and there's
point.
a different level of, like, swagger.
Yeah, well, I would add to that. It's a really good point. Furthermore, the flamboyant athlete in every sport will get criticized the second he leaves the door open.
Yep, no doubt.
The second he leaves the door open, the more workmanlike guy, just by America, is going to be viewed a different way. The Justin Smith, like
I was just going to say Justin Smith
had a
compared to
career
Alden.
here. We never said boo-hoo about
Right.
Justin Smith.
Nothing.
Right? Now, guys with more flair, like, for example.
Alden Smith. More flair.
I was going to go Rashard Robinson, who was a cornerback, who talked like he was CB1 and like he was shut down Dion, got shipped out of town in like 5 months.
Yeah, because he was getting toasted starting in the preseason. I think he actually was part of Tyreek Hill's coming out party in the preseason where he got beat deep in the preseason game, and he got beat all deep long, and by the midseason, he was like, yeah, get this dude out of here.
Yeah, because he's talking too much.
Right.
You're doing
No
way
doubt.
too much. You know what I'm saying? So there's levels to it, but I do think the younger, flamboyant athlete puts off a lot of people, and that's on them. Like, that's really, to me, that's on them. Like, that's how these guys play. I like being in your face. I love that stuff.
Kyle Shanahan. We're going to get into Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers coming up.
And I'm going to get into this burrito.
Yeah, I am too. Kyle Shanahan says that both Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will take first-team reps this offseason while Brock Purdy works himself back. That's per David Lombardi. Let's get to the Niners quarterback situation. Then we'll get back into the Warriors in the 9 o'clock hour. CJ Holmes of the San Francisco Chronicle will join us to discuss the Dubs and Pelicans game tonight at Chase Center. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
U.S. Bank is ranked number
All right, B. I just shoveled, I'd say 5/8 of that burrito down. Gambino's on the corner of Broadway and Battery. Oh, my God. Chef's kiss. I had an egg. I think it's chorizo sausage, potato, and cheese. I'd hit the spot. Your boy had a salad last night for dinner, and I thought I was full. I woke up this morning, I was ready for more.
Yeah, we didn't. Anna usually gets me the little yogurt and the parfait. She makes it at home. And last night we had to go to ER for a second because baby Chaz busted her lip. We thought she had to get stitches, but she didn't. She's all good.
Sparring?
Yeah, she fell. She was like twirling around like a ballerina.
I probably shouldn't joke about that. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I don't take it personally. Sparring good. He's actually not. I think about
it.
There's
probably it was
sparring with what? Yeah,
my apologies.
It's not because then CPS or whatever
didn't even
is
mean
coming
to
to the
down
house
that
like,
road.
yo, is Bonte putting hands on his kid? That we don't need those problems. People are looking to take me out any way they can.
That happened one night. Benny was like, oh, Jade comes up. Why does he have a bloody nose? I was like, he fell on his face. Like, how? He just fell. We were jumping on the bed and I launched him on accident and he fell on his face. But I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, you know
he
what
fell
I
on his face.
So my brother's son was at daycare and he got bit by another kid. And my brother was all up in arms. Okay, Joey, you ready to jump in?
Oh, well, my mom was I grew up at a house daycare. So my mom and her whole business growing up, there was a home daycare. So we've had a lot of biters, scratchers, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's the parents feel even worse when it's their kid. So yeah, go on, finish.
No, so I said to my brother was all up in arms. He's explaining to me and my wife. And I'm like, dude, I totally empathize. If only you weren't a biter growing up who bit everyone.
It's not good. No, so baby Chaz, man, she had a nice fat lip. I'm just not even touching that one. I don't even know where this is going. Start sparring, so no sparring.
Don't you slander baby Chaz.
Just twirling around like a ballerina. And I was on the phone with Sam Lubman, and all I hear is, get off the phone! I'm like, what? And then I don't even think I said goodbye to Lubman. I just hung up and tossed the phone somewhere. She had the bloody lips. She was sobbing. So we go to Mission Bay. She was all good. No stitches, nothing. She got a little popsicle. Got some ice on her lip. She was all good. Put some Masha and the Bear on in the hospital room. And she was good to go. The only problem I started thinking was like, damn, I got a fantasy baseball draft at 8 o'clock. Here I'm in the hospital drafting from my phone.
Priorities right there, baby.
Who'd you draft?
What does my team look like?
Who are you kidding? You know one player that you drafted. Give it to me.
I have keepers.
Okay.
So I have Trey Turner, Fernando Tatis Jr., Julio Rodriguez. So I have Will Smith, the catcher, Jose Abreu, first base, Houston Astros, bounce back year.
Yeah, he's going to have a monster year.
McMahon in second base with the Rockies, plays second and third. He's going to bat third. Henderson, my boy Henderson, Gunnar Henderson for the Orioles. I had to get him. Overpay for him, but it's all
You
good.
might be the only West Coast Oriole fan I know.
I love all teams. I love baseball. All right? I watch all teams. Got Giancarlo Stanton. I was picking between him and Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant has looked good in the spring.
Yeah, he has.
So I took Stanton. Got Pena at shortstop as a backup. Jung at third base from Texas. And this guy Casas at first base from Boston. They got a bunch of pitchers. DeGrom, Javier, Rogers, Barlow, Hunter Brown, prospect for the Astros, Rasmussen for the Tampa Bay Rays, Senga from the Mets, and then Garcia from the Astros. So a lot of fun. By the way, forget my fantasy baseball team. We're going to get to the Niners here in a second, but Charles Johnson sat down with Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic.
Wait, the old man Charles Johnson?
The old man Charles Johnson.
Really?
Sat down with Baggerly. Let me make sure it's Charles. Yeah. No, excuse me. My bad.
Greg Johnson.
Giants chairman. Greg Johnson.
Oh, the younger one. Okay. Was it on Zoom?
I don't know. You have to ask Andrew Baggerly. So Baggerly sat down, and the contract details was released for Farhad Zaidi.
Oh, he got an extension?
No. So this is the last year of his deal. However, the Giants have a club option for 2024.
What?
So he had a 5-year deal he signed prior to the 2019 season. And Johnson revealed that there's also a club option for 2024 and that the Giants have every intention to exercise that club option. And they hope to have Zaidi running their baseball operations department for much longer than that. Johnson said, I'll put this one to bed as much as I can. In fairness to Farhan, our policy is not to talk about contracts until things get done. But I can tell you that he is 100% here through the end of next season. We do have an option. We don't extend him in the near future on a longer-term basis, which is what we plan to do. At the very least, he'd be here through the end of 2024. So the message is that we are very happy with the direction of the ball club. We're very happy with Farhan in the building, and our goal is to lock him into a longer-term deal.
Yeah, until I see it, I'll believe it. To me, that's the dreaded vote of confidence. That means nothing. I mean, you're in the fifth year, the fifth offseason, okay? And I just watched multiple prospects that are younger than all your best prospects make the big leagues faster. Like, at some point, we've got to look at this development system that they put in place. And I know people don't want to, like, rip it apart and start over again, but, like, we got to start seeing some of these guys, man.
Yeah, well, he said at least through the end of 2024.
How would you rate the job that Farhan's done thus far?
C-. Scale of 1 to 10.
If you threw out and I know people say you can't, but if you threw out the 107, wouldn't it be an F?
It'd be an incomplete F. It's like I need to see more. I still, we think we know the direction, but the direction on paper looks like, hey, we're going to sign guys on 2-year deals with player options for big money. We're going to front load that money, and if they play well, great. If they don't, then they'll move on somewhere else. But in terms of the prospects, direction, in terms of making the team younger and more athletic, I haven't seen that direction. No.
I mean, in 107, they get credit for finding, the Donovan Solanos, and they get credit for finding a Gosman and all those guys. But here's my biggest pushback on the people like, you just won 107. And what's the carryover from that team to today?
There's no carryover. There's no carry. Buster's gone. Chris Bryant's gone.
2009, the Giants won, I believe, 88 or 89 games.
They got close and went in the NOS late.
Pablo emerged.
Mm-hmm. Lincecum
emerged.
Kane.
Buster Posey showed himself at the end of the year, and obviously I think they pitched Bumgarner at the end of 2009 as well, once or twice. Kane. Wilson emerged. There was a variety of guys coming into their own, all at the right time. And so there was this carryover. Even though you had a Juan Uribe that you signed and an Aubrey Huff that you signed, and you found Torres out of nowhere, the nucleus of that team was trending in that direction from 2009 to then, and it carried over to 2010. When I look at the 2021 Giants, Posey's gone. Right. Gosman, gone. Go right down the list.
Yeah.
Everybody's gone.
They're gone.
The only guy that's still here, Belt, gone. The only guy that's still, Darren Ruff, gone, DFA'd by the Mets. The only guy that's still here is Crawford. It's the only guy that I can think of that, and maybe, yes, as you throw him in there, Yastrzemski, although he was hurt at times in 2021. I don't understand what the carryover is, and that's my biggest problem with 107. Okay, you won 107. That was awesome. Now what? Where's the carryover? Where's the player that had a breakout year that carried over into 2022 or 2023? Where's the guy you landed because of 107?
So going back to the Johnson quotes, he mentioned that they have a club option for 2024, and they intend to exercise that option. I think they'll wait on that. Let's see how 2023 plays out.
Oh, you don't want to give him the bag?
2023 becomes a disaster for the Giants.
What's a disaster?
And I'm not predicting. To me, a disaster is you don't win 80 games. You don't finish 500. You don't develop young talent. We don't see Casey Schmidt get better. We don't see some of these young pitchers get better. Camilo Duvall takes a step back. Henniger gets hurt. Peterson does nothing. You know what I'm saying? You look older and slower and slower and slower. Wilmer Flores regresses. Devi VR doesn't take the next step. If all that happens, it's a lot of variables, a lot of ifs. What if you're not competitive? And also, if you don't get butts in those seats at Oracle Park, because that is a factor. Because the lack of buzz at that stadium, it's been a lack of buzz. We've talked about it. Even Laura Britt, who's hosted NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game shows for the Giants, is saying, yeah, the A-game entertainment is taking a step back. So if you don't get butts in the seats, you don't develop young talent, and you don't finish 500, and it's just another ho-hum, hey, we're okay, we're competitive, but we didn't win a lot of games, I could see the Giants pivoting, saying, yeah, we're not going to exercise this option. We need to go.
Who are they competing with?
What you mean?
For Farhan. Who's knocking their doors down to go get him?
I don't know.
I think they have the 17th or 19th best farm right now in baseball. That's 5 years in.
5 years in.
Okay, 5 years in. To me, we should have more fruit on the tree.
So that to me says we're going to see how this plays out. Now, if you exercise him through 2024, you have to see somebody. Like Casey Smith has to take a leap.
Well, yeah,
right?
it's not just him.
We have to see Kyle Harrison.
Yes.
We've got to see either Matos or Luciano or something.
On those guys.
A lot of them.
To
but we
save
have to
his
see
entire regime.
We have to see it.
I know. But this is where I go back to the same thing when it comes to the Giants. And I mean, I think they're sitting on a phenomenal piece of real estate in terms of that's metaphorically how I view this. But right now, it still feels like it's not even a teardown. It's just studs everywhere. That's all it is. And I don't even know if there's a foundation, but it just feels very hollow. I don't know what they're building. What's the ethos of Farhan's baseball acumen? What does he believe in when he puts together a team? What does he believe in?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what I think it is.
What is it?
A ton of cheap pitching.
That's his philosophy?
You tell me.
Does that win?
I'm trying to find guys
I
that
don't
you
know.
don't value.
I don't know what his I don't know what his direction is.
Okay, offensively.
I'm sitting back trying to find it.
Offensively.
I don't know.
Mashers.
Guys who it's the old philosophy, what? Power, no average?
Yes. Strike out
speed,
a lot.
Strike out a lot?
No speed.
That's not good.
Right?
That's not the brand of baseball I like.
And I ask people that all the time. They're always like, well, they're playing smarter modern baseball and da-da-da.
I don't think so.
Not really.
Well, the shift is coming into play.
Yeah.
So your athleticism or lack thereof of athleticism is going to be on full display. Now you're going to need more range in the infield. Your defense that is supposedly has been upgraded hasn't looked good the last two spring training games.
No. They went from a team that had this is the part where I see the text right now from the 224. It can't be forgotten how bad of a situation Farhan was given. No one in the farm, awful active contracts that had no trade value either. Okay, you went from the 20-somethingest farm to 19?
Right.
5 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Is that good enough?
That's not good. That's not good.
Is that good enough?
Well, factor in some context, too. They shot up. They were almost like a top 10 farm system at one point before regressing.
Almost a top 10. Oh, they almost became the fourth best farm in their own division.
Well, no, I'm not trying to say it's like K-pop. I mean, no, that's I think a big knock on what Farhan's done is you had them trending in the right direction, but then all of a sudden you lost like half of that progress. So that's an even bigger dark mark on what Farhan has done since he got here.
It just makes me sad when I look around baseball as I see all these young players getting called up, and the Giants have 24 and 25-year-olds who can't make their team.
All right, 9 o'clock. We're going to make an executive decision. A lot going on at the owners' meetings in Glendale, Arizona. Grant Cohn's going to join the show at 9 o'clock.
Oh,
talk about the quarterback situation.
Were you working on that?
Working on that because I just saw a tweet.
Grant.
Said he asked Shanahan if Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will share first-team reps this offseason. And Kyle Shanahan said yes. Grant Cohn followed up with an unbelievable. And so yesterday, John Lynch said Brock Purdy is the leader of the clubhouse for the number one spot for first-team reps. So we got to figure out what's going on with the quarterback situation. I mean, this is wild to me. And I explained knowing this regime, because after a while you start to get, we know Bob Myers and their philosophy. We know Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr in this system and everything. That's why it's so confusing with Farhan Zaidi, because I still don't know. I don't know the direction. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. I don't. That's why I'm in a wait-and-see mode this year. And I'm saying if I see the same thing that I saw last season, how can you exercise a club option for Farhan Zaidi? It's time to pivot. It's a big boy market.
If we use the same people covering football to cover baseball,
oh my gosh,
how would the Giants be viewed?
Oh, we'd have answers. There'd be a lot of pressure on them.
I mean, think about the winning that the Niners have done, and all we worry about is two things. You can't win the big one, which I think is unfair, and you haven't found your quarterback. And people are ready to, not everyone, but some people are ready to run these guys out of town. They've been wildly successful.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I don't even know if the Giants can find one young player.
No, I don't. So,
isn't that kind of wild?
That is wild. No, we discussed it last week. Why are the Giants covered differently than any other team in this market? The Warriors have hung 4 banners. Think about the rhetoric, the conversation we had about the Golden State Warriors this season.
Sky's falling.
4 championships in 8 years. The Golden State Warriors.
I know.
Who are nobodies for 14 straight years. So Grant Cohn's going to join us from the owners' meetings down in Phoenix, Arizona. A lot going on there as we talk about the quarterback position. Here's what John Lynch had to say about the quarterback room yesterday.
I think Brock has earned the right with the way he played that he's probably the leader in the clubhouse at that. I'll let Kyle make those kind of decisions, but I know when we talk, I think Brock's probably earned that right to be the guy. If we were to line up, he'd probably take that first snap. And really excited about where Trey is at with his progress from his injury. He's been working really hard, and love the opportunity to be able to bring in Sam Darnold and his skill set. We think it's a really good fit, so we like that room a lot.
All right, there it is.
Someone ripping paper?
Yeah, they're ripping paper. Get those notes in, man.
What he said right there, I agree with. Yeah. I think Brock has earned the right to take the first reps.
Hey,
okay.
Hey, John, is Brock's success sustainable?
Just the way he played, the way he processed, the way he led, it was very impressive. Yes, you're right. He's done it part of 1 year, but the way he did it, not just that he did it, the way he did it, I think gave a lot of confidence to everybody in our building. He earned that. It was, there's some things that surprised me. We thought this was a seasoned guy. We knew he was a guy who processed really well. I had no idea he was that good an athlete. I really didn't. His escapability, those things really, I knew he was a good athlete. I knew he had a nice 10 time. But, there's always that projection. Okay, you did this in college. How's it going to translate? It really kind of surprised us how adept he was at being elusive and extending plays, but also playing within the system. So kind of did everything well. And is there room for growth? Absolutely. But he has left us all with a lot of confidence that he's a real guy. I mean, we're excited about that.
If you were able to keep your composure and not get distracted by all the noises after that, John Lynch basically
I agree with him on Purdy being an underrated athlete.
That he believes his success.
Him and Draymond, underrated athletes.
Right.
I'm teasing. No, but like
a lot of players, some people hit me up about that. I was like, yo, let's move on. Let's move. Go.
Well, there's buckets. There's a baseline of athleticism you need to get to the NBA. Like that's obvious. But within the framework of the NBA, there are athletes, non-athletes, and freak athletes. That's the way I put it. Buckets. Right. And I think too many people put him in the non-athlete bucket, and I don't agree with that. No, I think a lot lot of people are like he's just like a goon, and I don't subscribe to that.
You have to
Do you
be
get where
an
I'm going with the
athlete.
bucket? Like there's a baseline of athleticism.
Yeah,
These guys are the best athletes on the planet.
I've never heard anybody say Draymond's not an athlete. That's just me though.
Well, I've heard it. You're not that fast. You jump that
there's
high.
a lot of idiots.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that.
So that's that is what it is.
But Purdy, when you watched him, you could see he could move a little at practice. I didn't know that his short area quickness and his twitch, to little like pump fakes and stuff. He's really good with that stuff.
So Shanahan today, we'll get some explanation from Greg Cohn in 11 minutes. Shanahan basically said it could be week 1, 2, 3, or 4 for Brock Purdy.
Well, here's the other part.
And then John Lynch is saying, we hope Brock Purdy is back for training camp. We shall see. But I'm looking at Trey Lance, and a lot of people are asking, oh, man, Trey Lance should ask for a trade, or Trey Lance, you should look for a market and trade away
he
Trey
should
Lance.
Just stay and compete.
No, let him compete.
Yeah.
You drafted him number 3 overall.
Earn it.
Don't you want, if I'm the 49ers, don't you want Trey Lance to take this job back?
You just want the best man to win at this point. Like I don't think it.
Right.
You're
John
agnostic.
Lynch mentioned that.
You're agnostic when it comes to the personnel, right? Like you really don't care. You just want the best man to win. For example, when they signed Quan Alexander after the failed Reuben Foster thing, they had no idea Fred Warner was going to be as good as Fred Warner was. Right. Even though they play slightly different positions.
They also didn't know Drake Greenlaw would come on the way he did that season.
Exactly, which made Quan Alexander expendable, right? So if Trey Lance develops and becomes awesome and reaches his highest of heights, great. If he doesn't, or if he pushes Brock Purdy to reach his best version of himself, even better. And if neither of those two end up winning the competition and it's Sam Darnold, then so be it. I do find it funny that we're giving Sam Darnold more of a benefit of the doubt than Trey Lance, when I could literally say that the early portions, the very little return that we've seen from Trey Lance is almost identical to what we saw with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how we've just dismissed all of the mistakes and all of the negativity, and now all of a sudden he's got all this upside.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
5 years. I'm telling you.
I agree with the upside portion.
I do, but 5 years, and I knew it the minute he signed. The minute he signed, I said, if people really believe he's the third-string quarterback or has come here to be the third-string quarterback, you got another thing coming. Think again. He's coming here to take that job. It's wide open. You telling me I don't like to do this, hypotheticals, but Shanahan said it could be week 4, right, for Brock Purdy. What if Darnold lights it up the first 3 weeks and he takes that job from Trey Lance? and he lights it up week 3.
Okay.
You don't think half this fan base is going to say, man, you got to stick with Darnold. This is number 3 overall pick. He's got a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Look at the throws.
Because we want to win.
And you don't think Shanahan will want to stick with the hot head?
I mean, yeah, but I would say that for every single position. Yes, I want to stick with the hot
quarterback,
hand.
though. It's the most important position.
I'm with you. Look, I think there's a real conversation down the line, and it's the middle of March. I mean, it's about to be April. We're not even anywhere near it. But I do think there's a real conversation down the line. If you roll with Brock long term, how long is that body gonna last in this league?
I don't know.
You see this league?
Yeah.
Very few guys that are slightly over 6 feet last 10 years in the league and stay productive throughout. Very few. I mean, you're talking about a very small amount of guys. I mean, heck, even the big guys rarely make it to the end. Right. So, his body maintaining all of the hits and staying upright, he's already had a major injury.
And here's the other thing. I'm with you with sticking with Trey Lance. I don't think you should trade him. I don't even think you should explore that.
Well, I think it's bad value to move him now.
Well, 510 Comcast Business Text Line saying, what value does he even have?
That's
so
minimal. I would say minimal.
It doesn't have any value. Also, John Lynch, and I'm going to look for the quote in a second, where John Lynch said something yesterday about, somebody asked him, are you exploring the trade for Trey Lance? We can ask Grant this in 8 minutes. Are they exploring the trade? And he goes, look, man, we believe in Trey Lance, but we'll never not pick up the phone. We'll never not pick up the phone. And so again, no Garoppolo, and the quarterback position is still out with the San Francisco 49ers. So I don't know where we're going to go. I don't know where we're going to see here in the offseason with the Niners. Brock Purdy is going to be out for OTAs. Trey Lance and Sam Darnold will split reps with the first team.
I mean, haven't we learned this before? Like, I'm not going to be up in arms on the 49er quarterback position until I see them on the field in August.
I'm not going to be up in arms, but you don't think we're going to monitor?
Oh, no.
I'm flying down to OTAs as soon as the show's over. When OTAs start, I'm flying down.
I agree with you. but I still don't think you can't win a job at that time, but you can certainly lose a job at that time, but I don't think you can win a job there. And I think there's some positive steps forward that both guys can take, Darnold and Lance, but we're not getting any final predictions or any finality whatsoever. This is just something we're monitoring for months on end.
Also, something that's starting to brew here is Brandon Ayuk, who just went over 1,000 yards. And the Niners aren't ready to consider trade offers for Brandon Ayuk, at least not yet. But here's what Lynn said about Brandon Ayuk. It's interesting when you're at these league functions. Ownership. Oh, man, I just lost the damn quote. Damn it. I should have clicked on it. Fill some time here. I'll get the quote back.
Tizo510 says, I'll let you do your thing. Shasky, once you see Bosa's sweaty legs, you're going to predict the Super Bowl win. Probably.
Oh. I just lost the quote, Brandon Ayuk, man. Damn it. Yeah.
Are you going to go to these mixed practices that they're going to set up with the Raiders?
Well, it's going to be in Las Vegas, right?
I know. You want to go out there?
I'm always down for Vegas.
You think the boss can set us up with a,
Well, it's going to be toasty down there, too.
Yeah, well, they'll probably practice indoors, right?
Well, they have an indoor facility, but they also, like during training camp and stuff like that, they do practice outside.
We go outdoors, no water. You're not allowed to have any of those things. I actually watched a documentary on how Gatorade came about. Did you hear about this?
The guy from Florida.
Yeah,
Gatorade.
They kill actual alligators. It's crazy.
No.
Look, remember the old commercial they had with the guy that goes, "That's why we call it Gatorade."
But back in the day, they thought that drinking water at that time during practice made you soft. That was the belief, and so you weren't allowed to have water, and they wanted to hydrate in that hot Florida sun, and so they came up with Florida Gator Aid.
The commercial's an all-time classic.
It really is, and I still drink Gatorade to this day.
It used to be in glass bottles too.
The glass bottles were so much better.
Remember they had the juice box ones too.
Same thing I say about Coca-Cola, although I don't drink soda like I used to. In fact, I only have it maybe once a month. The Coca-Cola out of the glass bottle is the best.
You know the problem with that, though?
It's Mexican Coke now, because that's
Is that what it's considered?
Exactly. Yeah, it's usually what
it's like sugar cane, not high fructose.
But you know what? The problem with the bottle Coke is it gets warm really, really fast.
Yeah,
it doesn't stay cold.
You only drink half of it.
Yeah, I don't.
A burrito.
I need to be ice cold for a while.
Ice cold.
It's just like that.
Bring the king more ice.
Soda's one of those things. God, I used to drink so much soda looking back as a kid. I used to drink a lot.
Dude.
And then like right after like high school, I pretty much stopped. And now you became an adult, you do like those like unflavored seltzers. Like, ugh, I hate myself for liking
Bonte,
those
you know
now.
what the pregame meal was for basketball? Me and young Guido would go get a Roxy sandwich. Of
course.
Okay, with a Jolt soda.
Oh, my God.
That was before basketball games.
A Jolt. A Jolt. Wow. Yeah, the bottle of Coke, I have, sometimes on game day, I'll have a quick sip of Pepsi. Just give me a little
Are you
jolt.
a Pepsi guy?
I'm both.
I
Coke
look
or
different
Pepsi.
than you then.
Coke or Pepsi.
You're a Pepsi guy. We
Dr.
were not
Pepper
a
better
Pepsi
than
family.
both. Dr. Pepper better
I
than both.
agree.
Were you guys
agree.
Pepsi families? No, I'm not slandering those that are, but
No, we were a
I look
Dr.
at you
Pepper
different.
family.
Coke's better.
I'm not a Pepsi person.
Coke's better, but I will sip a Pepsi here and there.
I'll have a Pepsi.
Yeah.
At Taco Bell.
I think Coke's better. Like Chase Center in the media center, I have the Pepsi, not the Coke. So
Do they?
I have a little. Yeah, I have a little.
Well,
Pepsi.
then you know what? I rescind my decision, and actually, I'm a Pepsi man.
Raymond Ritter on line
No,
one.
Joe Lacob texting me.
Yeah, well, your credential
Me
is
and Steiny and him on a group thread. Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
And both of those. Both of those guys left the conversation.
Would your head explode if all of a sudden Bob's like, my next podcast guest, Joe Shasky?
I'd be happy for you.
No.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater. I'll promote the hell out of that. That only makes our show better. Bob, get this guy on a podcast. He can fill some time.
The slander beneath that tweet that gets put out would be unreal.
Now that's slander. That would be criticism. That would be slander.
And then there'd be somebody saying, Joe, you got the bag.
Oh, man. You're listening to 95.7 KTMT FM in AC1 San Francisco. Why would I be jealous? Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't project out of me, because if I was on that podcast.
If I say.
If I was on that podcast,
I would celebrate your greatness, Your Highness.
No. Oh, my God. Y'all be hating.
All right. If I were to say 5 under-the-radar spots that only a San Franciscan would understand, is Roxy's in that top 5?
Yeah, I don't even think it's underrated anymore, because everybody knows about Roxy's.
Okay. Well, I guess underrated, maybe not but like staple spots?
Roxy's. Is Lou's Sandwiches up there now?
Yes, I think it's OLI, outside looking in.
Yeah, because I have Lou's
it
above
just doesn't have the
Ike's.
tenure. It just doesn't have the tenure.
Yeah,
That's
shout out
the-
to TJ.
Yeah.
I have it above Ike's Sandwiches. Lou's.
back and forth.
I like Ike's. I
do
love
too.
Ike's.
But Ike's has now grown so big, I consider it more Bay
It's
Area.
mainstream.
Yeah.
It's mainstream.
Yeah.
Like when you think about taquerias, right?
Yeah.
Taquerias, I should say.
Yeah.
I always like to say
I know,
taqueria.
you always do. Taki-taki?
Taquerias. What's the most underrated taqueria?
Well, everyone's got their spot, right?
Like, I love Gordo's. I had Gordo's last night.
Yeah, that's a Sunset thing. That's a Richmond thing. You ain't from our side of the city. No, I'm going
As
La
you scratch
Taqueria.
the back of your neck like you're just better. Like you need to do the guru
But
sniff after
I
that.
gotta do
what
the
he doesn't
Pauly-
realize,
the Pauly right hand.
What Shasky doesn't realize is growing up on Waller Street, Mission to 16th and Mission to 18th was a 10-minute bus ride away with the 22 Fillmore.
Well, you should take it.
So that was my thing. Well, I don't take that no more. Well, catch me on Beauty no more. Shout out to Beauty, but I'm not doing that. Come on, man. You think Grant Cohn would take Beauty? Grant Cohn's a man of the people, right? Grant Cohn, quality control for the 49ers. No, I'm kidding. Publisher of all 49ers. Fan Nation, he's down in Glendale, Arizona. And look, I text Grant like 16 minutes ago. I was like, yo, you want to come on the show, man? What's up? He was like, sure, why not? I got time. He's got time on his hands.
Me and Grant are always cooking up skeins behind the scenes.
Oh, I bet you guys
We only
are.
talk every so often, but when we do, I know it's the bat signal. It's Commissioner Gordon on the phone.
already feel the knife in my back right now. It's 2 inches deep. After this interview, it'll be 5 inches
It's got to
deep.
be a 5-foot blade because of how big you are these days.
Grant, what's up, man?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm all right until you stab me in the back here with Joe Shasky. I heard about the backdoor stories here, the backdoor
we're
cuts.
pushing you out, man. We're pushing you out.
It's all good, man.
Hey,
It's all good.
Grant, let's start here with the 49er quarterback thing. It's just kind of insane. We were talking about like there's such an outlier. Forget like Purdy and Lance and all that crazy. Just the fact that they've been wildly successful with so much uncertainty at the quarterback spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've put together a great team, right? Like, since they don't spend $50 million a year on a quarterback, that allows them to have the highest paid middle linebacker, the highest paid running back, the highest paid tight end. They have a really good team, but the question is, can you win a Super Bowl without that guy at quarterback? And they think they can. What's crazy is when they traded for Trey,
they made it seem like you need a special quarterback to win a Super Bowl in this league. Now they've changed their whole stance. It's like, nah, we just need a guy we can win with who's on a rookie deal who's cheap. And that's Brock. So we'll see if he can make it all the way. I still think you need a special quarterback. I think the Niners might be kidding themselves on this one.
All right, so let's start with John Lynch yesterday, then we'll get to Kyle Shanahan today. Lynch yesterday said Brock Purdy's the leader in the clubhouse, but it's going to be an open competition between Darnold, Trey, and Sam Darnold. I mean, Darnold, Trey, and Brock Purdy, of course, but he did mention that Brock Purdy is a leader of the clubhouse. How do you think Trey Lance took that?
I think Trey Lance probably just wants to get the hell out of town.
Really?
I think he would welcome a trade. It's pretty clear that the team hasn't really been enthusiastic about developing him for a long time. They use him as a running back. You saw that little thing. He put up the fingers crossed emoji when Rand Carthon went to the Titans.
Right.
I'm sure he'd love to go to the Titans or Minnesota. So, it feels like he's just in limbo right now. Whenever Brock comes back, that could be week 1, week 4. I'm guessing Trey gets traded. That's probably the most likely outcome at this point.
Well, can we pause on this? To this point, what do you think has been the biggest problem on Trey? Like, what has Trey Lance not done, okay, physically? What has he not done? And what do you think is the biggest misstep that the Niners have done with Trey Lance?
Well, he didn't win right away. Like, that's what Brock did. That's what Jimmy did. And apparently that's how the Niners evaluate quarterbacks. Like, you have to have success right away. Otherwise, they don't want you. Like, forget that Peyton Manning struggled at first, and so did Troy Aikman. But that's it. They feel they're a win-now team, and they just want a young quarterback who needs no development. Which is like, so why did you draft Trey Lance in the first place?
Right.
You could have just stayed at 12, drafted Mac Jones, and had, the cheap young version of Jimmy G, which is what they want. So I don't really understand. I feel like they keep changing their mind on what they want at quarterback.
Well, why don't people consider the fact that Trey Lance did help you win a huge game against the Houston Texans that helped you stay in the playoff race in 2021. He plays an undefeated Arizona Cardinals team in his first start. He runs the ball like he's a quarterback in Army. He plays in a monsoon against Chicago. And, by the way, he's only played with George Kittle in one of those games. It feels like that's not a factor at all. Nobody even discusses that.
It's a great point. And let's look at it this way. So the Niners seem to be really down on Trey. He's like persona non grata. That being said, he's not going anywhere yet. He's still on the team. What if he plays really well this offseason? What if he starts week 1 and has Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and does what Purdy did last year? That changes everything. So really, this is just Kyle and John making a projection. But, last year they thought Brock Purdy was going to be on the practice squad. They don't really know.
Yeah, well, let's stop. So I want to stop right there because I find this to be interesting. Brock Purdy last year at training camp, you and you were at everything. I tried to show up to as much as I possibly could. It was a nice little story, and I was seeing him run around, and I didn't know how sustainable it was. But, this revisionist history that he lit it up at camp, I didn't see that, Grant. I'm talking about Brock Purdy lighting it up at camp. Trey had some good days. He had some bad days. It was everything in between. But this fact that, Purdy lit it up, I didn't see that. Did you?
No, I didn't see that either. I didn't think he lit it up in preseason either. And I thought if the Niners had cut him and tried to put him on their practice squad, that he would have made it. No one would have picked up Brock Purdy based on what he put on film in preseason. So I think we were all surprised when he actually started moving around and ad-libbing in real games with the season on the line. That was impressive. But at the same time, he has some bad habits, like spinning out of the back of the pocket. That's not sustainable. So he's also really little. So we'll see.
He's really little. That's my biggest thing is I look at Russell Wilson. Physically, the game has zapped him of all of his athleticism and he's thicker from the waist down than Brock Purdy. You can win for the next couple of years, conceivably, if Brock plays at that level. But the game of football is so violent. You see these guys by year 8, 9, 10, they're a shell of themselves athletically.
Not only that, the last 4 games. How did we not see him struggle really in those first halves?
Yeah.
And the Niners had to pull those games out in the second half. Nobody, and if that was Jimmy, we would have been all over Jimmy Garoppolo for those first halves. Brock would give him a pass because he was the last pick of the draft. And by the way, Grant, I think people are snitching on themselves by saying, Brock Purdy lit it up. Yet why did the Niners call Ben Roethlisberger, and why did Phillip Rivers get a phone call?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Maybe it's because Kyle Shanahan thinks it takes such a long time to teach his offense to someone. I think they wanted Brock to be the starter. I think they probably were interested in Ben Roethlisberger as a backup. But can you really see Ben Roethlisberger coming out of retirement to back up Brock Purdy?
Absolutely not.
That's not going to happen.
No.
So obviously, it's a joke.
So today, and we're talking to Grant Cohn here. Of course, Grant Cohn covers the Niners as well as anybody out there in this market here. He's down there in Phoenix, Arizona at the owners' meetings where everybody's talking. Today, Shanahan spoke, and he said maybe Purdy will be ready through weeks 1 and 4. However, at OTAs, Sam Darnold and Trey Lance will split reps for the starting as the starters. They're going to split reps with the first team. And I thought as soon as Darnold signed with the Niners, I told Shaskin, I told our listeners, brace yourself. Darnold will have a chance to start. I mean, come on. How could you not? Darnold's going to get every chance to start at quarterback, right, Grant?
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be splitting reps. And if Sam Darnold has a better offseason, he's going to start week 1. They have no more attachment to Trey Lance.
Wow.
None.
How?
So maybe this is a good thing for Trey. I mean, finally he's been written off, and he needs to fight for his career. Maybe this is the moment where he rises to the occasion.
Yeah.
Kind of everything's been handed to him so far since the pandemic.
Yeah. You've been around this team for a long time, and I'm sure you've got different contacts at various points in the organization. I've been asking this out loud. It feels like a lot of people are supporting Brock Purdy, and rightfully so. Like, he's done a lot of really, really good things. Who's the person inside that building who's campaigning for Trey Lance?
I don't think that person exists anymore.
Wow.
I don't think that person exists anymore. Maybe the guy left. Maybe it used to be Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't seem like it's John Lynch. But it seems like when Brock Purdy emerged, whatever they wanted Trey Lance to become, Brock Purdy gives them like 80 to 85% of that, so they just gave up on Trey. Now, again, maybe Trey steps up this year and Brock Purdy's never the same. Like, they're just projecting the future, and they're terrible at that. They have a terrible track record at that. But right now, they really think that Brock's the guy. But I'm going to put it this way. That doesn't mean that they're going to give Brock Purdy, a $400 million extension in a few years. They said they want a cheap quarterback they can win with on a rookie deal. That's Brock for now. It could be someone else in 2 years or 1 year.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Grant Cohn. Brandon Ayuk, another story developing. Brandon Ayuk has been tweeting left and right. He went over 1,000 yards, and he tweeted out, hey, 1K as a fourth option, and he's got an extension coming up after next season. I think he's the best pure wide receiver. I said this last training camp. I think he runs better routes than Deebo Samuel. I think he can do a lot more things as a wide receiver than Deebo Samuel. Deebo's kind of a specialist here. What's happening with Brandon Ayuk? What's the buzz down there in Arizona about BA?
It seems kind of like the same situation that McGlinchey just went through. Like, I'm not saying he's McGlinchey, but they have Trent Williams. And the Niners decided they're not going to be spending on 2 high-priced offensive tackles, so McGlinchey had to go. The Niners already paid Deebo, and I wonder if they're going to have 2 high-priced wide receivers on the roster. Does any team in the NFL have it? I mean, Brandon Ayuk's probably going to be getting $20+ million a year. I don't know that they're willing to spend on both. They already chose to spend Deebo, and that just might put Brandon Ayuk in the Mike McGlinchey territory. He may understand it, and that might be why he's tweeting the way he is.
Yeah, the only team that might potentially have 2 high-priced wide receivers is the Bengals, because they have Jamar Chase's contract coming up, and then my guy from Clemson, who I was
Higgins.
T. Higgins. But we will see because they got to pay Burrow. So I don't even know if they're going to do.
Ayuk isn't as good as those 2 guys.
I agree.
If we're being frank, he's very good though.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Totally agree with that. Last thing here, because man, you're giving us all kinds of good stuff. Lynch, Shanahan. It's a very interesting relationship. I mean, I keep looking at them. Are they in lockstep when it comes to these quarterbacks? Because it doesn't feel like it to me. I don't know. I get mixed signals from the 2 of them when I try to break it down, and then sometimes they're aligned and sometimes they're not. Like, this whole thing is just wild.
It seems like they're in lockstep with Brock and Sam Darnold, but it always seemed like they disagreed on Trey Lance. I mean, the only nice things John Lynch would ever say about Trey Lance is that he's a good kid. He's got that CEO mentality, but he never praised the way he actually played the quarterback position. Kyle tried, and then he stopped once he got Brock Purdy. So I think they probably had some philosophical differences at that spot. I mean, and that's defined their tenure here. Like, they still haven't decided on who the quarterback should be long term, and that's probably why they've won a Super Bowl.
That is absolutely wild. It's just crazy to me. It's insane. So we were discussing this yesterday. If you're Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, or you're a wide receiver on the 49ers, who do you go work out with in the offseason? Do you work out with Trey? Do you work out with Sam Darnold? Do you bring both quarterbacks there? If you're a wide receiver, don't you want to know who the quarterback's going to be?
You do, but at the same time, doesn't this team kind of act like they like having questions with the quarterback?
Yeah.
I think they're like, we don't need a quarterback, and it's all about us, which is wild because they're the only team in the league that acts that way.
I got a couple quick ones. Rat-a-tat-tat-ties. You used to play baseball in high school. Is it play catch or have a catch?
Have a catch.
Have a catch.
Come on,
wow.
That's the East Coast thing. No, my dad's from Brooklyn.
That's why.
Okay.
Yeah,
Who's your
Lowell
favorite
he's
player
wrong.
of all time?
What's that?
Baseball. Favorite player of all time?
My favorite player of all time. Damn. I like Ricky. Are you kidding? I'm from Oakland. Ricky.
There you go. I'm with you. Ricky was freaking awesome. Yeah. Have you ever caught a foul ball?
Never. I'd love to.
Have you ever come close?
Never even close, man. That would be quite a thrill in my life. How about you?
I did. Many of them. In fact,
I dropped the foul ball. Hanley Ramirez hit one to the upper deck foul territory, and I closed my eyes at the last minute. I saw the seams on the baseball.
How much did that hurt?
Well, yeah, I backed up at the last minute.
Have you seen this guy's meat paws? That didn't hurt him at all.
No,
I got a great
good.
quick story. I went to a game with Brian Cotter. We were 12 years old, going to Candlestick. Barry Bonds is on the on-deck circle, swinging a sledgehammer. First pitch in between innings, the guy overthrows the catcher. Ball scoots back around. Barry Bonds points at me, not Brian. God rest his soul. Points at me, picks up the ball, rifles it. Brian sticks his huge glove in front of me, steals the Barry Bonds ball from me, and then Robbie Thompson had watched that from the dugout and goes, "Hey, kid, come over here." And then he throws me a ball. One of my favorite stories of all time.
Great story. Love it.
By the way, Grant, you missed covering the Warriors or the Giants? You want to cover some Giants baseball this year?
I want to cover the Warriors so bad right now. I really want to cover I don't think anyone cares about baseball anymore. I mean, you guys do. But boy, this would be a nice time to cover that dynasty in San Francisco.
What would you say about the Warriors right now?
What would I say about the Warriors right now?
Well, we see this tweet. I think I know.
This season has been I mean, they don't have a full team. Like, if you can give them a center, like, it's scandalous what they're doing to this title. I mean, this is a legitimate championship core, and the Niners actually, like Jed York looks like a better owner right now than Joe Lacob, which is
stop, Grant. I'm not going to let you get away with that. And now I know you and your listeners are going to say I'm in Joe Lacob's pockets, but let's not do that. We'll get to a studio. We'll argue about it then.
Fair enough.
Right. Hey, we're going to go to a game. Giants A's, the three of us, all right? We'll bring our ladies out there. We'll have a great time.
I'm in. Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Grant Cohn covers the Niners down there in Phoenix, Arizona.
Great.
Quickly, we got a break, and then we'll come back on the other side and recap what he said and wrap up this show. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Pig, full service baking, no compromises.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Guru and Bonte in the studio, chopping it up.
Game 7, 2016. I don't know how that conversation. By the way, we got a trophy now for the league, for the Frisco Ballers Fantasy League. Look at this trophy, Shaq.
Let me see it.
I'll show you. It's got the glove. See
that's
that?
cool. Yeah, hold on to yours. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Right, so
Looks
we
like
got
a Gold Glove award.
Yeah, like a Gold Glove.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So, Frisco Ballers, 13th season of this league.
It looks like it needs a little oil and conditioner. Do you know? 'Cause I don't know if I can
Pull out the
squeeze
name
that.
plates,
Yeah.
and I had to make sure to get the trophy after I won the championship. We've been talking about the trophy for 5 years. I want to make sure that
I made a mistake yesterday at practice. I let one of the kids grab my glove and use the glove at shortstop. Now I feel like I'm in for a couple $100 buying him a new glove.
Wow.
Yeah, because he now wants the glove.
He wants the
when
glove.
you go from like 10, 11 to like 12, 13, 14, your hand gets bigger. You need like an adult size glove.
Yep.
So a lot of these kids are transitioning. So unlike that Gold Glove, I will be shopping for gloves later today. Probably go out to Getz in Redwood City.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
check
you
them
go.
out. Great
Check 'em
spot for baseball.
So we got Warriors and Pelicans. It's a huge game. We'll get back into that. I mean, monster game for the Golden State Warriors. They want to finish in the top 6. Monster game. You just go back to all the games they've blown this year. Utah, Orlando, Detroit. I mean, you lost to the Phoenix JV team earlier this season on the 8-game homestand. They've got to win this game tonight. I mean, they don't have the tiebreaker against the Phoenix Suns. They don't have the tiebreaker when it comes to the Clippers. They don't have the tiebreaker right now against the T-Wolves. You don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Lakers. You lose tonight, you won't have the tiebreaker against the Pelicans.
I mean, why even play? I'm just teasing. I'm
telling you, man, it's playoff vibes tonight, man. It's a big game. Dub Nation, it's time to rev it up. 6 games left.
Crank that?
Crank it.
Soldier Boy?
Soldier Boy. We haven't done the Bia Bia this year or the We Ready.
Well, I don't think they've earned anything.
Yeah, they haven't.
You know what? Maybe they need it for tonight.
Maybe they need it for tonight. We Ready. It's a monster game coming off that loss. Steph Curry, I feel like a Steph Curry 40 burgers incoming.
And now people are coming in. All right, some of my favorite places to go get sporting goods for baseball specifically. West Coast. Is it San Lorenzo or San Leandro? I can never know. But it's right there at Marina Landing. T&B up in San Rafael. Great spot where you can get gloves. And then obviously Getz Brothers. Support these small local businesses. Yep. Getz Brothers in Redwood City, Belmont, right there off Industrial. All those places are the spot. Obviously, you can go to like one of the major ones like Dick's or whatever.
Right.
But to me, I like to support the local people that have been doing it for a long, long time. So those are my 3 spots, my go-tos.
You know, Goo and I were just talking about the 2016 NBA Finals Game 7. He was like, I just watched it over.
Yeah.
Bonte, help me.
When I was in Mexico, I was watching Super Bowl 54 over, and I sat
Why do you
there
do that? It's like me watching. I watched Game 6, 2002, Giants Angels during COVID.
Oh,
and I was like, why am I doing this?
Oh, so that game one time, I was working at Cobb's Comedy Club. It was on a
David
Friday
Bell?
night. I was on a Friday night. Great third baseman for the Giants, only for 1 year. It was a Friday night. I was getting ready to go to Cobb's Comedy Club. And MLB Network had that game on, and it got to 5-0. And that's the one game in my life that I will not watch over.
Really?
In its entirety.
Scott Spezio, Felix Rodriguez?
I don't even get to that point. It got to 5-0.
And Felix Rodriguez was very good for the Giants.
Very good that season.
But if you say Felix Rodriguez, I automatically think Scott Spezio.
I think Scott Spezio did. I think the Marlins. Game 4. Giants rally from a 5-0 deficit. He comes in the game, gives up 2 runs right away.
Yeah.
Damn. In that game, I told you about that game. That story. When they went down 5-0, I left the house and went to go get a Metro phone. I said, to hell with this team. I'm done with the Giants. And I come back in. My cousin's at the door, Jesse Street. He's like, banging on the door. They came back. I'm like, go open the damn door. And I look, and I'm like, 5-5, we're back. We're going to get a game 5. And then Felix Rodriguez comes in, gives it up. And then JT still takes the widest turn around third base.
Conine makes the throw of his life. Who got the hit?
Jeffrey Hammond.
Look at you.
Come on, Jeffrey Hammond, classic Oriole.
Was he number 16 for the Giants, him and Renneria?
He may have been 16. JT still took the widest turn.
Yeah, I know.
Took the widest turn. And the worst part about it is, I wish they would have held JT Snow because Rich Arroyo was on fire.
I know.
Playing for a contract. Damn. But the Game 6, Giants-Angels, is the one game I will not watch in its entirety.
He's number 16 for the Giants.
Yep. I will watch the Kyle Williams game. I'll watch the Ravens Super Bowl.
You won't watch that?
I won't watch that. That one's painful. I wanted that one so bad.
Dusty flipping the ball to Russ.
I wanted that one so bad because it meant that Barry Bonds wasn't going to win.
I know, and he was dominant that entire postseason.
He hit a home run in that Game 6. And it was like the cherry on top.
I watch it all the time off Troy Personal.
It was no, not that one. You're talking about Game 2.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Game 6.
Game 6. I'm sorry, that's
Game 6
because there was one in early in the series.
Yeah, Game 2.
Yes,
and they lost that game.
They literally go to I don't know if it was Tim Salmon or was it Tim Salmon or Troy
That's the farthest ball I've ever seen hit
ever in my life,
and I still don't know where the ball landed.
Yeah, because the fog coming in.
It's just like, damn, that was a bomb.
A young K-Rod, John Lackey, Eckstein.
So Bonds in that Game 6.
That team.
Bonds in that Game 6. If I'm not mistaken, you should look this up. I think he hit it off of K-Rod, maybe. But he hit a home run in that Game 6, and it was like the cherry on top to the Giants winning their first ever World Series in San Francisco. And I remember sitting there with Grandma Essie by myself saying, I looked at her, and I said, oh, my God, the Giants are about to win the World Series.
Yeah, everyone said that.
I was cheesing ear to ear, thinking about where my broke ass was going to go party.
And think about Dusty Baker. He had to wait this long to win that World Series.
20 years later.
So he's got 2,000 career wins. He's been to the World Series with, multiple teams. Mm-hmm. He was the only guy without the World Series win. And they're all Hall of Famers. There's like 5 different guys that have done what he would done up until this year to get that one World Series win, and he finally gets it. I think there's a good chance they repeat.
Yeah. Yeah. And everything broke apart after that. Yeah, that's one game I won't watch back. I'll watch Super Bowl 54. That one's painful.
Have you watched back the Laker playing game loss where LeBron saw 3 rims?
Yeah, I have. That was fun.
And Steph gave him the shut up.
Yeah, I've watched the overtime loss in the Memphis Grizzlies. I watched all that stuff. I watched Game 7, 2016. I watched the Raptors series over.
So, 510. All right, Shasky, can you repeat the sporting goods store in San Leandro? I'm about to buy my son some gear, and I was going to go to Big 5. I'd rather support locally. All right, so if you're in the East Bay, all right, you know where that Nike store is on Marina Landing? I think it's called, or not Llewellyn, I think it's Marina. What's that Nike? It's a Nike outlet?
Yeah, it's next to the Nordstrom rack there, too.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
Okay,
right,
so
San Leandro.
Keep going straight. You're going to see a Jack in the Box. Hang a left, okay? It's called West Coast, either Goods or West Coast Sporting Goods. I'm not sure. You go in there, and it is a baseball mecca. It's amazing. They've got bats, they've got hats, they've got gloves, they've got everything that you need. It's been there forever. You go support them. They've got a ton of actually very inexpensive baseball pants for kids. And then that's the spot in the East Bay.
So breaking news when it comes to the 49ers. They're planning to borrow $120 million from the NFL's Stadium Fund to upgrade premium seating and scoreboards over the next 3 years before Levi Stadium stages the 2026 World Cup games. And the team could try to host Super Bowl 60 that year as well. NFL owners are expected to vote on the funding Tuesday at the annual meetings, which is later today, according to a copy agenda obtained by The Athletic. The owners are also voting on stadium funding for renovations to Cincinnati's Paycor Stadium, where the Bengals play. So Levi Stadium looking to upgrade the scoreboards.
Team USA playing there would be so sick.
Premium seating.
So sick.
Yeah, it will be sick. That will be sick. So,
I was actually I was actually talking to somebody with the 49ers, and I've got a bunch of suggestions that I'm going to submit to them regarding some stuff. No, I mean this, to make the experience a little more fun in certain areas. So, they've obviously been very receptive to some of the things that we need. What are we, 10 years in?
2014 first season.
I think that's the one thing, as Chase Center is very new. AT&T, a.k.a. Oracle, it's been here 23, 24 years, and it feels like every time I go to the ballpark, they've added different elements, and they've kept it fresh and new and stuff. It's good to see Levi's doing the same thing.
Right. Upgrade the traffic, the parking lot situation. That's my biggest beef. We got to do a better job of coming in and out of the stadium. That's my biggest beef. It shouldn't take 35 minutes to get from Great America Parkway, right there as you enter the stadium to get your parking spot.
I was actually told by Birdie that they had lost some parking lots, that not the Niners, but the city and county had lost some parking lots. And so traffic in the area due to construction and the loss of some lots, it was strained last year. In fact, heading into next year, I said, all right, that being said, I would like to have someone on who can kind of talk it through with some of the people, and we can come up with some strategies for people that have questions on where they should be parking to get in and out. Look, on game day, it's going to be difficult to get in and out. I don't care what the event is. A Warrior game, a Niner game, a Giants game, a Rams game, a Dodger game. When you have 50,000 people leaving one venue simultaneously, there's going to be some trouble.
But there got to be more than 2 lanes. Getting out of green lot,
I agree.
yellow lot, and all that stuff. There's got to be more lanes to get out.
Yes.
The traffic's got to flow a lot better coming out of there. So construction or not, we got to do a better job of getting out. I agree. There's always going to be traffic, but you shouldn't have to sit at a standstill for an hour.
Well, and that's where I think my biggest gripe is not with the 49ers. It's with the event staff that has been hired as a third party. They're set up the cones. We need to, the public, the Niner fans need to get together and tell the local officials in the area, like, we got to do better on the ingress egress. That's not on the Niners. That's also on the community officials.
All right, here's Grant Cohn on why he thinks. So we'll get back into the Warriors.
Yeah.
By the way, final thoughts coming up at 888-957-9570. Final thoughts on the Golden State Warriors. Here's Grant Cohn on why he thinks Trey Lance should want out.
I think Trey Lance probably just wants to get the hell out of town. I think he would welcome a trade. It's pretty clear that the team hasn't really been enthusiastic about developing him for a long time. They use him as a running back. You saw that little thing. He put up the fingers crossed emoji when Rand Carthon went to the Titans.
Right.
I'm sure he'd love to go to the Titans or Minnesota. So, it feels like he's just in limbo right now. Whenever Brock comes back, that could be week 1, week 4. I'm guessing Trey gets traded. That's probably the most likely outcome at this point.
Well, see, I don't think Trey has value yet, and that would be a massive blunder if you trade Trey Lance.
Would it be if they think that they have Brock Purdy? Does that even itself out?
That's a lot riding on Brock Purdy. I agree
with
as
that.
a fan base confident that Brock Purdy can lead this team to a Super Bowl over the next 5 years? Brock Purdy played really well down the stretch last year.
Okay, let me ask you this: who had a better season last year? I'm asking you sincerely: Daniel Jones or Brock Purdy? Because if you ask me the question if Daniel Jones is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, I would probably say absolutely not.
I would say no, although Jones had less to work with.
Agreed.
Purdy had a lot more to work with.
I think he has some good talent too.
Right. His legs, he has a good arm.
And I don't even love Daniel Jones.
And it was his first year with Brian Daboll.
I know.
So, Brock slightly, but would Brock be able to take that New York Giants team to the playoffs? I don't know the answer to that.
Wow. Yeah, I don't either. But I have big faith in Brian Daboll.
Exactly.
Right? And that's why I'm using him as an example. Like, coaching really does matter. Obviously, the players around you really matter. They have thrown to no wide receivers. I don't know. I'm just asking out loud, like, I still believe that when push comes to shove, you have to have the Burrows, the Mahomes types, the Allens types. Like, I do believe that. Can you win a lot of games with service level quarterback or even, much better? Yeah, hell yeah, you can. Like, yes, like the Vikings did last year, for example.
But can you win the big one?
That's the question that I don't know if I have an answer to.
Can you win the big one?
This feels like the case study.
Shanahan also mentioned today that, he doesn't believe Darnold has been in the best position to succeed as a quarterback. And that he was a number 3 overall pick for a reason. And they believe in his skill set. They believe he's a highly talented quarterback. That's according to Kyle Shanahan.
You know what's funny? Is like we keep going back to college with Sam Darnold. Trey had better film than Sam Darnold.
Well, it's comparable.
Oh.
Sam Darnold has some really good
decision-making
film.
in the middle of the field,
Yeah,
Sam Darnold made a ton of mistakes.
But also Sam Darnold has some games where it's like,
no,
wow.
I agree. He would throw an interception and then come down and throw a touchdown.
I saw him lead Levi Stadium, backs against his wall, 99-yard drive. Out of his own end zone, throw a dime down the field, and USC goes on a 99-yard drive, and I was like, damn, Darnold, okay,
he had
I
some
see you.
great NFL talent as well, because that's the big thing on Lance. Oh, he played with Christian Watson, and he played with Juju. You know what I mean? Like, he played with a lot of really good players. Sam Darnold did as well. I think their coach stunk, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, like, we're going a lot on, like, he was a number 3 pick. Once you're drafted, it doesn't matter where you went.
Well, that's Shanahan.
Jimmy Garoppolo was a second-round pick. Nobody ever brings that up.
No, we bring it up a lot. I brought it up when it was coming to defend him. It was like, oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's fun. Well, it was a second-round pick for a reason.
But does it matter once you get into the league?
Matters.
Like when he's dropping back, like defenses aren't, it's a second-rounder versus a first-rounder. So, you either can play or you can't.
Here's the full quote, Shanahan on Darnold. Sam has as good of a skill set as there is. That's why he went as a 3rd pick in the NFL draft. When you study his play, you can see it too. I don't think he's always been in the best situations. That is a quote from Kyle Shanahan about Sam Darnold and this quarterback situation is going to be wild in Santa Clara. Let's go to Raider Debater in Oakland. Raider Debater, long time no talk. What's happening, my man?
What's going on, fellas, man? You know, I'm still here. I just be lurking, man, but I still listen every single day. Love y'all. Love the show.
Appreciate you.
Try not to call in anymore, you know what I mean? Because it's getting kind of crazy, but I can't take it anymore, man. I'm tired of people coming at JP and coming down JP's road, man. The reason why we're not going to win is because they keep trying to humble Jordan Poole. The only way we do win the chip, the Warriors, is the humbling of Jordan Poole needs to stop. Look, man, last season, JP became a star. He got the bag. Then Clay wants to humble Poole in the shooting contest. Dre punches JP. Steph gets thrown out of the game for talking crazy to JP, and then Kerr continues to bench him. Man, go look at all the games with the Warriors right now. They struggled the majority of the time in the first and the fourth quarters. JP needs to start these games and finish them. I told you that it is a confidence thing with JP. He's a star at 24, but he continues to get humbled by his own team, and the fans want to scapegoat him. Like nobody else is throwing the ball away and turning the ball over in crucial times. We already know JP's stat when he starts. It's 24 a game when he starts, 14 when he doesn't. Why are the Dubs not trying to empower this man and not playing to this man's strength? Don't give me that he's not playable in the fourth quarter, because guess what? Kerr doesn't play him most of the time in the fourth quarter, and the Warriors are still not good in these fourth quarter games. Are still not good overall. So why are we not starting this man and finishing him? Now, Vontae, I got to come down your road, brother. I love you. I got to come down your road. And I wouldn't say it's slander, but I would say you come down JP's road more than you do Steph, Clay, and Dre. Look at the Dubs not looking good since Steph has been back, man. The Dubs are what? 5-7 since Steph returned. Vontae Hill will lead you to believe that there's no validity in plus and minus, but Vontae went on a 10-minute rant about JP having a minus 33 against the Grizzlies. So let me put this in your brain belt real quick. The Dubs are 5-7 since Steph's injury, right? Or since he's
so what are you saying? We should start. What are you saying? We should start JP maybe ahead of Clay? Let him stay
That's
on.
exactly what I'm saying. No. Absolutely not, Vontae. What I'm saying is there's no way Dante DiVincenzo should be starting over JP. Go look at his numbers in March.
I never said DVV should start over JP. I don't like
My
DVV as a
favorite
starter.
part of this call was when you came in like you were Obama. Now, Mitch McConnell would have you believe that X, Y, and Z. No? Did anyone else get those same vibes? It felt like a presidential debate. Now, Donald Trump over there would make you believe.
Let Raider Debater keep going.
I'm feeling it.
Let the Raider Debater keep going. He wants to say I said 10 minutes. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that there was a big stick about JP having the minus 33 on the day that they played the Grizzlies, even though plus and minus has no validity.
I laughed at the minus 33. I said, how the hell do you become a minus 33? That's what I said on the show. Go back and listen to the tape.
Let me show you then. So the Dubs, since Steph has been back, has been 5-7, right? Okay. In that span, Clay has been a negative or minus 57. JaMychal Green, a minus 41. JP, a minus 36, even though he had a minus 36.
So now you're referencing plus minus now.
Yes, I am.
All right. Okay. No. Let him keep going. No, let him keep going. He's on the roll. I want to hear from him. Raider Bader, keep going. You're on the roll.
Okay, 5-7. 5-7 since Steph's return. Clay's a minus 57. JP is a minus 36. JaMychal Green is a minus 41. DiVincenzo is a minus 35. Looney is a minus 34. Kuminga is a minus 30. Now, repeat this. Dre and Steph is a plus 29 and a plus 27. Now, I got to come down Steph's road. Obviously, no one's playing good but Steph and Dre since Steph's been back. Steph and Dre need to go to JP and say, you're the man. You need to be starting. We need you. You need to run the point. Because guess what? Since he's not starting, we haven't been any better. We need to go, and we need JP to be starting and finishing.
There you go, Raider.
Hey, Raider Debater.
Give him a round of applause.
Quick question. No, that was good. It was a lot. That was a lot of data. I loved it. What are you doing later on today?
He's off the air.
Like, does he hang up and listen, or does he hang up and then go to Target?
You heard him. He's lurking, man.
That's lurking.
What he said.
My favorite is when he said, "I'm coming down your road." It's like, nah, dog, you're in the car ready to do a drive-by.
Well, I love Raider Debater. I've gotten to know him over the years.
He's a P1.
He's the same guy who came down my road when it came to flipping Draymond Green for Harrison Barnes.
What do you mean?
He wanted to flip Draymond Green for Harrison Barnes for many, many years, and would call me out on that.
Who doesn't have a bad opinion?
No, it's okay. It's okay. And then last year, of course, JP needed to start He was on that JP should start. Clay should come off the bench. And we saw how that worked out. And so I referenced, we were talking about the Memphis game. It wasn't just JP. I said they all looked bad, looked horrible. Ty Jerome got called out on national television by Reggie Miller. But I said, how the hell do you become a minus 33? I'm not even a plus-minus guy. Minus 33 is minus 33. Damn. I don't think it's fair because the other day there was a stat. Jordan Poole scored 19 points in the fourth quarter, 33 overall in the game, and somebody had a great game. It was like a minus 11.
Oh.
And it was a joke. And it was like, come on, plus minus should be, we should abort the plus minus. Just get it out of here. Get out of the basketball. Keep it in hockey. And using it in basketball terms is terrible.
I'm thinking now, moving forward, guys, once a week, I would like to do a debate forum on non-sports topics with some of our callers where they come in and they have a grudge or whatever, and we just let like an impromptu, it's like an impromptu speech, like we're having a debate back and forth, and we give 1 minute to the caller, and then Bonte gets to listen to their entire argument, then he gets to go, and we put the two up on the internet, and the internet determines who the winner of the conversation.
Like Takeoff, the old butcher shop days.
Yes!
Let's go. It's got the bed in there somewhere.
What do you think?
I'm down for that.
Because I was loving the way, like, Raider, I'm coming down your road. I loved it. But I want to get away from sports. Let's do something else. Like, what's the best bicycle?
Might be a daily segment in July.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Are you a Jordans guy or a Converse guy or gal?
So I'm not even going to get in a plus minus. I guess I've become the poster boy of the Jordan Poole slander.
Why?
Somehow, some way. Look at 510. He's loving this. Bay 510 area. One of my biggest haters. I love him too.
This is an interesting text. The Warriors are playing with two teams, the veteran core and the youngsters.
Something we said that all.
And
we said that all
sometimes
year.
it's like they play against each other.
I mean, I don't get what he was saying when they're 5-7 when Stephen Curry comes back. What is that an indictment on Steph Curry?
No. I think what he's trying to say. No, it's not an indictment.
He's trying to say that Jordan Poole should just basically start.
No. I think what he's trying to say, and it's very difficult to phrase, but I think where he's going, and
is that the team plays differently with Stephen Curry?
It feels like you have multiple teams, right? You have the non-Steph Curry team where certain roles are changed and the style of play is changed, and then you have when Steph plays, and it's like an entirely different team, right? It would be like, Bonte, it would be like if you had Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson on the same team. You don't play offense the same way with Joe Flacco that you do with Lamar Jackson, right? And I feel like the way the Warriors are constructed, there are times when Steph Curry's not on the team and he's hurt, they play completely different than they do when Steph Curry's there. That's all. I don't even know if I subscribe to it fully, but I kind of understand where they're going. We're not saying Curry isn't great. That's not what we're saying.
It's Curry's team.
What we're saying is that I get that, but what we're saying when you miss.
So what you should do now? Should we tell Curry, hey, scale it back a little bit?
No. I just think that how you put together the team, it becomes very difficult because you're trying to build two different teams essentially. Would you agree that Klay Thompson had, at least in the last 2 months, has been a little different in games where Curry doesn't play as opposed to when he does play?
Was Pippen different when Jordan retired?
Absolutely.
Were the Lakers different when LeBron wasn't playing?
Absolutely. I mean, but what I'm saying is that the adjustment is very difficult, and you're seeing it in real time struggle.
So when I let me look at the other night. So Minnesota game.
We can call this segment. You know what really grinds my gears?
Let's get these calls. Look at this. So if he wants to talk about plus minus, right? He wants to rattle off, Brady Debater want to rattle off the plus. That's why plus minus is a joke.
It's not a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a tool that can be referenced.
It's a joke.
All right.
I'm going to say it's a joke. I believe it's a joke.
All right.
So Jordan Poole is one of the better players on the floor for the Warriors the other night, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was a minus 11 and a plus minus. Scored 27 points, 8 of 16, 3 of 8. He was a minus 11. Klay Thompson, who was 5 of 17, hit one shot in the second half. 1 of 7 in the second half. He scored 15 points. He was a plus 13. He had the highest plus minus on the basketball team. And you could say, man, Klay did not have a good game. Klay admitted after the game that he did not have a good game. Yet he was a team high plus 13. Jordan Poole scored 27 and game high for the. Was it a game high? Yeah, it was a game high. Team high, game high. And it was a minus 11. So what does that say about that tool? So when people come at me about, the plus minus, and we didn't even go off about that. It was just like, damn, minus 33. That's laughable. That's unfair to Jordan Poole to say he was a minus 33. I think that's where we're getting at. So then we look at this stat, and you want to use it as a tool to argue. What do you say about that? He was a minus 11.
Well, I think what people are doing is they're trying to quantify defensive effort, and part of the plus minus that becomes flawed is it doesn't account for the other players that you're playing alongside, whether it be offensively or defensively. But, it's very difficult to quantify defense. Wouldn't you agree?
Right.
I think in basketball more than any, we can quantify offense, assists, points. Now, and even that doesn't truly tell the story. But it gives you an idea of a player's impact. Whereas defense, we don't get that. So I think a lot of people like to point to plus minus as a way to quantify not just your offensive output, but also your defensive output. And like I said, it's an incomplete. To me, you can take plus minus over the entire year, and I think you can get a lot of trends from that, or over a month. Over a singular game, I don't think it tells the full story.
And Curry being back and the Warriors having a 5-7 record since he's been back doesn't tell the full story as well. You don't have 39 wins without Stephen Curry, and I get it. He's been out for a long, long time.
Totally agree.
Long time.
They've actually
and they're going to, and you knew they were going to
shocking.
play different. You knew they were going to play different with Stephen Curry because Stephen Curry's the guy, and he's going to run off multiple screens. Of course, you're going to tweak it a little bit. Where Jordan Poole's going to go line drive, boom. When he's at his best and he's going 1-2 dribbles, boom, to the rack. Instead, when he's doing the hot sauce stuff, and they're like, oh, boy, here we go. It's messing up the flow of the read and react offense.
Well, why do you think Gobert keeps winning, did for a long time, Defensive Player of the Year?
Well, they're giving Defensive Player of the Years and hockey assists and screen assists, and they're making up all these numbers about them.
Well, and block shots is something that people quantify. So if you're a perimeter defender and you're not getting a lot of steals because for whatever reason you're playing deny defense and your guy doesn't get it, to the people that are looking for stats to prove their point, there aren't a lot out there.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. And so blocks and steals, those things are, you could stack those, you can accumulate those. How do I define denies? Right. How do I define when I box my guy out and I don't get the rebound, but someone else comes in and clear it? And this is why I think plus minus, it's not the end all be all. I see why it's a tool. I feel like we overuse it.
No, we use all.
It's a crutch.
It's a crutch. I want Raider Vader in studio now. It's the same guy who told me that the Warriors are better off with Harrison Barnes and Draymond Green.
Is pepperoni, is pineapple allowed on a pizza?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, see, we need you to have you debate this with the audience. The great debate. Bonte versus the people.
But here's the thing. I don't care if somebody tells me that pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza. I'm eating a damn slice.
So do you go
Hawaiian? I go where? I'm usually a pepperoni and black olive guy.
Ew, olives?
And mushrooms. I love black olives.
I don't like olives.
Jade loves black olives, 200 pieces.
Loves black olives.
She gets chicken, black olives, and artichoke hearts on
Black olives are amazing.
I love artichokes, but not on my pizza.
Right.
Are you clams on a pizza?
No,
that's an East Coast thing.
Yeah, I'm not on that.
I don't do that. So if somebody doesn't want pineapples, they're Bonte, that's the wrong way to eat a pizza. I say, the hell with you. I do whatever I want on a pizza.
All right, I'm going to create an open. We're going to make this a segment.
No, we should. I want Mike Snow as first. I want him. I want Mike Snow.
Do you want a piece of Bonte?
We
got to come up with
you write it off, all these plus minuses. And by the way, we do this. I love when we do this in basketball. The two-man combination between Steph Curry and Draymond Green is a net 58. Last time I checked, basketball was a 5-on-5 game, not a 2-on-2 game, right? Am I mistaken? Or are we playing what was the game? Arch Rivals, where you can hit people on the court. You're playing 2-on-2.
Double dribble.
Or is it NBA Jam?
Was it double dribble?
Double dribble is 5-on-5, but NBA Jam,
NBA Street.
NBA Street.
Yeah, you could push, you could shove.
all these data points with the combination of these three, and that it's 5-on-5.
My favorite was the Clippers in that game because I could be Q and Lamar
Darius
Odom.
Miles.
Yeah, they were pretty saucy.
Yeah. So that's what
but I'm with you on that.
Jackie in Oakland. Jackie, what's happening?
Hello.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey there.
I just wanted to. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We can.
Yes, I wanted to comment on Jordan Poole, and I was just saying that he's young. He came in and he was really good for the championship, but he's still young and he still gets a little confused on the floor. He dribble, and then he doesn't know where to go. But he has a while to go, but until he gets his mind thought together on the court, it's not going to be. He's not going to be as great. And also, the plus and minus is only good for resumes. That's it. It just looks good on paper.
Right.
That's it.
Jackie, you know what's funny? I asked Darrell Wright this one time, a couple of years ago. I said, do NBA players go in the club? You know, like high school, right? We used to go to the Bruce Mahoney game with our jerseys on and be like, and I remember my boy Donald Lockett. He's now a cop in San Francisco. Shout out Donald Lockett at Lowell. I remember he walked around the Bruce Mahoney game with his Lowell jersey, high school on, had the newspaper saying, you see that guy right there? That's me. I ran for 200 yards against Mission High School. Like, he was flexing, which I'm not mad at. You know what I'm saying? I score. If I ever scored 30 points,
jealous, but
yeah, I was jealous. I was like, damn, he ran for 200. Damn. I wish I sniffed 50 yards on the field. Anyway, I asked Darrell Wright. I said, do NBA players ever brag about plus minus? Do like legit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, players are sitting there, yo, I'm at the club, like, yo, man, I had a plus minus 27. I was a plus 27 on the floor today. I scored 2 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, but I was a plus 27. Nobody references that. Not a lot of people. It's this new tool, man. Got to give me more than a plus minus. Because there's a defensive end of the floor. And who are you playing with? Like, if Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and you add a 5, add Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Alfonso McKinney.
You don't think Alfonso McKinney's going to be a plus 12?
Yeah.
Just on the strength of running up and down the floor next to those great players? Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing with plus minus, man? You cannot use plus minus as an argument to quantify your point about Jordan Poole.
What was Luke Longley's plus minus?
I know. Bill Whittington.
Will Purdue. Should we go through all of them?
Yeah, Will Purdue.
Bill Cartwright.
USF
legend.
Yep.
Who I actually saw recently in the city.
Yeah, he's always in the city.
Yeah.
Bill Whittington's Mully's buddy. Played together at St. John's. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's his boy.
Whittington.
Yeah, that's his winning. That's his
I
boy.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Now
What
call
does
them
he
Bulls
think-
games.
What does he think about the vampire going over there?
Oh, St. John's?
Yeah.
Well, you heard from Lou Carnesecca. He had a quote. Here, I'll pull this up.
I did not hear from Lou Carnesecca.
No. He was in the New York Post.
I don't even know who that is.
Former St. John's legend.
He's like 98 years old.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Coach.
sorry, my St. John's red information is not up to
Come
date.
on now. All right, fill some time here. I'll pull it. Here it is. Right here. Nobody has ever loved St. John's. This is in the New York Post last week, or represented it with more dignity than Lou Carnesecca. So the question had to be asked, was Louis okay with the school hiring a coach who ran a scandal-scarred program at Louisville and whose acknowledged personal indiscretions as a victim in an extortion case don't quite align with St. John's stated values? Carnesecca said, it's very simple. That's why we have confessions.
Oh, see, him and Gavin Newsom, I can't look at the same. When you have extra relations with someone so close to your family, you're a scumbag. It's just, I'm sorry. Like, it's just, you're just a
That's really
scumbag.
good. That was a hot song. Even the remix was good. Shine
So
and Kanye. Shree in San Jose. Shree, what's happening?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Oh, my God.
It's time for Xfinity Fast 5. Fine. You wanna make me the poster boy of Jordan Poole slander? Fine. Go ahead.
No one's doing that. You're doing that to yourself.
No,
right
these
now.
idiots on the chat.
No one
and on
is.
Twitter.
The chat will always be there.
No, Jordan Poole said what he said Friday. I'm getting on. The morning roast is getting tagged. What? What? Are you guys just hating just to hate? I get it. You don't like us. But guess what? We're going to continue to dominate this slot.
Have you not heard from Howard Stern, Private Parts movie?
Oh, yes.
The average Howard Stern listener listens for 20 minutes. The average Howard Stern hater listens for an hour and 20 minutes.
Exactly. They're all listening. Dominate this slot.
Common answer, I want to hear what he's going to say next.
Let's go. Let's go. You know you love the roast. You can hate us, but you're still listening.
Why
Final
you wanna
thoughts.
play
We got some calls
hate
rolling
on
in.
me?
Let's get these calls real quick, love me,
All
and get
right.
them out of here. We'll land on a
And
high
we
note.
can hear all of you. Bang! Go!
Mojo SF. Bonte is a poster boy for Poole Slater. Shasky's a poster boy for Smith fan club, who we won't see at Yankee Stadium.
Guilty as
unfortunately.
charged.
Oh, hey there. Raider debater. You don't want me debating Bonte, bro. I'm the Raider debater. You also love Harrison Barnes. Paul in South City. What's
hey
happening?
there.
Hey there, Paul.
What's
hey
going
there.
on, fellas?
What's up, Paul?
Hey, I know you guys can hear me. Real quick, it's blasphemy when they talk about slander about Jordan Poole.
I hear all the criticism. I hear all the critiqueness. It's never slander. It's crazy. Young bull, I get it. You know what I mean? All the media and social media getting to him. All the pressure. But at the same time, man, it's crazy. I love y'all. Keep doing what y'all doing, man.
Thank you. San Quinn said it best. Pressure makes diamonds.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Or it makes your pipes bust.
Here you go. Final thoughts from 610. You guys are terrible for cutting that guy off. I don't think he's ever going to call back. Come on, people. Maybe I'll find a new radio show to listen to. We can hear you guys.
We're up against the end of the show. We got to keep it moving.
All right, plus minus is a good stat if used in a long period of time. Good reason why Wiseman is no longer with the team and Looney is heralded. That was from the 408. 209, I believe Clay's inconsistency is the real issue, honestly. Hell of a shooter, but when he's off, it's really bad. It is. And that's it for us. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Hey, the future starts now.
Spadoni, Sam, Bonte, can you hear me?
Nope. Oh, hey there.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you. And now they have an app delivering a mechanic to your door, just like a restaurant delivery.
All right, what is up, Bay Area? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And everybody who listens to this show knows we talk a lot of Warriors. And we're going to talk Warriors today.
Big game.
Huge game. This is the danger that the Warriors have put themselves in now with this 39-37 record. They better not lose tonight. Because they've fallen. Last night was not a good night for the Warriors.
Man,
Phoenix won, the Pelicans won, Minnesota won, the Clippers won.
Stop it!
The Warriors dropped to 7 now officially because Minnesota has the same record as them, but Minnesota's got the tiebreaker over the Warriors because the criteria, if it's 2-2, which it is best conference record, and Minnesota's going to have it.
Man, your boy Finchie went up there, no lighting the beam on his watch.
No.
They won that game without Cat.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about the Warriors because they got to win tonight. Otherwise, they'll put themselves more at the mercy of everybody else. But here,
what you got?
I want to talk about the 49ers for a sec because there's some news regarding the 49ers and their quarterback situation. Yeah, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have come out and talked about how Brock Purdy deserves to be the number one quarterback. He'll probably go into training camp as a starter if he's healthy. If he's not healthy, Kyle Shanahan just said moments ago to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area that there's an opportunity for Trey Lance to start week 1 if Purdy's not quite ready and Trey Lance is okay, all that stuff. Yeah, great. And there's Sam Darnold waiting in the wings. Here's my question, and just explain this to me. So the San Francisco 49ers have been extremely successful throughout let's say in the Kyle Shanahan tenure. Shanahan can coach. The 49ers have put together incredible teams. There's just been this one position that they haven't quite figured out, and that's the quarterback. They've had a lot of them in the Kyle Shanahan era. So my question is this, and maybe there are logical reasons.
All right.
One of the best quarterbacks in football, Lamar Jackson, has asked to be traded. There's a chance he won't play in Baltimore this year. He doesn't want to play in Baltimore. It's clear. Like, Lamar Jackson is available. So my question would be, I get it, the price will be high. You'll have to give up a couple first-rounders. But I thought quarterback was the only position that was kind of keeping this team down. And so I'm going to start at the surface, and then we can dig below the surface. Why would the 49ers not be interested in one of the best quarterbacks in football if he's available? Why wouldn't you kick the tires? Why wouldn't you be making calls?
Oh, this is easy.
Oh.
Okay, so there's Felix and Oscar, the original odd couple, Steiny and Guru, and Lamar Jackson and his attributes, and Kyle Shanahan and what he wants from his quarterback in regard to the quarterback attributes. It's an odd couple. It's not a fit. Look, I even brought out the race card, and I apologized to Kyle because I didn't know if that was his, that was his thing because he'd passed down Watson and Mahomes in the draft. Steiny, he likes a Kirk Cousins type of pocket presence quarterback. That is not Lamar Jackson. And I got to be careful because in one sense, I'm always defending the black quarterback. It's a sensitive subject, but I'm not a Lamar fan because I think his biggest deficiency is throwing the football. So when you and Evan say, and the boss, he's one of the best quarterbacks, I don't think Kyle and John think that. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe they are doing some digging and searching. But Lamar Jackson, okay, he had that MVP season. I cannot take anything away from him. But Steiner, you know what Garoppolo traits he had? The last 2 seasons, he's missed the last 5 games. So I just don't think, now that we talk about durability, lack of throwing the ball, to me, That's attractive to Kyle Shanahan. And what are you telling me, Steiny and 49er fans, about Trey Lance? He went and got his Lamar Jackson, I thought. So are we so sure that's over?
Well, if he went out and got a Lamar Jackson, why wouldn't this Lamar Jackson fit? If he, like Trey Lance, I mean, look, Kyle's always said he wants somebody who can throw from the pocket, but clearly he didn't think Trey Lance could last year because he never put him there.
I hate that.
The question I'm asking is just, hey, and you know, there's some practicality. 650, they want to try to take advantage of the rookie contract cap savings for as long as possible. And I assume he's talking about the quarterback position.
And don't forget Bosa.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, you would have to finagle.
Okay.
You would have to absolutely finagle, and you'd have to probably give up one of your two quarterbacks along with it.
Let me ask you this then. Let's just say Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, took you to the NFC Championship game. Do you think Kyle and John want to use all the resources it would take to bring in Lamar Jackson when they almost got to the promised land and didn't really get a chance to see what Brock was going to do in that game? I'm just wondering, Steiny, how attractive is that then? Because you're not operating from a place of starvation to where your quarterback's just garbage. Brock Purdy looked all the parts. So why would you go buy a Ferrari when your car's riding like one?
If the answer to the question is there's way too many obstacles, he doesn't fit the system, we don't want him, okay, I'm asking the question. But if I close my eyes, and I look at who the 49ers have had at quarterback, Garoppolo isn't good enough for anybody.
Right.
Brock Purdy, okay.
Yeah.
How good's he going to be? We don't know. Trey Lance is an unknown. Like, you can't tell me, and I get it, they'd have to figure some stuff out. Yeah. You can't tell me that if you drop Lamar Jackson onto the San Francisco 49ers right now, they'd have to be the favorites in the NFC.
See, I still think they're that with the question mark at the quarterback position.
I don't.
Wow.
So you're putting them in a place they've never gotten to with Brock Purdy.
But what did I tell you mid-season last year as Brock was going to 6-7, 8-0? Steiny, I'm starting to feel like Kyle can do it, and I'm giving him a compliment. He can do it with anybody.
Okay.
We fought over Lamar.
Think about
this the biggest defender for him.
Think about this for a sec.
Availability is the best
Think about Brock Purdy, banged up a little bit to start the season. He got 3 or 4 games with Trey Lance, and he's not good. Then the roars. Now all your hopes are on Brock Purdy.
And you got Darnold. No, you're laughing, but
I am laughing.
If Brock Purdy can do what he did last year, what do you think Sam Darnold could do? Like nothing. This is a quarterback's dream. This 49er situation, and to be coached under the tutelage of that.
It's
that's
a 49.
Why you say, "Guru, you like him? You call him the boy wonder." This is what I'm in love with.
Who
is Kyle? He can take Brock Purdy out there.
He's not good enough. They're not good enough. The quarterback position has not been good enough. I mean, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, I mean, that's obvious. What has been, they have one of the best defenses in all of football. Oh, the weaponry.
But they dropped 2.
My point is that quarterback is the worst position, one of the worst positions on the team. Why, again, I'm just asking the question, why wouldn't you want to drop Lamar Jackson?
So you still think Lamar... Well,
I think he's better than Brock Purdy or Trey Lance.
Are you going to go if collusion can't be your answer? Why aren't we hearing? Why isn't there a line around the corner from Lamar Lemonade? Because I feel like I'm not the only one that says throwing the ball is his biggest deficiency.
What if I told you that I think Kyle Shanahan's got some Don Nelson in him? And there's a reason he doesn't want Lamar Jackson. Because Lamar Jackson would be like Don Nelson finally getting that big man. And what happens when you finally get that guy? Guess what? You're going to be the favorites. Then all the pressure is going to be on you. Kyle Shanahan, in a way, and listen, he's a great coach. I mean, I'm not saying he's not. But the reality of the situation is, as long as the 49ers have a middling type quarterback, then, I mean, Why wouldn't you look to upgrade the position? Why have the 49ers come up short in 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls?
That's interesting, Steiny, and I feel like you're being unfair in this sense.
I didn't say quarterback. I'm asking a question.
Okay. All right, got you. Because Jimmy gave you a 10-point lead in L.A. We could talk. It wasn't all just the quarterback.
For the sake of this argument, today, you're not going to mention that he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, I told you I retired that, Jack.
Okay, well, he did.
Wow, man. But they also had a lead with 5 minutes left, and Emmanuel Mosley went the wrong way. And Tart dropped the interception in the Rams NFC Championship game 2 years ago. We got a donation on the YouTube text line from Ernie Chavez. Steinmetz, the Niners don't have the money. That's why you said they would have to move some stuff around. And Evan pointed out to us.
Evan said they could do it.
Yeah, because he's on the Evan, talk to us now.
Well, obviously it would take some financial maneuvering, but if Lamar Jackson is asking for a fully guaranteed deal, reportedly turning down one that would pay him annually $44 million, that would be the amount of money that the 49ers would have to find a way to get. Now, what it would cost, because of the non-exclusive franchise tag the Ravens placed him under, would be 2 first-round picks, the same capital that you gave up for Trey Lance, in addition to probably trading either Brock Purdy or Trey Lance. I would lean towards Trey Lance. But it would be a very heavy price financially. As far as the capital you give up, I don't think it would cost all that much, considering what you've already given up to get your quarterback.
Take that for data, Ernie. Yeah. But
510.
I don't think Kyle likes him.
Steiny always comes with the worst takes possible these
Now, why'd
days.
you read that one? Somebody tried to get under your
Just to correct the 510. I don't have a take on this. It's a question, you idiot.
Cut that.
I'm asking a question. Right. You guys, the 510, guys like you cry all year about Purdy and about Trey Lance, and we're not good enough at quarterback. And so I'm saying, well, there's a pretty good one out there. Okay, you don't want him. That's fine. Okay, you don't want Lamar Jackson. That's fine. Yeah. I'm just asking a question.
And I got to add this.
But you know what? If one of the reasons the 49ers don't want Lamar Jackson is because of Kyle Shanahan,
then that's a problem. Theory. That's interesting. Well, I'll say this, Steiny, they got their Lamar. So I don't know where you're at on the Trey Lance front.
Well, you can't say they got
sip your juice.
Well, how can you say he is Lamar?
No, I'm saying they moved mountains to get to see.
But he's not. He's a third-year pick, and they have no idea what he is.
Right. So how are you going to move off of that so quick?
Because you have a bird in the hand. In theory. Listen, look, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate right now.
I don't think they're done or giving up on Trey Lance. That's all.
But all that stuff aside,
okay,
are the 49ers better if you drop Lamar Jackson onto their team right now? Drop Lamar Jackson on.
For the sake of this argument, because I could be an ass and say, is he going to stay healthy? But yes.
Okay, so then my question, why wouldn't they do it? Well, the price is too high. Is it really? What the hell? They gave up 2 first-round picks for a guy who didn't even play Division I college football. Lamar Jackson, he only got 1 playoff victory. I bet that changes with the Niners.
Well, yeah, this is the penthouse for quarterbacks. That's the part I hate about this argument and the logic is if you drop anybody in here, as we saw, no shade of Brock Purdy, but man.
Every time, I don't understand, like every time, whenever a big boy comes available in the NBA, as Warrior fans, we always talk about that player and wonder if there's a way to get him. Started with Durant, but Bradley Beal. Could we get Bradley Beal? Let's see who else is out there who's a big name. Can we get Jaylen Brown?
Ben Simmons when he was positive.
Ben Simmons. Can we get Ben Simmons? Can we get who else would fit? Pascal Siakam. Can we get him? Well, I think you could probably go get Lamar Jackson. You might be able to go get Lamar Jackson. That's all I'm saying. And it's funny because, and maybe it's a different. You can explain to me what's different. Like JD and I were talking the other day about, if the Warriors want to keep this thing together, maybe they're going to have to trade Poole and or Kuminga and give up some first-round picks down the line.
Okay.
And I said, boy, I just don't like the idea of not having some number ones 3-4 years down the line without Curry. And JD was like, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that yet. Okay, so I'm not so I'm going to take his approach for Lamar Jackson and say, I'm not really concerned about first-round picks in 2027 and 2029 if we know Lamar Jackson's our quarterback.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, and like we said, we don't know exactly how they feel. I believe my theory about Lamar not being Kyle's taste, I think I'm on top of that. But if you're telling me Mr. Irrelevant took you to the NFC Championship game and got knocked out basically when the game started, I just don't see the urgency or the why in let's move some more mountains again, or finagle, because I love that word.
It's finagle.
Finagle. We say finagle in the union. But you finagle
Nobody says that.
I'm telling you, I'm from the streets. I finagled you out your bread. Take the lesson.
I want to see it in the urban
Finagle is the word.
But Merriam-Webster doesn't use finagle.
Yeah, well, it's slang. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't from the
But
union
why not
either.
get so emotional? Well, because you're trying to give me an air early on. It's fadangle. You fadangles, Donnie. Listen.
Right.
I appreciate you. Listen. So if Brock Purdy were to remain upright, don't you think the Niners think that game might have changed, might have looked different, and they might have went to the Super Bowl? So I don't think they're desperate, or I don't think
then you know what?
I don't think they're throwing the darts at the reason we didn't win, even when we went, was because of the quarterback.
Oh, really?
Honest. That's true.
Okay.
Jimmy got you a 10-point lead twice.
Well, let me tell you why they did lose. They did lose. I'm going to say this. They did lose the Super Bowl because of their quarterbacks. Because of all three of them. None of them could stay healthy. They lost the Super Bowl because of the quarterback position. Not because it was Purdy's fault. Not because it was Garoppolo. They lost it because of the position.
So you can hit Carfax on line one. He's missed the last 5 games of each of the last 2 seasons.
That doesn't work. Good, so it fit right in here.
Well, I'll give you
How about
3 for that. But come on, Stein, he ain't even showing the durability.
That doesn't worry me. You haven't had a quarterback who can stay healthy in the entire Kyle Shanahan era.
That's incredible.
And now we're going to talk about a guy who's missed 5 games the last 2 years, in each of the last 2 years. I'm not doing that.
Fadangle, by the way, gentlemen, is on Urban Dictionary. It means to move or make adjustments in order to reach a specific goal. So Guru was right.
But hold on a minute.
Thanks, but
hold on a minute.
E40, call 40 water.
So
I used to say
we're just making up words now, and they become official.
It's in the Urban Dictionary, Steiny.
Yeah. Right, but here's the problem with the Urban Dictionary.
It's like for shizzle.
You better stop there.
Easy.
Better stop there.
I think I can say it, though, but hey, go ahead. Right.
Let's drop it. I'm going to drop it.
You never had a girl for dangle your feelings?
No, as you know,
I
both
have.
of my parents were English teachers.
Shout out Mary.
So I only subscribe to Merriam-Webster. All right? I don't subscribe to somebody who jotted down some things in the
Spadoni
union.
is the Pentagon. He went and found it.
No, he found it. I'm sure, yeah. Like, when you said it's what we say in Union City, at that point I realized it was what they say in Union City.
We subscribe to Marianne Webster.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
But
I know.
No, back to Lamar. Are you surprised that nobody seems to be knocking on the door? Well, the Colts this morning, they said they're interested. But, I mean, Stein, I don't think he's as good as a lot of people think he is, and that's why I don't think the Niners covet him.
Is he better than any of the 49er quarterbacks on the roster?
I would be doing him the ultimate disrespect.
I think you're selling him
gonna
short,
say, yeah,
too.
you know what? But what you just asked, I'm going to give you a yes. But not a yes to where it's over. If we get him, I don't think they view him like that.
Well, I don't understand that because supposedly they're knocking on the door with this team. And here you have Lamar Jackson. I mean, why would he not be able to take you further? If he's former MVP.
So you're just so you don't think I'm asking you a question. Forget this, Lamar. Do you think Trey Lance has the goods, Matthew Steinmetz? If you had to bet right now.
He might. I'm not going to do that. I don't know. But I do like
the Warriors gave up on Wiseman. I don't think the Niners are going to give up on Trey this fast.
Okay. They might not. I think it's fair to ask that or to say that. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm just just kind of wondering why there hasn't been more talk about Lamar Jackson. You know, he's been in the situation in Baltimore. Yesterday, I think it was, we're in the green room, and Goose says, Lamar Jackson asked for a trade. And I said, oh, okay. And then I thought about it more and thought, one of the best quarterbacks in the league is saying he doesn't want to play for the Ravens. And the quarterback position has dominated the conversation in the Bay for the entirety of Kyle Shanahan's tenure. I get it. You know, and I get, here's the other thing. Some cap guys maybe say, oh, you can't, but you know you can do it in football. You know you can do it. So, I mean, from a very simple standpoint, you drop Lamar Jackson onto the 49ers, they're better. So why wouldn't you do it? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I just don't. This would be the best opportunity for him because we tried to come up with the receivers he's thrown to. Hollywood Brown, not the best of them, but some. The old joke was, Snotty, that's where receivers go to die in Baltimore because the whole thing was predicated on Lamar running all the time.
Well, wide receivers can now go to die in Baltimore because you're going to trade Trey Lance there.
Without knowing what he is. I think we're going to find out. And what did Jamaica Lynch's comments yesterday? I think he said, rightfully so, Brock, when healthy, that's the big if. But if I'm Trey, I'm like, you know what? My goal and number one focus is if somehow there's a delay and I'm the week one starter or I'm through 3-4 weeks, I got to show not just my team, I got to show the NFL world I'm dynamic. Why they brought me here more so than what it looked like his first game and a half last year because that didn't look good at all, Stoney.
So Trey Lance has to prove himself?
Yeah.
I don't like when my quarterback has to prove himself, but we're also trying to win a Super Bowl.
And that's what they left. Hey, that's what they tried to do last year.
Thank you.
Remember you said they had the conference. He called all the veterans in. Like, look, if this thing don't work, we'll make a change.
Eric in Oakland. What's up, Eric? Eric, how you doing, man?
I was doing great, man. It's like, I wasn't trying to correct y'all, but it's like, we didn't say for shizzle. That was a Snoop thing. 40 Water said for CZ.
Right,
Not for shizzle. The sizzle came from L.A. And since we all from California, you know, we could intertwine the lingo. But
Eric,
CZ, yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Eric. Is it disappointing that a guy like Guru wouldn't even know that? I mean, you can understand why I wouldn't know that.
Hold on, Eric. Let me give you this game. Hold on.
Hey, Goo. I'm sorry, man.
Eric, hold on. Eric, this is like an episode of Three's Company. Let me get this out. A newscaster in Nashville got fired because she said the whole for shizzle, she got fired. That's why we brought faux shizzle up. We know how we get down in the vernacular, how we talk here. What's happening? Yeah. So I wasn't using for shizzle. That's how that came up. It is origin in L.A.
Yes, sir, my man.
All right, pimping.
Yeah. Easy, guys.
Yes, sir, my man. Straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, Snotty. You trying to throw me under the bus.
Yes,
That's
I did.
how that came up.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Watch yourself. Know who you talking
All right,
about.
so that woman got fired for saying a word after for shizzle.
And black
for
people
shizzle,
a lot are
which
coming
is,
to her
which is
defense.
originated from L.A.
Snoop Dogg.
Okay.
It's a Snoop Dogg original.
All right, and then what's E40s?
Good Lord, do we got 40 got so many.
Hey, what did I see on the weekend? I saw like something was going on with Grambling, and he was out there with the band. Grambling's got an unbelievable
He made a big
band.
donation, too, not too long ago. That's his alma
It was like
mater.
a commercial with him in it and the Grambling band. Yeah, it was really cool, actually.
Yeah, that's where he went to school.
Yeah, I didn't realize that until you told
Look
me a
at
couple
Stoney being
days ago.
like a hippopotamus. That's a 40. Yeah, baby.
That's one of his lines?
Yeah, he got so many.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lamar Jackson wants out of Baltimore. Can you?
Nobody.
See, this is where I don't get you, Goo. And I'm going to ask you to explain it on the other side. But
I will.
I would think a guy like you would say, Stein, could you imagine Lamar Jackson running this offense with the weaponry? You got to tell me why you don't want it, because I thought that one was going to be right up your alley. Even though you're not a monster, Lamar Jackson. Steiny and Guru, we got a very special show coming up on Thursday. We're going out to the Chase Center, so mark your calendars. Thursday, March 30th, from 10 to 2. You know who we are. We're going to get the big boys, and we're going to get them to talk. Guru's going to get Jordan Poole to talk about his waves and this, that, and the other thing.
You own what is
888-957-9570. Let's get it going.
Take that for data.
Mom?
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz there, the Guru Johnson with you. For Warriors, Pelicans. And the way I'll just put it today, you better not lose that game.
Yikes.
Warriors better be careful. They got to get that win tonight against the Pelicans. And then you got San Antonio. Probably knock them out.
Count Portland as a dub already. We can do. That's just a mess.
Guru, I need you to explain something to me. You were the man who originated the phrase that has caught on in the Bay Area, but the highlights.
Right.
Could you imagine the highlights if the 49ers got Lamar Jackson? Guru, every Sunday would be like a day at the arcade. They'd be lighting up the scoreboard left and right. How could you not subscribe?
Because if you keep him in the pocket and he's not able to do what he wants to do, and that's run, roll out, and take off like a jackrabbit, he's deficient at delivering the ball to the point to where I think Brock Purdy did it better than Garoppolo. I stay down the field, strike, whop, whop, whop. That's what their offense is predicated on. If you keep Lamar from doing what he wants to do, I think he is under average, below average passer, Steiny, and that's why it don't excite me. Now, he could be listening like, who the hell is that dude with the black Kruger shirt? Like, we'll see, Steiny. Trey Lance is it. He's the next. They're going to find out, and Brock Purdy, if John was telling the truth when he's healthy, I get it. You saw enough. He's your starter, but you still got your new Lamar Jackson that you move mountain fours, and they're going to explore and find out what this kid can do. I'm talking about Trey.
Okay.
And Brock ain't ready to go.
All right. I'm going to say the same thing I said last year. And that is,
you defended him.
Don't tell me you're going to try to win a Super Bowl with Trey Lance. And the reason I'm saying that again this year is because he didn't play last year.
So what if Brock Purdy misses no time and he's under center week one? Do you change your tune because you saw 8 games, 10 games? Like, are you still saying they're leaving training camp with that same ideology? Or are you like, nah, this is different. Purdy was undefeated in the regular season.
I'm worried about, you know how you worry?
Yeah.
I don't think Purdy's going to be as good as last year.
Because they got a book on him now.
I don't know why. Yeah. I look at Brock Purdy and was like, he was pretty good. Didn't make a lot of mistakes. Smart, can do all those things. Everybody was like, he can play. How high is his ceiling?
We're going to find out.
How high is his ceiling?
And I give you that. Now you got, 32 quarters of him on tape. So you come in, you make a splash in any sport, Stoney, and they make an adjustment to you. Then to me, it's like, okay, the real talent takes over when you try to make that second adjustment. Some can, some can't. We'll see. But everything I saw from Brock Purdy, even the stuff he got away with the Fran Tarkin and rollouts going kind of the wrong way and being able to bail out and throw it out of bounds, nothing to see here. So, I got to give him credit. And I am excited to see the second chapter of Brock Purdy when these defensive coordinators make an adjustment. And maybe they can't because Kyle's so damn smart and the weaponry that you speak of that's so high on this Niner team offensively.
Let me throw a couple questions out there to 49er fans. Is it possible? That's all I'm saying. Is it possible that the situation here with Lamar Jackson is similar to the situation 3 years ago when Tom Brady was available? And I said I wouldn't get Brady. Now, Brady was older, obviously.
But he had jewelry.
Right.
He had what I said, Lamar, just me.
I think you're being
comprehend any defense.
We're talking about a most valuable player in Lamar Jackson.
I'm not taking that away from him. I don't think he's that guy anymore.
Well, I don't think you're
dismissing
you're willing to give Brock Purdy a chance at being pretty good. Lamar Jackson's already good. He's already really, really good.
But the hell,
you don't think the 49ers would be just answer this question.
I do.
Would the 49ers be better with Lamar Jackson?
Disrespect Lamar like that. Yes, they would, Steiny.
So,
but at what cost, Matt? And
I don't know.
Why are you and Evan acting like this guy has not left the Ravens standing in the rain the last 2 seasons at the most important juncture of the season? Like you guys are just dismissing like he was healthy.
Well, you dismiss
He's got his own injury issues. I'm just saying, and if we can take the Band-Aid off, by all accounts, he's somewhere in his penthouse thinking, I got to get more than Deshaun Watson, allegedly.
Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. This is one where I'm not overthinking it. If you're telling me the San Francisco 49ers could get Lamar Jackson, why wouldn't you go get Lamar Jackson? Now, if it's like, well, it's going to cost you both, fine, that's okay. No, I get it. But if you can finagle the salary cap, I just don't understand.
You think he's better than anything they got here?
Lamar Jackson?
And you know,
I mean, do you want to take that question back?
Well, I just answered it. I said they would be the favorites, but
see, and I'm not really alone. If winning is the number one priority for the Niners, go get him. That's I am a little surprised you're not in that camp, because I do think man, does Lamar change the calculus? How could you look at San Francisco and say, well, they just got better than the Eagles? But and I'm willing to do this because stuff like this doesn't just happen. Why won't it happen? What's the reason it won't happen?
Resources.
Well, I disagree with that. I actually don't think that's the reason. I think they could figure out a way to find the resources. I think the number one reason is Kyle doesn't want that smoke.
Hey, the Don Nelson thing, I feel like I could just unplug my mic and walk off, because that's it. I believe he has that that gene, that trait. Don't make him a bad person, but I'm with you. I feel like that, Steiny, he loves what he did with Brock Purdy because he gets a majority of the credit.
I got a question. What's a bigger risk? All right, what's a bigger risk? Trading for Lamar Jackson, giving up 2 firsts and a quarterback, or moving up and trading 2 first-rounders for a guy who played Division I in the FCS, who didn't play, to me,
there's your answer.
What's a bigger gamble? Giving up all those draft picks for Trey Lance or going and getting Lamar Jackson right now?
The Trey Lance by far.
Okay. So, listen, again, people say, I am playing devil's advocate. Because I'm just throwing the question out there and wondering where Niner fans are on this. Whenever a great player comes available, I mean, hell, the Giants, who we talked about the last year.
Yeah.
Ohtani, Judge, Correa. Warriors, who do we talk about? Whoever's available.
Big boy.
Durant, Jaylen Brown, Karl Anthony Towns comes up a lot. All I'm saying is this is Lamar Jackson.
All right.
Let's go to Jeremy in North Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Listen, first off, I'm happy y'all are back at the 4-hour mark instead of 3.
Oh, wow.
Every single day, and I appreciate it. That being said, as much as I would love to see Lamar Jackson in a 49ers uniform, unfortunately the cost is too great. I mean, you're talking about the 2 first-round picks off top and at least 2 players. That could be Trey or Debo or Ayuk or Kittle. And then on top of all that, we're going to have to pay him, and we just don't have the money. So now, that being said, too, in some crazy world where it does happen, whatever the cost, I'll be the first one out the door to buy a Lamar Jackson jersey. Peace, y'all.
Makes sense.
Now, I love Vegas. I love gambling. I played poker, 5-card, no stud. And I'm just going to say this to you. Lynch talked yesterday at the owners meeting, and he talked about his quarterback position. Do you think if we even thought he was thinking about making a move with Lamar Jackson, that conversation would have went any different. Obviously, he's not going to share with us that they're even talking about it. But didn't that sound like a man that knew? And they brought in Darnold to see what's up with Purdy. And if Purdy's able to go, he's the star. That sounded like a man of a team, a GM that knew, you know what, we're good at the quarterback position.
I'm sure Lynch said a lot of things about how excited they were about their offense right before they went out and got Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And maybe something new will develop with Lamar Jackson over the next few days that'll kind of take it to another level. I don't know what that would be. But listen, would the price be high? Absolutely.
Man.
But, I mean, like, I don't know. You and I always debate.
Rick James.
I like the fundamental. I like guys who can pass to basketball. Can they play the right way? And you love highlights. And this guy's electric. And believe it or not, I'm at the point even though I get it, he's not a perfect quarterback. He is.
I appreciate that.
He is good. He is better than any quarterback they have on the roster.
Okay, so you bring him
That's all I'm saying.
and let's just say you give him up. Like, when are you going to?
Let me ask you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. No,
when
you
are
go.
you
My
going
bad.
to put back into the team and stop doing what they did with Trey Lance? When are you going to start using those number ones to make your team better later? Like, you can't just keep tricking them off. Now, you're getting something in return, but I just don't see the Lynch and Kyle like, you know what? Let's just keep kicking the can down the road.
Lamar Jackson would be kicking the can down the road?
No, I'm talking about like the investment. If you have to give up some picks, when are you going to? Because you got none.
Well, nobody cared about giving up 2 picks for a guy who never played, never took a snap.
I feel like they learned something from that.
And that's what the 408 says, and I'm willing
That's
to
where I'm like,
I'm willing to say this.
Now, Lamar's different because you're saying he's a known commodity as opposed to Trey, rolling the dice.
408 on the Comcast business text line. Matt, they already lost that bet. Maybe they don't want to make that bet 2 times in a row. That's fair.
I didn't see that.
That's fair, 408. Steiny obviously didn't watch Purdy last year. No, I watched him, and I liked a lot of what he did. He was good. I don't think he was great. He was good.
Right.
I'm worried about his ceiling. That's all.
That's real talk.
That's all.
And for a guy that was drafted where he was drafted, that's reasonable. But at least I would hope you would say, hey, Goo, I have erased, or I do think differently in regard to maybe it ain't that big of a stretch that Brock is the man with what you've seen. Because that wasn't a cakewalk what he did. He beat Seattle. He beat Dallas. Yeah, the offense wasn't electric. Dallas's defense played good. But damn, the dude's 2-0 and 2 starts in the playoffs. And I'm giving, what do they say? A mulligan for the Philly game.
Here's the one thing I want to ask, and I'll start out by staying out of it. Evan, are you back there? I can't see you. Who's a better passer, Lamar Jackson or Brock Purdy? Evan?
I've seen Lamar Jackson do it more. No, but this is actually what I asked Guru before the show, because, people know he's a Cowboys fan. If the 49ers could go out and get Dak Prescott, would you be okay with that, Guru?
I would listen, everybody knows I don't like Dak, but you put Dak in this Niner offense and he's got weapons everywhere, he'll be what he's been in the last few years, put up monster numbers, and they might win it under the tutelage of, but he can throw the ball better than Lamar.
But they feel comparable as far as their talent. Lamar's a better runner, Dak's a better passer.
Okay, but you asked me that. I would take Dak over Lamar. That's where I'm at.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no doubt. And I'm being real. Somebody asked YouTube. That's where I'm at on Lamar, man. And I hate that I feel like that's just where I'm at, man.
Right.
Kyle was not playing that. And I wonder, Kyle's
are you in a huge minority saying, I think you're in a big minority saying you'd take Dak over Lamar?
No
or am I
way.
misreading?
Oh, no. You're misreading so that I think the other 31 teams have shown no interest for Lamar. Now, you can say, Goo, that's CNN, that's politics. There's stuff going on. Look around. Nobody's trying to get this savant that you, Evan, and Matt Nahigian are saying he is. There's a reason, I believe. Yeah, he had that MVP and he was a cheat code.
I think the money is the biggest part of it.
And him staying healthy, please stop adding that.
No, I think number two is the fact that he doesn't have an agent. It's kind of convoluting things. He doesn't know what he's doing, I don't think.
But
who would?
I got to ask you a question. And help me, I'm asking. Why would the NFL care about the middleman?
Well, I don't know why, but it's a
Richard
rule.
Sherman did his own contract.
Okay. But
so you think owners are saying, don't pay that guy who could change our franchise because he's representing himself? I don't believe that to be the case. Because if they thought this dude was Michael Vick in his prime, then, hello? Hey, we trying to get Lamar. This is such and such. Let's talk numbers.
Well, who are you talking to?
Lamar Jackson representing himself.
And he's not an expert at representing himself. Like, I don't like that he doesn't have an agent. And let's remember, when Sherman negotiated that contract with the Niners, it was like a one-year deal. It's like a one-year deal.
No,
this guy,
I was waiting on you to catch that.
I don't like that he doesn't have an agent. I am so pro-agent. It's unbelievable.
So you're not saying athletes are dumb or not smart enough to do it.
I couldn't be an...
Wow, tell us
Let me tell you something. I'm 58 years old. I've represented myself my entire life in any job that I've ever gotten.
Confidence is key.
Matt Steinmetz has gotten Matt Steinmetz 0 raises in his lifetime.
Oh, boy.
None. In fact, I go in and come out with less. It's unbelievable how bad I am at negotiating.
These guys
I'm dead
don't
serious.
even know what payday is.
It's got nothing to do with that.
So you think that's why nobody's coming knocking on the door?
I think it might be one of the reasons.
Okay.
I think there's always a lot of reasons for everything. Like, maybe the Niners have just said, it's too much. It's too much to give up what they're asking. Fine. Maybe another team says, well, we're fine at quarterback because we got Justin Herbert. Maybe another team says, you know what? We're not good enough yet that Lamar is going to get us to 10 wins. You know, whatever. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. A lot of people are, 408, I'd take Dak. I'd take Dak easily, too.
Yeah. I just like that spiral
stuff. Guru, are you drunk?
Wow.
Dak over Lamar. Come on, my guy.
Evan on YouTube.
Guru, Dak over Lamar. Wow, unbelievably horrible decision. Goo, you do know Lamar was MVP. Yeah, you got some people saying Dak. Lamar had no weapon but one, tight end. How about that?
Oh my God!
See, now that I don't mean how about that, like in your face. I mean,
but the whisper is top tier receivers were like, I ain't gonna put up numbers.
So which is it?
But you put him here in this Niner, you're gonna put up numbers. You're gonna get your numbers.
Uh-oh.
Who we got?
What's up, Philmo?
It's our guy. You see the party he was at
Hey,
Saturday?
what's up, Guru?
Talk to us, baby.
What's up, Steiny?
Hey, man.
Oh man, they made this substance in the early '80s where they mixed it with some cocaine. Like, you feel me? They used to cook it over the thing. Are you smoking that, bro?
It's called freebasing.
Where's he going?
Get your facts straight
to me or
and
Steiny?
use the phrase.
I'm talking about Guru when it comes to Dak over Lamar.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man. Your boy ain't finished the last 2 seasons, Philmo Mike.
Listen to this, Guru. Yes, sir, but listen to this though.
Right.
Put Lamar on Dallas. Come on, bro. Put Dak on. Lamar elevates his team. He's. You talk about Trey Lance. He is what. That's what we want Trey Lance to be. Lamar Jackson.
Now I did say that though. You put him here. That would put the Niners over the top. I did say that, Mike.
You did, but you just picked Dak Prescott
because he
average QB.
No, hey, Mike. I think
so he's better than Lamar.
I honestly do think he's better than Lamar. And I'm not by myself. Lamar can't throw, Mike. When are you going to hold him accountable for that part? When you box him in there and you make his little ass have to see over the line, those are deficiencies, man. That is how good coordinators can stop you. And that's why he ain't sniffed the AFC Championship game. I'm just telling the truth.
And have you seen the talent around him, brother?
Why is that, Mike? Top-tier receivers don't... Okay, Mike, top-tier receivers don't want to play with him. Why? Because they know they're not going to get the ball. That's why.
We can get Debo the ball. And like Ayuk said, he's a fourth option and he got 1,000 yards. We can make it happen, brother. You talk about Shanahan is this goofy.
No, I said it, Mike.
He could make Lamar Jackson work?
I said that, but at what expense, Mike? They're going to do all that for that. I don't see it happening, but I told Steiny this would be the best Lamar Jackson of his career if you put this a penthouse.
All right, Mike,
this
thanks, buddy.
Situation.
Great stuff.
Let's go. I appreciate it. Yeah, but it was like this is a penthouse. I called it for a quarterback.
I agree with Phil Mo. I would rather have Lamar Jackson. Anthony in Livermore, where's he at?
Wow.
What's up, eh? How you doing, man?
All right. Good morning. Good morning. So, Guru, you might not realize it, but you sound like a hater. And I love you. But right now, your tone, you do sound like a Lamar hater. Because you got to consider this dude won an MVP, throwing to a tight end, and some no-name named Hollywood Brown.
Right.
And let's keep it honest. He hasn't had talent around him. And I will agree that he is not the best thrower of the ball.
Okay.
But he makes up for that when he can get out of the pocket and make things happen. And you know and I know the 49ers have been deprived of a dynamic quarterback. That is the reason we have not won it all, because we haven't had a quarterback that can be improbable and make things happen with his legs when he gets in trouble. That Prescott is definitely not better than Lamar, but that's more just personal. If you play that way, you play that way.
Hey, Anthony, I got a question for you. Can you tell me something specific that Guru said that made him sound like a hater? A hater.
He said that his little ass can't throw the ball, and that's just not true.
Okay.
Because Lamar Jackson can't throw the ball. There are quarterbacks that can throw it better than him, but Lamar Jackson can throw the ball. He has improved. He isn't the best thrower of the ball, but let's be real. The boy can throw the ball.
Okay, and let me ask you this before you hang up. I'm asking because we all got opinions. Why don't you, because you could have 10 reasons, but why don't you think nobody's beating down the door to get him? Is it collusion, or do you think some of these owners look at him like I do?
It's collusion. If you know and I know, the same thing. It's the same thing with the Kaepernick situation. Even though that was very polarizing in that situation, everybody decided that they weren't going to take him, and they have decided collectively that they're not going to offer Lamar Jackson a contract because nobody wants to get close to that Deshaun Watson contract. And we all know that even though the Browns did it, it wasn't smart and it wasn't team and or ownership friendly. That is the only reason, because there are about 10 teams that can use Lamar Jackson right now, and they've all said that they're not going to buy it. They're not going to get him.
All right.
Okay.
Anthony, good stuff, man. Go ahead.
No. So guys like Anthony and guys like you're just the last 2 seasons, the man has missed the most important sector of the season. That's no concern to you.
Very little.
Why? And why?
Because it's football.
But we say that's why they moved on, or that was part of the reason they moved on for Jimmy.
Right,
is
but
he
Jimmy
got hurt at the most inopportune times.
Jimmy's more injury prone than Lamar Jackson.
See,
Lamar Jackson has been healthy his whole career up until the last couple of years.
Yeah, but these are back-to-backs.
But Jimmy Garoppolo has been hurt throughout his career.
All right, forget Jimmy. Just these last 2 seasons,
you're just asking me.
Happen.
And you know what?
I hate being labeled a hater.
If they go to 18 games, I mean, what? Yeah, no, I don't want the last 5. If you go to 18 games, I'll take 13 out of my quarterback. That's enough. I mean, yeah, you'd want more, but 5 doesn't really bother me that much. All right. You know what? Anthony said something that I got to get into on the other side. And we can talk about it in the context of Lamar Jackson. We can talk about the context of Purdy or, hell, the Warriors. But the idea that Goo's a hater, is he a Lamar Jackson hater?
It's bothering me.
Hater. Because let me tell you something. I'm pushing back against that word.
Oh.
I'm pushing back against that.
Let's go.
We may have a little test for fans out there about what is hate and what is criticism. On the other side. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Baseball is back. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love, live stream your favorite sports radio station, or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget, we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team, no matter where you are. Your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
If you own a small business, you've probably been hearing a lot about the ERC, how it's worth up to $26,000 per employee, how easy it is. You know the spiel. So why am I still talking to you about it now? Because many of you still haven't filed a claim. But Innovation Refunds can help you close the book on this thing. They're backed by one of those big CPA firms the corporations use, so they can determine once and for all if your business qualifies. And it's free to find out. Go to innovationrefunds.com. That's innovationrefunds.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Are we back? Yeah.
Need me? Yeah.
Oh, my man. I love this song.
I'm already digging it. Who is it?
I don't know.
Milli Vanilli.
Wow.
Blame it on the rain.
Blame it. Well, I'm sick of the rain.
I am too. I'm with you.
You got in early today.
No, I didn't actually. I was late. I didn't get here till 8:48.
No. I didn't know that.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah, right.
I'll blame it on Gambino's.
Yeah, you got
what?
You got to eat that somewhere else. For the people in the back, you
No,
like
you're the
eggs.
Yeah,
and you got a
eggs
little
and
concoctions
sausage.
with eggs, and we walk in.
It's an egg,
poor
sausage,
Evan,
and cheese breakfast bowl.
and it's just oozing with the like. You got to go in the break room.
No,
eat it outside. Just
no.
I made a joke.
Says
but
the
it was
guy who
real.
eats McDonald's on a plane.
That's right. Now, I'm never that low budget. Wow. Now, I wear a tank top on the plane.
That's even worse.
not
I'd rather
just-
eat next to a guy eating a hamburger than with a tank top. You were just called a hater by Anthony.
It bothered me.
You're hating on Lamar Jackson, and I asked what specifically was it? And here's the phrase that you used that he says is hating. His little ass can't throw the ball. 888-957-9570. It's also the Comcast business line. Lamar Jackson's quote, little ass can't throw the ball. Is that hating? I don't think that's hating.
Okay. Let me tell you, from being from Union City, California, what I think hate is. If Lamar Jackson came out here this season and threw 42 touchdowns, and I came in here and told you, Spadoni and Evan, he still can't throw the ball, I believe that is the epitome, and that's what a hater is. Where you're so, you're so down on the guy or gal that you won't even give them credit when they go do something you said they couldn't. Championships, all type, getting their body in. If Lamar threw for 43 touchdowns and I still said that wouldn't tell you, Steiny, Goo hates this man. And that's where I think what's going on with social media and why you come down my road a lot is I'm an open book. Yeah. I will say it's night when it's dark and day when it's daytime.
And then change a minute later.
No, not change. I give credit. So many people in this business
calling someone little ass, according to Floyd.
All right, well.
Yeah. I don't know.
I could have left that out. But the whole thing was he's deficient at throwing the ball.
Let me ask you this. Am I a Warrior hater?
I'm being. Do you want the truth? Now,
yes, of course I do.
Don't play with me.
Of course I do.
People think you're Skip Bayless, but I know you're not. I'm trying to. They think you.
Why?
Like they can't.
What did I say?
They can't win it all. You focus on them getting old when we're old. You asked me a question.
Go ahead.
They're getting old. It starts when you said Curry, might not have. I'm just paraphrasing.
Wasn't a true point guard.
You're right.
Is that hate?
No, because he loves you. Okay. But I'm just saying, you don't prop them up when I think enough is you have the energy when you bring them down or you foresee why they can't do something. And the Dallas in 6, even though I know that was a joke.
You know what? I reject.
That hurt you. Yeah.
I reject that.
Yeah. No, I got you.
I mean, you can do that, but if you're going to say that, then you don't know the story.
Okay, no doubt.
The story's a joke. Yeah. I'll take something legit, but that was a joke.
Like last year, and I didn't say you
give
were
it
wrong.
to me.
You said, "Goo, they're too old."
I thought they were. I did.
Now,
I thought they were too old.
But I work with you every day, and you don't need me to throw you a nugget. You did come in here and say, Goo, I was shocked when they got it done.
Is that right?
That ain't hating.
Thank you.
But I think people, they hang on to that.
I think most people are homers.
Oh, the thing's text line about to blow up.
So, okay,
Now, when you say homers, that sounds like a hater.
I know. Homers are haters, just the opposite way. They are. Because homers end up hating on people
when you critique,
and they're doing the same thing. Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
Is this a hater? Klay Thompson's washed.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I think that's a hater.
Oh, that is a hater. Okay, yeah.
I think Klay Thompson's washed is a hater.
Evan said it. Bucket.
Okay. What about Klay Thompson's declining?
That's not a hater.
Okay.
To me. Now, that's an opinion, but when he has a January and February, does that same person double back and say, I was wrong?
No, because he's still declining. Yeah. You can't not decline because you have a month or two that's good. Since his injury, Klay Thompson is declining.
Well, see, I'm gonna go you and your mom, Mary. You can sit here and tell me, Guru, you're in great shape. Well, I could say to you, but we're all getting older.
Right.
So when you say a person's declining, it's almost like you're insinuating the best is we've seen the best.
We have. But what is so wrong with this?
No, hey, he put the two best months of his career together. Hold on. And then he's about to have the most three-pointer. I'm just throwing this like I need to throw that in the hater grinder and see how it comes out.
Okay,
he's about to have the most three-pointers of his career.
So if you say Klay Thompson's improving, I can't argue with that.
Well, he's improving from the moment you said he's washed.
His defense has gotten better this year. Is that what you're saying?
I hadn't heard you say that.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that? Because I don't see it.
No, I'm not.
And you're also picking one aspect, like basketball. Being a basketball player takes in lots of different things. Everybody's, 2 months. 2 months in one aspect of the game, shooting the basketball.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
Right.
That's what he did great. Is he going to make more threes this year than ever before? Yes. Am I allowed to point out he's going to shoot more than he ever has, and he's going to shoot one of the lowest percentages he's going to have? Like, nobody's taking championships away from anybody. How about this one? And we got Jordan Poole out there falling all over the place like he's wearing dress shoes.
That's me.
Right. Is that a hater?
No.
Okay.
That's an observation of when he falls down, it's like he has dress shoes on. And if you follow the Steiny and Guru show, you know I've given that man his flowers at every turn. So I don't believe that's being a hater. And do you really think, and we talked to the great Jim Barnett, we've talked to Bob, Steiny, and Jordan Poole, if you're listening, it's all love on mine. You are falling down. That's an observation.
888-957-9570. Do you guys out there make any kind of distinction between that? Somebody saying that back in 2012, Steinmetz probably said, Curry will never be a franchise player. You know what? Here's where, and I swear to God, this is where I push back. If I said he'll never be a franchise player, that's one thing. But I know myself.
Right.
And I try to be precise with words. Now, I might say, Steph Curry, a franchise player? I don't see it. To me, that's very different than he will never be a franchise player.
This latter is the hater part.
I also said about Steph Curry once, you know what? He would be an unbelievable sixth man. Because he could come in and he could score, but he could also play the two. Well, that, of course, turns out to be kind of an insult.
No doubt.
But was that hating?
No.
No, I didn't know how good he was going to be.
It turned out to be an insult. It's not hating. Now, preposterous, yeah, but it ain't hating, Steiny.
Steph Curry, yeah, I said this. Steph Curry's not a true point guard. That's not hating. I was right on that, but I was wrong on the fact that you needed one. Like, nobody out there now will say, Steiny, you're wrong. Steph Curry is a true point guard. No, he's not. He's a scoring guard. But so what? Doesn't matter. He's still one of the greatest players of all time. What about this? Warriors got lucky last year when they won it.
That's a hater.
Okay, how about this?
Because
Warriors had a lot of good.
What about
Warriors? What about Warriors had a lot of good fortune last year on their way to the title?
Not at all. Okay. That's a fact.
888-957-9570. You want to jump into this conversation?
We're going down a slope here. Let me tell you why. Because in this new ultra-sensitive world we live in, if I say something to you and I deem it not to be offensive, but you find it offensive, then I'm in trouble. You know what? I got to pay the consequence. So where I'm going is these athletes now, Jordan and Barkley and Montana, they had the newspaper, the Chronicle. They had a couple beat writers, Donnie. It never is in print the way it is now. And that's why Kevin Durant, one of the greatest to ever do it, had a burner account because he wanted to fight back. He wanted to fight the beast back to the point to where he wanted to have a disguise. So I'm asking you, if certain athletes take certain slander, who are we to say they're wrong?
Well, if they call it slander and it's just sometimes Jordan Poole over dribbles, well, then he's
being oversensitive.
Yes. Hey, Steiny, is Steph not a point guard, true point guard, or has he changed what a point guard is? That's philosophical. You're a regular old Plato, aren't you? No, I didn't need. No, you're right. I mean, he did it all. In a way, I'm not denigrating your text, 650. You're right. It's one or the other. Doesn't matter because he's still.
But Steph told us at halftime he would grab the phone of a game and look at the tweets. Like, that's incredible.
I know. And you know what bothers
what bothered people the most? Human.
Bothered people the most is that they found out that guys look on their phone at halftime. Of course they do.
And then who told us that what I thought you give the new Rock Me speech that doesn't happen? Who said that? I forgot. Somebody with the Niners.
You've referenced the George Kittle sound. Let's play it. Here's George Kittle from about a week or two ago.
Football is really hard if you don't love it. Like it's really because like what you put your body through, what you put like the stress levels through. Like we put our I know our professions, like when you're out there, for like to perform and like that's how like people watch you and stuff like that. It's like there's a stress that comes out because you can make one bad play and like that's the only thing everybody on Twitter is yelling at you for and telling you that you're a piece of shit. And so like there's a mental stress to it, there's a physical stress to it.
Wow. Right. Well, that's different to me. Piece of S.
Yeah. But he said there's a mental and physical, that's the byproduct of seeing your name in what they deem slander.
Yeah.
That's a tight end.
To
George Kittle, the wrestler. But
to me, it's different.
Oh, because it's one play we're reacting to that's put up on
it's to me, how he ended that with people calling you a POS. Like,
nobody's called that.
Nobody's going to argue that that's slander.
Oh, okay.
To me.
All right.
I mean, that's just not how, that's just ridiculous. It's, it's like literally, no, I don't want to use that, but no, George Kittle is not that. He's a good guy.
No doubt.
So that actually does bother me when you make it personal in any way.
So what do you think Jordan Poole meant Friday with Bonte, Mully, and Fetsis? It threw me for a loop, Stoney. What do you think he meant when he said,
good question.
Y'all, was he talking to the guys in the booth? Jordan, you are so dynamic, but I'm not mad. But you're looking at the comments. What do you mean the slander?
I'll tell you exactly what he means.
The organization
just means.
Told them they went Beyonce, JP. They put a ring on it. They gave you a bag. You out here talking about. Now I'm not saying don't let it not motivate you.
Well, there's a fine line
there. Who's slandering
Everybody,
JP?
According to him.
See, okay, according to him.
Well, exactly.
Robin Williams, the world according to Garp.
But we've talked about this. He's right. Jordan, he gets criticized more than anybody else on the team. He is right about that. To me, we've talked about it for the last 2 months. I believe it. Jordan Poole gets too much criticism for this team being where they are. I believe that.
I said I agree with you. He's like the little brother.
Okay. So that's who he's talking about.
Okay, but
he's talking about the fans, and he's talking about members of the media, certain members of the media. None
Can
of
I
whom
ask Jordan this, Steiny?
None of whom he can identify, but all of whom have called him overrated or shouldn't have got. How many people? When you say Jordan Poole shouldn't have gotten the bag, all right? To me, that's not necessarily a hater.
I don't
to
think
him,
it
I
is.
guarantee it is. That's slander to him.
Okay.
You don't think it is? I think it's
don't.
slander to him.
When you say I don't think they should have gave him the bag. But
you don't think that bothers him?
No, it does.
Well, that's what
I'm just telling you as a man. I don't think that to me, I would bypass and say that's not hate.
Right, but that's you. Do you think? I think that's what he considers
no doubt
slander.
That fuels him. Oh, and we're on alert now that he said he hears the slander. So again, it goes back to how we started this conversation. It doesn't matter the intent of the jackal. I'm gonna call myself. It's about how that person or athlete takes it. My thing to you is, do you think Jordan Poole forgot how that whole Chase Center he had buzzing? He was putting on a show Curry-esque last year and sometimes this year. Like, do you take the good with the bad or do you just focus on the slander was my thing. Because when he said that, it kind of threw me off. I hear the slander, but JP, what about when the building, you had it rocking like Michael Jackson at the Apollo?
He was part of a championship team. Pay him the respect that he deserves as a champion is probably what he's saying. Hang in there with me when I struggle. I paid it off last year. It's like, it's the old, I'm not playing great. So support me rather than tell me I didn't deserve the bag.
What if there was a symposium? And I know they have them in the NFL, the rookie one or whatnot. All the
NBA.
Okay, I'm about to read a text from the 562. Steiny, we're talking about grown people. And I'm saying, what if this guy or gal said this to the athletes? If you let social media get to you, that's on you. Grow up and stay off social media. And we heard, was it Brunskill or the offensive lineman? Yeah, I believe one of the Niner offensive linemen that said he would read this after a game, the shade, and it would get to him. Now, that's human.
Right.
Because when we put up stuff on our graphics and my kids, and we're not at pro athletes, I'll go Durant. I'll look at the good and the bad, but the good doesn't make me go get my head inflated. I take it the same with the bad. It comes with the territory.
I think it's...
No, I mean it.
No,
I never looked myself in the mirror and said, Johnny from Stockton said Guru's a bum. And then the ones that say, Guru, I love you, I don't go, I know who I am.
I think that's easy. I think you're saying that, but I don't think you're really... It's not that you walk around with a chip on your shoulder, but don't tell me that there aren't tweets at you or stuff coming in over the text line every once in a while that doesn't hurt your feelings.
Matt, I read it, but when you say hurt my feelings, that means I'm in a relate. And I'm being honest.
But when people really get on you for changing your opinion, that doesn't get to you a little bit.
It's show
because it gets to me when people say you're a hater. Steinmetz.
See, now,
it's like I'm not a hater.
Wow, but see, now I'm shocked that you said it really gets to you. Because it would radio get to me. Like we're a family here, and you're going to have detractors, and you're going to have people to give us some love. So I never let it, like Matt, and we're different. I'm not saying you're being weak, but if you're going to tell me it hurts my feelings, I got to be invested emotionally for you to hurt my feelings. My wife can hurt my feelings. My friends can. Not somebody on social media. And even when they give me the love, I keep it under the umbrella of...
I got to disagree with you.
Okay.
I got to disagree with you.
I'm telling the truth,
Of all the stuff out there.
Yeah. And there's been some stuff.
That might be out there.
Yeah.
You read it all.
No doubt.
And so why do you read it all if it truly doesn't matter?
Because I feed off the positive and the negative and still think it comes from the same place. And you could call me crazy.
No, I didn't say that.
The fact that you would sit down and type a response and pretty much know that you and I or whoever is going to read it, that's the game. That I almost take it like a compliment, Matt. I know you think I'm playing, but I don't go to the drawer and get a razor blade if I got 10 negative ones. That's just me.
But there's stuff. All I'm saying is there's stuff that I'll say or a listener will say that'll bother you. just like everybody. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, listen, if you're saying it doesn't bother you, Bob, I believe you.
I don't prefer to read it in writing.
I totally believe you.
Right.
And I'm not saying it weighs me down 24/7.
Right.
But yes, there are times when I read a social media or read a text and someone will use a word or phrase. It's about how it's written. It's totally about how it's written.
So
if somebody, you know what comes in here a lot? Steiny, sometimes it seems like you're picking on Goo or you're too hard. You've heard this a million times.
That one bothers me, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
they don't know our relationship.
I don't like that one. Kind of doesn't bother me,
right? Because we know the real.
Well, because the way they're saying it is constructive. At least it's not. They could be different.
And call you names.
Other people will say the same thing using different words.
Yeah.
And it'll make me angrier than that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, yeah. And again, if Jordan Poole takes it as slander, like Charles Barkley was on 60
Let's
Minutes.
Listen.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Charles Barkley on 60 Minutes.
Kevin Durant. He's very sensitive. Great player. He's part of that generation who think he can't be criticized. He's never looked in the mirror and says, man, was that a fair criticism?
We're in agreement. Today's players are a little more sensitive to criticism than your generation.
That would be an understatement.
Like, wow. If I'm Durant, the compliment was he said you're a great player. And Steiny, I don't know how it is growing up, like my kids and the social media and the pressure that comes with it. So I'm going to say Jordan Poole, and I'm nobody to decipher this, but if he takes it as slander, that's his Bobby Brown. That's his prerogative. So when Kevin Durant, and we all mocked him when we found out he had a burner account because he was going at the slander, we all laughed. Now I'm trying to dial that back. Like, should we have laughed? If an athlete if they're ultra sensitive about what people are saying about him they want to fight back, why did we find that funny or like?
I don't find it funny.
But we publicly tried to.
He's not laughing.
No, he's not. He's giving them this generation, Steiny, is different. Well, and you said something about Poole. If he uses this, what he deems slander, okay. But I'm not slandering him when I say Jordan Poole, his balance is off.
No, but when you say he wears dress shoes, it looks like he's wearing dress shoes.
Right.
Is that like a cutting
insult?
Well, that's an analogy. Was that a good one-liner?
A good one-liner.
I'm not saying it's not.
Because I called him Fred Astaire with the ball.
Right, because you have to cover your bases.
Oh, see,
every insult or every criticism must be met if it's a Golden State Warrior with a.
This is interesting, though. I'm not telling anybody how to feel. I'm just shocked to hear Kittle say.
I'll say that. Well, first of all, I'll say
they're all watching and listening.
And I need the younger generation to hear me here. The younger generation is more sensitive, and they have every reason to be.
Beautiful.
They got social media.
Beautiful.
We had no social media. There's no athlete our age, or even 10 years younger, that ever had to deal with the stuff that the 23-year-old pros are dealing with.
And the cameras.
It's not even close.
Jordan wouldn't have made it.
So, it's easy for me to sit up here and say, oh, listen to social. If I were 25,
I probably would dictate my decisions based on the fake stuff you see.
All right, we got a very special show coming up this week on Thursday, March 30th. That's this Thursday at Chase Center. Mark your calendars, Thursday, March 30th, 10 to 2. We're heading out to Chase, and we'll get a bunch of players. The playoffs or the play-in or the end of the season is coming up. We'll talk to some Warriors about that. We're talking about what's fair criticism and what's not. Also got to get into the Warriors game tonight. They better win on 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows...
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, now the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. And just talking a little bit about
life.
What's fair, criticism for an athlete, what's over the top. How about this? Today, during our conversations, if I feel like anybody has gone from being critical to being a hater, I'll make it known. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about it because I don't use language. I don't use the language of hate.
You don't like choke either.
No, I don't.
That sets you up, but we know why.
Wiseman wasn't smart enough to play for the Warriors. Is that slander or criticism? Is it fair or over the top?
That's slander.
You know what? James Wiseman, he was just too young. He didn't
That's
have
slander.
He wasn't smart enough to play. It's the most complicated basketball system in the NBA.
Now
they drafted a guy who didn't play college. He wasn't smart enough to pick up the system in 2 years.
Yeah, I don't got to tell you how important words are. When you say he wasn't smart enough to get it, it's different. It hits different than when you say, you know what, the offense is pretty complicated, so it's definitely different. But I got to read you. I got a message for you.
Okay.
My boy Renee Noriega. He said KT11, Klay Thompson, career average is 19 points per game, and he's averaging 22 this year. That's not a decline.
You're looking at one facet of the game.
Right, this Renee Noriega.
So by that, so
finest.
tell Didi, Renee.
Hey,
I thought I didn't hear. So tell Renee. According to that, Jordan Poole's having a better year than last year because he's averaging more points. That was an easy one. Tell Didi,
Renee.
you better be careful.
Renee.
Oh, I mean Renee. Renee. Yeah. Oh, by that, Steph Curry's having a terrible year. He averaged 32 2 years ago.
Boy, that was incredible.
Yeah, so he's boy, what a down year for Curry. How the hell can they win when Curry's only averaging 28? Here's the only. How about this? Goo. I mean, I've been around for. I just feel like in the grand scheme of things, Steph Curry's overrated. Is that hating?
That ain't hate.
Okay.
You would be dead wrong.
Here's one that is.
Those are easy. That's an opinion.
Here's one that I'll say is hating. And actually, I lied when I said I didn't do the hate because it's actually on a sweatshirt. The hell with the kids. Now, that's hating. That's hating.
A lot of parents felt you, but yeah.
Let's go to Calvin. Calvin's in St. Louis.
We get a lot of people from a lot of.
Hey man, how y'all doing, man?
Hey,
I just want to say, you guys are great, man. Y'all are must-watch television.
Thank you.
ESPN with Stephen A. Smith ain't got nothing on y'all because y'all are unbiased, man, and I love y'all, man.
Thank you.
Rack him.
But anyway, I got a recipe for the Warriors to win. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this recipe, man. They got away from what they were doing, sharing the ball, spacing out the floor, fast break points, and not giving up threes. Why would you defend the inside and leave the three open? They'll go do something on the other end real good, shoot a three, and then they'll come back up on the other end and give up a three. I call that bad coaching. And is it me, or do they look like they don't know how to dribble the ball or drive the ball on the inside? I mean, it's just so many things about it, but I feel like Klay Thompson, highlighting what you said, Klay Thompson seemed like he's the only one who did his homework, guys. Before Steph came back, Klay was hot. Soon as Steph got back, it wasn't just Klay, the whole team got stagnant. Kuminga has a good percentage when he shoots, but when Steph came back, Kuminga has the ball, he don't know what to do, and then you got Draymond and Looney looking at Steph. They making it obvious what they're going to do, and teams see that. Teams see that everybody going to go through Steph, and then Steph doesn't try to share the ball with his brother. Klay gets hot, games are over. But when Poole's in there, he doesn't pass to Klay, which is, to me, the second best player on the team. But at least Klay ups his game. He got better. It's just that they're not passing him the ball at right time. They wait till 8 people get on, then they give him the ball.
Appreciate the call, Calvin. Calvin basically saying that when Steph was out, Klay picked him up.
We talked about it.
And now with Curry back, Nobody's really playing.
But what about the one constant? And if you're I know you're not gonna bring up Mike Brown, but Matt, from game one, the open 3-pointer. Why are the Warriors
because
not
they're slower this year than they were?
And you think that's it? I just cannot. Again, even against a that. And I'm living in the past. Let me get it out. Oh, here we go. They didn't walk them down. Dallas was just getting. And I watch it and I see it by a lot of teams in the NBA. But this is the Warrior way. Wide open threes.
You know what bothers me? When you go, Steiny, why do you think something's happening?
Because I'm in denial. You think it's slow?
There's countless reasons. Countless. Do you think if Klay Thompson, I don't want to use Klay, Draymond Green, do you think Draymond Green closes out as well as he did 3 or 4 years ago?
Okay, just from the science of life, I'll say no.
Well, that's the bottom line. That, the fact that nobody is maybe I go overboard on the age, but some Warrior fans are acting like the big three are the exact same players they were 4 years ago, and I'm telling you, they're not. They're just not. They're not as good defensively. They're really good defensive players, took a step back, a step down.
Teams are they shoot like they're best with the Warriors. They play the Warriors at home.
We can't say that Klay Thompson 3 or 4 years ago was the best two-way defender or two-way player in the NBA and now maintain that he hasn't fallen off at all.
Nobody would tell you that.
Okay, so when I say Klay Thompson's declining, that's not hate. So that's based on what I've seen for 50 years when a guy turns 34.
I'll give you the check mark on that. You got that. But then what about people like myself that say, example A, Exhibit A, last year's season in totality and in the playoffs?
You know what I'll say? I'll say the same thing I've been saying. The same thing I've been saying. It is really hard to win a back-to-back title. Really hard. One of the hardest things to do. And I would maintain that one of the reasons the Warriors are 39 and 37 and have struggled all year, my case is, they played into June last year. They played into June last year. And now they've started to put effort in earlier in the season. Seriously, is any of that hate?
No, because you're not saying they can't win it this year. But the science part, I'll give you. I can't fight you on that, but I guess I'm living in the world to where it's the playoffs tonight. It's the playoffs the rest of the season. Steiny, I'm just waiting, like the NCAA tournament, that when the Warriors find out who they're playing, it could be the play-in game. You know they're not going to want to go out that way. It can be the first game of the playoff series. I just feel like we're going to get the best version of the Warriors. And part of what you're saying is true, but another part, Steiny, is what JaMychal Green shared with us after the game. He did a post-game presser, and the OGs, these are his words, told him, slow down, young fella. We got a lot more season left, almost insinuating we'll make a run when it's time. So maybe they're kind of holding. You know what I mean?
The Warriors right now are in 7th.
That bothers me. They're in the play-in.
The Warriors are in 7th place. I vehemently disagree with Matt about the big three taking a step down. Kerr's stupid coaching is hurting our... See, that's hating. Steve Kerr's won 4 titles as a coach, infinite as a player.
But when you
just called him stupid.
That's
all I said was, I don't think the big three's the same as they were last year.
Now, if the guy said I don't agree with all of Kerr's coaching decisions, you can have that opinion. But when you put that stupid, you're hating.
Brian in Palo Alto.
BPA.
What's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
I think several things can be true. There's this irrational demarcation within the Warriors fan base that nothing can ever be Steph's fault, so thus it must be somebody else's fault. Steph was awful the other night, right? He and Clay, what did they shoot? 11 for 40.
Yes.
So I've been pretty critical of Jordan Poole, but like to blame Jordan Poole. Steph comes out hunting shots, 6 shots on 6 of the first 7 possessions, selfishly, destroying the entire sort of flow of the offense to start the game. Steph, with 27 seconds left in the lead, didn't want the ball. Right? The sort of human victory cigar, didn't want the ball, and instead gave it up twice to a turnover-prone, 69% free throw shooter. And, that's on Steph Curry and no one else. No one else. And so I think Steph's still a great player. Clay is a great home shooter. Usually, he's not a good defender anymore. Draymond's a good player, not a great one anymore. But I think to blame Jordan Poole is ridiculous.
I'm with you there.
Be true. Kerr, has coached pretty poorly this year. You should put Gobert in PNR 45 times in the game just to get the win. Forget style points. He can't defend the pick and roll, and yet Kerr runs this aimless motion offense not working. Make adjustments. Act like it's a big game or you care. They just haven't been.
Appreciate it. They haven't been.
Maybe they're saving that for.
Yeah. They're saving everything.
When Curry threw that ball in the 60s, let's be real.
Which turnover?
2016 finals, and there's that meme going around that it was the O'Brien Trophy where he threw it to Clay, the behind the back one, and went out of bounds. That was a play, but he got a lot of criticism for that, just like Dre did when he got suspended and people
Jordan
blamed
Poole's
him.
gotten more criticism for a regular season mistake
Oh, my God.
than Steph got for that.
But we understand that. He's the Don. They're the Don.
As long as you're
They've won 4.
As long as you're acknowledging that
what
that
does
it is
BPA
true.
want? And I'm gonna say this for Kerr. He did give he felt like they didn't put your boy in the blender, Gobert. But if you're gonna call here, tell us what Kerr's not doing.
No, I'm not putting Steph in pick and roll enough times.
Do you feel like Curry it was a hot potato for Curry Sunday? I didn't get that feel, and I thought, unlike you, Steiny, I didn't think he missed that shot until he missed it. That corner 3, which was a horrible. It was a horrible play.
I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, but that was a horrible, desperate. You ain't winning if you got to resort to. You had your chance to win, but that hit front iron. I was like, whoa,
it grazed. But that was an unmakeable shot.
I was in the living room.
See, this is what I mean. See, this is what I mean.
But it's Steph.
This is exactly what I mean. I was thinking about this yesterday. What did we talk about? We talked about Draymond's turnover. Awful.
Poole.
We talked about Poole's terrible shot. Awful. We talked about the miscommunication between Steph and Poole. You know what we didn't talk about? They had 2.4 seconds left. 2.4 seconds left after a timeout, and they didn't get a makeable shot. They didn't get a makeable shot attempt. They didn't. Here's one where I would be like, why don't they run that flare they always run?
Man. You got me thinking against Toronto. He should have made it.
Let's make it clear. It wasn't the last 3 possessions. It was the last 4 possessions. Because the last possession, they inbounded with 2. What? So? What does Iggy have to do with anything?
He made that pass.
Made what pass?
For that play that you're talking about, he's always the one delivering the ball. Not that you can't run because he ain't there. I'm just saying he's Dan Marino at those games.
Well, he's only played 5 games, so he couldn't have been throwing it too much this year. But, that's the one where...
Yeah.
How do you not get a shot with a game on the line?
I guess you know what? I have nothing for you there, but it was almost like the defeat was... the fact that we need to make it to tie...
And here's the other thing.
That was
if you maybe this is the greatness of Steph Curry. If you think that was a makeable shot, then that means you don't think They got a bad then you don't think it was a bad possession.
And I think that's why I didn't bring it up.
Okay.
Oh no, it was. Come on, Stoney.
I'm just saying.
But you got to give the other team credit too. They got length. They were D'ing up, and they wanted it.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear that on the Warriors side, though. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, what's going on?
Our girl?
Hey, you guys, thank you for taking my call. I'm going to make it real quick because I have a lot to say on this subject, and I know not a lot of time. Here's the deal. I think that, for me, what is unfair criticism for most people, to me, like Brian, the last guy who called in, who I would consider most of the time a hater, and a lot of callers, because I'm one who doesn't really like to zone in on individuals to blame them. Okay, when like the game the other day, that was a collective loss. Okay, and I think that most human beings, and I could be selling most people short here, but most people do not process information as a whole. They simply do not have the ability to see anything other than what's in front of them. And then if you cannot process information as a whole, you cannot offer a critical, informed opinion. That's how I see this. So having said that, I say this. I agree with Simon that the core, they're older. If you looked at the Philly game or the last game, they were tired. When you are tired, you make mental lapse, okay? And then the very last thing I want to say with respect to processing information as a whole, look at Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, nobody thought Jordan Poole was going to be anything, and wham, he surprised us last year, okay? So then that means all our expectations go up. So we expect him to be what he was last year now, this year, and he hasn't. So then we start poking at other things like his defense and this and that. But 2 years ago, he was nothing. He was a G League player. Now all of a sudden, we expect this guy to be great on defense, supposed to be a hell of a shooter all the time. I mean, come on now, that's not processing information as a whole. And that is where I think that the lack of critical thinking comes in. Bye, you guys. Peace out.
Appreciate the call.
Now, I did say to you, to her point, I said they looked tired, Stoney. I was at the game. But to their credit, they came back, ran Philly down, technically just gave Minnesota a win that, just tricked one off. But I am wondering the fatigue aspect of this, as every game until it's over, they're going to have to ball out. And I said Steph seemed to be, but he's just coming off injury, and I gave him love saying, man, he hasn't skipped a beat. But I'm just wondering, and I'm not saying this about the youngsters, but just to your point about what last year did to him and how much that took out the gas tank, like will they look spry tonight? Will they look fresh? Because every game from here on out is a playoff game. And this is a humongous one tonight. Half game up on the Pelicans. You have them in your building. How y'all going to react and respond after just blowing one the other night?
Steph is to blame for the loss because he wasn't playing well, but Kerr is also to blame for the loss because he didn't have Steph, ISO, Gobert. 500 times. You all sound ridiculous. The whole team is to blame, including Jordan Poole. Nobody.
That was my take. That was our.
When you say y'all, you should have said Brian and Palomino. It's not. I said Brian wanted him to put Curry in the pick and roll.
Brandon Sinclair on YouTube. Blame goes all around, Stoney.
It sure does. If the playoffs were to start today, the Warriors would open with Memphis. They'd go to Memphis.
Well, I don't like you doing that.
Why?
Because they would have to play OKC first.
Who?
The Warriors.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm just assuming they're in the seventh.
I'm
That's
telling
what they are.
Dude, there's two teams scaring me now. And I told you how I felt about the whole Ja thing. They're back now. That swagger's coming back. Memphis, I think they could be a problem. Minnesota, you see what they did to Sac without Cat. And they got what the Warriors don't. And that's what makes this run from the Golden State Warriors incredible, Stoney, is they've never been the Lou Alcindor. Yeah, they had Bogut, they had Zaza, but their offense was never predicated around the big. Now Minnesota has Naz Reid, Gobert, and a 7-foot
What if
Cat.
I told you in a crazy way I would, and maybe this is me and why people can't stand me, I think they did build around a big man. I think Durant was a big man when he was here. Because when they really got into a bind, they would post him up. They would go ISO.
Oh.
So, I mean, I know he's an unconventional type of 7-footer, but he did give him size. But no, they haven't had a traditional big, really, other than Bogut.
And Looney gives
day.
you everything. Him and Dre. What do you expect tonight? Seriously, Stoney. You think Pelicans have won 5 in a row? Played last night. Well, really, they didn't. They played Portland.
I can't stand this guy. This 415.
But it could be a gal.
It's not a gal.
But it could be.
It's not.
But see, you're letting it do the Durant to you.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
if you say it, then he's going to, I'm going to send 20 more. But what'd he say?
Can someone please explain to Steiny how the playoff brackets work? The number 7 does not automatically play.
Right,
oh, my God. I want to take it.
right.
You know, what do you say, Goo? I want to take a brick
Right,
and
yeah.
I want to throw it at you
no
right
doubt,
now.
No doubt.
Thanks. Hey, wait. The NBA's got a play-in system? When did that happen?
Pretty good.
Oh, that pisses me off. See? That's a hater. That's a hater right there.
Now, I know you're not
See,
a big
that's
gambling
hating.
guy. Warriors favored by 6.5.
They're at home, Goo.
They were favored by 6.5 and ruined my friend's parlay. Last play on
Let
the
me ask you
docket.
a question.
They were 6.5 for Minnesota and lost.
You do realize.
I'm all ears
You
for
do
this.
realize that when they set a line, their goal is for
It's
half the
8.5.
people to win and half the people to lose.
Well, hey, you want to do that game.
I do want to do that game.
I get that, but you ain't feeling the Warriors. I am the guy on the freeway with a sign saying, this is the game that the old Warriors mopped the floor with said team.
So was Sunday.
I'm like 0-7.
Good point by the 510 here. We went to Wiggins in the finals in the low post here and there. That's Mac in Oakland.
God, could you imagine if
What?
somehow he could come back? Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about it.
What was that?
Your voice when you do. Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is now all of a sudden Andrew Wiggins has become Michael Jordan.
No, hey, not Jordan. Movie Air getting ready to come out, Stoney.
Who?
The movie Air is getting ready to air. I'll take a 3.
So bad.
Air.
Awful.
I think so. We'll ask the guys in the back. But listen, I'm getting old.
Yeah. All right. From the 505. This is an interesting one. When can we officially know what Wiggins is not coming back so we can just put.
Let me help you out.
No, I can say something. This is one thing that I don't understand. Like, I've heard people say, well, if he comes back, it's got to be soon. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Well,
he can come back after the first round of the playoffs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Seriously, like there's no deadline.
Yeah,
like, but people, this whole idea.
There's a thing called sports, though, Stoney.
It's going to take him
a
week
come
to get
on.
acclimated.
You got to give that. That's
okay,
real.
go ahead and play Anthony Lamb ahead of him.
Oh
then.
no. Well,
give me a break.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, it doesn't even like. Of
But
course,
you know, yeah.
of course, he's going to take some ramping up.
Yeah.
But if he says I'm ready to go and it's game 6 of the first round, you're going to play him if you advance to the second round.
But if you ain't here for the one,
9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they got to win tonight. It's as simple as that, or they're going to drop in the standings. And here's my question for Warrior fans: they're 7th right now. Is anybody getting worried? Is anybody getting worried that maybe we don't make the playoffs? I don't know. They got to win tonight. I know that. They got to win tonight, and then they got to beat OKC next week. You can hear it all right here on 95.7 The Game, and it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. Also, book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 a night, and that goes through March 31st. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and a free breakfast. Book now, inatthetides.com.
If you own a small business, you've probably been hearing a lot of
That's slander, Gil.
I'm still doing it.
What's that, Evan?
Slander.
You're a hater.
You might be right.
you
Revealing what
certainly-
he uses to dye his hair, his secrets. I might be hating, Steiny.
All right, here's what we got going. It's 12:05.
Please.
On 95.7 The Game. Coming up at 12:30, we're going to go get back to some Niners. We were talking some Niners off the top here. The quarterback situation is being talked about by John Lynch and by Kyle Shanahan. I want to ask Jennifer Lee Chan about Lamar Jackson and you know, are the Warriors really not kicking the tires, or
Yeah,
at
I
least
can't
making
wait.
a phone call? We talked Niners at the start of the show. We're going to jump back into them at 12:30. But right now, we're talking about the Warriors, who, I'll tell you what, we don't get into individual games too much, but they got to win tonight against the Pelicans. Right now, they're 7th in the West.
Which is play in.
The reality of the situation for the Warriors is, you know, when you put yourself in a position like they've put themselves in, then not everything is within their control anymore. So you lose to the Timberwolves on Sunday, and then all of a sudden you have a day like yesterday. You know, you know, at what time was the Timberwolves start? 5:30?
No, 7. They played Sac.
No, on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, 5:30.
On Sunday.
5:30.
So the Warriors were tipping off at 5:30 on Sunday. At 5:25 on Sunday, they had a legitimate shot at the number 4.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They had
Wow.
they had a real good shot at it. They lost to Minnesota, and then what happens is you get a night like last night. That's a disaster for the Warriors. And unfortunately, it does matter what other teams do. So what happened last night? Well, Phoenix beat Utah, so they now are further ahead of you.
Okay.
The Pelicans beat Portland. That means if the Pelicans beat you tonight, they leapfrog you.
Oh, my goodness.
Minnesota beat Sacramento. What that means is now Minnesota has the same record as the Warriors, but Minnesota gets the tiebreaker. And then lastly, the Clippers beat the Chicago Bulls. So the Warriors really had a tough night, even though they didn't play. But what it's done is it has made this game just absolutely vital to the Warriors. And that's what the Pelicans win last night did. So the Golden State Warriors, it's not dicey yet, but I think if they lose tonight, now it gets dicey.
And
they don't want to push that envelope, do they?
No doubt. And I'll tell you this, because to me, this was the nightmare on Warrior Street. Was just, again, this would be the second time since the inception of the play-in tournament that the Warriors would be a part of it. What I'm looking for tonight, and the Warriors have never had to worry about this, Donnie, is how they lost that game Sunday and what it meant. Everybody from Fitz to Kalina, Bonte, everybody, Mully, everybody knew it was a big game. So I'm tuning in tonight to see, just from a mental standpoint, will it take them a quarter? Will it take them a half quarter? Will it be halftime to kind of regroup from a monumental disaster on Sunday? So I'm with you, Steiny. Right now, I told you if the Niners, if I could pick an opponent for the Warriors, it would be Sacramento. Well, guess what? Minnesota's in that spot now. And if you were to handle your business, the Warriors, and become 7th, you got a date with Memphis. And if you were 8th, you got a date with Denver. Like, it's go time.
Draymond Green came out and said it. He wants Sac.
I'm when?
On his podcast.
Wow, I missed that.
You know why?
For the NorCal.
Yeah. No. Well, yes and no. For travel.
Oh, well, damn, Dre, I ain't mad at you.
I actually kind of agree.
Yeah.
That if it's the Warriors Kings, whoever comes out of that series,
no, that's big,
is probably going to be loving life because they didn't have to travel very much. That's what he said. He said, it's an hour ride, hour and 10-minute ride in a bus. He said, look, Sacramento's really good, and I'm not saying I want Sacramento because we
but the
we
travel.
It was all about the travel.
And I was with. Now you always say, "Goo, you're in fan heaven. You live with your heart. You love with all that stuff." But St. Jean, all he kept talking about was Saturday is what it would mean for Northern California and the history of these two franchises and the Warriors, my young teenage years, that decade of losing, and the Kings, they didn't clinch last night, Stoney, what they've gone through 16 straight seasons. I do want that. I do.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They got the Pelicans in town tonight. Pelicans won 5 in a row. You better win that game. Oh, Carlito. Carlito's in Alameda. Yeah. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Hello.
Hey.
Okay. This is a huge game for the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely don't want to get in the play-in, but I think they could win. But it's interesting what Guru says is that every game now is a playoff game, and what we know today, they're at home. There's no way they're going to lose. They're at home. They always win at home. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call. Not yet, Lance.
They just lost it on Sunday, Stoney. So I love you, Carlito, but that was part of it. And then Philly had them down 11 in the fourth.
JD in Oakland. What's up, JD?
Thanks, gentlemen. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. Fitz said it, where they're guarding Curry. One guy's facing him the whole way. He's running all game, trying to get loose. We don't have that dribble, drive, penetration, except for pull occasionally. We got no bigs down low where we can collapse for our shooters to shoot because we don't really have that aspect of our game. We screen, we come off the ball, we shoot. We screen, we come off the ball, we shoot. We have nobody driving down the lane. We have nothing to collapse. Rooney is not really a big threat to,
Sorry about that, JD. Losing you.
Yeah. There's only one JD. We love him. But to that point, Stoney, you're going to, brother, Kuminga can do a little of that.
If you're looking for somebody to do that, you're probably going to put Peyton in. He's better at it.
Oh, man.
See, that's the other thing they got to figure out is...
I'm interested. Go ahead. So Michael Green, is he done? Stoney get 10 minutes? I know it'll only be the second game since Peyton's back, but like you said, everybody ain't going to play.
And Steve Kerr, if he's shown one thing, it's he tends to go with guys he trusts. So, on the surface, it feels like he trusts DiVincenzo and Peyton a little more than Kuminga. And so what does that mean for Kuminga's playing time? We'll see how that shakes out the last 6 games or so. But another reason this is a huge game tonight is for all intent and purpose, you win tonight, you're going to get Friday against the Spurs.
Okay.
I mean, they don't even care anymore.
Yeah, well, they're giving more effort than Portland, who you still got on the docket. I think that's the last game of the season at Portland.
Well, that'll be a
layup.
They might not even have to go up. Portland may just forfeit.
Man, that's so bad. Chauncey, it's a wrap.
They're just not that good.
Why, though?
Because they don't have enough talent. Don't you get it? One guy can't get it done.
So when you went and got Mr. Help Me Out from Detroit, what was
Jeremy
that? Grant. What was?
It's a nice little player.
And when you moved McCollum, what did you think? Did Simons? I love Simons.
He's young.
What was the plan?
To try to get better.
And don't tell me it's because I heard this yesterday, Stoney. Nurkic hurt him being out. Really? I think it's bigger than that.
Well, he doesn't help. Him not playing doesn't help. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
I don't look at Portland and say, God, what's going on in Portland? I know what's going on with Portland. They're not very good. Sometimes they're not. They're not. And you know what? Damian Lillard might be declining.
No, he needs what Jordan needed. He needed Scotty. But he's sitting there saying, I don't want to do it that way.
What?
Get your ass out of there.
This is the point. When has Lillard ever said, I don't want to do it that way? What way?
Rebuild. He just said that the other day. He don't want to stay in Portland.
You just
for
said
rebuild.
he needs to team up with Scottie Pippen. It's like he's never not asked to team up with a great player.
I'm saying he said he did. I said that the qualifier was ring chase. Yeah, you heard him. He frowns on that. Like he wants to do it there. He don't want to go run and do it the easy way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you made it sound like he doesn't want a player there as good as him.
Oh, hell no, Steiny.
Rich and Hayward. What's up, Rich?
Hey, allegedly, I'm concerned for the Warriors' future when people are bringing up slanderous and, it's like you see all these, like, Baltimore Ravens got that Lamar dude, who's MVP. I love Jordan Poole. I do. But, it's like you never seen, Curry or Thompson say, money time. When you say that comes the slander. There you go.
So he's a little too cocky for you.
I don't mind cocky. It's just when you say, how young is young?
Right.
Or 4 years? You know what I mean? It's like, how young is young?
I know what you're saying. You're saying he should be older for a guy who's been now in the league 4 years.
Wow, man.
I just think the bottom line with Jordan Poole, I think he's good. I think he's damn good. I think he's a streaky player. And he's gotten too much criticism from Warrior fans.
Well, let's put the right on the table. Do you think my answer is no to the question I'm about to pose. Do you think he really rubbed some of the veterans the wrong way?
Like, here's where it's like, okay, you just want to say no.
Well, then, so
you're
Clay
wishing.
was just lying to us at the post-game press. Like, that was an example of having his back.
Good.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying, like, you're talking like you know for a fact Clay didn't have to do what he did. So I'm just saying, was that a fake gesture? Was that fake love?
You asked me that yesterday. I said that's what a teammate does. So you're going to sit here.
That's what a good teammate
You're going to sit here and
does.
say there's no problem with Poole and the veterans. Like, seriously.
I'm going to say yes until I'm told otherwise.
Told?
I'm not going to speculate.
You're not going to be told. You're going to have to see it with your own two eyes.
Okay.
You're going to have to see, I guess, something like Draymond Green punched the guy in the face. Oh, we saw that. You're going to have to see something like Klay Thompson throwing up his hands because he can't stand that Jordan Poole doesn't pass. You're going to have to see Steph Curry throw the mouthpiece when he didn't get the ball. It's like, okay, like I can't argue when you say I'm saying no. There's nothing wrong. They don't dislike Jordan Poole. There's no issue there with Jordan Poole. Okay, I mean, you're right. I can't say, well, I was in the locker room. But do I need to be in the locker room? Do you need to be in the locker room?
No, I'm asking you
to say there's a disconnect between Poole and the veterans.
As a man-to-man, how you can cite those examples, which you did, because they all happened, and then sit there and just write off, because it sounds like to me that was just what Clay did in the post-game presser for Jordan. You said
any teammate does that. You're asking me my opinion.
If a teammate doesn't like another teammate, Steiny, no way in hell do they do that. No. I cannot stand for that. You don't mean that. You do not mean that.
Oh, so there's no such thing as
you
player speak?
You do not mean that. That he went out of his way. He went out of his way to have his teammates back.
They do that all the time.
But when he throws the mouthpiece, put it on 60 Minutes. Come on.
I mean, if you're going to sit here and say that in a locker room situation, players often don't have a teammate's back that they might not like. Well, I don't know what I mean. I don't know what to tell you then. And you know what? Like, if you're going to sit there and maintain that there's no discord between Poole and the veterans, yeah, I guess you could say that if you omit everything we've seen all year. Jim's in Martinez. What's up, Jim?
Hey guys, haven't talked in a while. I'm looking at these games that they win, and I'm getting all fired up. I'm wondering about Wiggins, but then I see Draymond do this lazy ass pass. This game is in the bag. You're walking home with it, and then of course Jordan does. And I love Jordan. I love all these guys, man. But you can't just keep doing this when the whole reason the Warriors win is because at the end of games, they make other teams do that. They make other teams fold and wilt, and they're doing it, and there's not even any pressure. Draymond throws that ball like he's out on the court at the YMCA playing for beer or something, and then, of course, Jordan goes dribbling around and just, looks like he's going to fall over or something.
that was the worst loss of the year. That just kicked my ass, man. I'm that one.
Man.
You know, when you win all these championships and you throw the ball around a little, and you're Steph, and you're Draymond, and you're Clay, that's one thing. But Jordan's just got to get back a little. He's a hell of a player. He's got to learn to play some defense, obviously. But you know, without Wiggins, and if they lose that game there the other day, man, that was terrible. That's all I can say, man. Thanks, guys. Great show.
Appreciate it. I want to get back to this Clay thing that you said. Hold on. Let me. I think we got it.
Okay.
This is what Clay said about Jordan Poole.
Right there. That's all. He was a huge part of that. And people tend to forget that. So, right there.
I want to clarify. If I said that means nothing,
okay,
that's too strong.
All right.
It's too strong. It's absolutely too strong.
I appreciate that.
He was given an opportunity. He was asked about Jordan Poole. He supported him. Okay. Does that mean I think he loves Jordan Poole? Not necessarily. Do I think that's what a teammate would do? Most of the time, yes. But no, he didn't say, you know what, this guy's the problem. So he's not, I'm trying to think. He's not Ben Simmons or somebody like that. So I'm not saying it doesn't mean nothing. I just don't think it's the evidence that there's nothing going on. AJ, 880. Big AJ, what's up, my man?
You know, I want to call Guru out. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate your show. I listen every single day that I can. But, Guru, you sound so emotional about some of these things like slander and whatnot. You know, it goes a long way sometimes when you have an opinion, but your opinion is just your opinion. But to Steiny's point, the words that you use, they're triggers. And you sound triggered. You sound emotionally frustrated, but it's coming across like you're a hater, bro. I'll take my answers off the air.
Hey, you don't got to hang up, but a hater of what?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you still there, AJ? Because I did want to ask him, like, what's the difference when Goo does that and when I do that?
Yeah, and the hater of what?
Like, I don't like.
I'm
like,
a lover, not a fighter.
See, this is one of the things that people also don't understand.
Yeah. Now,
you better
who
be careful if you come at Goo. Because Guru can say anything he wants about me, and I can say anything I want about Goo, but you don't touch Goo over my dead body.
That. Wow, listen to you. What was that though?
What?
And I was only.
I'm not exactly sure.
Well, let me because he's on 880. Be careful. I was defending the relationship that I think a lot of people are throwing tomatoes at. That if Jordan Poole is too cocky or he got his bag, again, I told you at the game. The other night I was in the house, and when I go to the game, they seem to have gotten past the punch. Maybe I'm naive to think they'll ever get past it. But for Klay Thompson to demonstrate and basically pick up Jordan Poole in a moment, Klay even basically said he hears the noise, the quote-unquote slander coming Poole's way. So I'm emotional if the people are passionate about the fact that people act like they know that we know there's something going on.
Well, what about
50-50.
Well, what about you just saying right now?
And that was real quick. It's 60-40 because I believe Klay had Poole's back. So the relationship is not rotten or to the point of, and I know all about bad relationships. Klay wouldn't have said, "Hey, you just got to get more focused." He could have said any other way. He finessed it to where he picked his brother up.
But why would you say, Steiny, I believe they've gotten past the punch? Like, you don't know that any more than me saying
can I
this
go,
team's not really. This team really
I go
doesn't
somewhere
isn't
right
together.
now? I'm gonna go somewhere.
Okay.
And I have not been holding back on this. It just hit me right now. If they wouldn't have gotten past this punch, I'm talking about the two people involved, there would have been another punch.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay. That's just how I feel.
I think
if it was real and it was lingering, there would have been another punch.
You know why?
That's where I come from.
You know why I think they haven't gotten past it?
Tim.
39 and 37. That's why I think they haven't gotten past it. This team, to me, it's like it also used to pride itself on chemistry. And listen, do I know this team doesn't have chemistry? I guess I don't know for sure. But I've also watched 76 games. This is the least together team on the floor that I've seen in the Kerr era.
Now, is that basketball? I'm asking, is it? So it ain't, I'm trying to not fit with the dude that pisses me off behind closed door. See, that's how people are calling.
Well,
that's denial, I believe, Stein.
What is?
When we talk about why they're 39 and 37, you think Dre's not setting a hard screen for Poole? No.
It's not like that.
Okay,
it doesn't
see,
happen
I think a
like
lot of
that.
people are thinking it's
well,
like
then they
that.
Don't, that's not. Do you work better when you like your teammates or you don't? Like, these are the intangibles that decide seasons. I do not, but like, can I prove it? I guess I can't.
Right.
But I will say it, I don't believe Draymond is as committed right now as he was last year at this time. Why? Well, because I don't think he's played as well in as long of stretches as he has this year. Okay. I don't think he's been money in the bank late in games like he usually has been. I don't think he's brought it as much as he's brought it last year. Can I prove that? Well, he's averaging 8.5 as opposed to 7.5. Okay, I guess his scoring's up, but it's not one thing that's holding this team down. But I do think that look, I guess this is what, again, for like 5 years, it's so great to talk about. Oh, this team plays with joy. Joy, 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 joy.
That's Kevin Durant.
So now I'm supposed to look at this team, see firsthand they're not playing with joy, but now it's not supposed to matter, I guess, because I don't know why. Like, it used to be a staple. Part of the culture was playing with joy. Okay, they're not doing that. Do you think they're doing that? Do you think they're playing with joy?
Well, when you're only 2 games over 500 and you're the Warriors, I don't think there's much joy. But to Draymond's, not defense, but I love how you set it up. But Steiner, he's at fault too for hitting his teammate for whatever reason. So if part of what we're seeing or not seeing from Dre are the ramifications from that, you got to live with it.
Maybe Jordan Poole's not having a great season because he's still feeling some kind of way.
Man.
Well, then it lingered. Then it lingers. But I just have, like, the evidence continues to add up in the regular season, and we're running out of games for this team to turn it around.
We are.
All right, here's what's going on. We've got Jennifer Lee Chan of the NBC Sports Bay Area. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch talking about the quarterback. Kyle Shanahan talking about the quarterback. Can't wait to get into it with Jennifer Lee Chan on the other side.
Hey, guys. This is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem.
At Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson. And let's welcome in Jennifer Lee Chan. She works for NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the San Francisco 49ers, and they've been in the news a little bit this past week with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. It's just nice to defrost a little bit out here in Arizona. It's warm.
Oh, nice.
Lucky.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. I know that everybody gets really interested in the quarterback position, but to me it seems pretty simple. If Purdy's ready in training camp day one, he'll be the number one. But if he's not, it'll be Trey Lance who'll get the first crack at it. If that's right, then I guess my question is, well, what if they go 2-0 and then Brock Purdy gets healthy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation to be in. Both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said that Brock Purdy has earned the right to be that, to have that starting role. But again, if he's not healthy, there's so much uncertainty. Does he come back, right on schedule, which puts him healthy early September? If he's not, Trey Lance is going to get all of those reps. So it kind of depends. It's kind of a wait and see progress type thing. 3 months, they are going to evaluate. 3 months after surgery, they are going to reevaluate how Brock looks, how he's progressing. That's the point where he will be able to start throwing again. That's kind of the big day. So 3 months from March 10th when he had the surgery, they will come take a look at where he's at health-wise, and then it'll be determined whether he can start throwing or not.
Jennifer, I was watching this year's playoffs starting with Seattle, and we all know the Niners got a great defense. But I was telling my partner, you know what? I feel like Bosa needs some help. I feel like the D-line needs to be more disruptive, and they go out and get Hargrave. That blew me away. But they've also lost some other players on the D-line, not as big as Bosa and Javon Hargrave. How much depth does this D-line have, and do you think that'll be addressed in the draft?
I think definitely there's edge in the draft, and it goes pretty deep. So John Lynch said that, the draft works out perfectly for them. Their picks start at, 99 and go up from there. They do have quite a few picks, but not early. There is a lot of depth at that position, so I think they're looking good there. But you look at what, I kind of referenced this during a 49ers Talk podcast. You look at how Aaron Donald and how productive he is. Not that he's the same position as Nick Bosa, but what Von Miller did when he arrived with the Rams and how that changed how the defensive line was able to attack the quarterback. It's very similar to what Javon Hargrave brings Hargrave brings to the 49ers defense. They've been looking for that second guy. Or a third guy. Eric Armstead obviously is very productive there in the interior, but having another guy like Javon is going to be a huge game changer for the defensive line. I talked to Jed York about it, and he said, the defensive line has been so good, but now they're going to even get better. They've been looking for that kind of extra element, and with that, it makes the secondary's job so much easier because rush and coverage are so connected. So they're really looking for a big jump up in production from the defensive line. I think they're going to get it.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She works for NBC Sports Bay Area. She covers the San Francisco 49ers. Where do you think Sam Darnold fits into this quarterback situation? Will he have a chance to beat out Trey Lance?
I think he will have a chance. I think Kyle Shanahan said he doesn't know how the reps are going to work out. They're both going to get first-team reps, and they're going to see how it goes. Sam Darnold is a really smart kid. You look at how he played at USC, and he was really one of the only players on that roster. He kind of willed the team to win when he was there. Didn't have the best situations coming out of the draft with Jets, and then with Carolina, he started to play a little bit better. I've talked to a lot of Carolina guys. I talked to people high up in the Panthers organization, and they said that they believe that this is such a great situation for Sam Darnold to be in, where he doesn't have to carry the team on his back. He's got a lot of supporting cast members with him. The best situation in the NFL he's been in since he was drafted. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes it, how he runs with it, if he can let go of that kind of hero complex that he has, where he has to do everything on the team, because he won't need to. I mean, you've got guys like Christian McCaffrey, who he knows from his time at Carolina, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, the list goes on and on. He's never had a really solid offensive line, and that's what he's getting with the 49ers. So I believe his production will be more consistent, and it'll take a bump up for sure.
Jennifer, you're around the team. This is your job. You're around the team every day, and I'm on the couch watching this team or catching an occasional game. And I look at Jimmy Ward, and I've always been a fan because of his physicality. I just felt like he brought presence. Now, I don't know if it was a vocal presence, but I know he's no longer there. How big of an impact is it that he's gone?
I think anytime you lose a veteran like that, it is a big impact. But you look at what Deshaun Gibson brought to the role last year, and Jimmy wasn't healthy for much of the beginning of the season. Deshaun Gibson was only supposed to play until Jimmy Ward got healthy, and he played so well that he ended up keeping the role. And he is such a huge part of Talanoa Hufanga's game. I expect him to have a huge jumper to production this year as well. Just because, another year and being able to let your instincts kind of take over and having the right instincts on the field. You saw Talanoa Hufanga make a huge jumper to production. I think part of that was his connection with Deshaun Gibson. Their communication, their connection on the field is going to be huge going forward in 2023.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. Do you think the 49ers have kicked the tires on Lamar Jackson? And if they haven't, why not?
You look at the way the team is built. I mean, they've got so many star players at every position, and they're able to do that because they have two quarterbacks that are on rookie deals.
Right.
Arnold's on a very inexpensive one-year deal. They cannot afford to have, a $50 million a year quarterback. With looking ahead, they've got to give a ton of money to Nick Bosa. He deserves it. That's their priority at this point. And you need a guy who, yes, Lamar Jackson is an incredible talent. He probably would be, with him on the roster, I can't imagine they would not see the postseason. But when you look at how the team's built and how the salary cap, yes, it's going up, but really the reason they're able to do that is because they have these guys at quarterback that aren't getting paid a ton of money. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles, that's how they were able to, get deep into the postseason and able to have the roster that they had last year. Now that they have to pay Jalen Hurts, it completely changes what they're going to be able to do financially with the rest of their roster. So, at this point, I think they're happy with who they have, whether it's going to be a healthy Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, or, Sam Darnold competes and wins the job. I think because of the way their roster is built, it's really looking like it's kind of an impossibility for them to bring a guy, and that's such a high price like Lamar Jackson.
All right, so salary cap is a big part of it, and I'm sure the NFL salary cap. Obviously, it's very difficult. We always hear that teams are able to finagle or move money around. What would that even look like for the 49ers? Like who would, if they were to do something like that, who would it cost them?
It would cost them someone big. It's got to be, would you rather? It's kind of like an either or. They want to keep Nick Bosa. He's going to end up being the highest paid defensive player in the league. You have to give up someone of that caliber, that type of price to get a guy like Lamar Jackson. Now, yes, the salary cap is going up, and a lot of teams are they play that, we'll pay you next year for play now.
Right.
Convert it into signing bonuses, and then, the money goes to the cap the year forward. But eventually, it's going to catch up with you. And you're going to hit a year where you don't have money to pay your players, and you're going to be way over the cap. So, the Niners are a team that have always looked ahead. They always take a look at the salary cap and plan ahead. And, yes, they can convert some guys. I know, I think Fred Warner had a restructuring done so they could have a little bit more money, cash for this year. And then I'm sure they're going to structure Nick Bosa's contract where it doesn't hit as heavy, the first year, and it'll be heavier going forward. So, there's so much strategy involved in that. But, when you add a guy who wants $45-50 million guaranteed, that's kind of, that goes against your cap immediately. And I just don't think it's something that the Niners can do.
Jen, if I had $1 for every time I got on this microphone and said, George Kittle needs to be featured more, and, he's a great blocker, I get it. I'm like, he can do what Kelsey's doing. In comes Brock Purdy, and all of a sudden, Kittle is unleashed. If I were to ask you the biggest impact of just outside of the wins from Brock Purdy taking over, couldn't you look at just the production from Kittle?
I mean, there was so much that helped Brock Purdy be productive. I think a huge part of it also was Christian McCaffrey being added to the roster, and that was a huge bump for the offense. But yeah, I think you look at guys who have been with the 49ers for a long time, and Kittle is one of the most tenured guys on the offense. That was a huge kind of a safety net for Brock Purdy. And, any of those guys, they've all, you look at it again, veterans, professionals, best at their position. That's why Brock Purdy succeeded. And also, I mean, not taking any credit away from Brock Purdy because he is a consummate professional and prepares his socks off all the time. I think, the combination of that is why they were successful.
Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. You guys have a great afternoon.
All right. That's Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking Niners.
Wish I was in Arizona.
Go. Hit the pike. Seriously. Love it or leave it. Mm-hmm. You don't like it here with me?
I don't like you.
Take a walk.
I don't like you.
Take a walk.
I'm over you.
Yeah, well then, you know what?
I want a radio fight right now.
You know what? Welcome to Yuma. You know what?
Can we radio fight? I'm in a dig.
Go to Flagstaff. I don't care.
I've been to Scottsdale, though. Sales meeting. Yeah, it was
so
nice.
Great. You got to
see a couple lizards on the golf course.
You were.
I don't like drunk. Yeah,
no,
dude. I tell you, it was President's Club. I was one of the top salesmen. They put us up. Come on, Stoney. Taking limos to. It was a resort. I'm gonna get the name, but taking limos everywhere.
How much were you making?
Honestly. Oh, yeah, but I got to be honest. Stoney told me don't answer, but over 100. Over 100. Your boy was
what's that like?
Please. You come from money. I've done my homework on you, Jack. Evan Steiny acts like I don't know.
That is slander.
You come from cash.
That is slander to the highest degree.
I've done my homework. Right.
My parents taught English in a high school.
But that's when teachers were getting paid what they should have been.
Yeah, $32,000.
But the world was different. Gas was $1.49.
Both my parents were high school teachers. Don't you? You better be careful.
49 you want Lamar, huh?
No, I don't. And that's where
you want the converse. You want them to have the conversation.
Okay. Here's where I'm at. Yeah. And listen, the salary cap is very complicated in the NFL. But I guess what I'm saying is if you're telling me you could drop Lamar Jackson on this team, finagle or fidangle, and still keep Bosa somehow, okay. I'd look into it.
I just don't think there's a way, though.
But apparently there's always a way in football.
All right.
Now, if the price is too high, the price is too high. But I do think there's an issue with Shanahan, not once, I actually don't think he wants a guy like Lamar Jackson.
Because I firmly believe that.
For people that say, well, why did he draft Trey Lance? I think he thought Trey Lance could throw better.
No doubt.
So one thing he's always said is that he's enamored with, you got to be a pocket passer first. So clearly he thought he was a pocket passer. I'm talking about Trey Lance. So maybe that just rules out Lamar Jackson.
I'm going to give you an example, and you don't even know this about me, about a quarterback that I hold in high regard.
Warren Moon.
My favorite. They could actually do both, and he's from your neck of the woods. And I believe Kyle Shanahan thought that Trey Lance had some Donovan McNabb in him, who could throw with the best of them from the pocket, but also has some escapability. I don't know why I just look at Kyle and envisioned him thinking that Trey Lance could do that. Not Trey Lance be Michael Vick or Lamar Jackson and, Speedy Gonzalez. So that's what was alarming to me is when we did see the short sample size, Stoney, from Trey Lance, it looked like accuracy or throwing the ball was just not it wasn't natural. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm like, damn, have they seen enough to say night-night? Or is there a part of him I'm lightweight excited to see Trey get out there again with the likes of McCaffrey and a mature Ayuk and Debo and Kittle?
I mean, to me, Trey Lance is like Wiseman. Yikes. And I didn't like that the Warriors traded Wiseman because, like Lance, he's come onto a really good team and had trouble playing. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
But what I'm saying, though, is this. If the Warriors determined that Wiseman was not going to help him, either now or in the future, or they just, no, yeah. Wiseman, we don't see it. They move him. Then that tells you, flat out, Warriors didn't like him.
No doubt.
Like, I hate to say it, but the Warriors didn't like Wiseman.
That's what it eventually came down to.
So my question would be, do the 49ers, like Trey Lance, feel good about him maybe starting the first couple games? Or are we at the point where if Purdy comes back and Darnold is there any chance the 49ers trade Trey Lance like the Warriors traded James Wiseman, I guess is what I'm saying.
That Steiny, had Brock Purdy not got hurt, I would say hell yes to that. But now the fact that there could be a possible, and I know, you know what I mean? Like, no, I think that, but Trey would never say this, and he's not supposed to, but it's almost gave him more life or another possible opportunity to show what you got. But had Purdy not got hurt, and that Philly game goes different, forget they lose. Let's just say they lost 31-27, and the offense wasn't the reason. I really believe like they would be entertaining.
Yeah.
We got our guy.
I don't know. You might be right. Because only Lynch and Shanahan know what they really think of Trey Lance.
And I don't want to. You're so right, and I don't want to be unfair, but you tell me, how many people are walking this great earth that say, when they saw Trey Lance take the football field, and I'm going to start the year before in Arizona, his first one, it's tiny that people saw something to where you're like, yeah, that's it. I don't think there's one, like the Cosales of the world, the quarterback gurus, I don't think they would even say, like, who's saying there was more positive than head scratching? That's like Wiseman, Steiny. Cool, his hands, his ability to box out, block shots. That not just you. I had friends say you had to duck from the question marks. It wasn't, oh boy. And that's what I got every time I watched Trey play. Now, how much of that was because he was treated like Earl Campbell? We'll see.
206 said Lance has shown he's not NFL material. So that's a little premature for me.
Is that slander?
He's shown he's not NFL material.
What did I just say without saying it?
Slander?
Because I said it wasn't pretty.
See, here's what I would say. Like, how do we know he's shown it? Like, he's only played 4 games, right? So, I like this is where I love words. So the 206, you're saying he's shown he's not NFL material. So what you're saying, 206, is after 4 games and 2 years of him only playing 4.5 games, you're ready to say he can't get it done.
I'm not there.
For all we
know,
I
don't think that's slander.
At 206, I'm not saying you're wrong. For all we know, Kyle Shanahan might be over him right now. But 206, let me tell you what it's not. 206 has answered me. That's facts, he said.
All right.
No, it's not. It's not a fact.
Because we don't know.
It's not well, I don't know. Is it a fact?
It wasn't. It's definitely not.
I don't think it's a fact. It's not a fact that Trey Lance has shown he's not NFL material.
Yeah, he wouldn't. Well, how about this? And I don't like this. You're going to laugh. You talk about the Emmanuel Sanders, and basically what you say is I hold on to stuff.
Yeah.
Trey's biggest play came in a preseason game when he threw it to Sherfield for the bomb.
His biggest play came in practice, not even a game.
That's the same. That's worse. The preseason bomb that had the Bayonne buzz. Everybody was and Shasky, everybody losing their mind.
What do I know? But Trey hasn't really played enough to evaluate. That's common sense. I'm with you. And that's where, like, And I kind of feel the same way about Wiseman. Felt the same way about Wiseman.
But we saw more than 4 games, though. 4 he started 30. We saw a lot of Wiseman.
Okay, so did Wiseman show that he can't play in the NBA?
I think he got put in a position that was too difficult for him. It was too much thinking. The system, it wasn't a good fit. Wi-Fi was a little slow. Lance's are like, accuracy. Started his action. Come on, man.
But
the accuracy was a concern.
Who are you talking
Trey's
about?
accuracy.
Did he even throw a pass last year?
It's not.
See, now, is that slander?
Well, yeah, that's
just a one-liner.
Hater.
It's a one-liner. You know,
it's
like when I say, I say something like, you say, Steiny, why did Poole have the ball on that last play? And I said, because Clay couldn't physically take it out of his hands.
That's slander.
No, it's not. It's a one-liner.
Yeah.
Does Sam Darnold's presence, though, make you feel like there's even less confidence than there already was in Trey Lance?
It actually doesn't for me, because I think maybe Darnold is more there because they needed 3 good quarterbacks last year.
Okay, I give you that.
May as well try to get the 3 best you can this year.
Let's put a rat on the table.
Oh.
Is Mr. USC not, let's be real here, the most coming out of college? Isn't he had the most skill? Sam Darnold.
So, should you have
don't judge him in Carolina.
So
you're a product of your
too
environment.
much skill?
No, I'm saying he might be the best quarterback of the 3.
Maybe.
And that's not even a stretch.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's no doubt, man.
See, I'm not sold.
He should get paid for that. That might be the bit.
Remember, the bottom line is they don't have one proven quarterback on the roster.
Well, they do in a sense.
Who?
Brock Purdy
8
won 2
games.
playoff games.
See, in order to be proven, I'm sorry. In order to be a proven
2 were
quarterback,
the playoffs against a vaunted Dallas defense.
Okay.
He didn't blow it or wet the bed. That's all.
So,
and I'm still with the people that say I gotta see more.
Here I am with words again. 8 games is proven? I'm sorry. I got to see 3 years to me is proven.
What I'm trying to do, guru math, the 2 playoff games equate to me is 6 more regular season games.
Very safe game plans. I'm just saying, listen, but Brock Purdy, to me, proven is not 8 games. That's all.
Maybe we can ask the people.
Yeah. And 707, Comcast Business Text Line, Stotty. Signing Darnold was slander to Trey Lance. I wonder if Trey, where he was at, they find out that Darnold's coming to town. Darn it.
Well, we're going to know for sure what he feels, because he's, maybe Trey Lance is sick of the slander. Steiny and Goo, let me tell you something about us. We got a great show coming up Thursday. We're going to head out to Chase Center. Your boys are going to Chase Center, and we are putting guys on the spot. We cannot believe how lousy this team has been. Is that slander? And we're going to put Bob Myers. By the way, Bob Myers, we usually do Warriors Wednesday. We're pushing Myers to Thursday because we're going to be over there. But let me tell you something. Warriors got something coming on Thursday, and I don't even think they know what it is, because we're going over there to broadcast 10 to 2. That's this Thursday, March 30th. You want Curry? I'll get Curry on 95.7 a game. Wow. The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
You can't host movie night on your phone's hotspot. It's time for real home internet on the Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's your definition of proven? A pro athlete is proven. Steph Curry is obviously proven. What about Jordan Poole? Is he proven? Is Jordan Poole proven?
Yeah, he got a second. He got a bag.
What about Kuminga? Is Kuminga proven?
No, not yet.
Nope. Okay, but Brock Purdy is. Brock Purdy's.
I'll give you not yet.
You said he was.
No, Stoney, I see this.
Before the break, you said, yeah, he had 2 playoff games and 8 starts. I said it's 8 starts and 2 playoffs, really proven. You said, yeah.
I really am complex.
Well, let's do something else then.
Oh, wow.
Let's not even do this.
Say you want to fight.
Why would I do that?
Well, because then all I said is for the people that want to say that shout out Nicholas Bradford, that 8 is not enough. I get that for Brock Purdy. I get that. I get that. I told you that like 2 hours ago.
No, but before the break, you said, because I think it's an interesting question. I'm not saying
totally
you're wrong.
Is, right.
You say Brock Purdy's proven. I said, oh boy, I like a couple years, 2-3 years.
And what did I tell you?
Then we come back and you say, no, Brock Purdy's not proven.
Listen, no.
I say, I don't know what to do.
Because,
I don't know what to do.
Skills. I said we have to see the defensive coordinators make an adjustment to this kid now that they got the footage. That's all. I would never tell you can manipulate an NFL and defensive coordinators through 8 games more than that.
What are those like?
I got the Bex text.
Don't they have those texts or like the WhatsApp where you write something and then it automatically disappears in like 10 seconds or a minute? Evan, you're young. You probably know what I'm talking about. What's that called?
I'm not sure if there's disappearing text, but a Snapchat is something that lasts for 24 hours.
Okay, then it goes away. Yep. Okay, well, Snapchat lasts 24 times more than Guru. Because usually Guru... I'm just saying.
I told you. Hey,
I'm just saying.
I understand the side that says this kid is unproven, but I kept specifying, Stoney, it looks good now. It looks good. Hey, I got to read this one.
The one that says, I swear to God, Guru said 2 playoff games are equal to 6.
Look, I didn't say that. This is great. When I came in here, and I feel vindicated after I read this, when I came in here after Trey got hurt and said Kyle should be fired.
Yeah.
That was slander.
No kidding. It's irresponsible.
I just feel like we can move on now.
No.
I was emotional,
we can.
and it was slander. Because we knew, and I told you guys, I didn't really mean
You're right.
Yeah, I was emotional. But that was slander.
But that really, that was your Dallas.
I don't have one
that cost you in a big way.
I don't have one on my ledger.
No, it's a credibility killer.
Stop. I meant it at the time. And it was
of
about
course you did.
It was
you
about
also
Trey.
meant 2 minutes ago that Brock Purdy was proven. And I asked you to. Then I asked you.
You want me to go kung fu with you on that? I'm not.
Yeah,
that's how you heard it.
No. By the way, you glad it's raining?
No.
Why not?
I'm supposed to have golf lessons.
No, you're not. You should be glad it's raining. You know why? Because you won't have to stiff Joe Shasky like you always do when it comes to a softball game.
Let's put the red on the table.
How many softball games have you played with Shasky this year?
None.
That's right. And how many times have you told him, I think I'm going to be there?
No, 4. Okay, no. This is where you're wrong. I get the text at like 11:45 the night before. When you get older, you need more time. That's
you
all.
Ain't Barry Zito.
No, my son got a little thing. I got to go show my face. That's why you was asking about the cafeteria. Next time we go, it's on me. Yeah, Dak. I'm like Myers, but I might not be able to go for a couple weeks.
By the way, so I'll just say, we're talking a little bit about my golf game yesterday, how bad it is, how lousy it is right now. Well, somebody reached out on the text line and said, let's go. I'll give you a couple lessons. I called him because he left his number. He didn't leave his number.
You got fadangled.
He hasn't gotten back to me.
Because that probably means they were trolling you. And you bid.
No chance.
There's who doesn't answer the great Steinmetz? That's like Radnich.
You're saying you think it was a ruse?
Oh, no doubt. That's why I tell you to be careful on here. You're going to get high blood pressure from somebody. When we
All right.
I thought you knew this about the show. Let me just tell you.
Thank you.
The
I am
text line
naive.
reacts to the episode at hand.
Okay.
So if we talk about brushing our teeth,
sure,
they'll talk about brushing our, the text, so that'll be the theme. Sometimes that's their humor. That's their material sometimes. So you can't take it for granted. You take everything in a face. Oh,
so hold on.
That's a troll.
Maybe I am just so innocent, like a dove, like a newborn dove. Are you telling me that I lamented to the Bay Area and our great listeners that I was struggling in golf, and somebody who's not really a golf pro uses that to text me, says their name is something to read?
They would have tweeted you. You would have. That's where you can see the picture. All right. Well,
you know
come
what?
on, Stoney. You got Fadango. That's all.
You know what?
Did you leave a message?
Yes.
Oh. God, he's probably at work. Listen to this jackass.
All right, here's the bottom. All right, here's the question: is there a golf pro by the name of Justin Archuleta out there who works at Stonebray TPC?
Now you didn't. Okay, I'm over here back.
That's what he said.
I didn't know you got a first and last name. So now you got a name and you got a place of
maybe
work.
Maybe somebody made the name up.
Now I think you might be good. See, I didn't think you had any of that.
Okay, so I called him after the show. He hasn't gotten
might have
back
kids,
to me.
A wife, a job.
He also has as a golf pro.
Yeah,
Justin, call me back. I gave you the number.
You might be too big of a project, though, Stoney. That 95 bothered me. That bothered me.
Well, you know what bothered me most, and I heard it. He doesn't think I heard it. When you said, "Hey, Dibs," I was in the other room. You didn't think I was listening.
Dude, you ear hustle with the best of them.
Hey, what's going on with your boy Stein? And Dibs just he stinks.
Did old Dibs look?
He's absolutely a nightmare.
Yeah.
I don't like any of it, to
he
be
said,
honest
he's
with you.
struggling.
Yeah.
Anyway, come on, Justin, be real. Don't manti-te'o me.
Yeah, wow. I still yet to watch that.
Oh, you should watch that.
But I know how it ends.
Actually, I don't think you do. Because it never ends. I'm dead serious. Like he's got to live with that every day.
And that person should be in jail. That's what threw me. That's what bothered me. You can't just play with people's emotions.
Guru, I think you should watch the documentary to learn all the aspects of it, and then make that determination.
I'll do that.
You're going to be. This might surprise you, but you'll probably change your mind.
Okay, I'll give you that, and I'm going to watch it. If you watch Your Honor, it's a show on.
I watched it. I watched the first season.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about watching the second season.
No, Steiny. No, I just want to throw you across throw a brick. You're playing.
No, I'm not playing. I watched the first season.
It's like my wife. She goes, I don't like comedy. I say,
well,
you don't have a sense of humor. How are we married? You trick me. How can you not have a funny bone?
That's
you
not
didn't
me.
like the first season? Wait,
no, I didn't say I didn't like it. I said
you didn't want to watch. You weren't hooked.
Now you're doing it. I never said I didn't like it. I said, you know what? I kind of liked it. I just haven't been anxious to get into season 2.
Wow.
I'll tell you, I watched
I wrote the series.
Daisy Jones and the Six. That's what I'm into right now.
That sounds like a Drake song.
It's about a band. 888-957-9570 is the number. When's a guy proven? When's an athlete proven? Do they need years under their belt? Is it fair to say that the 49ers are going into this upcoming season with 3 unproven quarterbacks, or is that too strong? 888-957-9570 is the number.
Which one would you say is the most proven?
Oh, I got my answer.
How many starts does Darnold have?
Oh, it's him. It's Darnold to me.
More than Brock.
Yeah. And if you put him in this penthouse or this Ferrari of an offense and Ferrari of a head coach, watch out. This guy could, if he gets the opportunity, Steiner, he could be what he was supposed to be coming out of USC.
Who's that?
Darnold. Like this could be the biggest thing of his life. And then
Darnold's the most proven. 55 starts.
Good God. And
I'll tell you what,
you can't be a product of your
I think we got a quarterback. Baby.
Who is we?
Me and the Niner Nation, the Empire. Bang, bang, Niner gang. You know it.
That was a good one. Well, you stole it from 40.
I never said I...
I'm Just for baby Niner. He got a song, Stoney. I'm just saying.
Is this true? Let's go to Justin.
Oh, there's no way.
At TPC Stonebray. Hello.
Stoney, do.
What's up, baby?
Is this Justin?
He's a real
buddy saying I'm a troll. I'm here at work, man, looking out at the rain at the golf course. What's going on?
Well, Guru's just said
wanted to-
said you didn't exist.
I went Twitter. I just wanted to verify.
Yeah, so Steiny, anytime, man. I'm hoping to help you out.
This
your
is
game in line, and yeah, anything we can.
How
do up
about
here-
tomorrow for him? Be available tomorrow.
Okay, so
when could you do it? Like I work till 2, so if I got up there at like 3:15, we could do something.
Number 3.
That's phenomenal.
All right, I will. Hey, Justin,
I will say this. I will say this. We're closed on Mondays, and my other off day is Wednesday. But any other day, let's make it happen.
ASAP.
Let me be honest. And
can he come tonight? 95.
What?
I mean, I'm here.
What are we talking the price wise, my man?
Price wise, Steiny. I mean, let's do this. Let's meet up. We'll do the first one on the house. If you kind of like my style and we're working on the game, we could go ahead and talk from there. But first one on the house for you.
Wow.
You know what, Justin? I'm serious because I called you yesterday. So I'll reach back out and we'll set up a time. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That's Justin.
Wow. That's Steiny.
Watch out.
And you're going to tip him, of course, even when for the first one it's free. You shoot him a little 20 or something.
I won't let.
I know you get that.
I won't.
You're good in that department.
I won't let him give me.
Oh, wow.
Like there won't be even one.
But where do you draw the line when people say they don't want the money? It's like, okay, once, twice.
I know where you draw
my clock is quick.
You don't even have a pen or pencil.
1, 2, 3. You don't take it. I'm going to take it back. Steiny, you're back. I'll drive you.
I don't want you to.
No, you need to get there, though. Don't miss the lesson. That's all.
Why would I miss the lesson?
I don't. Something come up. You got to get there.
Let's go to Mike. Mike wants to talk about proven versus unproven. What's up, Mike? How you doing, my main man? Back to Wiggins.
Hey, guys. But first, we both know that the Golf Pro is going to be the new sponsor of the show, and you guys will both be dropping your handicap 5 spots. So, job well done.
I hope you're right,
man.
Mike. I hope
we
you're
can
right.
Use it, Mike. Yeah.
Hey, just real quick on the proven and unproven.
Sure.
Similar to Wiseman, I mean, I think you would have to say Darnold in this case, but Purdy from the standpoint of both played 4 years, top college,
That's
big
true.
games, tape everywhere, and like Wiseman, Trey didn't play. I mean, played high school, 1 year Division A, and sat out. And I mean, just no different than Wiseman. They don't fit where they went. There's no tape, so I just think you give the other guys credit for 4 years of Division I, games with 100,000 people and games that mattered. So when Purdy has 8 games and it looks similar to what he looked like in college, he's not proven, but he's closer than Lance. And,
right.
Darnold, Shanahan's liked him forever. He tried to trade for him once before. So, I mean, Shanahan is the cute quarterback whisperer, thinks he can make Darnold what no one else could. So I would say they're both proven in the sense of you see tape. But Trey, not his fault. Good for him for coming out. He made a lot of money, but he needs to go somewhere he can play. He's got no shot of playing here.
Wow.
Interesting. Wow.
How sobering.
I know other people think that.
Man, the
how about
Niners
this?
might be thinking it.
I know Dibley's good. I'll ask Dibley this because if you had to set odds
He's your guy.
on what quarterback will start the first regular season game for the Niners, I actually think all 3 are in play.
Oh,
don't you?
Well, all 2 are.
Oh, who's not?
Purdy won't be ready to go.
See, I'm not willing to say
that's
that
not
either.
hate. That's just science. Until I'm
I don't
proven
know.
otherwise, I really believe they know, or they're gonna proceed with caution. But I'll say this: I might need to check myself on. Well, no, the 55 starts, NFL starts gives Darnold. He has the most experience. But who has the most experience with this offense? And that's recency bias. That's Brock Purdy. Because he's done it. Even though I know you say 8 games, Darnold ain't did a damn thing yet.
Steiny, season 2 of Your Honor is way better than season 1. Listen to Guru before he changes his mind. I made that up.
And that's why I wasn't that good.
He may not be the sports guru, but I'll give him TV show guru on this one.
Yeah.
Steiny is a 5% tip guy. You know what?
Now, I don't see somebody's playing. It could be Dibs in the other room.
But it's a 925.
Oh, no.
Although
Dibs don't play
Dibley's
with the
moved.
tip.
I wonder if he got a new number. Let me tell you something. When they put me 6 feet under,
which was a great show on
they
HBO
will
years
not.
back.
They will not be able to say I was cheap.
I told you that. It's your best
I
attribute.
don't need you to tell me.
I'm just
that
telling
I'm
you.
not cheap.
When I speak at your, hopefully it don't happen. But
see, here's where I'd give you. It's the burden of being a celebrity.
Got to get in line, Goo.
I don't want. When I go out, I don't want somebody taking a photo of me giving a 3% tip. Hey, good man, stay. My career's over at that point. I mean, it's pretty much getting there anyway. But this would speed track it.
This is super random.
I'm sure it is.
Hashtag random.
Yeah.
Because I asked you to speak at my funeral. Is there anything more awkward than when they say anybody want to come up and speak? That is the most.
Oh my God! Where do they even do that?
Oh, Steiny, I just was. But
they
no,
do that. You got to know that before.
You never been to a
going.
funeral?
Steiny, it's the most awkward thing. I've spoken at many of them. You sound over like a mic I don't like. But Steiny, like, just sometimes you feel like, are they mad if I don't get up? You know what I mean? You're mourning, but you feel like, yo, somebody better get up here and grab this mic. I done been to those too. Like, how do you know? That's just I thought I had.
Hey, Carlos in Concord, you need to call in. You need to call in because this is slander. You said you tipped 5% at a pizza place one time. I'm a P1. Carlos in Concord, he is a P. No,
that ain't it.
No
that ain't
chance.
it, boss.
Now, what about something like
5%? Just keep that.
The only way something came out to a 5% is if I went up to the counter and dropped something into one of those, the bowls, or the jars.
Yeah.
Because
I
the
like
jars.
to give in hand.
Well, I like to say, hey, check it out. Look at me. I'm dropping it in there.
At what point do you just not tip? I mean, if you're going to give a 2%, 3%
I mean, that's
tip.
what I'm saying. Keep that. That's an insult.
Well, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about, okay, you're at a restaurant and your bill is $100.
Yeah.
I mean, you better be tipping at least 20.
Yeah. I got you.
But see, I got to go up to 30 because that's who I am.
And I was at Chase free because of Bob. And then when I bought something, Steiny, they give you the thing where it says no tip or custom tip. I'm like, who's watching me? Because you know what I really. But I did with you 20%. But why do they give you an option of no tip?
Let me tell you.
Everything in my body is like, who's behind me?
Let me tell you.
I accidentally hit no tip, right? But I did 20. The barber, Marky D, I'm taking care of him.
So, if somebody gives me tickets to a game,
right?
Okay,
dude,
Bob Myers.
What that means is,
I know
I will pay for everything.
No doubt,
that night.
that's what I did.
You don't do that, apparently. Like if you
now,
play,
hey.
if I said, "Hey, Goo, I got your round of golf today,"
I'm gonna give you $40-$50.
No, I got you.
But for having me, I'm gonna give you
something. The problem
is
that
the street code, Steiny. Come on now. That's like you coming to get me. I need a ride, and I don't give you gas. You wouldn't even have to ask me for gas. Here you go, unless I have. Come on, Steiny. I spent that night and I tipped because I knew I was being taken care of.
Why are they taking pictures outside the studio?
And I wonder why they ain't asked us to take them. When something going on while we're on the show.
That's why I left the Emeryville event. Honestly,
dude, people.
I looked over. You guys were taking pictures. I was like, I'm out.
Saint was like, "Where's Steiny?"
I'm out.
Yeah,
little Irish goodbye for Steiny.
Yeah, you did it, but you showed up.
That's right.
What do they call that?
I see no issue with a $0 tip if all they open is 2 beers from me.
Okay, we already know
that's an interesting question. Well, I got to disagree. If I'm sitting at a bar and order 2 beers, you got to tip that. You have to.
See, I don't. This is a setup. What if I come in to get food to go?
That's different.
But I still tip.
Well, you should, but if you don't, that's not the end of the world. What I want to know is you go up to, let's say, a Zachary's. You go up to the counter.
Look at you, yeah.
You go up to the counter. Hey, give me a slice.
Yeah.
I just want a slice. Okay. They get you a slice. They put it down. You have to tip that?
So you're setting me up. I would think not. You set me up, and I just like an idiot biting. Evan, do you tip that?
Maybe it was 10%. Carlos and Concord, you're still on my S list.
The percent comes in when you have an experience. Like,
That's
hey,
fair.
can I take care of you? Come back, check on me.
Goo. I like that.
But to come in, wham, and just give us a slice. What I owe you?
I actually like that.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Say that again.
The tip comes in when you have an experience. When you're there for a while. And there's
way to
rapport.
put it.
Hey, can
By
I
the
take
way,
care? You need this and that. Hey,
sure.
can I get some pepper?
Why don't you be quiet? I'm going to give you a compliment. A big one. I was thinking about, how they're like, hey, maybe a segment. Do a segment on the show. Something that comes up every week.
Yeah.
And I think I got one.
Run it by me.
It'll be called On Second Thought.
This is great already.
You don't even know what
I like the title.
See, this is what you don't have no idea what it is.
But I'm
don't love it
almost
already.
Rain Man in a sense. I like the title. Go ahead.
I've realized that sometimes, not very infrequently, for the sake of a debate, sometimes I might not acknowledge something you said that I actually agree with at the time, but then I think about it and say, you know what? I got to give Guru props for that.
Like the famous one we just had not too long ago where you were like, Goo, it was a Warrior one. You came in, you go, I just totally missed what you were trying to say.
No.
And you came back the next day. Evan helped me. You came back the next day and you're like, Goo, this is what you were saying. And we
You're going to need to be more specific because that one doesn't count.
Oh,
if you can't remember it, it doesn't
this
count.
This is why
and this will be the
AARP has
first
stuff
one.
in my mailbox. But it was Warrior related, but you missed my greater point, and then it was like a good seasoning. The next day you came in and started the show like, ooh, that's what you meant. I missed it. I'll know tomorrow. But anyway, go ahead about the idea. I'm messing you up. On second thought, now you're looking at the troll.
I am.
Look, fellas, I
on
apologize.
second thought,
I like this.
I kind of glossed over it. You said it yesterday, and I kind of glossed over it. And in fact, I realized that, you know what, maybe I am the kind of guy that is a little contrarian. Because when you said it, I was like, can I try to say he's not right about it? And I didn't, but I also didn't affirm what you said. That loss to Minnesota was the worst loss of the year. Because you said something like, what was the other game they lost that you couldn't stand?
Utah.
You said Utah, night.
But right.
You're
Like
right.
give the award to this one.
That was the biggest loss of the year.
I'm excited about
to Minnesota.
Tonight, man.
I don't think there's any doubt when you take all
the ramifications.
into consideration.
You said they were fourth was like right there.
Yep. So anyway, Guru, on second thought.
I like that. And one of the I got to real quick. I'm kind of mad at you. And let me tell you why I'm mad at you.
Can you tease it? We'll tease that.
All right, yeah, I'll tell the people why I'm mad at you. And Willard and Dibbs.
That's not till the break after this next break. What do you mean, damn it? By the way, it's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Mm-hmm. I'm 1 for 1 against Draymond.
You never had a girlfriend dangle your feelings?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Would you ask me? Because I don't even want to answer it.
We got to go to 957thegame.com on Twitter, our Twitter page, and all the hosts ask their favorite baseball player. And I'm you know mine. I'm mad I don't know yours. Bucky Dent.
Let me tell you something about that. Yesterday, I went on Twitter, and I could not believe what I saw on my timeline.
Where are you going?
I try to play a stupid little station game. Oh, the big boss, Nahigian, he's got this brilliant idea. Hey, since it's baseball season, we're going to ask
it's
all you
actually
guys.
Shasky's.
We're all going to ask you guys some questions, and you give the answer.
Yeah.
And then we'll put it all together, and it'll be pretty fun.
Love it.
Yeah.
What didn't you like?
So he asked me a question that's stupid I don't even care. Give me the Jeff Van Gundy guy. Where is it?
I don't
care.
Right.
Thank you. Is it have a catch?
I got mad that you were the only one.
And I'm like, whatever the one that they said in Field of Dreams. The next thing you know.
Oh, you're getting
people are saying.
I didn't even look.
I just.
Stoddy, were they coming for you?
We're so shot. We're so shot as a society.
But why do you play that role?
Really?
Though? You got to play the role now of what answer is going to get. I don't want mosquitoes.
I have no idea what that means.
If you say the wrong thing, they're coming for you on your timeline.
Have a catch, and they're going to.
That is the worst saying ever in the world. Have a catch? I'll have a beer.
What does it matter?
Because you play, you don't have is not play. When you're talking about sports, and hey, want to have a basket?
You don't get it.
I do get it.
Anyway, I'm not. You know what? Don't ask me who my favorite player is if I'm going to get.
Did you? So you're not on the video?
Of course, I'm on the video.
Mr. Softy.
Play to win
Who was your best favorite player? I should know.
Guess. You're not going to guess.
I said Bucky Dent.
I
already got it.
No, you don't.
Michael Schmidt.
No, I didn't like the Phillies growing up. I liked the Yankees. You knew that, or you should have known that, but you don't listen.
Who is it?
I had my first favorite player.
That's it. This is it.
See, I'm going to make it complicated now. My first favorite player, I didn't say was my favorite player because it was just really, I just liked his baseball card. Johnny Briggs, former Milwaukee Brewer. You ever hear of him?
No. Yeah. And real quick, what made him your favorite?
Did you not hear me? I got his baseball card. I liked the way he looked. The uniform was pretty cool.
I'll give you that. Okay. Damn.
What am I? Am I?
But I thought you were going to be like, Google, he can go get it. Go ahead.
All right. So, okay, you know what? Maybe all the people that can't stand me in the Bay Area will like me because of legitimately my favorite player of all time.
Now we know.
Bobby Mercer.
Wow.
Dead serious. Played for the Giants, got traded to the Yankees. I loved him both places.
I ain't mad at you. I thought somebody on the
text line. He was going to be the
line.
next Mickey Mantle. It was a burden. See, you'd appreciate this because you overhype people all the time. When he came in, they said he might be the next Mickey Mantle. Guess what? He wasn't. So every time when you say stuff like, Steiny, Jordan Poole, the next Steph Curry, that's why I want to hit you over the head with the bat.
But I've never said that. I said Curry light.
So does that mean Jordan Poole is your favorite
Bobby
warrior?
Mercer.
Bobby Mercer. Some people thought it was Rockaroo. That's I got it here.
He was one of them.
Later on.
Okay, here's one for you, and I'm dead serious.
How many we at now?
You know how you say, oh, okay, you know what? Guess what I watched 2 nights ago?
The Shaq doc.
A documentary.
On?
What if I told you it was sports related?
Cricket?
30 for 30?
No, it was just a documentary.
On?
Guess.
I said Shaq.
No, he's not compelling enough. I'm only watching documentaries on those who are compelling. That's why Jordan can hit the pike too. He's not compelling. He's vanilla.
I'm trying to think. Lance Armstrong.
I'm actually surprised you haven't mentioned this. No, Reggie.
Yeah, I turned it and saw him smiling and saw the guys that were in it, and I stopped. I didn't even hit play. Do I need to go back? Steiny, I had it fired up, and then there's he smiling, the new, current Reggie. I go, this ain't what I think I'm looking for. Did I miss out?
How long did you watch?
No, I didn't even press play.
Well, then
I
you-
just saw
you
his
may-
face holding the. I like this. This is gonna be cheesy. Did I miss out?
I think you did.
I'll go back and watch.
I thought it was really good.
All right, I'll go back and watch. Shame on me.
Because it's unbelievable the discrimination he felt like when he came in, and then it was
Not from the fans.
No, from baseball. Like, one of the reasons that Reggie was so polarizing was because he told it like it was.
Oh, no doubt.
And so he said, he told a lot of stories in this documentary, like his line about, one's a born liar, the other's convicted. That's what he said about Steinbrenner. Like, that's why he was so polarizing. Anyway, no, he just told about being in the minor leagues, and like he had to sleep on, like, who was it? Like, when he was in Oakland A, he had to sleep on a teammate's couch. He couldn't get a room. Nobody would rent to him because he was black.
Wow.
And then, but the other thing was like, spliced into this Reggie documentary was like, he was with Hank Aaron, and they were sitting at a kitchen table for, 15 minutes, and then that became part of the documentary. They had great footage. Great
So
footage from,
racism,
like,
he was
Oakland.
in it, and this country was horrible.
Exactly.
And it goes to the doc you won't watch with the Say Hey Kid. There was some of that in there too.
It's called Reggie.
Okay, Snotty. I looked
Or
at
44.
I hit info, and there he was. The current Reggie smiling. I said it's going to be all. No, if it goes there, I'm in. Now, real quick, if I can get a word in.
Real quick, Charlie. No, not yet. Charlie Finley. What a cheap SOB.
Yeah. Former commissioner, right?
They lost like 6 guys that one year. They all just became free agents.
No, owner of the A's. I said former. Anyway, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Yeah.
You want to talk now?
Do you know my favorite player?
Roberto Clemente, even though you never saw him play.
But I did see him play.
No, you didn't. You saw highlights of him playing.
And Steiny, I'm talking about
That's fine.
innings worth.
You can
how he looked and how he played and ran and threw.
You never saw him live.
No, I did not.
Okay.
And
That's
how
weird.
he died.
That's weird.
Going back to give to his country that just had a disaster, Steiny. That is my dude. I've done papers on him. But just like your first guy, Mercer, you never seen him play. You just
Are you kidding? Yes, I did.
Who was the guy on the card that you liked how he looked?
Johnny Briggs.
Okay.
And I saw him play a little.
Oh, all right.
I mean,
Roberto Steiny, I know when you see something for the first time, he ran like a thoroughbred, man. He threw that's why I had an arm. It was.
See, this is interesting. And I don't know where you fall on this, but this is like me ask me the best baseball stadium.
Best baseball stadium you've been to.
In the major leagues?
Yeah.
Oh. Don't say, just ask me the best. Just ask me what the best stadium is.
Best baseball stadium in the Major League Baseball.
No doubt. It's Dodger Stadium.
That's mine.
I've never been there.
Oh,
but
I
it's
have.
not. Yeah, that's like what you just. Roberto Clemente is my favorite player. I've never seen him play, but
well, that's
my favorite.
Well, you know what? That's
Great
almost
analogy.
That's like a hater pamphlet.
Oh no,
You can't appreciate history or somebody's accomplishments without knowing them or being around. No, that's what it's about. You leave legacies. That watching him run and throw and hit.
Sure,
it's in the best. Forget Vlad Guerrero.
It was all highlights.
The best bad
Now
ball
I know
hitter.
why you're
Roberto Clemente, Steiny, he's incredible.
Well,
dude, have you seen him run a base? The bases, throw from the wall
now
on the fly.
now you're
Dave
putting me-
Parker, I love you, but boy, Roberto, dude, oh my God,
it's just weird. That's all. I'm not going to take it from you. If you like Roberto Clemente and he's your favorite, then he's your favorite. But it's
and who cut the
stupid.
video? Because a lot of different hosts getting a little more run than others.
All you got to do is say Willie Stargell, and we don't have an argument.
Well, it was tough.
Come on, just say Stargell. At least you saw him.
He was Roberto won. Stargell won.
O'Neill Cruz third.
Yeah, who decided how much you get?
What do you mean?
On the video, some host, I said.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yesterday,
first of all.
on the video that went out about have a catch or play catch, I did 10 minutes and got 2 seconds. Then
about being
guys like you
compelling.
and others
You're not
get a
compelling.
minute.
You're not compelling.
I bet.
I probably would never watch a documentary on
I'm
you
checking
either.
the time.
Willard and Dibbs.
You should
on
be
the other
tired.
side. For what?
You're talking. You're mad. You took the whole segment.
Oh, yeah. You know why?
Let me give you 5
Don't worry.
numbers.
It was only the 10-minute segment though. I'd never take the full 25 from you. That's where you take
that's
from me.
pretty good, boy.
Just get those guys in here.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic.
I actually don't like anything, but it's just a.
I had a coach once
you guys
tell
make
me,
me laugh. You do.
Johnson, take a playoff.
Thank you.
Sometimes take a playoff.
What's the deal?
Willard, I ask you.
Why did that get you?
Yeah, talk to us.
Dude, I don't know why. It was, Guru just. Hey,
Tell him what I asked him.
Hey, Willard, you going to bed any later these days?
That's not what he said. That's not what he
Willard,
said.
help me out.
He said, "Do you have a set bedtime?"
I was just, that's my dog.
Or does it
With the
vary?
new schedule, are you staying up
Yeah.
late?
Yeah,
That's-
staying up
and the-
later. Yeah,
and the answer is
staying up
yes.
But
later.
Steiny
And
just
then,
went.
of course, Willard goes yes and starts to explain it, and I'm like, oh God.
Like, why
Here
did
we
you?
go.
It had nothing to
But
do
you
with
know,
a Willard.
you weren't invited
Back
into this
off.
conversation.
I have to be here.
No,
Take
no,
a
you
playoff,
don't.
Steiner.
Like last week by 1:49, you were in your car. So
Had a tea time.
You don't
Dude,
have to be
I'm in
here.
Embarcadero.
You want to go?
Oh.
You can go.
He's got a tea time tomorrow.
Look at him, he's
so-
I'm not
confused.
canceled tomorrow.
Oh, you did?
I don't want to play in the rain.
It's gonna
Karika,
rain.
yeah.
I
Karika,
think-
3
think it's
p.m.
gonna
I
be
saw
wet.
that on the thread.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you need a couple weeks off to recharge your golf game anyway.
Wow.
He's in a bad place right now. He's playing too
Michael
often.
Jackson.
He's playing too often, is what's
I'm
happening.
only
Now-
playing once or twice a week.
That's what
twice
I
a
said.
week.
That's a tremendous amount of golf.
Seriously.
I would,
Well,
I
is it-
would-
okay,
I
one or
would-
two?
I would kill to play once or twice a week.
Wow, look
my
at
God.
Will.
Oh my gosh! Right now I'm playing once or twice a year.
That's about
I
me
mean,
too right now.
Oh my gosh!
Baby.
But
Golf.
let me make it clear, even though my game's a mess. Great Susan said, "Well, at least you don't get mad at it."
No,
about it. I'm like,
no.
Like I'm disappointed. I'm not playing better. I'm in a
No.
little bit of a rut, but
No,
it's not like.
That's because of your age. And I don't say that
Oh,
as,
you
a,
mean-
as a
you
rich
mean-
job. We've reached a spot where
Exactly.
you're just like, we're
Yeah,
out
exactly.
here. We're out here. I'm not attaching my significance to my score.
Exactly.
It's just, you know what I mean?
Why are
it
you
does-
playing?
Sometimes it
'Cause
does
it's
annoy the
fun.
hell out of me.
Yeah. But it's because it's fun.
It
But
is
you,
fun.
You just learn how to handle it in a different way. It's
Yeah.
not
Shot
that it does-
acceptance.
Yeah, it's not that it doesn't burn you. It does. It does. But you just handle it in a different way.
Okay, so I've been trying to poke at him about his game. I'm like, 95, that's damn near 5 from 100. I know you talk about, you just said the score doesn't matter. It's about the fulfillment you get of playing the sport you love.
No, it matters. It absolutely matters. The competition, your self-competitiveness, that never changes.
But it doesn't dictate your mood.
But same as a Warrior loss.
So
against the
why does
Minnesota
my
Timberwolves.
mentor to my left, Dibs, who I put him on the pedestal, guys.
Well, he made all of us, so go ahead.
Yeah.
I just found out he throws his club on the golf course.
It's been a while since I've thrown a
But
club.
the fact is,
Yeah.
Willard, that's
Well, I
Bush
mean,
League.
couple weeks.
You should not. Why would you throw a club that could hurt
Okay,
somebody?
there's two things.
No,
There's two things.
before, I mean,
Go ahead.
Dibs, I'm shocked. Like, that's Bush
You want
League.
to answer for me?
No,
Because you can.
I was going to answer in a larger sense, not for you.
Oh, okay.
I was going to answer just about club throwing in general.
Yeah. Have you ever thrown a club?
Absolutely.
Oh Lord.
Well, now wait a minute. What counts as a club throw? Have I done that like that?
great
Oh,
sound.
yeah.
No, we do a
I've
three.
not
Well, then
done
you've
that.
never thrown a club.
I have done what was called to me at the golf store when I showed up with my club in two pieces.
Yeah.
They go, oh, that's called the frustration snap. And what
I get
is,
that. Okay.
that was the swing, and then after you didn't like contact, you sort of
Right.
release it immediately,
I'm not
release
mad
it
at
straight
that.
down to the ground.
Yeah.
Snap in half.
That's not a club throw.
Okay, then
What
no.
are
That's not
you
a club
doing?
throw.
Then no, I don't.
You know
throw
what
a
I'm
club.
doing? I'm releasing
Dib, seriously.
a level of rage that is not only it's not only symptomatic of my own failure on the golf course, but it speaks to an internal frustration that I have as a human being.
Wow,
Guru,
man.
I'm the youngest of four, and my childhood was riddled with massive bullying, frustration, and
my
a feeling,
goodness.
if I may, and a feeling that I could never get over on my persecutors. I call them Mike, Doug, and Gail.
Okay.
They're my two brothers and my quote-unquote sister. They actually, my record as a kid was 1 and 7,492.
Wow.
And the one victory was probably a cheapie.
You cheated.
And I
Yeah,
came back to
you
lose
cheated.
probably the next
They-
2,000 as a result.
They didn't see you coming.
So my childhood was one of massive frustration and anger, which has fueled me to be the person that I am today. However, the one thing about golf is golf will expose you for the person that you really are.
That's
and
true,
so
too. That's
when
true,
you're
too.
out there playing golf, a lot of times the person that I really am, the deep down inner Dan Dibley,
dark.
I'm still that dark, angry at times individual. Now, when things are good, you'll find no better front runner. Steiny knows this.
But what about the people that don't know you and see a
comedic.
grown ass man throw a club?
That's a great question, Gil.
That's a super question.
That's how I'm looking at you. Like if I didn't know, what a creep that guy. Check yourself.
Oh, it's beyond creep. And I understand that.
Willard, man, get your boy.
We can all judge each other in whatever way we want to judge,
And
whether it's me judging your sports takes or your social media activity, or judging the way Steiny talks to you, or me judging Mark, and we can all judge each other all we want. And so for me, when I'm golfing and I go to that dark place, that dark passenger, shout out Dexter and the great Showtime show.
Great show.
When my dark passenger comes out, I understand that I am open to, and quite frankly, it's fair to criticize and judge me, and I'm not proud of myself in those moments. I don't go into these rage-filled moments. Aaron Schleifer, our dear friend, still jokes with me about the one time that I, over the course of like 2 holes, was basically self-talking, self-raging myself into, I was, stop. I could not stop. I could not stop.
Clock.
Dude,
clock,
it was
clock,
total
clock.
clock. So I understand that my inner demons, they come out, and I'm working hard, Daryl, and I appreciate you bringing this to the air.
Are you?
Steiny's right. He's seen me almost the only time he's ever lost it. I've lost my temper on the golf course probably 117 times. He's lost his temper once.
One time.
And I was there for it.
One time.
And
was there a club throwing involved?
No. It was
Actually, wasn't a throw.
It was a bag smash.
He remembers like it was
I'll never
yesterday.
forget
I
it.
do too.
It was the 13th hole at Metropolitan.
It was a pivot. I changed my whole.
It was a
life.
pivotal moment in his life.
But what were you actually mad at?
I mean, I hit a bad shot.
No, that's not it. See,
he was trash talking with a former colleague.
I believe, and I'm going to make a stat up, 92% of the time when we get mad, we're not actually mad at what we think we're mad at.
You heard
and
us last
what
week.
you just said. You just described your anger on the golf course and immediately went to your childhood.
No.
Like golf.
Does he do that here on the mic?
We are not mad when we chunk a 7-iron. We are not mad.
I'm going to push back on that.
When the Warriors lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves,
different
you
now.
are not actually mad at Jordan Poole.
Steiny.
You're not
He
mad
ain't
at
mad
Jordan
at my
Poole.
takes no more.
No, I gotta push back on
It was
that.
some guilty.
You are mad about something else
we didn't got.
that you haven't quite accessed in your life.
You might be right.
You're partly right
I
on
was mad
that.
about where my handicap was going to go after I hit it out of bounds.
But
In that moment, you were mad because the individual with whom we were playing was in your ear, and there was trash talk, and it was somebody with whom you're very competitive.
But why did that get to you?
Because
Look at him,
I'll never forget it. It's because this individual is somebody who is ultra competitive, and there was some back and forth. There was some forth and back, and in that moment, it was clear that this individual had gotten the better of Steiny, and so
does he have the same initials as you?
No. He has the.
You're proving my point, Steiny. You can't even remember who you were mad at.
Dan Daly.
Because you weren't actually mad at that person.
No, I was.
You were mad
That's
about
the
something
biggest
else.
takeaway.
You were mad about something else.
Tips can yell at me now, and
Mark, you don't understand how competitive I am about my handicap and wanting to improve.
Maybe. That's why I said 92% of the time.
No, I
Maybe
had
you're in the
great.
8.
Listen, it was the most important thing in my life, and my handicap just was not coming down.
Well,
that was it.
But why did you attach? Why did you attach your self-worth to your handicap?
Look at this Steiny and Willard.
Sigmund.
Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you've ever been married, and have you ever looked at your spouse and said, "I don't even know what we're fighting about."
I don't got enough hands to raise.
Right, because you
Wow,
don't. Because
man.
you don't. I'm not.
I look at him different now.
Yeah.
He can yell at me now, Steiny. I'm like, it's something about his childhood.
Have I ever yelled at you?
No. Well, we had the one argument over the phone. Remember the show meeting?
You blew me up,
guys
Scott,
went.
dude. You went to a place and
You went to the.
It took a lot for me to forgive you for the place that you went.
This whole station is about displaced anger. Are you kidding me?
I don't have much.
You can go back to the we don't give a crap station if you want, where we just all mail it in.
I wasn't saying that at
Okay.
all. I wasn't saying that at all.
Because we run hot over here.
Yeah, I'm not calling myself innocent.
We run
I'm part of this scene.
Willard, my feelings kind of hurt.
Get
I
on
want to
him
run
for a
this by
minute, would you
too.
please?
I'm trying.
So he talked about the great Reggie Jackson doc that's out that I almost pressed play on. I was like, oh, this is mushy because he was smiling. I said, I ain't going to watch it. Roberto Clemente won the World Series 2 times with my favorite team. Just watching him run the bases, throw the ball, he's everything. This man comes down my road, Steiny, because I didn't see him in person. Like, I can't claim him to be my favorite player. And I've seen games, innings of games that have ran. Like,
that's interesting.
I will
that
clarify.
tells me I can't have an appreciation for some of the greats. If you want. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Let me
Please
clarify.
do.
Clarification.
Guru says his favorite player is Roberto Clemente. Okay. First of all, it has nothing to do with seeing him in person, though he never even came close to seeing him in person.
He died in what, 69?
70. 69, 70.
Thank you.
So he's
taking supplies to his country.
But no. What I said was, so all you've seen is highlights. Yes, all he's seen.
But the highlights.
What did I say? That's a little weird. But I'm not going to take your favorite player away from you. But it's strange.
But if I didn't see Frank Sinatra live, I can listen to his music
different.
and understand.
You can't watch all of Clemente's games.
I guess
you can get all of Sinatra's albums.
So there are no rules in the world of fandom.
That's great. I like that.
There are no rules
I do like that,
in the world of fandom. That said, it's interesting to ask, what would you think of Clemente if you actually saw him live? Because if you think this much
about
of
it
him,
a lot.
Right? Plus, and then here's the other end of the spectrum, which is you've only seen highlights. You didn't see any of his bad moments.
Exactly.
Right?
No doubt.
You didn't see any
I
of the
totally get that.
But
And there were some, no doubt.
I love Willie Mays and Willie McCovey. I'm not old enough to have seen them live. I didn't see either of them
You
live.
don't know the Willies.
They're not my favorites. They're not my favorites. I mean, I grew up as a Will Clark stan, right? I mean, Tim Hardaway, Run TMC, that was my favorite. I can now acknowledge, Steph Curry is better than those players, and that's a different experience. I think that's part of it too, right? Is when do you are you a kid,
right,
or are you an adult, right? Because that's a different thing. So you can have that player, but it is different. It's different.
Who was yours on the video before I go watch it? Not to
who was my
our station
Hannes
video,
Wagner,
where we had to say our favorite baseball player.
Will Clark. Will Clark.
Wow.
Tony Gwynn for me.
That is wow.
Tony Gwynn in
but
part,
I don't know why. Will was a bad dude.
Tony Gwynn for me in part because he was a wiffle ball aficionado, and when
I
he
never
was,
knew that.
When he was, as a pro baseball player in the 80s, he talked about how he loved wiffle ball, and I was a huge wiffle ball guy in high school and in college
we used to play
and beyond.
tennis courts.
Yeah, that's all we did was play wiffle ball. So the fact that Tony Gwynn loved wiffle ball and just the way he carried himself in the box, I'm a big Tony Gwynn guy. But now that you say Roberto Clemente, I'm going with Hannes Wagner. I'm a big Hannes Wagner guy.
But it's his childhood that has him going evil.
Well, it
would be like me saying Babe Ruth.
Let me throw this at you.
First of all, Clemente died in 72. All right. 209. Just I got you.
So Will Clark.
Okay, thanks.
This is just me.
Will Clark.
Somebody on Twitter, I don't know, I'll call him a jackal, said they don't know Gabe Kapler, but does anybody make your blood boil just with their look? So I'm looking at Gabe last night like you're hating on the beard. He's a good-looking dude. But you brought up Will Clark, who Steiny and I had the pleasure of interviewing. This is just me and my style. I'm Jim Leland, Waddy Herzog, Chuck Tanner.
Thank you.
Will Clark could coach. He could manage. I believe teams need that fire. And we asked him, but like
too much fire.
Gabe Kapler,
too much fire.
I'm not hating on Gabe, but I like that real fire.
Yeah, but I think.
But he did the Littell.
Exactly.
That was go ahead.
I have plenty of fire.
Right. But Will could manage, I believe.
But what happens with fire?
No one would hire him.
Thank you. You get burned.
No one would hire him. So,
No
like,
one would hire him.
here's what. First of all, we have glorified the manager position in Major League Baseball in a very.
Where are you going? Because now you're about to hurt my feelings.
My point is when things aren't going well in the baseball world, what does a fan do? We get mad at the manager.
Right.
The manager's not doing a damn thing anymore.
The
manager's not doing a damn thing.
That's so disheartening. If you're right,
now that's overstating it. They are a piece of the puzzle, but to make it sound like the manager, and we do this, right? The GM makes all the offseason decisions, and the manager makes all the in-season. It's not true.
But motivation.
Sure, but is that what people right now are going to listen to? I don't know if anybody wants Will Clark and a red ass tongue lashing.
Sometimes
if you right, like because the ground ball didn't get picked up, and we act like that'll work, but I don't know if it'll work. Like that's not Will Clark is not what baseball's doing anymore.
Right.
So if he were to show up, and do this, I don't know. People are going to look at him like he's got 4 eyes.
Who's the hottest personality in Major League Baseball managers right now in terms of like, oh, that guy, he's a red ass? I mean, do we have any of the good old-fashioned red asses anymore?
Would Bochy qualify?
I don't mean to put you on the spot. No,
Would Bochy qualify?
Bochy's old school, but not red ass.
No, he's not going to get into your face if you're on an 0 for 12, and that's kind of what you're talking about. And
I don't even know who any of the managers
Roberts
are.
in LA?
Exactly.
That's my point. Roberts is not.
Is Gardenhire still in Minnesota?
How many managers could you name?
Yeah.
Let's
not do this.
No, seriously.
Are you going to do the ID or not? Are you just going to sit there?
Tony La Russa would get in your face, right? La Russa would get in your face.
No doubt.
And by the way,
you listen to the 95.7 The Game.
They ran him out. But he was falling
FM
asleep in the dugout.
KGMZ.
Station.
Yeah, close enough.
He was falling asleep in the dugout, Tony
Jermaine
was.
Mercedes is on
FM
the
San
Giants 'cause he's
Francisco.
like,
Sounds like you're doing it.
Tony. You know what I mean? Like,
Actually, the call letters are the only thing that actually matters. The whole thing
AGMZ.
about Odyssey and the rest of that's all window dressing. You got to give the call letters.
KGMZ.
Thank you.
San
San
Francisco.
Francisco. HD and
We had a
FM1.
show together, and
Thank you.
Dibs would do this. It was a bit.
Yeah.
And Stoddy would just get
I
flustered.
would scold him from my Oakland home.
I would duck my
and he
head.
would get so
I
mad.
was like, Stoddy, shake it off. Mariah Carey.
And the next 2 hours would be all, hey, Goo. Your boy would put me on ice because I would piss him
I
off.
never
It'd be the other
thought
way
that,
around.
though. Yeah, right.
I remember once
Right. Don't make me-
came back from break and I had the temerity to take a phone call first.
All right.
You
This
would have
is-
thought,
Dude,
This
He
is-
said co-host before phones.
Bros
This is-
before phones.
Bros before
Bros before
This is
phones.
why you don't do
It just-
three-person shows.
Come on.
You're welcome, San Francisco.
Yes.
This is why you don't do
Yeah.
three-person
My
shows.
wife would be like, "You taking a shower? Yes, Steiny talking." That's right. I mean, I'll be all right.
I just
got
can't
it.
with the changeover. Oh, my heart.
Big game
My
for the Warriors
heart.
tonight, huh?
Oh, this
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
wild. Look at
It's a
all of us.
must
We're
win,
all
Dips.
in.
It's a
I mean,
must
come
win.
on.
Yeah.
It's so much far from a must win,
Well,
but
no, don't mess around with this one though.
it's
that's
fine.
okay.
There's no more room for home losses.
Who's that?
rest of the
Who's
year.
that doing the
Rest of
mess
the year.
around? Is that Ray Charles?
I'm
They're
missing
doing
my
the
black
mess
card.
around.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're doing the mess around. I think it was Ray Charles. I'll pick you up here, Goo. This is a don't mess around game. You're right.
Yeah, do not. There's no more room for any more
I
losses.
can't
at
wait
home.
to watch it.
I
And
think
the
this is one of
Pelicans have
those,
won
the way I
5
put
in
it
a
is,
row.
don't lose tonight.
Win your 3 at home, find a win in one of the 3 road games, get your butt into the playoffs, and let's roll.
Hey, whose
That's
seats
the
did you
deal.
get tonight? Did you get Jordan Poole's or did you get Steph's? Because
was in
I know
Sac
you're a big
yesterday.
Hey, Will,
You're a
you
big
know
Steph
who I am.
defender,
I
so-
came to your house for this, so you know
Yes,
who
you
I
did.
am at
You're a
heart.
real
I
one.
love
That's
this
what
bit,
you are.
But
Yeah.
I'm going
Whose
to give a
seats you
real
got
one
tonight?
the couch.
Thank you.
He came up with the greatest thing today. What's the difference? What's slander and what's hate?
I listened to you guys talking about this.
That is,
Well,
but
I
now
couldn't-
we're all sensitive,
But
right?
I couldn't figure out,
yeah.
were you actually defining slander or were you just defining how we in the sports world talk about slander?
If I said I can't stand that Mark Willard's radio show, he thinks he knows it all.
Yeah.
Is that slander or is that a take?
That's a take.
I think that's
not
slander.
No, that's not
not
slander.
by, not by definition, but in the way that we use the word today on the streets. Yeah,
That's how I just.
But
so
also,
what was Jordan Poole saying when he hears the slander?
Well, so why is my question is to go in a different direction? Why is slander suddenly not okay? Why have we just? Is Jordan offended?
I think so. I think when you hear, because to me, constructive criticism, that's what it used to be.
So
but it sounds like these athletes can't take that now.
So the YouTube chat and right, the Comcast business text, that's slander all day, but fine.
That's what I
right. We have to have that. We have to have that. Like, especially in the social media world, which is essentially that's the baseline of what we're talking about, right? I think it was Lady Gaga one time that said early in her career, if I say something on social media and everybody agrees with me, well, then I didn't say anything. You have to have a bunch of people on your side,
right,
and a bunch of people not on your side, and now you've said something compelling.
But mean what you're saying, though.
The definition of slander is something that is false and damaging. So if I say Jordan Poole,
that's a legal route.
If you say Jordan Poole plays basketball in dress shoes,
when he falls
that's
down,
slander.
It's like
you think that's slander
because he doesn't actually wear dress shoes.
But that's not
if you say that Jordan Poole,
but that's not damaging.
Oh, it is damaging.
No, it's not.
It is to his shoe sponsor.
I think it
unless
is.
he's sponsored by Manolo Blahnik.
No,
but
that's interesting.
Klay Thompson is washed.
That's slander.
That's an opinion.
No, let me give you an actual definition of slander is what everybody has said about Andrew Wiggins if it's not true.
Oh, okay. All right.
That
All right.
is slander.
That's a home
run.
Okay.
If you're saying that Andrew Wiggins isn't playing because his X is Y with Z, then if you're saying that definitively as fact,
then
and it's not fact,
then that
becomes slander.
That's slander.
If you say that Andrew Wiggins is soft for not returning, that's not slander.
That's an opinion.
That's an opinion.
But the way Jordan used it and the way we used it.
He said he heard it.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's not using it in the definition sense. He's using it in just an emotional sense.
Slander to him is criticism and / hating.
To all these, did
That's
you
what the
hear George
kids
Kittle
say.
talk about
Which
when
is
they
a
put up
joke.
a highlight or a play of his that's not, that it's a bad play? It's mental and physical stress behind it.
For me to say that George Kittle missing the block that got Brock Purdy hurt,
which was
that
the
would be
backup.
slander.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't George Kittle.
Yeah, right, okay.
Because that's factually incorrect.
But not damaging. It's not
I'm a
damaging.
Jordan
It's
Poole
damaging
fan.
if I say that
It's
George
not
Kittle should be
damaging.
I'm
arrested.
a Jordan Poole fan.
Truth of the matter is, there's no slander here on 95.7 or NBC Sports. It's just people.
But using the example of the dress shoes when he falls, that doesn't make it slander.
No,
because
but that's what he calls
because it's a joke.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like it's a joke.
Well, wow, we run material.
Yeah.
Welcome to the world.
So that's what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no slander here.
Yeah,
Nobody's
none.
saying anything that's a lie that's damaging to somebody's ability
No
to
doubt.
make money.
It's interesting.
Right? Like,
I
mean,
couldn't imagine being my kids. Well, they're not kids anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I got it.
Yeah.
I can be here at 3.
He's got 30 seconds.
Growing up in high school, because we used to have pressure on what did your wardrobe look like. I had they'd come pull up what you're wearing. Like it was stress, but not social media. And I don't think I've comprehended what these kids go through now at that age.
It's a different world.
Shout out Kadima.
And if I take a shot at you for wearing Crocs and having them affect your show, it's not slander.
He's talking
about
because he's wearing
Curry
Crocs.
stinks. Is that slander?
Right.
What?
No.
Curry stinks.
I love you guys.
Is that slander?
No, it's an idiotic statement.
Yeah,
There you
no,
go.
right.
Let's end on that.
I want you to say it to him in his
Yeah,
face on Thursday,
right.
tough guy. That's what I
Exactly.
want. Yeah.
This is a legacy game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to do a complete about face to start this off. Not about face off or change over or any of that. A complete about face. Let's just jump right into this because I think there's going to be plenty of time to get to all kinds of things, Warriors. Hey, Sacramento Kings, you're no longer adorable. Your big fake empire. Where was your beam last night? We'll get to all of that.
They were waiting for a new bulb, Mark. It's coming in the shipping container.
When the lights go out in the city and the sun is not shining on the bay. Thanks a lot, Kings. But anyway, we'll get to that
on
in a
the
little
way,
bit.
the causeway.
Can we I think we want to hear from you right now at 888-957-9570. This is a question that for some reason I think has been bouncing around in the back of everybody's minds, but we just keep it there. We'll wipe it off to the left, shove it to the right. Thank you, sir. Let's ask it right now, today. 49ers supposed to go trade for Lamar Jackson or not? You want him to do that?
No. I mean,
a lot of you, I think, want him to do that.
Do they?
I wonder.
Sell me on it. That's what I want to hear.
Okay.
I want to be sold on it.
It's going to have to be someone else. I'm not. Well, okay. No, I'll go devil's advocate.
Will you?
I'll sell you on it. I think that's
you
easy.
Hate Brock Purdy.
That's easy. It's easy to sell you on it. Here's the deal. In the NFL, do you want a great quarterback or not?
Maybe.
Quarterback-driven league, yes or no?
It tends to be. If you look at the quarterbacks who've won the Super Bowl going backward, most of them are good, high-paid quarterbacks.
Lamar Jackson, proven commodity, yes or no?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you guess?
Well, he's never been to a conference championship game. He's never been to a Super Bowl. He's had a nice little career.
He's
an
slander.
MVP. Is that slander?
That's slander.
It's slander to say that he's never been to a conference championship game?
Look, he's won an MVP, but so's Cam Newton.
Right.
So's Cam Newton. So
Cam Newton will come at a much lower price.
I'm going to hear all of your points today. Yours, the listeners. I don't think this is one of those conversations where anybody can be like really, really, really wrong. So I can sell you on it. I can also sell you off of it. But I can sell you on it. If the 49ers acquire Lamar Jackson, are they the favorites in the NFC or not?
If they acquire Lamar Jackson, I don't know
the second it happens, are they the favorites to win the NFC or not?
I don't think so. I still think Philadelphia would be the favorites, yeah. And because
I don't think Philadelphia is a favorite now.
So when you acquire Lamar Jackson, what corresponding move do you make in order to get Lamar Jackson? Because you have to trade a player because salary cap wise, you can't afford to bring Lamar Jackson onto this team unless you trade some other player.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily need to trade them. You could cut people. You can restructure people. You could probably figure out a way to do it. You will need to pay the piper at some point.
Well, so Lamar's going to make what, $35 million next year?
Well, no, we don't know. We don't know. He has no contract.
Well, what's his franchise tag
the franchise number is somewhere
like 40?
Yeah, somewhere 40, a little bit north of 40.
And that's about what he wants in terms of if he's going to sign with you, acquiring team, he'll want about that much. And so if you're the 49ers and you want to acquire $40 million, well, you don't have that cap room right now. You've got about $5 million under the cap, if that. So what's the corresponding move before I answer your question as to whether or not they're favorites?
What if Deebo Samuel's not on the team anymore?
Okay, that hurts you.
First rounder, Deebo Samuel, something else, some second rounder, some whatever. And you get Lamar.
It'll take more than that, but just in terms of your...
You don't know that.
It'll take more than a first round, which, by the way, will be a first round next year.
Remember,
it won't be a first round this year.
That's correct. Remember,
so a first rounder, 29 or whatever overall.
But you're also throwing in a financial offer that, in theory, the Ravens don't want to match. Because if you throw in the financial offer and Lamar agrees, and the Ravens say, we'll do that, then he's a Raven. But what if the Ravens are like, A, we don't want to match that contract, B, we like Deebo Samuel, and C, we like 2024 first-round picks. I mean, if it's this quiet, I don't know how many offers, how many options do the Ravens even have right now?
It seems like not many. But if I'm the Ravens and there's another team out there that wants Lamar Jackson, then I'm not going to trade anything. I'm going to say, go ahead and sign him, and then I get 2 first-round picks as compensation. So for me, if I'm the Ravens, I'm going to say, you need to give me 2 first-round picks as compensation. Now, if Deebo Samuel is one of them, and you could say right now that if Deebo Samuel was up there in an open draft in the NFL, he might be a first-round pick. He's a first- or second-round pick in the NFL right now if you redrafted the whole league. So if I'm Baltimore, I'm saying you give me Deebo, you give me a first, and you give me a second for starters.
I got a different idea. How about this? And by the way, I'm still in the mode of devil's advocate.
I love it.
So I don't want to see any slander on YouTube.
Oh, it's coming in on the tube.
This is just...
Oh, the text line is burying you.
It's lit up in here. Listen,
Liddy slander.
Listen, what if I said this? What if the 49ers said, we'll give you next year's one, and we'll give you Deebo Samuel, and we'll give you Trey Lance?
I'm sorry, your phone cut out? Did you say Trent Williams? Because
No.
your phone brunk out.
Trey Lance.
And if I'm Baltimore?
Trent Williams, but Trey Lance. I mean, in theory, Baltimore would like a mobile quarterback to replace the one they're losing. No?
Well, don't they have one already? In
Tyler Huntley?
I was going to say Brett Hundley, but I knew I had the wrong Huntley.
That's not the answer.
And who was that catcher Huntley from way back?
Oh, yeah.
Former Dodger, former Giant, right? That might have been Brett Hundley.
No, well, Brett Hundley was the quarterback
UCLA
at
quarterback,
UCLA.
right?
Then he played with the Packers for a little while.
There's a Tyler Huntley.
Nick Hundley was a catcher. He sent one up the middle deep into the night for a walk-off, I believe, in one of his final games as a Giant. That was back when you could hit the ball up the middle and it was a hit.
Can I get Nick Hundley instead of Trey Lance?
You cannot have Nick Hundley.
If I'm Baltimore and you're going to offer me Trey Lance, it's a pass.
And Deebo.
Right.
And a one.
Yeah, I would say I'm going to need at least one more pick.
Are we not in the conversation?
We're in the conversation, but I don't think that Baltimore, and I look forward to hearing from Jason Lockenfora in an hour as far as the league perspective. What does the league think of Trey Lance? Because if I'm Baltimore, I don't look at Trey Lance as a one anymore.
What does the league think of Lamar Jackson? Apparently nobody wants him.
Well, it's early. It's early.
Is it?
It's very early.
When an elite quarterback is available, there's no such thing as early. Normally, people are foaming at the mouth and setting up a line around the block. And I'm, by the way,
this is different.
I'm not convinced that's not happening. This is
different because A, he's been franchise tagged, and B, he has no agent.
Yeah, but the franchise tag falls right off if you acquire him and do a deal with him.
But the normal, straight line negotiation of this process is totally cattywampus. Shout out Dwayne Dibley, that's one of his favorite words. Rest in peace. He's got no agent. So right now you're dealing with the player, and even if you're a team that wants to acquire the player, and you call the player, and you're like, "Hey, Lamar, we want to give you 2 years and $40 million guaranteed," and he's like, "Hell no!" So it's not a normal negotiation.
That's fair, but he has requested a trade from the Ravens. I think his ears would be pretty open if somebody else called, especially if, good Lord, Kyle Shanahan was on the phone with this roster. And by the way, the Ravens would probably love to get him out of the conference. Again, devil's advocate for a moment. But what if I threw it to you this way? And by the way, 888-957-9570, because we're kind of surprised that this hasn't come up more. Lamar is just sitting there, and we found out yesterday that his trade request came 3 weeks ago. Over 3 weeks ago. So I got questions, Bucks, Falcons, and Commanders. What are you doing? What are you doing? How are you not making this deal? But think about it from the 49ers perspective for a second. Take your emotions out of it. Your first-round pick next year, do you care? It's actually probably pick 30, pick 29.
If things go well.
So do you even care about that pick? Really, really, really? Do you care about it?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
All right. Deebo Samuel. What if I said to you that if they want to re-sign Brandon Ayuk, that guy's probably going to be gone anyway. And if Brock Purdy is your starting quarterback, what exactly is Trey Lance to you in the future?
Right.
So if I couch it that way, what are you really giving up with a one, Deebo, and Trey Lance for Lamar Jackson? What are you really actually giving up?
You're giving up a one, you're giving up Deebo, and you're giving up Trey Lance. Now, the one...
3 things that you may not be using 2 years from now anyway.
Well, let's rank them in terms of the one. The first-round pick is the most important of the 3 because the idea of what that could be is greater than what that pick actually most likely will be. So the pick itself is more valuable than the player that the pick will become. Deebo Samuel is valuable to the extent that you picked up Brandon Ayuk's 5th-year option, which means you've got Ayuk for 1 more year. He's the guy who is more likely to be McGlinchified than he is going to be signed. So you've got 1 more year of Ayuk at peak Ayuk. He's playing for his next contract. So why would you want to get rid of Debo? If you get rid of Debo, then what you're telling Ayuk is we're going to give you $20 million a year, which is a bigger contract than what you had to pay Debo.
What if I just asked you which receiver do you want for the next 5 years, Debo or Ayuk?
It depends on the price.
Well, they're both expensive.
Right.
So
for me, it's Ayuk. But for one more year, you've got both. So the idea of trading Ayuk right now is foolish to me or trading Debo right now, that would be telling you that you're going to go with just one good receiver instead of two. You've got both under contract for this year.
Oh, receivers.
This is the year.
Tom Brady made an entire career out of no receivers.
And and Lamar Jackson's not Tom Brady. Are you saying that Lamar Jackson's Tom Brady?
I'm not saying Lamar Jackson's Tom Brady. I'm saying that the Kansas City Chiefs just won the Super Bowl, and what they do with their top receiver.
Patrick Mahomes might be Tom Brady.
Yeah,
so
actually, I think he's better.
Are you saying Lamar Jackson is Patrick Mahomes?
My point is you don't need great receivers to win the Super Bowl.
You do if your quarterback is not Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady.
Let's check that. Is that true? Let's go back over the last few Super Bowls.
Look at the Rams when they won the Super Bowl. So they had Odell Beckham Jr., likely Hall of Famer.
Not really.
And Cooper Coop, who led the league in catches.
His leg flew off. Nick Foles won the Super Bowl a few years ago. Who were his receivers? I bet you can't even name one.
Yeah, there's that Pinkston guy. That one guy.
Exactly.
80-something is what I think he wore.
There is absolutely no correlation between great receivers and a Super Bowl. I am firmly confident in that, and that comes from the city that grew Jerry Rice.
Well, there's an equal correlation between winning the Super Bowl and mediocre quarterbacks then. If you want to go back to Nick Foles, Matthew Stafford, the guy was a journeyman. So
he wasn't a journeyman.
What was he?
He
was a bum.
He had been on one team.
He was a bum in Detroit. He was a bum.
Get out of here.
Empty calories. And the third part of that, of your trade, is Trey Lance. And as I've told you before, and you heard John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talk about it, quarterback depth is very important for the 49ers. So I don't want to make the QB room any less crowded by trading Trey Lance.
Lamar, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. What's wrong with that?
I'd rather have it the way it is with the salaries you're paying these guys. You're paying Lamar $40 million?
Okay. So
no thanks.
We're working our way toward where our common ground is on this. But I know there's a lot of you out there. And so those of you who are on hold, stay right there. And those of you who aren't, you want Lamar Jackson? Should the 49ers, should they get in on this conversation? Because it's sitting there. I've never seen this in the history of my life. An elite quarterback is sitting there with a trade request on the table. And apparently the whole league is just like, nah, I'm good. I've never seen this before in my life. 888-957-9570 is the number. We take your calls next. Jason La Canfora, one of the biggest names in NFL media, who's based in Baltimore, is going to join us in about 45 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, you brought up what is one of the 2 points. For me, it's actually the lesser of the 2 reasons why I would not go get Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Out of the San Francisco
And I
49ers.
appreciate your devil's advocacy for the sake of the show, because when you and I agree, it's a long 4 hours.
Well,
you got that right, Mark?
Listen,
that's my saying.
This is
you said it, Mark.
This is one of those where I can see the other side of the coin, though. I get it. Like, while I don't think the 49ers should be the team, there should be a team. Somebody should be doing this. I don't know why nobody's doing this. But here's the deal. The 49ers stumbled onto a 4-leaf clover. You potentially have 2 good young quarterbacks, and you don't have to pay them anything. That is so valuable. Why would you give up that coin if you have it? So that's number one. But by extension, here's the real reason I wouldn't do it. Remember how you said you think the Eagles would still be favored to win the Super Bowl, even if the Niners get Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
Guess what? They're not favored to go to the Super Bowl now. The San Francisco,
in the NFC?
The San Francisco 49ers are the 3rd pick on the board in terms of Super Bowl odds.
According to who?
All of them. All of them.
Oh, really?
All of the houses across the board.
Damn. All right.
Okay. DraftKings, BetMGM, Bet Rivers,
Thank you, Goo.
Caesars, all of them.
Even Caesars?
In fact, in some of these, including Caesars, they are favored ahead of the Bills. The Chiefs are the favorite. The second favorite on the aggregate is the Bills, narrowly over the 49ers, who are ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles. So my response...
With no quarterback.
Well, they do have a quarterback.
Who?
His name's Brock Purdy.
He's hurt.
Not in September, he won't be.
Well, right now he's hurt.
Yeah.
These are odds
So's
on
Trey
March
Lance.
28th.
So's Trey Lance.
Right. So with Sam Darnold, the Niners are and I think we should get into the comments about who actually might be the starter come week 1, because according to some sources, it might be Sam Darnold.
Wow.
Who starts week 1.
There's all kinds of might. I mean, yeah, it might not be any of the 3. Who knows what's going to happen between now and then? And Kyle Shanahan would like to remind everybody that we don't even know if we're going to be alive in September. So,
Thank you.
So there's that as well. But here's what I would say. If you're already the favorite, and it's already been proven within a hair that Brock Purdy can get you to the Super Bowl, Jimmy Garoppolo did, well, then how valuable is Lamar Jackson to you? Why would you strip what you currently have in some form, because it would take some of your players, Debo, Bosa, whatever you want to do. Why would you strip that? Because your thought is, well, but Lamar Jackson makes them the Super Bowl favorite in the NFC. They already are.
Right.
They already are.
And this is what I've always said about this team.
Brock Purdy's gotten you to the doorstep,
right?
And Jimmy got you in the game. So how much better would you actually be if you had Lamar, even if your point was you'd be better?
Right.
How much better can they get?
And some of you believe that they would have beaten Philadelphia if Brock Purdy played 4 quarters in the NFC Championship game.
Had a chance.
Yeah, not only were you on the doorstep, but many of you think that you would have won that game anyway if Brock Purdy stayed healthy. And this is something that I said to you maybe from the first day that we became a tandem here on 95.7 The Game. I don't believe that the 49ers think that the quarterback needs to be the best player on their offense. And it feels to me like Kyle Shanahan is okay with having Garoppolo, Purdy, Lance be the 4th or 5th best player on the offense. You've got Trent Williams, you got George Kittle, you've got Brandon Ayuk, you got Debo Samuel, you've got Kyle Juszczyk, and you got Christian McCaffrey.
This is a little debate that you and I got into, though, and I think it just comes down to which word you choose. The best player on their offense. I would still contend that even with all those guys, like if you're talking about best in terms of where they sit at their position, is Trent Williams the best left tackle in the game? Yup. Is George Kittle one of the best 3 tight ends in the game?
Yeah.
Yup. We can go on and on. Is McCaffrey the best running back in the game? Is one of them?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Is Purdy the best quarterback in the game? No.
No.
No, he's not. However, who's the most important player on the field? you and I don't agree on that. I know
Right.
you use Trent Williams for that conversation sometimes. I don't. To me, the quarterback is the most important position on the field almost by definition. Almost by definition.
I think almost always, but this is where I look at Kyle Shanahan and that gorgeous 2-sided, 4-point fonted, laminated play sheet. And I think that laminated play sheet is more important to what the Niners do well than the quarterback who actually goes out there and runs the offense. Now, the way the Chiefs do it, the way the Bills do it, the way the Bengals do it, and most every other team, I think you're right. The quarterback is the most important player. But the way the Niners go about it with pre-snap motion and giving the ball quickly to the playmakers, I think Kyle Shanahan designs his offense so that the quarterback doesn't have to be the most important player.
Except for the whole point with Jimmy Garoppolo's era was that he was not enough of an extension of that play sheet. He didn't do it. He didn't see it. He didn't do it the way Kyle wanted him to do it. And the proof is in the pudding with all the other people who played quarterback behind Jimmy. None of them could do it at all. I guess I'd ask it this way. When Jimmy Garoppolo was playing for the 49ers this year, they were scoring about 23 points a game. When Brock Purdy came in, it went up 10 points. Do you think that if there was a left tackle not named Trent Williams in there, when Trent comes in, does their points per game go up 10? If Tyler Kroft had to play tight end for a few games, when Kittle comes back, do they go up 10 points per game? From Eli Mitchell to Christian McCaffrey, 10 points per game? Brock Purdy, 10 points per game.
Right.
The quarterback.
And Brock Purdy was joined by Christian McCaffrey.
As was Jimmy.
Right.
For a short period of time.
Well, McCaffrey played what? One game with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I got to look back
one
on
or
how
two
many games.
But, I think that a lot of it's circumstantial. Your point is well taken. But I think that what happened with Brock Purdy is the offense collectively was in a spot where they all were playing better, as well as Brock Purdy was an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy got hurt in the Miami game.
Which time?
Sunday, December 4th. Jimmy Garoppolo this year. He got hurt in the Miami game. Christian McCaffrey showed up 2 days before their loss against Kansas City. Remember, he played
against Kansas City. Yeah.
But then Jimmy had 1, 2, 3, 4 wins with Christian and then started the Miami game with Christian. So Jimmy had some time with Christian now. He had some time for sure. 888-957-9570. Rocky in San Francisco. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rocky, what are you doing?
I am not pouring concrete today, guys. That's for sure.
I love
nice,
it.
Rock. No one is.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the last time we talked, Eddie Vedder was playing spoilers of the Warriors postseason victory.
I don't even want to think about that one.
I actually want to bring up something I haven't heard anybody in sports talk radio talking about, or anything sports related talk, which is the fact that the kind of affirmative action thing that the NFL's got going on with compensatory third-round picks for minority coaches to get promoted. So if you hire a minority and they get promoted, you get a third-round pick, but these guys put this non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson, and somehow they get 2 first-rounders for that. It's just curious how that's playing out, and I just wanted to hear someone talk about it. I wanted to bring up that point.
Well, Rocky, I
a little
guess
bit of a mixed metaphor there.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't.
Because if Lamar Jackson was a white quarterback, the compensation would be the same.
Right, and Lamar Jackson's a quarterback. The other guys are coaches. I mean, we're not going to. Why would those things be similar? You lose an offensive coordinator, like the Chiefs just lost their offensive coordinator.
Right.
Do you think that's going to hit them harder or softer than losing Patrick Mahomes?
A lot softer.
A lot softer.
And also, they don't get a compensatory pick because he made a lateral move.
That's correct.
And also, I think that if you want to talk about the real issue with Lamar Jackson, we can talk about collusion, and collusion as that relates to the fact that he's an African-American quarterback. Now, I'm here for that discussion. I'm not sure if there's enough evidence or proof, or if we know enough about the way this is all played out to where we can go from A to B with that conversation.
Well,
but that to me is more interesting than the compensatory system among coaches.
Super complicated type of an answer, to be honest with you, because even the non-exclusive franchise tag, the collusion, which some would suggest is because the whole league is saying we're not going to do Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson type contracts again. Mainly Deshaun is the one they're talking about. But here's where I find what is at least an extension of the race conversation when it comes to Lamar. People will say, "Wow, listen, I'm not signing up for that kind of chicken on a quarterback who's a running quarterback." Okay. Is he a running quarterback? That would suggest that he doesn't throw the ball well. His stats would very, very much say otherwise. Lamar does throw the ball well. Does he throw it like Mahomes? No, neither does anybody else, for that matter. And then what do we see? This downgrading, this denigration of the running quarterback because they are injury risks and therefore lesser throwers of the football. Who was in the Super Bowl? Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. Do they run? Do they run well?
Yeah.
Is that a problem for your team, or is that actually an asset? So this idea that Lamar is a, quote, running quarterback, he's not a running quarterback. He is an elite quarterback who also has elite legs. He is not the best thrower of the ball in the league.
Right.
He's nowhere near the worst either.
No, he's not. And I just looked at the stats in terms of completion percentage among active quarterbacks. And during the time that Lamar Jackson has been in the league, he's at 63.7% accuracy-wise. Not elite, not terrible, but not to the point where you can discount him, in my opinion, as being, quote, inaccurate. He's right alongside Daniel Jones, right behind Daniel Jones, who's played one fewer seasons than Lamar Jackson, and he's right ahead of the journeyman that I mentioned before, Matthew Stafford. Stafford's at 63.2%. Do we look at Matthew Stafford and say he's an inaccurate quarterback?
No.
Because he's a white guy.
No, and in fact...
And he's not a running quarterback.
Kyle Shanahan, in fact, 2 years ago called him an elite thrower of the football. And by the way, as soon as he retires, 5 years later, he's going to have a gold jacket. Matthew Stafford's going to the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about that. Go look at the career numbers, and I know that
he may have to wait, but I think you're right in terms of him getting there. He's not first ballot.
First of all, here, what do you think he is? I'm going to do
all-time yardage.
All-time, yes.
He's top 10.
All-time.
He's top 10 for sure.
Back.
He's probably 8th in yards all time.
Thank you for the game show music.
Sure.
I appreciate that. Let's see. He's not 8th. Matthew Stafford is 11th.
All time.
All time.
Yardage.
How many of the top 10 can you name?
Oh, boy. Probably a bunch of them.
Go ahead.
Peyton Manning.
Number 3.
Brett Favre.
Number 4.
Tommy Brady.
Number 1.
I would say, some of these guys are just like bums who played for a long time. Like Phillip Rivers is probably up there.
Number 6.
Yeah.
I'm not a bum.
I'm not a huge fan.
Okay.
But again, he's a Hall of Famer.
Oh.
And his most significant playoff win was... Thank you.
Yeah, well...
Yeah.
Whatever got him to the AFC title game where his ACL tore and then he didn't...
Yeah,
anyway.
Low Neal's still mad that they didn't play Billy Volek that day. Because Phillip couldn't play.
Oh.
But... I think Matt Ryan's up there.
Number 7.
He's a Hall of Famer, right?
He's still playing.
It's a joke. He's a Hall of Famer. He's an aggregator. Is Eli Manning up there?
Number 10.
Yeah. Who am I missing here?
You're missing a couple obvious ones.
Elway's a big one.
John Elway is number 12.
Oh,
He's right behind Matthew
I almost
Stafford.
swore. Hey, Lucas. Drew Brees has got to be up there.
Number 2.
Yeah, thank you. Who else, Mark? I'm being fed right now like a baby.
Number 9 is Aaron Rodgers.
Here comes the airplane,
Number 8 is Dan Marino.
Oh, I knew that.
And number 5 is Ben Roethlisberger.
I had to Google it.
Who the 49ers called.
Where were you, Grandy?
Last year. So, anyway, yeah, that's who Matthew Stafford is, and he has a Super Bowl win. He going Hall.
I guess
He's going to Hall of Fame.
He's not first ballot though, and I'm not going to spend the whole show debating that.
Yeah, what ballot? He going.
They
to
do
Hall
care, and I
of
do care.
Fame. He is going.
But
He's going
to my point about Lamar Jackson, he is more accurate than Matthew Stafford.
There you go.
For his career. Yet we denigrate Lamar Jackson because he's a Mobile quarterback. And we say he's a mobile quarterback because he's African American.
So he's Matthew Stafford with 4.3 speed.
And an MVP.
And the league is like,
right?
What the hell is going on? I circumstantially don't think the 49ers should go after him. But I give you a list of teams that are a bunch of nut jobs if they don't try to get this done. I mean, the Bucs, you're crazy. The Falcons, you're out of your mind.
I thought that was the fit all along.
The Commanders,
they've said no thank you.
You're nut jobs.
Did you see that report? The Commanders have come out and said it.
And did you see whose name they evoked in making the statement? Brock Purdy. Ron Rivera goes, we think Sam Howell has similar qualities to Brock Purdy.
Wow.
So we're all good on the Lamar Jackson front.
Yeah, geez.
And I'm sitting here going, first of all, who's Sam Howell? Second of all, does he have Brock Purdy characteristics? And third of all, what the hell does that even mean when it comes to Lamar Jackson? He's got the characteristics of a late-round pick who can go on an 8-game run for you and bring in some optimism? Like, I've been sitting here on this microphone for months touting Brock Purdy. But he's not Lamar Jackson. I'm not that much of an idiot. I'm an idiot, but good Lord.
I say he's an idiot.
Thank you.
Right. I mean, Detroit Lions. What are you doing? What are you doing, Lions? And I like Jared Goff, and I don't even know if they can get out from under. Some of these you can't get out from under the contract you currently have. Goff, Rams with Stafford, same thing there. But if the Seahawks had known this a month ago, do it. Geno Smith? You're not winning the Super Bowl with Geno Smith. You're not doing that. The Saints went and got Derek Carr. They paid him almost $40 million. Why did you do that? You could have traded for Lamar Jackson and paid him only a little bit more. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. The 49ers are not the team, but there should be a line around the block right now.
And there is not. And is it because of collusion?
Or is
it
there?
because the price?
Yeah.
Well, if there was a line around the block, then Lamar Jackson would be probably signed somewhere.
I guess.
Because he's out there. I mean, Lamar is out there basically putting himself in the news saying, I requested a trade 3 weeks ago. Why would you say that if something was imminent? You wouldn't if there was a deal that was possibly going to be happening soon.
I agree. More on the phones here in just a second. I want to remind you that we are streaming live on YouTube. Go to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. See what's going on here inside the studio. You can like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content right here on YouTube. And we love to connect with our commenters and fire back and whatnot during the break sometimes. So get on over. Be part of the community of 95.7 The Game on YouTube. Let's go to Jonathan in the city here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Mark, Dibbs, ciao, como stai? I'm just making fried rice right now. I'm listening to you guys as always.
Yeah, a little bit different. Like your mail's already delivered now, huh?
Nice.
I'm kind of doing the Wiggins. It's personal reasons.
Okay. All right. That's fine. No more questions.
All right. And I just want to chime in Lamar Jackson conversation. And if it only will take, a Trey Lance, a Debo, and some draft picks, I'm willing to do it, man. So Lamar Jackson is a game changer. He could be a better Debo. Debo, I love Debo. He's tough as nails, but man, that guy is not a one receiver. He needs gimmicks. He needs a little play scheme and blocking downfield. Lamar Jackson, all he needs to do is get the ball, and that guy's going with a win. And with Brock Purdy making, minimal salary, I think it only makes sense. As long as it's not, Bosa or anybody else like Kittle, hey, I'm willing to do it because I want to win a Super Bowl, guys.
Jonathan, thanks.
Thank you.
My questions, I think, this is what happens when we get into this kind of conversation, and now people are going to start pointing out all the flaws in Debo Samuel's game. Debo's great. Debo is legitimately a game-changing player, and we all, I think, agree that he's found a perfect fit with the San Francisco 49ers. I do, though, as a non-cap expert, I wonder where this is going. there are two things that get in the way of Debo long-term with the 49ers. Number one, we all love Brandon Ayuk. Number two, Debo plays football like a Mack truck, and I get concerned about injury. You know I'm not big on the phrase injury prone. They're football players. They're all injury prone. But if you are someone who seeks out contact, you are more likely, I think, to get injured than somebody who doesn't.
Right.
And Deebo Samuel, it feels like every 3 weeks is at least questionable for a football game.
Yes, and if you were to trade Deebo Samuel, let's be clear about what that potentially would mean. His cap hit this year is 8.6, and his cap hit next year is 28.5. So the dead cap that you would have to eat is massive in terms of Deebo Samuel. And also, if you traded him right now, the fact that you're only taking 8.6 off your books and you're bringing in Lamar Jackson, and let's just say he makes $40 million. Let's just ballpark it at 40 because it might be more, and I doubt that it's going to be less, but let's just say it's 40. Right now you've got about $5 million in cap room, so you take Deebo's 8.6 off, that's 13.6. You still need to clear about 27 more million off of your books in order to accommodate Lamar Jackson.
Which they could do.
Yeah, how?
By lunchtime
Trent
tomorrow.
Williams, 27 million.
Whatever.
Eric Armstead, 24 million.
Whatever the
George Kittle, 18 million. Nick Bosa, 18 million.
Sprinkle the magic cap dust all over the team, and they'll make it
That's
happen.
a lot of sprinkle, Mark, in order to free up.
Listen.
In order to reconfigure all those deals.
I know that I overstate
doubt it.
this. I know that I overstate this.
Yeah, you're wrong
but
when you overstate
no,
it.
I'm not, because I'll never, ever, ever listen to we're cap strapped. I'm never going to listen to it ever again, because when Trent Williams was a free agent 2 years ago, the 49ers, it was well documented. Oh my gosh, they have no space. They have $20 million in space for the whole offseason, and Trent Williams is going to cost more than that by himself. So it was bye-bye Emmanuel Mosley, bye-bye Jimmy Ward, bye-bye the whole secondary. They were going to lose everyone. Who'd they lose? No one.
Right.
They signed all of them back. How'd they do it? Magic cap dust. I'm telling you, you can manipulate that thing.
But you can't now with Trent Williams because you already magic cap dusted his deal.
Do it with somebody else then.
Well, you're running out of guys to magic cap dust with, and that's where
if they
it
wanted,
makes no sense.
But if they wanted to make it happen, they could. They won't, because they shouldn't.
No chance they could bring him in and not lose anybody. No chance,
Farag. You'd have to trade somebody. You have to trade somebody.
A big salary. You're not just going to be able to trade like Trey Lance or a small salary.
No, that's not.
You'd have to trade a big number.
But it's not just because of money. It's because the Ravens would want good players.
You could give the Ravens 5 first-round picks, and it wouldn't work because
that
you would need to get rid of some salary.
It would also have to. Well, that would have to go until like 2031 or something like that. I mean,
right, but the point is cap-wise, you're going to have to shed some salary. You can't magic dust all the contracts needed to bring in $40 million.
Jason LaConfora is 20 minutes
Get
away.
Me Parag.
More of your phone calls are coming up next. But first, we are presented by...
Is it Fremont Bank? Full service banking? No compromises, Mark?
888-957-9570, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Oh, God.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
GMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, quick aside, you know these videos that are popping now on social media, all of our favorite this, our favorite that. Yesterday it was Guru went off about have a catch or play catch.
Man,
right?
Yeah.
So today's video, and you can find it at a social media platform near you. You can go to Twitter. This is 95.7 The Game. You can go to Instagram. I just retweeted it on Twitter. You can find it out there on Instagram, MT Willard. I don't know if you've put it out there as well. But anyway, today's the favorite baseball player.
Yeah.
And there's two things that I found funny that I wanted to mention to our brethren who are in their cars driving home right now. Their names are Steiny and Goo.
Okay.
First of all, Guru, in talking about his favorite baseball player, Roberto Clemente, as we discussed on the changeover, he's rolling through the things he loves about Roberto, and he goes, he had a great arm just like mine. And it just stopped right there. And I was like, I mean, the beauty of, we left that out of the changeover. Why does Guru love Roberto Clemente so much? Apparently because they had similar arm strength from the outfield.
And Clemente, honestly, if he was still here, he would be nodding alongside, knowing that Guru can flat out sling it. And you don't.
He did it in the lab.
I don't know if you may not have been here. No, of course you weren't, because it was back when we had an affiliation with the A's, and we all threw out first pitches.
I missed that.
For the A's. And Guru allegedly threw 85 on the black.
No.
85, Mark.
With like a Warrior jacket on? Like, what was he wearing out there?
I don't know, but he threw straight fire.
Without warming up?
No warm up, one pitch, 85. Ha!
Well, I'll tell you
Guru
what.
can sling it now.
The good news is, no matter how funny it is that he's comparing himself to Roberto Clemente, it pales in comparison to the fact that Matt Steinmetz cannot be bothered by anything or anyone. I mean,
he didn't have a favorite player?
He has a favorite player, but go watch the videos.
I will.
Everybody went and found a spot where they're like, okay, like Bonte and I both did it right behind the 95.7 The Game logo.
That's fair.
You went to your lockers because you love the lockers here at Odyssey San Francisco. I don't know why, but you're like the only guy. You know, every corporation's got lockers.
Yeah.
You're the dude who uses them.
When we moved here from our offices on 3rd Street, I had the first pick in the locker draft, and I took the top left.
Right, and then no one else even bothered to be in the draft.
False. False.
Nobody else uses
you
the
were
lockers.
you were still doing your cute little LA thing at the time.
I was a glint in your eye back then.
Wherever you were just a gleam in my eye. Mark, as a shorter guy who always got the bottom locker, I'm proud to have the top locker, top left locker number 1, bro.
Really happy for you.
Which is why I did my video in front of the lockers.
And Guru apparently found like a brick wall somewhere in the Bay Area.
It's a brick.
Right? Shasky's like, I'm going to do this in my backyard.
Well, he started the whole thing.
Right, it's his baby.
And he's got new sod, by the way. Nice lawn, Butch.
Steiny couldn't even bother to take his bag off his shoulder.
Come on.
Do you see this?
I haven't.
Go look at the video.
I will.
It's like, I'm surprised he wasn't on the move to the parking lot while he's saying, my favorite player is Bobby Mercer. I'm like, Steiny.
Is it Bobby Mercer?
Yeah, put your bag down and be
it's a bag alert.
Yeah, be present for a moment.
Walk with me.
Can you, like, seriously, like, he can't be bothered. This whole thing, it took us about, I don't know, 28 seconds?
Not 2 minutes, because we did 4 or 5 different questions.
Steiny, take the bag off your shoulder and look into the camera and act like you care about something for once, forever, ever.
My bad.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I got. It was a long way of getting to the point where I wanted to rip Steiny for still having a bag on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Look at him. Bobby Mercer. He was supposed to be the next big thing, and he wasn't, but he was a damn good player. All right, can I go now? That's pretty much what the video is.
And it's not even his favorite player, which is the part that's even more offensive.
Why? Who is his favorite player?
Well, it's probably Rocky Colavito, who is a family friend. Rocky Colavito and Steiny's mom grew up together, and so The Rock, Steiny has long said that The Rock, Rocky Colavito, should be a Hall of Famer. He loves The Rock. So not only did he do the answer with a bag on his shoulder, but he didn't even think about the answer before, because we all got the question a day in advance, right? We all had a chance to think about it.
Actually,
is it play catch or havoc? Whatever. You don't open your email, so you're on your own.
I'm like, if you check your email, you got a day.
Totally.
I had about 2 seconds of advance notice.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we talking about?
Anyway.
Steiny also loves Rod Carew. He wears his shirt like every other day.
Right. Rod Carew did have the best batting stance of all time. He did. He just opened him, right? Like that was a metaphor for something. Rod Carew opened himself up to everybody. Like that batting stance, I would tear my groin if I even tried to imitate him. But whatever. I just wanted him to care. That's all I wanted. Steiny, just take your bag off and talk to me for a second.
Yeah.
And stop making me feel like you're giving me social cues like you don't even want to be here. And then you're talking about Bobby Mercer, who 93% of our audience doesn't even know. So,
and I look good in front of the locker, but I should have worn a hat.
You do.
A little bit of glare issue off the bald head.
But you're not a hat guy. We got one hat guy on this show. Let me do my thing, okay? Okay? Don't take my
And I resent that they edited it so that I'm the last one on there.
Well, no, that's just this particular video.
No, I don't like it.
I think that they edit it based on the answer that you gave. Now, if you do something that's kind of fun or funky, like I imitated Will Clark, so I got top billing on this one. But I don't think I'm going to get those in all of those, Debs.
God.
Yeah.
I should take a picture of your face.
It's the noosh. You know the noosh. The noosh.
There was one favorite part of the video for me that I would love to follow up on. Dibs, it actually came in your answer. You dropped a little nugget. I'm not going to give away your answer, but there was a connection to you. You said you are one of the 4 greatest wiffle ball players in Northern California history.
Correct.
Can you tell the audience?
what the hell are you doing?
Maybe you've talked about this before.
Where the hell did you get that? The wiffle ball rankings somewhere that I don't know about?
Yeah, I mean, you have to Google it, but largely, and again, now that I'm 54, my best days are behind me, but unhittable. I have a pitch called the unhittable, which is a sinker that drops about 3.5 feet. It's unhittable.
Yeah, but could it ever be a called strike?
Absolutely.
It could?
I only throw it 0-2, so it's usually a 1 in 10 proposition, but you can't help but swing at it. And then the riser is unbelievable. Okay. I can break the ball both directions. I got 7 pitches I can throw for strikes.
Listen, you could be the 4th best wiffle ball player.
I was
in Bay
for a
Area
while,
history.
yeah.
There are only 6 guys who are even ranked.
Untrue.
Nobody else is playing like you're playing. Like
my buddy Clark Nelson used to play against a guy growing up on the peninsula named Barry Bonds. And Clark used to handle Barry Bonds on the regular. I used to crush Clark Nelson.
Shows how much wiffle ball matters.
By proxy?
Yeah.
Bonds couldn't touch me.
You're the home run king now. All right.
Bonds, you can't. I'm like MC Hammer. Can't touch this.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Dre and Lamar on the Lamar thing, and then Jason La Canfora is going to get in here in just a couple of minutes. Hey, Dre, what are you doing?
I'm just being cool, but I can't help that.
Yeah, man. Sometimes, there's nothing you could do.
Nothing I could do. Before I get into Jackson, let me ask you something. Wasn't Bobby Bonds traded for Bobby Mercer?
Maybe. I don't know. We're going to have to ask somebody who's way older than us, Dre. I mean, sure. Yeah, great. I don't know. Ask Steiny.
That would be me and Steiny. Jackson, these guys that lie, they say he's not accurate. I don't know what they're looking at. And ever since college, I thought the guy was accurate. I think the guy's a stud. I think the guy is awesome. But he's just not for the Niners because we can't afford that cap money. We have a great team right now. Great. The word great is used too much. We have a very, very, very good team. We'll be great once our team wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Dre, I think the financial side of this is a big part of the conversation. I do. And yes, George Steinbrenner once upon a time sent crowd favorite Bobby Mercer to the San Francisco Giants in exchange for Bobby Bonds.
Yeah.
So that is true.
Those are facts.
That checks out. And the financial side of the Lamar thing does too.
Now that he says it, you buy it. But when I salary cap, when I parag you into submission,
I just thought it was the second best point. That's all. It wasn't the first best point.
That feels a little personal.
All right.
That feels hurtful.
Let's get personal with Jason La Canfora, who joins us next on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Why do we turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
Boom! Nothing but recycling bin.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make this?
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can we get to the heart of the matter? Can we do that, please?
Finally.
All right. The Warriors are playing the Pelicans tonight. We got a lot to get to on that. The Kings are frauds. We'll get into all of it, okay?
It's a big game tonight.
But the heart of the matter.
You going Don Henley on me? It's time to get down
I'm sitting
to
here.
the heart of the matter.
How long is Lamar Jackson just going to be sitting here and everyone's going to act like he's not sitting here? He's sitting here. So let's get to the heart of the matter. And we are joined by Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle, which is with Brian Baldinger and Carl Dukes, covering the entire NFL. You know his name. And he's also a host in Baltimore. So there's nobody better than Jason to discuss this. Jason, how are you, man? Thanks for hopping on.
I'm all right. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a little bit of fatigue from this entire saga that is now spiraling towards year number 3. But hell if it ain't a car crash, right? Like, you're worn out by it, but you find yourself constantly looking over your shoulder, peeking at it.
Well, I'm confused, to be honest with you. I mean, we've been sitting here batting around something with 49er fans, and they've loosely been on the outside of discussion about this. I don't think financially it makes all the sense, but to me, there's like at least 5 to 7 teams that should be salivating. What is going on here, Jason? Why aren't they? Or are they?
I think people in Washington, D.C. at the NFLPA would tell you collusion's what's going on here. If you compiled a list of quarterbacks who teams have openly, on the record, suggested, we have X being this schlub, therefore we don't need Y being Lamar Jackson. And I'm not even saying to sign him. I'm not even saying to sign him to an offer sheet. I'm saying just to talk to him. We have heard people reference Sam Howell, Jacoby Brissett, Brock Purdy, and we don't even know when the hell he's throwing a football. Trey Lance, who hasn't played football in any meaningful, consistent manner since high school. Desmond Ridder, who was stuck behind Marcus Mariota, and they wouldn't play Desmond Ridder till they had to because they were scared to death of what it was going to look like, even though Mariota was total garbage. They're invoking Desmond Ridder in Atlanta because, well, we got him and we're going to do it this way, so we're okay. We've got the Jets being hamstrung by the Packers, who have one suitor for Aaron Rodgers. There's one village idiot keeping the Packers from having to pay $60 million to Aaron Rodgers to back up Jordan Love right now, and that's Woody Johnson. If the Jets were to pivot, the Packers would freak out. But the Jets don't have the gumption or the balls to even talk to Lamar Jackson because they're worried about pissing off Aaron Rodgers, who's going to make $60 million to be worse than Baker Mayfield? Because last year, he was worse than Baker Mayfield. And that's the Baker Mayfield in L.A. Like, go look at any metric. They won because they were getting returns out the wazoo on special teams. They won because they ran the ball down people's throats. And they won because they fixed their defense. And they still didn't win enough to go to the playoffs in the crappy, watered-down NFC with no quarterbacks. So you tell me what it is, man. This is the damnedest thing.
Oh, it's incredible. Your use of gumption has me right now full of goosebumps. So I don't want to dwell on your vocabulary, but which do you think is a bigger factor in this Lamar Jackson thing dragging on? The fact that he is his own agent, or the fact that the Browns gave Deshaun Watson a laughable, fully guaranteed contract?
Well, I mean, whether it's laughable or not, it happened. And Kirk Cousins, 3 years before that, got $88 million fully guaranteed for 3 years. These owners conveniently pretend like that never happened. They act like it's only happened once. Well, no, I mean, it's happened twice with quarterbacks who were nowhere near as accomplished as Lamar Jackson. And it happened as recently as a year ago. I think they're scared of the precedent that one more of these would set. They love to have guaranteed contracts when it's on a rookie contract, right? They have no issues whatsoever knowing exactly, give or take the fifth-year option, how, what the franchise values are, and we compute off to that. But they love having complete cost certainty and being willing to guarantee these kids essentially what they're going to get coming into the league. They just don't want to do it once they prove they're any good. Like, that's interesting to me. They don't want to have this become the norm, and they know that if Lamar gets this, Joe Burrow's absolutely getting it, and then forget about it. Then Spanos, he's got to do it for Herbert or trade Herbert somewhere where they'll do it. Like the trickle-down effect, next year's quarterback class looks generational. That's part of the reason some of these cowards are hiding, away from Lamar Jackson now. But only a couple of them are going to get the guy they actually lust after. But then if Caleb Williams is who he's supposed to be, 4 years from now, Caleb Williams wants a fully guaranteed contract. These guys like hoarding their money. They don't like spending it. And they hide behind a fake fungible salary cap that's not real. It's the boogeyman they use to scare fans. They put in ridiculous things like escrow packages. They can afford to put money in escrow if they don't want to. And they use it to bludgeon the union. Say, we can't give you that much up front. I'd have to go cut a check for $150, $200 million a year from now and put it in a bank. Meanwhile, you're getting $350 million a year just to show your games over the air. That doesn't include the gambling money. That doesn't include a hot dog. That doesn't include a ticket. That doesn't include the Thursday night package. That doesn't include the overseas games. I mean, that doesn't include the extra playoff games that you added in, and we all know they're going to 18 regular season games at some point, too. It doesn't include any of that. They all have the money. They don't want to spend it.
Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL insider, host in Baltimore with us on Willard and Dibs. Let me back up, Jason, because on the list of names that you threw out there that have been used as to why a team doesn't want Lamar, you included both Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. Do you believe the 49ers should be in on this?
Absolutely, positively. They should have been in on it before they did the Hargrave thing. I mean, if they were willing, just think about what they were willing to do. 2 years ago, how much they moved heaven and earth to get a coin flip, right? To get a dart throw at Trey Lance. But we didn't know what he was going to be. I mean, people were talking about Anthony Richardson's small sample size. I'm old enough to remember Trey Lance. Like, coming out of a pandemic where nobody played, right? And it was the hardest of time to go to evaluate quarterbacks ever. And they did all of that for that. Right? Now, they're going to tell you, well, we give them cheap, call certainty, it's worth it to do that there. But to not even see what a 3-year deal with Lamar Jackson might look like with 3 voidable years, like, Kyle Shanahan can't, honestly, if you gave him truth serum and you had an out-of-body experience and Kyle Shanahan with truth serum is listening to the pablum that Kyle Shanahan was selling at those meetings in Arizona, he'd throw up in his shoes. Now, he gets it. The money's not there for Lamar Jackson. They're going in a different direction. This is all ownership-driven. It's not football-driven. It's which owner's willing to do it. And clearly, Jed's not. So for Kyle Shanahan, it's a moot point. So why is he going to talk up Lamar Jackson? He's got to talk up Brock Purdy. He's got to talk up whatever Trey Lance might be.
Well, the obvious follow-up here then, in terms of if the Niners were to somehow change their mindset, what would it take for the Niners or any team to get Lamar Jackson?
I mean, you might be able to get him for less than 2-1s. I mean, look, I look at a team like Indianapolis. If I'm Indianapolis, I go to the Baltimore Ravens at these meetings like, look, man, we can make life real uncomfortable for you. We could do it before the draft. We could do it after the draft. You need a quarterback. We know you like Richardson and some of these guys. We'll give you a 4, and that's it. Otherwise, we're going to come after you after the draft. You're not going to get anything until 2024 and 2025. And you know what I mean? And we'll put something together that your owner doesn't want to stomach then. So do you want the bird in the hand now where you've got a road to a quarterback this year? Or do you want to get our ones 2 years from now when we're going to the playoffs with Lamar and they're back into the first round and you're running out there with Tyler Huntley this year going 5-12? You choose. What do you want?
Yeah.
But that's not happening because this is a league of gentlemen and this is a monopoly. It's a monopoly. It's a monopoly. And it doesn't take that many people who should have a seat at the table to decide they don't want a seat at the table for guys to just disappear or become less than. I mean, it's all with Colin Kaepernick. I mean, this is for different reasons, but, I mean, if this doesn't smell like Kaepernick, I don't know what does.
Jason, I don't know if this is an extension of the conversation if the 49ers were, either to get into it or maybe even if this is a separate deal, but how does Trey Lance factor into all of this, and how is he viewed around the league? Like, what is Trey Lance's, what's his trade value in the league right now?
I don't know. I mean, coming off an injury, and he hasn't played. I mean, there is no body of work. I looked up the number. I mean, I think he's thrown, I wish I had my notes in front of me. I'm on my way home. Something like 478 competitive passes since high school. You know what I mean? Like, what? I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody knows. I mean, it was a lark when they did it.
And we can revisit the whole, was that really who they wanted, or did they want Mac Jones? Like, I mean, I don't want to revisit that because that's another one where you talk about fatigue. But, like, it was a tough year to evaluate quarterbacks, period. And they went after the one who had the least body of work of anybody. I don't think people know what he is. I mean, and he hasn't. And then there's the whole durability thing as well. And there's also the idea of, well, if Kyle can't do it, you know what I mean? Then nobody can. So you'd be selling real low on him. But just think about what Lamar Jackson would look like with that team. Like if they waited till after the draft and they put a deal together that Bisciotti just doesn't want to match, and now we're talking about future ones, possibly after you've won a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson. You don't think Lamar Jackson would pay for himself? Even if you gave him 5 years, $250 million fully guaranteed, you don't think that pays for itself year one if you're in the playoffs with Lamar Jackson instead of in the playoffs with Brock Purdy?
Yeah, 420, by the way, is the answer, Jason, on completed, on actually attempted
Pass attempts
for Trey Lance since
in actual games, right? Since high school.
Yes.
Actual games that count in the standings.
Yes.
Correct.
When you think about how high the number is,
what are we talking about?
It's 420 is actually, shout out California. That's exactly, that's right around the corner, by the way.
That's very on brand.
That's what we do.
Yeah,
down
the
here,
49ers
Jason, you know.
would be high to not go after Lamar Jackson for crying out loud.
If the Niners had to part with a player because salary-wise, and I know you're not a huge capologist, but you're very smart. You use the word pablum in this interview. But which of the players could they part with that makes a lot of money and still be competitive?
Well, I don't think it has to be a lot of money. These guys don't want to pay anybody here in Baltimore, but they don't pay receivers. They don't. Michael Crabtree is the guy, NFL player who's made the most in any single season as a wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens, Michael Crabtree. They'd want a uke. They'd want to rent a uke, you know? And I think that's what I mean, I would start right there. And they could never have enough corners, so throw in a corner and a draft pick. Or just wait till after the draft, and now you're playing the game with future ones.
Would Baltimore want a quarterback back? I mean, let's go down this road for fun.
I mean, I think is it a young cheap quarterback? How much difference is Trey Lance, right, than Richardson at 4? I mean, I would go with Richardson because he's the least beat up, and I think he's even more spectacular athletically, and at least he did play a little bit of big-time football. But they certainly like that kid. There's no doubt about it. And back when people thought he might be available around 22, like guys like Daniel Jeremiah, who worked in the Ravens front office for years and is super wired in there, were mocking Richardson to the Ravens. I don't think they were doing it willy-nilly. I think Trey Lance could have some. I mean, look, I don't think he's the fulcrum of the deal, but could that be addition by subtraction for the 49ers, especially if you're getting a 26-year-old former MVP? Yeah.
So Lance, Ayuk, and a 2024 first rounder.
Sure. They got some time on their hands between pro days there. They should give DeCosta a call.
Huh. By the way, just before you run, Jason, what's the prediction on how this plays out?
Who the hell knows, man? I've never seen anything like this in my life. I mean, I will just say this. I'm 49 years old. I've been covering professional sports from some degree or another since I was 19. Money talks. Money always talks. What they tweet, what they say, what they whisper to their agent, what they whisper to the national media guy, what they whisper to the beat writer, it all... What they scream from their driveway, it all goes away once the price is right. So the idea that it's completely broken between him and the Ravens, I don't buy. It's bad. It's ugly. It never should have got to this point. But if he doesn't have a long-term deal anywhere by July 17th, which is the deadline for him to be extended on a franchise tag by the Ravens, then if they have any brains, they'll go down to Florida. Bisciotti will go down there. He'll get off his yacht. He'll go to Lamar's house and say, look, this hasn't worked. This isn't how any of us thought it was going to go. But let's make the best of a bad situation. 32 is too low for you. $33 million for 5 years. We've already gotten it out of you. We're going to give you a base salary of 45.7 or whatever the high franchise tag would have been. We're going to give you, if you show up for the first day of training camp with Todd Monk and our new coordinator, we'll give you $1 million. If you get to the playoffs, we'll give you $1 million. Win a playoff game, we'll give you $1 million. Go to the Super Bowl, we'll give you $3 million. You got a chance to make $50 million a year in 1 year, right? We're going to offer that to you as a goodwill offering, and then we'll reassess the future after that. But you need us right now as much as we need you, because we got Tyler Huntley without you, and you got no team without us. So let's try that.
Man, I mean, you can give me $1 million and I'll show up to camp, Jason.
Interesting.
I mean,
it's really interesting. Hey,
otherwise he sits on the tag. He doesn't have to show till week 10.
Right.
You know, week 1 to get paid, week 10 to get an accrued season. That would be the Ravens want no part of that. That would be worst case scenario for everybody.
Yeah. Nobody does. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jason, great stuff, man. Thank you for jumping on.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Thank you.
There
Thanks,
it is.
Jason.
That's Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. Make sure to follow In the Huddle on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Look, Kyle Shanahan spoke today and essentially said Lamar Jackson does not fit in our financial structure right now.
correct. And he's right.
And I agree with him. However,
that was a big but.
Well, Jason makes a good point. Why does he not fit in your financial structure? Because, yeah, he does. You don't want him to.
He's a former MVP, so
you don't want to do that. And as Jason points out, that's coming from ownership. I mean, if you asked Kyle Shanahan, this would be an interesting question if you could get the real answer, which you can't.
Truth serum is what Jason was talking about.
Like
sodium pentothal.
Hey, Kyle, who do you want to be your quarterback next year? Your candidates are Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, or Lamar Jackson.
Tom Brady, throw him in there too?
I don't know if Tom wants to play or not, but yeah, sure, throw him in there. Who do you want, Kyle? Just forget
salaries
money,
be damned.
Forget everything else.
Who do you want?
Who do you want to be? What do you think he would say?
What do you want?
What do you think he'd say?
He'd say, well, I kind of want Lamar Jackson and stuff.
That's a lot of quarterbacks and stuff.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that he would say, I want Lamar Jackson.
I agree. Now,
it'll cost you Ayuk, it'll cost you Trey Lance, and it'll cost you 2 firsts.
I don't think it would.
You think just 1 first?
I do.
And Trey and Ayuk, like Jason La Canfora was kind of saying, Baltimore would do that.
Ayuk, in a way, is a 1. He was a first-round draft pick who is playing very well, and people will want to sign him.
But he's a rental, as Jason mentioned. The highest-paid receiver that Baltimore has had, and this shocked me, was Michael Crabtree. So Baltimore and Ayuk just had his 5th-year option picked up, which tells you that he is a rental, and he's going to Baltimore in order to get the big contract elsewhere, if this is the way that happens.
Not necessarily, though.
Well, they're not going to pay him. Baltimore's never paid a receiver.
Doesn't mean they won't start now.
Not by accident.
Doesn't mean they won't start now. You know what I mean? Because remember, this would be a team that's losing its high-priced quarterback. True. They're not paying that person anymore. They would suddenly be paying Trey Lance, who's making peanuts. And so maybe there's more room, you know? I mean, by the way, Brandon Ayuk getting his 5th-year option picked up, that's still a year away, right? Like he has 3 years in, he still has 2 more years as a 49er. But here's what I don't know and why this becomes interesting, because you and I use the example of Debo. He uses the example of Ayuk, who, even if it's a rental, he would play 2 years. And so who knows where it would go or if Baltimore would ever pay him. I don't know what the 49ers think about the Ayuk-Debo pairing.
Right. In terms of wanting to have 2 high-priced receivers on the same team.
I would guess the Niners are not planning to have both. So after these next 2 years.
I would agree with that. Based on the way Shanahan likes to run his offense with a lot of 21 personnel, which means 2 wide receiver set, do you want to pay one guy 20 and the other guy 20? And by the way, your running back makes about 20 and your tight end makes about 15 or 16.
By the way,
your tackle makes about 20.
And what if Brock Purdy's good? What are you going to be dealing with here in a couple of years?
He'll make more than 20.
Oh, there's going to be an extension in there somewhere. So
luckily, you have a couple of years before you got to do that.
Well, so again, I'm intrigued by this idea. Are you simply giving up players you're not planning to use in the long-term future anyway?
Right. Trey Lance, Brandon Ayuk,
and a pick.
Yes.
So what are you giving up?
You're giving up, in this hypothetical, you're giving up a quarterback on whom you've already given up. You're giving up a wide receiver.
That's a heavy statement.
Hypothetical.
Okay.
But let's just say that let's just say that going into this year, if Brock Purdy is hurt, Sam Darnold starts week 1. At that point, you're basically telling Trey Lance, you got beat out by a guy who sees ghosts, a guy who we just picked up. We've kind of given up on you, Trey Lance. And if you're going to throw Brandon Ayuk in on this trade, you're telling Brandon Ayuk, we prefer Debo Samuel to you.
Well,
If you do this, hypothetically.
You're saying we can only do one. We're not doing $40 million. We're not doing, by the way, it would probably cost you close to $43 million to keep Ayuk and Debo on the roster in 3 years after these next 2 seasons. Pat McAfee show today, Ian Rappaport. 49ers starting quarterback if Brock Purdy's not ready for week 1.
49ers have been very optimistic about Brock Purdy coming back, should be ready for the season, Kyle Shanahan kind of went through the timeline and was like, yeah, after 3 months out from surgery, we'll find out if it's like 6 months or if it's like 8 months. And I was like, oh, that's a big difference. These are like half-hour sort of interviews, and you go from topic to topic. And I heard that, and I'm like, that's kind of new. And, Shanahan has no, he just kind of says what he thinks all the time, which is why he's a great interview. And I thought that was pretty real. To me, it seemed more like Sam Darnold time, maybe to start the season, than it would be Trey Lance time. That's what it felt like to me.
Man.
Hello.
Whoa. So for first piece, 6 months to 8 months.
He said that.
We've been told, and Doc Pandia joins us at 4:00.
22 minutes.
We'll get his expert opinion in terms of what would make it 8 months. And I know that you're going to ask the good doctor about his elbow brace and what the hell kind of robotic contraption that is. But if it is 8 months, that's mid-November, Mark.
Oh, that's
half
the
year,
season,
kid.
That's half the season.
Dog?
And that is different.
Coach.
So now how do you feel?
Well, and if I feel like Sam Darnold gives me the best chance to win weeks 1 through 9.
That's fine, but now throw that into your Lamar conversation.
Man.
Sam's not the long-term answer.
No.
If Sam does start over Trey, I think we can start to move down the road of Trey's not the long-term answer.
Can't be.
And if Brock Purdy's hurt, yes, he could still be the long-term answer, but what have the 49ers and Warriors both said every single day?
2 timelines.
We don't have time.
Right.
Wiseman, Pistons.
Championship window.
We don't have time.
Yeah.
So if Brock Purdy's not going to be ready for half this year, then quite frankly, we'll worry about Brock Purdy some other day. We don't have time. So now how do you feel about Lamar Jackson if A, Brock Purdy's not going to be ready for half the year, B, they think Sam Darnold's better than Trey Lance, and C, Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold. So now what's D? Should you not be calling about Lamar Jackson, as Jason said, to even see what a 3-year guarantee would look like? Should you even see? Look, they're not going to. Kyle Shanahan has already said it, but we can absolutely sit here and question that because to me, that's a game changer if you're telling me that Purdy is not going to be ready until November.
Right.
And they're not saying that, but they're saying they might.
Right. And if you add in that second piece, which is the team doesn't have the faith in Trey Lance to have him start week 1, and we're not saying that either. We have between now and September to find out, and Trey Lance has now to September to actually beat out Sam Darnold and show that he's QB1. Because hypothetically, if Brock Purdy is out until November 1st, let's just say that is September and October, that's 7 or 8 games, depending on where the bye falls. That's damn near half a year. And if Trey Lance isn't the guy and Brock Purdy is hurt, do you really feel good about riding with Sam Darnold, or would you feel better about Lamar Jackson as QB1?
Okay,
that becomes interesting.
No doubt. Doc Pandia is joining us now in less than 20 minutes. We'll ask him about Brock. We'll ask him what he saw in GP2 on Sunday, which was maybe the only bright side in the loss against Minnesota. Speaking of losing to Minnesota, hey, you adorable beam lighters, it's time to have a real conversation. And you know who's going to lead us into that conversation? None other than Draymond Green. Wait until you hear what he said on his pod about the beam lighters. That's all coming up next. It's every weekday now from 2 to 6 on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom.
You want to know how crazy March Madness has been? Just as a quick aside. Quick aside. I got a fun little factoid for you.
All right. I'll determine whether or not it's fun or if it's a factoid.
So the Fox Sports radio team, you know.
Yeah, you and Ephraim and the boys.
No, the whole outfit.
Of course, yeah.
All of Fox Sports Radio.
Ornberger and Steve Hartman. I love their show on the weekends.
Yeah, thank you.
It's my go-to weekend radio show on the network.
But even during the week, Broussard and Parker and he's the Gamote and Jason Smith. Yeah, all them dudes.
Yeah.
So
you're all in a pool.
Well, it's not so much a pool as it was like a go against the fans kind of bracket challenge, like nothing on the line. But just like right, like up against the host kind of a thing. So our boss in that world, Scott Shapiro, put it together and said everybody fill out a bracket, and then we're going to put it over here in this little thing. So he sent out an email to the whole group today and said, "Are you ready for the final results in the standings? Forget who won and who lost. Who cares? Here's the factoid: 26 hosts competed in the bracket challenge.
Damn."
Out of those 26 hosts and their final 4 selections, which means
104 possibilities.
104 possibilities.
Let me just say, you guys probably got, out of 104 final 4 participants, y'all got 9.
0.
Shut your mouth.
Not one
That
host
is a fun factoid.
got even one Final 4 team.
Correct.
Not
a one.
Not one. 26 hosts all went 0 for 4.
And?
All of them went 0 for 4.
You're all gone.
Yes, we've all been fired.
Turns out
so there's a lot of
that was the other shoe that dropped.
That's right. Yeah, that was a fine print at the bottom of the email.
Don't miss Grandy and Giddings weekends.
I had not scrolled down to that part.
Dibs and Lucas overnights?
That's unfortunate.
You guys went 0 for 104?
0 for 104.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Seriously.
Apparently there is. Yeah.
Well, I only make light of it because I've told you about the pool I'm in, and there are 126 participants. And I believe that we as a group, that would be 126 times 4. That would be 504 possible Final 4 teams.
Yep.
And we got about 12. And this is a pool, though, that encourages you to pick upsets.
Yes.
Because it's seeded team times round equals how many points you get. So if a 5 seed wins in the first round, you get 5. If a 1 seed wins in the first round, you get 1. So as a result, I actually got 2 of the 4 Final 4 teams, but only because this pool encourages you to pick upsets.
Right. I mean, like
I got UConn and San Diego State.
There you go. But no, we were not encouraged to pick upsets. We were encouraged to pick who we thought was going to win.
Right.
And we went 0 for 104. So if your bracket is busted, don't feel bad. So is everybody else's.
Yeah, no doubt.
Damn.
I think I saw something early on, like after Thursday or after Friday, where in ESPN, and they have like 5 million brackets, there was 0.4% of the brackets still perfect after Thursday.
Right, after the first day.
Right.
Yes.
Not even the first round.
First day.
After the first day.
half of the first round.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll say this, and maybe this is a question for you, and I don't know if the callers are that into it, but are you more likely to watch on Saturday and Monday knowing that it's going to be special for one of these teams? I know UConn's won titles.
Yeah,
Miami's never.
I will.
Florida Atlantic's never. The Aztecs have never. Are you more likely or less likely to watch it?
I think most people would answer, honestly, less. I'm more. I've got family that went to San Diego State. I used to work for the flagship radio station. I've got friends who care, so I care for them and for their sake. So now I'm a San Diego State fan. But if this was Kansas, Duke, Kentucky, and North Carolina, even though some of those teams weren't very good this year, that's what people want to see. That's what the
Blue Bloods.
Yeah. Or even if I had a semifinal of Alabama versus Tennessee, that would have been fun because that's a really big game in football. Not so much in basketball, but it would have been interesting this year. But we knew crazy stuff was about to happen, and then we act surprised when it does. So anyway, Warriors and Pelicans on 95.7 The Game is coming up in just a few hours. The great Doc Pandy is going to join us in just a handful of minutes. And here's where I've arrived in terms of the Warriors and their playoff possibilities, okay? So the Minnesota Timberwolves win in Sacramento last night, knocks the Warriors to the 7 seed. They go right back to the 6 if they win tonight. So that's fine. I'm not, concerned. But instead of worrying so much about 8 seed, 7 seed, 6 seed, 5 seed, get out of the play-in tournament, I have locked in on one specific thing and one specific thing only.
What's that, Mark?
The Golden State Warriors need to get the 6 seed. They need to get the 6 seed. And you know damn well why.
There's a certain beam that you want them to play in the first round? Team?
They will defeat with ease the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs because the Kings are not ready. Y'all not ready for this smoke?
Y'all ready for this? Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun.
And this isn't I'm a Warrior fan, so let's trash talk. You are not ready for playoff basketball. You are so adorable. And
less adorable today than they were yesterday.
Well, yesterday you went and done ticked all of us off. But the Sacramento Kings, who have solidified essentially the 3 seed in the playoffs, just went home. This is after losing on the road at Utah. Then they gave up 1 billion points in the fourth quarter against Boston at home and got blown off the floor there by 23 points. 23-point home loss. They beat Phoenix by 8.
Gutsy.
That's nice. It's nice. They beat Utah at home by 8.
Courageous.
And then in a game that you would think they got up for to really solidify their spot, not because they wanted to help the Warriors out, but here comes tired Minnesota on the back end of a back-to-back after an emotional win over the Golden State Warriors the night before. And you go out there and give up 119 points to that team, and you gag that thing by 4 points in your home arena.
With a chance to clinch, Mark.
With a chance to clinch the playoffs.
At the ready. You like what I did?
That was really
Confetti
good.
At the ready.
Confetti at the ready. Did they have T-shirts?
They should have.
That's what it should have been on the way in.
They had a fresh bulb in the beam. The bulb was changed. Hey, guys, we have a possible chance to clinch tonight. We need a fresh bulb in the beam. We need a bulb in the beam.
Unbelievable.
Bulb in the beam, Mark. Confetti at the ready. Bulb in the beam. It was going to be like a New Year's celebration. And I see you, Ernie Chavez, with your Happy New Year's dibs. You spent $2 to piss me off because he knows I hate that. Yeah, Ernie, you spent $2. You get the shout out. Happy New Year dibs. It's March 29th. It was going to be like a New Year's celebration at the building formerly known as Arco Arena. It's not the same building.
Golden One Center.
It's Arco West.
Well, I should apologize because did you see what Karl Anthony Towns did in this game?
The cat?
Did you see what he did?
Meow.
Did you see what he did?
Meow.
Did you?
No.
Yeah, he didn't even play. You lost at home, and Karl Anthony Towns didn't even play. Listen, Sacramento, you're cute. This is so fun. I think you're going to be really good someday. I love the beam. That's a fun hook. You have a hook. Entertainment needs hooks. Like, why are the San Francisco Giants the way they are to their fans right now? They don't have a hook. What's your hook? They even went into the lab and came out with a marketing slogan of nothing like it. What's your hook?
That's their slogan, right?
That's their slogan. You got to have a hook. Whether it's Barry Bonds, watch him hit the ball 500 yards, whatever. What's your hook? The Kings have a hook. I really dig what you're doing. I do.
With the beam.
But just make the playoffs and then float into the atmosphere because that's the way this year is supposed to go. I'm a little bothered by your effort last night, but I do know this, and this isn't meant to poke fun. This isn't meant to stir anything up. This is meant to be an actual take. If the Warriors want to move forward in the playoffs, their best path is the 6th seed. I know you all think Memphis is immature, and, well, then there's the Phoenix Suns, and who knows about Kevin Durant, who is, by the way, about to return. So those are factually, unequivocally, harder than keeping the beam from being lit. The Warriors need the 6th seed because they will defeat the Sacramento Kings in 5 or 6 games. We'll figure that out when we get there and the series starts. I'll have to see if I'm feeling 5 or 6, but it's not even a 7-game series. That is the Warriors' path to get started and get healthy and get Andrew Wiggins back. The Sacramento Kings can stop no one. In the fourth quarter, it gets even worse. They are a wonderful story that is going to be one and done in the NBA playoffs.
I don't think that they need Sacramento, and that's the way you said it. I don't think that you really believe that. That sounds to me like if they don't have Sacramento, that they're not going to advance.
Right now.
I do agree that Sacramento is the path of least resistance in terms of getting out of the first round for this Warrior team. If you want to just check in on the Memphis Grizzlies and what they've done since the Ja controversy broke off and, Ja came back, and they're playing some damn good basketball. They put up a $151 over Houston. They've won 6 in a row. Memphis seems to, and I know they're young and they're unproven in the playoffs.
Yep.
They seem to have kind of righted the ship in terms of where they're going heading down the stretch. If you're coming down the stretch and you're heading into the playoffs and you're a team that's never won a championship, and that's everybody in the West except Golden State, you want to be doing what Memphis is doing, not what Sacramento is doing.
They have won 9 of 10. 2 of those wins are over the Warriors. They are one of the best home teams in all of the NBA. Now, I will shout out that in their 9 out of 10, that's 2 Golden States, it's 3 Dallases, it's 2 Houstons, and a San Antonio. So they're beating up on a ton of junk right now in their schedule. But I get it. You're not wrong. If I'm the Warriors, give me the 6th seed. I want Sacramento. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. It is now time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring an associate professor of orthopedic surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, good doc. How you doing, and who plays basketball tonight?
Oh, Stephen Curry plays basketball tonight.
Thank you.
Got to go with the tried and true.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's get a dub. This is a big one. But more importantly, from your standpoint, what did you think GP2 looked like on Sunday?
I think he looks phenomenal. I mean, for someone who hasn't played a lot of basketball over the past year, except for that, a little bit of time with Portland, he played 15 minutes, which was huge. I was expecting maybe 8 to 10 minutes. He looked really good in those 15 minutes. And anytime you have core or adductor issues, you're going to see it impact explosiveness, agility, change of pace. You really didn't see him have any impact in terms of those things bothering him. So he looked great, didn't look like he was in pain. So I think the best case scenario for him is he hopped right back in. It looked like he'd been playing basketball for several months. So I think that's good news for the Warriors.
And in terms of his return, as far as being able to play additional minutes or stretch himself out, do you see anything with his return to play that might limit his ability to play increased minutes as the season goes on?
I don't think so. I mean, typically with core adductor issues, typically if you're feeling good and you're not having any pain, there's not really a really graduated ramp up that you have to do, say, with like an ACL or coming off an MCL. So as long as he's feeling well and he's moving well, which it sounds like he is, and there's luckily not too many back-to-backs coming up, I think he should be fine, and I wouldn't be surprised just on how good he looks if you see him potentially playing 25, 30 minutes these last couple games of the season as the stakes get higher.
Wow. Doc Pandya with us on Willard and Dibs. Doc, we got a couple of Brock Purdy questions for sure. First of all, what's that contraption on his arm, and what do you think about that? I saw you tweeting about it the other day.
Yeah, everyone thought he had a robot arm. That's not going to bode well against the pass rush. But no, absolutely. That is it's a hinged elbow brace. So what that is, it's basically a brace that allows you to move your arm in certain degrees of motion, and that little dial on the side lets you lock in how many degrees you want to move it. So first couple of weeks, you may be saying, look, just move it 0 to 90. Then you can kind of increase it up. So it allows you to basically do mobility without having to stress any kind of repair. And the reason you want to do that with something like a UCL repair is that if you just cast someone for 6 weeks, yeah, the ligament's going to heal, but you're going to get all this muscle atrophy, you're going to get all the stiffness. So it allows you to get some mobility while protecting it. And it's pretty standard after these kind of surgeries. So good to see him in kind of the standard run-of-the-mill thing that we see for elbow surgery in athletes.
We heard Kyle Shanahan today intimate something about the timeline, and he used the phrase 6 to 8 months. Now, we've all thought that 6 months was kind of the cookie-cutter timeline for the recovery for Brock Purdy. What would lead it to be 8 months and not 6 months?
Yeah, so typically, there are kind of 2 or 3 critical time points with this recovery. One would be at the 6-week mark, and that's typically when athletes get out of the brace. So if he has any swelling or any pain, he could be braced longer. That would kind of then push back the timeline. The second big one is at 3 months, and that's typically when the ligament is healed enough where you start throwing. And if at that point he, same sort of things, doesn't have mobility, is still having pain, issues in terms of how the ligament's healing, then you may start throwing at month 4 or month 5, and that pushes everything back. So I think we're still so early on with this process that absolutely could there be things that get pushed back. And unfortunately, all the data we know is from baseball pitchers. It's pitchers who come back at 6 months after the surgery who have chronic degenerative tearing of the tendon as opposed to this huge traumatic injury. So a lot of it is guesswork. We should know at 3 months if that will be kind of the 6-month timeline. But if there are any setbacks or his elbow isn't responding well, you could see it be 7 months or 8 months, which is the great unknown with these kind of injuries in quarterbacks.
Doc, I guess the follow-up on that would be, I think we all get that anything in life, could take a turn. It could take a turn for the worse. But is the timeline actually 6 to 8 months, or would 8 months mean that something somewhat abnormal has happened?
If you're looking at the data in pitchers, that would mean something abnormal has happened. If you look at most pitchers who get this done, 6, maybe 7 months. If you're going out to 8 months, then there's something potentially going wrong. And then you do worry about, what does this mean for Brock Purdy in this season? Will he be able to play? Because that means there's probably been a setback along the way. So, yes, 8 months would be beyond what would be normal, typically what we see with this repair.
And hopefully we can get some good news over the course of the next 3 weeks or even closer to 3 months to where he'll be able to get that robotic brace off and get closer to being able to return. Giants are getting started in a couple of days. Austin Slater out with a left hamstring strain. What do you think the return to play is going to be like for a baseball player this early to have a hamstring issue?
Yeah, and it's actually pretty common in baseball players. We're seeing an increase in them over the past 4 to 5 years of MLB players losing time for hamstring strains. Most commonly in MLB players, it's usually a grade 2, which means a partial tear. Typically involves the hamstring on the outside part of your leg. In general, if you look historic at these players, it usually ends up being around 3 weeks. They may kind of push that out to 4 because it's so early in the season. And there's about a 16 to 20% chance of re-injury. So it is something that you do see in baseball players because they go from standing for long periods of time and then being really explosive, which is probably the worst thing possible for your hamstring. So I think they're probably going to err on the safe side and say, look, let's nip this in the bud. Let's get it at 3 to 4 weeks. Understanding that there is a higher rate of re-injury with baseball players, but hopefully this is minor, not a big deal, and he should be back. But something to watch as the season goes on.
I was excited to see Mitch Haniger. A little bit of a bummer that the Giants are not going to have his services at the start of the year because of an oblique injury. What's your outlook on him?
So, if this is the first time oblique injury for him, you would say, look, it usually ends up being about 3 weeks, not a big deal. He had an oblique issue back in 2017 that took about 6 to 7 weeks to get better. And then he's had all these other core issues, back issues. So I do get a little worried whenever you get kind of that core injury in someone who's had the history like him, and maybe they may kind of draw this out and be 4 or 5 weeks. So it is a little bit of concern. Clearly he's dealt with it, so I think at least he knows the pain and what it means in terms of returning to play. But if it does draw out a little bit, I don't think it's necessarily a concern for Giants fans. It's just the fact that he's had so much happen here. Let's just get this healed before it becomes more of a chronic issue as the season goes on.
Doc, are you going tonight, or are you going down to the manhole and throwing stuff at the TV?
It's going to be the manhole, throw stuff at the TV. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, Doc, thank you so much. Great to have you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there he is. That's Dr. Narav Pandya. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. So I think the Purdy stuff is the most interesting conversation that we had there with regard to Kyle Shanahan kind of throwing a 6 to 8 months on. If it does go beyond 6.5 months, maybe 7, Doc says that's abnormal.
Yeah.
That's something that's maybe a little bit bigger than what would normally take place. So grab that, and I think that what Kyle Shanahan is doing is attempting to start building the under-promise, over-deliver dynamic, which is
right.
There's been so much talk about Brock Purdy being ready for week 1. And while that might be probable, it is a tight timeline. So why lead people down the road of thinking that's definitely going to be the case? Start getting people ready for him to, miss a game or 2 or 3 or
a
something
month
like
even.
that. Yeah.
Like you said, over promise or under promise, over deliver is the best way to go about it. And so he doesn't know. Brock Purdy doesn't know. The surgeon, Dr. Meister, who did the procedure, he doesn't know. Nobody knows what the rehab is going to be like. Now, is he going through and doing everything he can right now to increase his mobility? I'm sure he is. I know he's down there in Gilbert, Arizona, which is where he grew up, and I would guarantee that he's going to physical therapy every day. He's doing exercises as often as he possibly can. And right now, Doc Pandia is right. It's all about mobility, getting that elbow to where you can slowly dial it more to where you can get it to be straighter. And once he's able to get out of that brace, then you can start to build up the strength in the elbow. And once he's able to build up some strength, after 3 months, hopefully, then he can go back to start throwing the football, light toss, just playing catch across the room, and then gradually increase that to where you get to August, and maybe at that point, he's ready to go back and maybe be a football player again.
Interesting stuff on Brock Purdy. And then if you missed the comments from Ian Rappaport earlier today on the Pat McAfee show, we'll circle back to that in a little bit. But we also want to start ramping up, if you will, getting ourselves ready for Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC in Sacramento. Is going to join us here in about a half hour.
We got KC coming on.
KC is coming on the show. I got to admit, maybe I'm just upset. I thought the Warriors were done giving us these standings pages where they have a little 7, 8, 9, or 10 next to their name.
Yeah.
That's where they sit right now.
Needing to refresh the standings, Mark. I'm with you.
They are 7th in the standings because the Kings can't take care of their dang business. I know what the Kings want to be, and I actually think they're going to be that someday. But look, you know what I'd love to see? There's that stat that I really believe in the NBA. You've had no NBA champion in how many years that's not been a top 12 defensive team. So we talk so much about the Warriors and where they sit, but now GP2's back. Let's see if they get Wiggins back. They have a chance to maybe be a better defensive team than their stats would suggest. However, the Kings, this has largely been a healthy team this year, which might have a lot to do with why their record is what it is. You know what the Kings don't do? They don't load manage very often.
No.
Because they're young.
Yeah,
they're
and
young,
hungry.
And they're hungry, and they put their stars out while the rest of the Western Conference is over here going like, I don't know, maybe not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Even Karl Anthony Towns, he's healthy. He played against the Warriors the night before. He didn't play in Sacramento. So
interesting what you say, because I just looked at the Kings stats.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes has played in all 75. Davion Mitchell, 74. Domantas Sabonis, I know he was dealt. He's played in 73. Keegan Murray, 73. Malik Monk, 72. Kevin Huerter, 69. De'Aaron Fox, 67. These dudes have played a ton. They play.
The Kings are good.
And?
Because they try.
What does that make them, Mark?
Adorable.
I cannot wait till you bring that to KC.
Listen.
See what he thinks about your King slander.
You just threw the facts of the matter out there.
They play.
What do you think the Kings' record would be if De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis both skipped 12 games? What do you think they would do in those 12 games?
They'd be in that same 4 through 11 morass.
7 or 8 losses?
Something like that.
Exactly.
Sure.
And they would be right down here in the muck with all of the other teams who don't seem too interested in it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's threatened by this Kings team.
Wow.
We'll get to it with KC.
Let's
do it. Let's also get into the Lamar situation with Booger McFarland. How about that?
We got Booger?
Booger is joining us. Coming up next, we are sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. It is now every day from 2 to 6. Here on 95.7 The Game, it's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattress...
21.
All right, I just spent some time amassing all the ammo I need for KC in a half hour. All right? So Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and KC in Sacramento, half hour away. The Kings are not ready. But we are ready for a two-time Super Bowl champ in Booger McFarland with ESPN here, right now, with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game to talk about all of this quarterback stuff that's going on with the 49ers and beyond. Booger, thanks for coming on, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. I tell you, a few things have been bouncing around, and let me just ask it to you this way. We've been thinking about it from the 49er perspective, but the fact that the Lamar Jackson situation, an elite quarterback, is just sitting there for bidding and trade offers, and seemingly no one will bite. What is going on? What is your reaction to this?
Well, I think the Baltimore Ravens kind of guessed the market correctly, meaning they looked at and canvassed who had the top draft picks, who was looking for a young quarterback, who was going to draft a quarterback, who was going to take the free agents like the Saints and Derek Carr and the Raiders and Jimmy Garoppolo, and just kind of play the musical chairs and see where the dominoes would land. And I think their guess was nobody's going to be willing to pay 2 first-round picks plus mans, whatever they are. They got to be close to $200 million guaranteed, if not more. Just took a guess and looked at the market, and I think they guessed right because we're 2 weeks into this thing.
Well, let's see if we can get Booger back on his cell phone. Yeah. That one's gone a little bit awry.
No, but it's an interesting answer, and I think it's the right answer where the Ravens have kind of called Lamar Jackson's bluff, for lack of a better way to describe it, saying we don't think that the market is there for you to go out there and get an offer that we would have to match, and therefore draw 2 first-round picks. I think that's what Booger's saying.
Okay, Booger is back, and welcome back in. Go ahead and continue what you were saying, Booger, about the Ravens guessing the market correctly. Do we have him? You got to click him on. There we go. There you go. Go ahead, Booger. Now we got you.
Okay, yeah. All I was saying is the Ravens guessed the market correctly, and 2 weeks in, you have to say they did a good job. And right now, Lamar only has one option. And that is, if he wants to play football, he's got to play for the Ravens, and he's got to play for $32 million.
Which seems like, most people out there would say, yeah, I'll play for $32 million, but that's so far below his market value. I saw you retweeted Ross Tucker, who was talking about career earnings that he'll never make back. Why do you think it is that the market has gone so cold for Lamar Jackson?
Well, I don't think the market is cold. I think to get to the market, it takes a lot. And so I just don't think a team is willing to give up 2 first-round picks, which is a lot of draft capital, especially if you're picking high. And on top of that, pay a guy $200 million. Usually when you get a franchise quarterback, you draft him, and we've all heard of the quarterback being on the rookie deal, which allows the team to build around the young quarterback. And then by the time you have to pay the quarterback, your team is a veteran team, and your team is ready to win. And then that quarterback is ready to carry the football team. So that's kind of the model that these teams like to go by. I just don't think a team wants to give away 2 picks to tear down their team a little bit and $200 million. So if it were different, in other words, if Lamar Jackson were a free agent, I think he would have 4 or 5 teams knocking at his door. But he's not a free agent, and I think that's the part that's really holding this up.
You know, it's still interesting to me, though, Booger. Like, what you're saying makes sense, but then again, if I'm actually running a team, I'm not sure if it does. There's still a list of teams out there that completely change who they are as a product for their fans. They accelerate their timeline to compete. The Colts, the Falcons, the Buccaneers.
Can you make the money? Can you make the money and the picks work before you get to those teams?
Yes.
Can you make the money and the picks work?
Yes. I guess my answer would be this. If someone said, is Lamar Jackson worth $200 million, wouldn't you respond by going, he's worth twice that? Like Steph Curry, is he worth $60 million a year? Yeah, he's worth twice that. In the game of the way this is played, there's a cap to it, but these are franchise-changing players, no?
You're correct. Now, let me ask you this question. Speaking of Steph Curry, perfect example. Early in Steph Curry's career, a lot of ankle issues. That's why his first contract was, I believe, only $55 million.
44,
Early on in Steph Curry's career, if somebody would have offered Steph Curry $60 million a year, what would the fans have said amidst the ankle issue?
But is that Lamar? Like, has Lamar had chronic issues in terms of injury?
I don't know if they're chronic, but he hasn't finished the last 2 seasons. And whatever percentage you want to give him, there is a large percentage of his game that's dependent upon his legs. Whatever percentage you say, 20, 30, 40%, whatever the number. And in the last 2 years, he's missed, 12 games because of an ankle and a knee. And that hampers his ability to run, which limits his game, which doesn't make him who Lamar Jackson that we know of. Like, the Lamar Jackson that was the MVP rushed for over 1,000 yards. The Lamar Jackson that was an MVP made dynamic plays with his legs, also some with his arm. He's not a top 10 quote-unquote passer. He's a top 10 quarterback because you add in what he can do with his legs. And if you tell me that we're going to count on that and that's going to be hampered, then you can start to understand what I want to put $200 million into a player where every Sunday 11 guys are going to go after those legs.
Yeah, and in that case where, if he gets a blow to the leg and if he's unable to be as mobile, you're right, he's limited in terms of what he can do as a quarterback. But if he's left with no option outside of Baltimore, do you think that he can rightly go back to Baltimore and make it work, which would kind of be a tail between his legs maneuver?
No, I don't think he can go back and make it work. I think what Lamar will do, his floor to me this season is going back to Baltimore, signing the $32 million, because nobody in their right mind is going to walk away from $32 million. However, the hamstring, the back, maybe something's not right. And, next thing you know, Lamar's out the first month of the season. Very similar to Jalen Ramsey. Remember Jalen Ramsey? Jalen Ramsey had a hamstring for about a month. Then he got traded to the Rams, and magically the hamstring healed.
Yeah. That's the beauty of physical therapy, right?
Exactly. Booger McFarland.
On a 6-hour flight.
Yeah. Booger McFarland, ESPN, 2-time Super Bowl champ, with us here on Willard and Dibbs at 95.7 The Game. All right, so Booger, bring the 49ers into this conversation. They've said that he financially doesn't fit their plan right now, but Trey Lance may not fit their plan. And I don't know if paying Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel fits their plan. A, what would you think of Lamar in a Kyle Shanahan system? And B, should they put together a package of players they're probably not planning on keeping long-term anyway?
Well, here's the thing I would say is that, we're living in a dream where, I don't know, when's the next 49er first-round pick? I mean, it's a while. So
next year.
Next year, 2024. Next year they've got it.
24. Do they have the pick in 25 also?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so therefore, if they wanted to do this, they would have to wait till after the draft, and they would have to give up the 24 and the 25 pick, or they could wait until Lamar gets traded, i.e. the Jalen Ramsey type situation. Now, as far as how it would work, I mean, come on. I mean, it would be that dynamic. I think Lamar needs to play under center more anyway. So can you imagine all the boot game and the waggle and the zone with Lamar Jackson throwing the kiddos on the outside, and now you got Debo and Ayuk on the jet sweeps and all these different things that Kyle likes to do. Like, the offense would be absolutely outstanding. However, let me throw this question back to you. If I told you the 49ers could have Lamar Jackson, but it would mean no Nick Bosa and no Fred Warner, would you still do the deal?
No, I wouldn't.
Absolutely not.
No, but why would it mean that?
Well, I mean, the salary cap's only $226, my man. Lamar wants $50 a year.
Yeah.
Right.
That's about a fifth of the cap right there, Booger. I'm with you.
Okay, but you still got 51 other guys you got to sign. Okay, so that's the thing that you got to look at. Prime example. Kansas City Chiefs lost Tyreek Hill because they didn't want to give him $25-30 million a year. Instead, what they did was bolster the offensive line, gave Patrick Mahomes some decent receivers, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marcus Valdez-Scantling. None of those guys are true number ones, but they said the quarterback is so good, he doesn't need top-tier talent. So let me ask you this in a different way. Do you think Lamar Jackson is so good that you can get rid of Deebo Samuel? Because you can't have a $20 million receiver.
Well,
the quarterback's going to make 50.
So I guess my response to that, and I'm down on the idea of the 49ers doing this for some very intricate reasons, but I would say this. You're already paying Deebo. You'd have to pay Brandon Ayuk to keep him. So, in other words, if you do pay Lamar $45, you also kind of have to subtract out of that the $20 to $25 that you would have been paying Brandon Ayuk that supposedly you've budgeted for. And
Ayuk's not getting 25, first of all. Let's stop that nonsense.
20? No? In 2 years from now?
20. If Deebo Samuel is getting, 19 or 20, Ayuk is probably, if I had to slot him to be realistic, Ayuk is in the 10 to 12 range, somewhere in there, no more.
He's probably getting more than that if he has the kind of year this coming year that he did last year.
What's Christian Kirk making, Booger? What's he making?
Christian Kirk is making 18.
And Brandon Ayuk's not better?
I mean, Brandon Ayuk, Christian Kirk last year they were both better than advertised.
Sure.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
A lot more as far as the ball in his hands. I think Christian Kirk is a better receiver down the field, but what they're both very, very good playmakers.
I think the bigger question for me is, can Kyle Shanahan and his system get by with quarterbacks on a rookie scale more than any other team, which would then make it unnecessary to go out and get a quarterback like Lamar Jackson?
I think that you're on to something. I think the best thing for the 49ers is this. I think you paid Nick Bosa because he's earned it. All right, you paid Hargrave, the D lineman from Philly. You bring him in. Your defense should be really, really good this year. And you say, I'm going to have a competition between all three of those guys. I think Brock Purdy is ultimately going to win the job because he understands how to play the ultimate point guard in Kyle Shanahan's offense, and I think he's a better passer than the other two. Sometimes we're going to have to set back, whether that's this year or next year, and just say, you know what? I know Trey Lance hasn't been given a lot of opportunities as far as he hadn't played a ton of games. However, so far, that experiment has been a massive disaster. Now, can he change that? Absolutely. But it's going to take a whole hell of a lot, in my mind, for him to beat out Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy showed you he can run the offense. He can throw the football. He's got the moxie. He's got it. And, again, back to the Lamar Jackson conversation. Let's say Trey Lance wins the job. How did he get hurt? He got hurt running the football. So, again, are you willing to put all your eggs in a quarterback that's going to run the football? Which brings us back to the Lamar Jackson conversation and why teams are very hesitant to give up 2 ones and $200 million for a guy that whatever percentage you want to give him is going to make a large part of his plays with his legs.
Or do we only say that about the guys who do get hurt? Because Jalen Hurts played Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, and we didn't have an issue with that. You know what I mean?
Everybody gets hurt. You name me a quarterback, and I'll tell you the guy that's been hurt.
Yeah.
Every quarterback gets hurt. Mahomes had a dislocated knee. Jalen Hurts hurt his shoulder. Tom Brady's done an ACL. This league is a 100% injury rate league, which is why I don't understand why we're discussing the whole Bryce Young, is he going to get hurt thing. Every quarterback gets hurt. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
The key is how long is he going to be out and how many times is he going to get hurt? Because every quarterback gets hurt. Aaron Rodgers broke a clavicle. Phillip Rivers, an ACL. Like, you name me a quarterback, and I'll name you the injury.
Yeah, and how many quarterbacks do you have once your quarterback does get hurt? Because the Niners ran out of QBs.
Yeah, how about Brock Purdy? Did he get hurt? Yeah, he did. He got hurt. Hey, Booger, awesome stuff, man. Thank you for taking our call today, my man.
Anytime, man. You guys have a good one out there. I love the Bay Area. San Francisco Golf Club is a favorite of mine. Olympic Harding Park. Said I could move to San Francisco if it weren't for the taxes.
Anytime you want to come out and bring your sticks, I got a tea time for you, Booger.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Booger. Sounds like he's got a tea time for us.
That's kind of where I was going. I mean,
geez.
I can get you out of Lincoln, Twilight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
ever been to Glen Eagles, Booger?
Get you on Peacock Gap. You ever been there?
Yeah. Just when I was out there.
Actually, I don't even think I can get on there.
How about McKinnis?
We'll get about to McGinnis.
McGinnis, if you're in a hurry.
Yeah.
Just, run around.
Mill Valley, quick 9.
Sure.
Leave your driver in the car.
Yeah, you're going to be mud deep to your knees
Seriously,
for
right?
another day or two. But Anyway, Booger was great. That's an interesting conversation for sure. Look,
the cap is 220, and Lamar's going to take up 50 of it. And he said what I said to you earlier about
and I agree with
cap.
It.
And
I agree with it.
Would you? And he used the names Bosa and what was the other one? He said Kittle. Who would you part with? Oh yeah,
Warner.
Fred Warner.
Yeah, look.
I mean, you wouldn't want to get rid of those two to bring in Lamar.
When you have the ability to produce with a quarterback on a rookie deal, you have sold under a lucky star. Don't give that up.
Right.
However, you could make the case that the 49ers don't know if they have that. They think they have that, but they don't know if they have that because Trey is a big question mark and Brock is hurt. And even when Brock is healthy, is the league going to figure him out, or is the guy we saw for 8 games actually the guy? So I get it. I think it's worth the risk to stick with the young guys, because Brock Purdy already showed you he can, at minimum, get you to the doorstep of a Super Bowl anyway. So do you need to get that much more dynamic? Like, if you're going to go to Super Bowls, and the 49ers have flirted with it 3 out of 4 years, if you're going to be that team, how much better do you need to get at quarterback? You're already right there.
Yeah.
Unless you feel like every time you get there, you get beat by a better quarterback and you need to get over the top.
Well, and you could look at the last 3 times they were on the doorstep, and Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl, he didn't make a couple of plays that if he makes those plays, you win the game, but you had a 10-point lead with, and I know 6 minutes to go. It was really with 8 minutes to go when Kansas City got the ball back. And Mahomes drove down and scored the first of 3 touchdowns that ultimately broke you. But your quarterback play was good enough to give you a lead in the fourth quarter. The Ram game was a little bit of an odd game, but again, you had the lead. And the Philadelphia game this past year, you can throw out in terms of the quarterback play, because you didn't have any quarterback play in that game.
Well, before the show today, you and I were having a conversation with Mr. Limpy, our boss there, Matt Nahagian.
Yeah.
And he said, look, you get to a Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes, don't you have a better chance to beat him with Lamar Jackson? And I stopped and I thought about it, because it's an easy statement to make. And you're like, well, yeah, of course. And then I stopped and thought about it. And I said, well, wait a minute. Lamar Jackson's not the guy that would beat Patrick Mahomes. The defense beats Patrick Mahomes. Tell me, in a big game in the last 4 years, what quarterback has outdueled / outscored Patrick Mahomes? It doesn't happen. You get into a shootout with Pat, you lose. Ask Josh Allen, ask Jalen Hurts, ask Joe Burrow this time, ask them all. Now, Burrow got over on him once in the AFC title game. A little bit of a quirky game with a major comeback, but you got to give him credit for that. But the bottom line is, outscoring Patrick is not the way to do it.
That was 27-24.
Right. And
that game.
Throw defense at him like the Bucs did in the Super Bowl, where they held him to 9 points, to me seems like A, the better way to do it, and B, the way the 49ers are trying to do it.
That's exactly, I think, the great point in terms of this conversation. And if you look at their losses over the course of the last 2 years in total, they've only lost 1 shootout, and it was to Baltimore in week 2 back in 2021, 36-35. The only time that Kansas City scored 30 points and lost a football game. And that was one of those games where guy by the name of Lamar Jackson was quarterbacking Baltimore, and he had himself a pretty good day. 107 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. He threw a touchdown pass as well. But you're right about beating Kansas City in shootout fashion. It just doesn't happen very often. And I think that Kyle Shanahan knows that his team's best route to winning any game is to beat a team 24-21, not 44-41.
We are going to dive deep into how the Warriors are going to defeat the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs with Kenny Caraway coming up here in just about 10 minutes. D-Lo and KC in Sacramento. But here's why, mainly, we're having this conversation today. Pat McAfee show earlier today, Ian Rappaport on the 49er quarterback situation. I want you to listen real close now to the picture he sort of paints with regard to where the Niners are.
49ers have been very optimistic about Brock Purdy coming back, should be ready for the season, Kyle Shanahan kind of went through the timeline and was like, yeah, after 3 months out from surgery, we'll find out if it's like 6 months or if it's like 8 months. And I was like, oh, that's a big difference. these are like half-hour sort of interviews, and you go from topic to topic. And I heard that, and I'm like, that's kind of new. And Shanahan has no he just kind of says what he thinks all the time, which is why he's a great interview. And I thought that was pretty real. To me, it seemed more like Sam Darnold time, maybe to start the season, than it would be Trey Lance time. That's what it felt like to me.
The whispers and gasps at the end from McAfee and his crew are hysterical, number one.
No, but it's what all Niner fans are saying in their own mind.
Listen,
wait, what?
If we get to the first week of September, and that's the scenario, Brock's not ready, and Sam has defeated Trey, all hell's breaking loose.
Yeah.
All hell's breaking loose.
And it will have broken loose probably a month before, and all signs would point to that leading up to it. But in that moment, you're right, Mark, and it probably won't be a Thursday night season opener. That's usually reserved for Kansas City. And I doubt that the league will do Kansas City and Philadelphia, although they are on each other's schedule.
Are they?
They are, yeah.
Oh, boy.
The Super Bowl champion, traditionally, and it's a new tradition, but they get that first game of the year at home to start the year.
Usually.
A lot of times it's against a non-divisional rival of sorts. So like a Kansas City Cincinnati or a Kansas City Buffalo. I don't know if they're on their schedule, but it's going to be a big marquee game. Niners probably won't start against Philadelphia, although they do go to Philadelphia this year. But whatever game that is, if it's announced earlier in the week, we've decided that Sam Darnold and stuff is going to be our quarterback and stuff, and Trey Lance is he's going to be the backup, and we feel good about Trey, and there might be a package and stuff of plays, and we feel good about Trey and stuff, and we're going to go with Sam, and we feel like Brock and is not ready and stuff. That's Macau Shanahan and stuff.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Look, if they're going to be at home, here are their home opponents. I can tell you the
Niners. They're going to be on the road.
The Niners are going to be in Philly. Niners are going to be in Philly.
Not week one, but you're right.
Well, they could be.
They could, but I have a feeling that the Niners are going to get the same schedule they've gotten of late, which is an East Coast 2-game road trip to start the year.
Kansas City, they play Philly, but it's in Kansas City. So I doubt that's going to happen. You're talking about what's the NFL opener.
Yes, Kansas City's getting a home game.
Right.
As a Super Bowl champ.
I got you. I see what you mean. Okay, well, I was thinking about Philadelphia.
No. Kansas City is going to get a home game, a non-divisional
for the Thursday opener,
but it's going to be a meaty game. Do you have Kansas City's opponents there?
Give me 1 second, and I will.
Yeah, I knew you might.
Yeah,
you're quick with the fingers.
Kansas City Chiefs opponents at home this year: Broncos, Chargers, Raiders. We knew that.
Yep.
Bills.
Okay.
Bengals.
Oh God.
Dolphins.
Jesus.
Bears, Lions, Eagles. So
Bears, Lions out.
You got a lot of candidates.
Eagles is nice, but
Eagles, Bengals, Bills. It's one of those three.
Dolphins, bro.
Dolphins.
I think
clock. Sorry.
It comes down to Bengals, Bills.
I think so.
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
If you're the NFL,
that's a hell of a schedule.
Seriously.
God,
hello, Arrowhead.
Yeah.
Hello.
Their aways are, again, Broncos, Raiders, Chargers, Jags, Patriots, Jets.
And you know how this works,
Packers,
right?
Vikings.
The networks do like a draft of sorts.
Sure.
So if you are the executive producer of the Thursday night games, what game would you select with the first pick in the NFL schedule draft?
Oh, gosh.
You got Kansas City hosting.
I'd probably go Bills.
You go Bills?
I'd probably go.
Yeah.
I think I go.
The pick is in?
Yeah. But I ain't mad at Bengals. I ain't mad at... How about Jimmy? Let's do Raiders and let Jimmy play Pat. Anyway, let's talk to Kenny Caraway. Excuse me. The Sacramento Kings. Do you know why my voice just did that? Because I was about to say Sacramento Kings, and my body automatically choked right when I was going to say their name.
Because you're nervous.
I'm not nervous.
Choke artist.
Do you know what
You're not coming at KC with anything.
No.
Hey, Mr. KC, your team's really good.
Oh, right.
I'm Mark Willard.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You better come at him.
That's because I hate him.
Gutless.
I never even met the man.
Me either, the show's great.
They got a great show up there.
Yeah, they do.
But I want to dive in to the adorable nature of Sacramento Kings basketball.
Oh, here we go.
Do you know what their defensive rating is?
It's bad.
I mean, All right.
Worse than the Warriors.
I'm only here for the $9 beer. That's true for our show and for our merch shop. Get new merch. It's available at 957thegameshop.com. KC, full name Kenny Caraway, joining us next to explain how much of a fraud the Kings are right here on Willard and Dibs.
Nice.
Mom, Dad.
terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
I like Loon. It's a grinder game tonight. This is got to go get it game. New Orleans Pelicans in town. The Warriors need to get themselves out of the play-in tournament. We'll have it all right here on 95.7 The Game. It's the same spot where you have Willard and Dibbs every afternoon from 2 to 6. And then, of course, up the road, D'Lo and KC making a mark in Sacramento. And Kenny Caraway joins us right now. And excited to have you on the show. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Willard, Dibbs, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing today, man? The pleasure's all mine.
We are excited to have you, although we're mad at the Kings. Actually, I don't want to speak for Dibbs. I'm mad at the Kings. Let's start there. What the hell was that last night?
It was an off night. No Davion playing, but the Kings hit 5 threes. I usually have these benchmarks of them needing to hit at least 12 threes, to play Kings basketball. They were 5 of 27 last night. Couldn't hit anything from beyond the arc. It was just one of them nights, man. If anybody should be mad, it should be the Sacramento Kings, because if it wasn't for Draymond tricking off that game on Sunday, we would have already clinched this playoff thing. We wouldn't have nothing to worry about.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, and there you go. And, to have Draymond Green trick off a game, I mean, he's only done that about 5 times this year. So, but as you know, Kenny, the Lord helps those who help themselves. And for the Beam Lighters to squander an opportunity to clinch at home, that had to be a gut punch for all of the Kings faithful out there.
No. So one of the things we talk about on the show a lot of the times is, and I don't know if you guys have experienced it, but Delco, which is the area where the Golden One Center is at, it is when the Kings win and the beam is lit, to hell with Disney. Delco is the happiest place on earth. It is such a happy place. Everybody is just laughing and smiling, taking selfies in front of the beam. Everything is all good. When they lose, it is the saddest place on earth. It is the sadness that goes around Delco when the Kings lose and there's no beam lit is something I've probably never seen in sports before. So sad. And last night was one of them nights, especially with an opportunity to clinch in front of the home crowd. I mean, this thing is going to happen probably within the next day or two. So it's not a question of if they're going to clinch. We wanted it here in Sacramento. Now we're going to have to deal with it watching from our couch tonight if the Warriors lose. And, if that doesn't happen, the Kings will probably beat the Trailblazers tomorrow, and it'll happen on the road. So it was one of those things where everybody wanted it last night, and it didn't get done, man. So that was disappointing to see, but in due time.
All right, Casey, I'm going to try this on you because I've tried it on a few people and it never works, and I have no doubt it won't work on you either, but I'm going to try because I'm trying to get this message across without offending people who root for the Sacramento Kings. True
I'm
or false?
already offended.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you,
good,
Casey.
Good. I'm glad we got it out of the way up front. Did y'all call last night clinchmas? Is that true or false?
Okay, let me say this. There are people who did. I did not partake in that, but there were people who did. And then when the Timberwolves won the game last night, they labeled them the Grinch that stole clinch.
Okay,
so,
all right.
I didn't partake in any of it.
Man.
Saw it around. I didn't tweet it out. That wasn't my bag. But I can't deny that it did happen.
KC, this isn't personal. This isn't about you. This is about the Kings. Now, when we look at that, Clinchmas, the Grinch that stole Clinchmas, that's adorable. Don't you understand that? The Kings story this year, and that's what I'm trying to get across. This word keeps offending everybody up there, but the bottom line is this story, Clinchmas, even noticing that you're about to clinch the playoffs, and I know it's been 16 years, but this is adorable. And this adorable story is just that, and it's a step on the staircase, and you guys are going to be really good in a few years. But I am hereby saying that the Warriors have got to get the 6th seed because this is their path to move through the playoffs, is to play the Sacramento Kings, because You're 25th in the league in defense. People there understand that this is a regular season story. No?
I'm gonna tell you like this, and I've been saying this since December. This ain't maybe it's a new wave for the national media and even those in the Bay Area. Bonte, Butcher, Willard, Diz, my man, Guru. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's new to them, but people, if things break right, it wouldn't be crazy if the Kings got to the Western Conference Finals. I've been saying that since December, Willard, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long. And I'm going to tell you guys something else. I know it's the defense, and people worried about the Kings' defense or whatever. Here's what I say about the Kings in the playoffs. When they lose games, if they lose a series, it's not going to be because the score was 136 and 134. You get in them 130s and 120, 130s, you ain't beating the Kings. The way you're going to beat the Kings is if they're not hitting shots that day. And if you can keep it 119, 115 like it was last night, that's where you have an opportunity. But you can't. I'll tell you right now. I've been saying it all season. I've been proven right. I think the record is something. We put the market like 114. The record's like 39-9 when they score 114 or more. You cannot beat the Kings by trying to outscore them.
I know.
Man,
I know.
You just put Roger Federer on us right there with the backhand call. That's crazy.
I know their record is 1-2 against the Warriors. I do know that.
Wow.
So far, and the Warriors haven't even had a good year.
We have to deal with Kevin Huerter getting fouled 3 times on one play. That's what you needed to get. You needed a 47 and Kevin Huerter getting fouled 3 times on one play to get that one. And then when you guys came to go to one center, we backhanded that ass in the fourth quarter. Like I said, if you try to outscore the Kings, they will run you out of the building and they'll get you. And that's the same thing that will happen if you come on the road over here and once the playoffs start. I don't care about the pedigree. Hell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got pedigree. He ain't beating nobody today. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is with the Warriors.
This is
they got pedigree. I respect it.
This is a
bet. They play the Kings. They get their asses backhanded when they come to the Golden One Center. I'm telling you that right now. They can't stop the Kings.
Yeah, how many series do you think that the Kings are going to be able to win by, quote, backhanding teams? Is there any team out there that you look at and you think is going to be a bad matchup for the Little Beam Lighters?
Little Beam, like, come on, chill. But I don't like the Phoenix matchup. I don't like the Clippers matchup, although the Clippers might get into the same thing that I talked about with the Warriors. They'll end up playing small, and that once again, you're not going to beat the Kings that way. And I don't like the Minnesota matchup. Rudy Gobert is a problem for what the Kings like to do with the dribble handoff action and things of that nature. I think the Lakers might be a bit of an issue as well. But everybody else, I mean, there's nobody I worry about in the Western Conference as a Kings fan. There's just nobody. Now, look, when I say that, don't get it.
Really?
The Kings could easily lose in the first round. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I don't look at any matchup and be like, oh, I don't want to play them. I don't see that for anybody in the Kings in the first.
Oh my goodness! So you're celebrating clinch miss, but you also think they're going to win in the playoffs. Like, I honestly, and I know the way this resonates. I get it because there's emotion involved. But KC, go through the history of the league. This isn't the way it works. You don't show up to the party for the first time and then cut the hot knife through butter. That's just not the, like, I mean this from a non-competitive, non-trash talk space. The Kings are not rolling through the Western Conference this year. The fan base gets that, right?
I'll tell you this, and we can start with the Warriors. Who's going to stop them from scoring?
Who's going to stop the Warriors from scoring?
That I just told you how that's not how you beat the Kings. You cannot beat them by outscoring them. This is the most prolific offense in the history of the game. And they've been that way. They do it from the inside. They do it outside. They do it from the three-point land. They do it with Sabonis. They play like little mini Warriors with all the assists. They get 25, 30 assists every night. What you're saying is 100% correct as far as the history of the league. But when you look at the Western Conference this year, who's going to stop them from scoring?
Yeah, probably good defensive teams like Denver's a good defensive team. I think they'd be a squad that might be able to stop you.
They wouldn't face them to the conference finals, dude.
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah, Sacramento,
okay.
by the way, 4-20 when they failed to reach 115 points. So to Casey's point, that's the record.
Yeah,
4 wins, 20 losses when they don't get to 115.
You mentioned the Suns. The Suns are the 8th ranked defensive team in the NBA. That's a good defensive team.
Hey, just beat their ass the other night.
Yeah, I mean, nice regular
March
season
wins.
win without Kevin
Great
Durant.
March record.
Okay, KC, we go round and round, but I don't know if this matchup is going to happen. But
if it does,
I'm ready for a bet.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do whatever you guys are thinking. We can make it happen. Look, Steph Curry is who worries me. That's it. Draymond gonna stop Sabonis down low. Kevon Looney. Who Jordan Poole gonna guard?
I mean, Draymond Green stopping somebody in the playoffs. Yeah, I actually could believe that. I think I've seen that before somewhere.
Draymond cooked.
Come on, man.
He ain't stopping Sabonis. I know that much. All NBA center Domantas Sabonis.
A center. It's kind of fun to have a center on your team,
exactly.
huh?
I didn't know. I didn't know you were still allowed to do that.
Yeah. We can circle back to this though, Casey.
Of course
hopefully,
we will.
Hopefully it comes to pass. And just know this, and you can share this in all of the different corners of the Sacramento downtown area. Every single Warrior fan that we talk to, they are begging. They're dying to be the 6th seed to get a piece of the beam.
And I'll tell you right now, all the Kings fans out here, we ain't worried about no Warriors. We worried about Steph Curry. We respect Steph Curry. We respect what he can do. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. He's top 10 all time on my list already. So you respect that always. But everybody else, your little GP2s, your little Jordan Pooles, your little Lambs and DiVincenzo's, we ain't worried about that. We cooking on that. That right now.
KC,
y'all ain't got enough. If you get Wiggins back, that's a big piece.
Yeah,
that is a big piece.
But if you don't get Wiggins back, barbecue chicken on that defense.
Well,
hey, KC, did they let you skip class in middle school the last time you guys were in the playoffs?
It was high school.
Oh, my fault.
Actually, it was my first year of college.
He's like, I was a freshman
in college.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, my friend.
Oh, my gosh. All right, KC, man. Thank you for coming on. We're going to talk to you again.
We going to talk, baby. We going to talk, man. I appreciate y'all having me on, man. Love the show.
All right, thanks, KC.
You too. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320.
So good.
That's Sacramento.
That's family right there.
Unbelievable.
We got to put something together. If this happens, because our boss is his boss, and she works out of their office. So we got to somehow involve the big boss in this. We got to get some skin in the game.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
And so I'm praying that the matchup happens because he actually just proved my point. He just proved my point. I'll explain in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And we're wide open for the next 40 minutes taking your phone calls. 888-957-9570. If that matchup happens, A, who do you think would win it? B, is that the matchup that the Warriors want? To me, that is absolutely what y'all should be rooting for. I know, move up to the 5 seed, maybe the 4 seed. No. That 4-5 matchup, one way or the other, has the Phoenix Suns written all over it. No thanks, not right out of the gate. Would it be fun? Sure. Do I think the Warriors could win it? Maybe. But I would much rather see the Sacramento Kings in round 1 and the Memphis Grizzlies in round 2. That's something. That's a 1-2 punch and a parlay I think the Warriors can handle. Here's my point. Kate Scott came on with you on Friday. The Philadelphia 76ers are one of the best teams in the NBA. They are respected. They have an MVP candidate. What did she say about the idea of the way the rest of the league views the Warriors?
With respect, the proper respect. I don't think that you're going to get any notion about them being cooked, or she was not evoking images of Roger Federer with a backhand up the line, 15 love. There was more respect and reverence being paid. However, I do think that the league in general sees this Warrior team more vulnerable than ever before.
Of course, look at their record. They're in the play-in tournament right now. Of course, they see them as more vulnerable. But we would backhand that team? I mean, All you did is prove my point. You adorable little newcomers. You have no clue what happens in the playoffs. None. You have no clue what happens in the playoffs, and why would you? You've never been before. 16 years, you might as well be ever. So
he was in high school or first year of college.
When you say that we would roll over this team, and then you went on to say nobody in Sacramento is scared of anybody in the Western Conference, all you're doing is proving the point. You're proving the point that you've never been here before, that you don't really understand how the game changes when you get into the playoffs. This is just a word to the wise Sacramento fan. You'll take it as the word of the day, slander. You'll take it as offensive. You're going to tweet me. I got it. All good. No problem. But it's hysterical that you think you're going to win when you get to the playoffs. It's hysterical that you think this style of ball. How many playoff teams have gone into the playoffs before with that mentality? Who's going to outscore us? It never works.
It's a different NBA now, to play devil's advocate. The NBA scoring this year is more prolific than any year in the past. And the matchup between the Kings, a very good offensive team, and the Warriors, a bad defensive team, and the Warriors, a very good offensive team, and the Kings, a very bad defensive team, these are going to be high-scoring games. These two teams are not going to play 100 to 99 basketball games. Can the Warriors outscore the Kings in an up-and-down affair?
Well,
I think they can.
First of all, the word outscore is getting thrown around here all over the place. It is, by definition, you have to outscore the other team in order to win a basketball game.
You know the point
so
of the
sentiment. I do understand the sentiment. Here's what I would say about it. The idea that the Warriors are a bad defensive team, let's see in the playoffs if GP2 and Andrew Wiggins are both on the team. And if they are, I would contend they are a very different defensive team than what they have been so far to this point. So that's number one. But number two, you're talking about a different NBA. We still don't have any data about a team outside of the top 12 in defense ever winning a championship.
Right.
They're not just outside the top 12. They're not even in the top 24. You can give two 12s.
Sure.
And you still
They're 25th.
can't.
You're talking about points per 100, right? That's what you're talking about in terms of
defensive rating.
Like, what is that based on? It's not based on points per game. It's based on points per 100 possessions, I believe, is where defensive rating is drawn from. The Kings are 25th in points per 100 possessions, and the Warriors are 19th.
Yes.
So
the Warriors are 17th right now.
Well, and again, defensive rating, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is.
Team defense, defensive rating, NBA.com. I'm just giving you the rankings.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you.
They vary from
the math of the whole thing.
Right.
I can tell you that this is how they do the analytics of the defensive ratings.
Yeah.
And the Warriors are 17th and the Kings are 25th.
25th,
Those are both bad.
I always wonder because there's points per game, there's points per 100, and because there's like quarterback rating, and then there's QBR. And these are two different numbers. And so as we look at different numbers and different metrics, the overarching point of this, neither team is very good on defense.
No, but I would contend that the Kings have been doing this with full health, while the Warriors have been doing it without two of their best defensive players, one is now back, the other one might be, and that's going to potentially make them a very different defensive team. But in the bigger sense, this isn't even about the Warriors. Like, I was surprised enough that KC said that the Kings would backhand the Warriors. I was even more surprised when he stated nobody scares us in the Western Conference. Oh my gosh, you sweet adorable.
You gotta have that confidence, though.
You sweet things.
What's he supposed to say? We're terrified of Denver?
No.
Memphis keeps us up at night?
I don't know. Have an awareness of what you're about to try to do. Like, honestly, have you ever had that kind of a brass tone when you're doing something for the first time? Right? Put on ice skates for the first time and go out there and be like, watch this. I'm going to fly around in circles. You're going to be on your face in 3 seconds. So I just think while we're talking about a different NBA, it's still the NBA. It's still the NBA. What they do has never worked in the playoffs. It doesn't even work in college basketball. UNLV, Loyola Marymount, you can go for a certain period of time. You're not going all the way to the end. I think the Kings are fantastic. I love Mike Brown. I love their young players. HB, you're always going to be one of us, okay? And I do think they're on a path to potential greatness down the road. But this idea, and to me, we've found the elixir. Why are the Kings so good? They play. That's it. What separates the Kings from the Suns, Clippers, and the Warriors? The Kings play their players. I'm not kidding. That's literally, in my mind, the only difference. This idea that the Kings are dominant, they're not. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They're very dynamic offensively, and they never take a night off, which is actually the definition of what I'm talking about. They're adorable because they're trying harder than everybody else. It's the kindergartner on the playground playing dodgeball with the second graders, and they're like these little rats running around freaking out because they're so excited to be here, which I find really adorable. It's really cute, and it's not going to go anywhere when they get to the playoffs. They're not going anywhere.
17th all time in points per game. They are scoring at a clip that we haven't seen since, you'd have to go all the way back to 1984 to see a team averaging more than 121 points a game. So offensively, KC said the most prolific offense in history. Not quite accurate, but they certainly are averaging more points per game than any team in recent memory. Now, can that translate in the playoffs to victories? I think it can, but you're going to have to shoot it much better than they did. And he talked about it, their inability to clinch last night because they only made 5 3-pointers. So it's an interesting one because the one thing the Warriors have been so bad at all year on the road is defending the 3-point shot. And the Kings are pretty good at hitting 3-pointers and getting up and down and scoring points. So whether or not a Wiggins return combined with Gary Payton II being able to be on the floor, can that make you good enough on defense to keep Sacramento under the magic number? Because 115 is the magic number. They're 4-20 when they don't get to 115 points. So we know that NBA games in the playoffs kind of squeeze down a little bit, but I wonder in this new NBA where everybody's going up and down, I wonder if the NBA in the playoffs slows down at all like it used to.
Gosh, I hope this matchup happens.
I do too. Yeah. He got you a little agitated there with the backhand call. He did.
I'm surprised.
He
I'm
did.
surprised. No, I'm not.
You dropped about 7 adorables after he hung up.
How many adorables I dropped before he got on the phone? I mean,
more than you dropped while he was on the phone.
That's the word. That's the word. Yeah. I mean, and also
I called them little beam lighters.
Golden One, you know this. I went to a show. I went to a show there late last year. I think they've done a phenomenal job. It's really, really great arena. Okay, this is a really good watch.
Did you travel around what he called Doco at all? Which I didn't know. The downtown corridor is referred to as Doco.
A little bit. Yeah, cruise around a little bit.
I think we should do a show from Doco. Maybe we do a game 2 because game 1 will be on the weekend.
If the matchup happens,
game 1 will be on the weekend. It'll be either Saturday or Sunday.
Oh my gosh,
game 2 would then be either Tuesday or Wednesday. Let's see if we can't get out to the Doco. Maybe go to the Yard House or Jim Boy's Tacos, maybe Panda Express, which is a Willard go-to.
I mean, Panda Express.
Punch Bowl Social.
Get the family pack, only $32.99. Hi, I'm Mark Willard. I go to Panda Express all the time.
Tom's Watch Bar, unfortunately, not opening until August, but we could do a live show.
The scene is good.
Yeah,
like I'm telling
I've not been there.
The scene is good. The Kings are good. This is all great. However, here's another about Golden One Center. I thought it was fun that he made it sound like this is a scary home environment. Do you want to know who has basically the same home record as the Sacramento Kings this year? The Mavericks do.
Yeah.
The Utah Jazz.
Phoenix
has the same home record. Phoenix is theirs is even better.
The Pelicans.
They've got 16 home losses this year. The Sacramento
Thunder.
Kings. This is not a terrifying. This is a Toronto Raptors-esque home environment. The Kings win a lot of their games there because they're dynamic offensively. But I just, every single sensibility in me in sports says that this changes when the playoffs start. I've watched this too many times. The high-flying, high-scoring, check them out. They're like a circus act. You're going to want to see them. Here they are coming to town. The playoffs start, and that just stops. It just does. You're going to have to be better in a half-court set. You're going to have to figure out who it is that you're going to put the ball in their hands at the end with the shot clock running down. It's why the Warriors, who went 73-9, had to go get Kevin Durant because they didn't like in the playoffs what was happening when the shot clock got late.
They were not one of the high-scoring teams. 16 teams have averaged more points than the Kings over the course of the regular season. How many of those 16 teams, Mark, do you think have won the NBA championship?
Oh, you're talking about historically.
I'm talking about historically.
Historically, there are 16 teams who have scored more points per game than this year's Sacramento Kings.
They're averaging 121 flat. There are 16 teams. Actually, I'm gonna say there are 17 teams who have averaged 121 or greater. How many of them have won the chip in that season?
2. All right. Stop making that noise.
The answer is 4, actually.
Okay.
4.
Right.
The 1972 Lakers, the 62 Celtics, the 60 Celtics, and the 1967 Philadelphia 76ers.
So,
it has been.
So we've had to go back to
51 years.
72.
The Los Angeles Lakers in 1972, they averaged $121. They went 69-13. They were your NBA champions.
Completely different league.
Totally
different league. So
same association.
Yeah,
but
it was the NBA, but a completely different deal.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, your season MVP, your finals MVP, Will Chamberlain. And that's a nice little twin tower there.
Teammates. Yeah.
And Jerry West. Good Lord.
There's good players on that team.
Good little team.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean.
Good God, that squad.
A Kings fan is like, but De'Aaron Fox. Like, y'all, you just got here. Okay? There's a party going on. You just got here. Relax. Ease into your evening.
They're going to smack that ass.
Do not come out.
Casey's words, not mine.
Please do not come out with shots of fireball in the first 5 minutes of the party. Relax. It's not Jägermeister time yet. Calm down. Ease your way in. Get a glass of wine. Get a Stella. And just find a seat. Talk to somebody who looks interesting to you. Get a pig in a blanket.
You know that's not the way this works,
and
Mark.
Relax.
Have you ever gone 16 years without going to a party?
Wait a minute.
Of course not. You're a popular, good-looking guy. You were in with the cool kids in high school. The Kings have waited 16 years to go to a party. So when they get to the party and the invite hasn't really been issued yet, they were hoping to get that invite last night in Clinchmas, but it was the Grinch who stole Clinchmas, which I thought was hilarious.
It's adorable.
It's been 16 years since they've been to a party. And if you want to wait that long to go to a party, you're not tiptoeing in and sitting in the corner. You're going in there.
I disagree.
Guns a-blazing.
No, see, you're missing.
I'll drink this. I'll take that. I'll eat that.
And then you'll pass out. And that's my point.
What a party.
I'm telling you. I'm not saying they shouldn't be excited about going to the playoffs. But if you've never been to a party, let's say you're trying to be one of these party crashers, okay? What do you have to do when you crash a party? You kind of got to be subtle. Don't get noticed. Go back to Wedding Crashers, my man. You can't walk in and start kicking over mic stands 2 minutes after you walked in because they're going to see you and kick you out.
They're invited to the party, so your analogy doesn't quite hold.
Well, but
they're invited to the party.
Yes, they are. So that's the point. You can celebrate being invited to the party without acting like you know what the party's like. You've never been.
Right. So you're going straight to the bar, and where's the lampshade? And I'm going to dance. I'm going to go crazy.
Just get a drink.
Maybe I'm going to have 16 drinks.
Maybe you will. But not all in the first 5 minutes.
Well, you got to get 4 drinks to move on to the next round.
Do you take shots when you just walk in?
Not a big shots guy.
Yeah, shots.
Not a big shots guy.
Okay.
Well, again, I'm 54.
I know.
So, I'm at the point now where if I do a shot, I'm going to have to make sure I call the next of kin first.
Shots come once everybody's making bad decisions. That's when you take shots. That means we've had a few drinks. We've eased our way in. Now somebody's too drunk and they have too much money and they go round of shots for me and my friends. And it comes over. But that's like round 3. That's round 4. Don't come in with a round of shots for my friends when you pass the threshold.
Right.
Can you walk in and just see? Like, take the temperature of the room for a minute. That's all I'm asking the Kings to do.
I'm doing shots of Pepto, Mark, is usually the way it goes.
Let's go to Matt.
Seriously.
Matt in San Francisco on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Oh, boy.
How's it going, you guys? First of all, I like to start a party with a flat or a fat tire. That's my favorite light beer kind of right now.
Okay.
There
you go.
Good, sensible flat tire.
That's right. Ease your way in. Mix some food with the alcohol. We don't need anybody to vomit.
Exactly. But, hey, so I just wanted to make a quick comment because I heard you guys talking about, the home advantage being a completely different ballgame in the playoffs. So what about the other way around then with the Warriors then? Their road record is obviously so bad, but come around playoffs, I feel like that's what they're built for, assuming they can get healthy with Wiggins back and then get kind of that solid 8-9-man rotation. I think that going on the road in the playoffs is what they're built for, and they'll be right at home with the championship DNA. And Kuminga coming along, if they can get Wiggs back somehow, I think that might be the key formula. What do you guys think?
I mean, Matt, that's kind of our memories, right? I mean, that's what we think that because we've seen it before. I don't necessarily have any evidence that it's going to look like that this year, but we all keep mentioning the same thing. And for me, I hate calling it this, but it feels kind of like the end-all, be-all. If Andrew Wiggins is back, I don't think there's anything they can't do. If Andrew Wiggins doesn't come back, I think there's very little that they can do.
Wow, you're putting it all on Wiggs. That's a lot of pressure for a guy who has been unable to navigate his off-court issue in order to come back.
But I'm not putting it on him. I'm not saying that in a threatening sort of a way.
No, you're
it's
not.
Just the way
I think it's the rat on the table.
It's the way I feel about...
You can put the rat on the table.
It's the way I feel about this roster, what he did in the playoffs last year, what he's able to do for this particular team, which is... be another slasher, be a guy who can defend a good wing.
There it is, yeah.
He can rebound. Come on. He's their middle guy. He's the guy that can do everything. He can play like a big man. He can play like a small guy. He can drive. He can shoot. He can do all of these things when he's playing at his best.
The defending is what I think that you hit on the most.
I hate saying it, but I just don't think they can go very far without him.
I think you're right. And if you look at the way this playoff rotation would be going into a first-round series, let's say that they face the Beam, the Sacramento Kings, and it's a 3-6 matchup, and the Warriors are on the road against the Beamers, and you've got Andrew Wiggins able to play 30 minutes. Steph is going to play 36. Draymond's playing 34. Clay's playing 34. Wiggins is playing 36. Well, now, when you look at the rest of the minutes, you got 20 for Looney. You got about 24 for Jordan Poole. The restaurant quality of DiVincenzo's giving you 18. GP2 is giving you 20. All of a sudden now... Okay, Kuminga's going to get you a dozen or so minutes. You've got depth, you've got options, flexibility, you've got veterans, you've got pedigree, and all the rest. If you take Andrew Wiggins out, well, now you're asking Kuminga to give you 18 to 20 quality postseason minutes, and DiVincenzo the same, and maybe Jordan Poole's up to 30, and Kavan goes up. I think the ask for your role players becomes greater than what you want to ask of them.
I agree. So, yeah, it's an experience matter. It's a guy who did this just recently.
Yeah,
I mean, last year, let's be honest, in April, May, and June, for a period of 2.5 months, that was the best thing we've ever seen in the career of Andrew Wiggins for 2.5 months. It wasn't even the full season. He had a great year. He made an all-star team. But what he did last year in April, May, and June was the best thing that we have ever seen in his entire career. And it came at such a key time, and it felt like light bulbs were going on, and the words that were being said to him from Steph, Clay, and Dre were resonating. Everything was sitting perfect. And obviously this year has gone sideways for who knows how many different reasons or whatever, and this year might be over for him. But that player who we saw last year in the playoffs, the Warriors need that player. I'm not saying they can't win a series without him. I think they can make the playoffs without him. I think they can make noise without him. I don't think they can go anywhere significant in the playoffs without him.
And think about what you're saying, Mark, about a former number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. And what you said right there, in my opinion, is 100% correct. The best ever play from Andrew Wiggins came, and you can even drill down more, and you could just say in the playoffs from the series opening up against Denver, where he came out and he was impactful. The one game that he wasn't, he had 9 points. The Warriors won anyway. Against Memphis, the one game he didn't play well, you lost by 39. Nobody played that well in that game. And then against Dallas, when he's dunking on Luka, and he's basically taking over that game. And against Boston, he had 16 rebounds in game 4.
Oof.
I mean, this is a guy who would go entire games and have 1 or 2 rebounds. He exerted his will on that postseason, unlike anything we've ever seen from Andrew Wiggins. So I think you're right in terms of the viability of this postseason run. Can they beat Sacramento without him? I think they might be able to.
Maybe. I mean, they could really use his defense against,
no doubt,
the guys that will get thrown at the Warriors if that matchup happens. But I reject the idea that the Warriors can't outscore the Kings. I get what you're saying. Like, if it gets up close to 130, I don't like the Warriors' chances playing anybody when it gets up to 130 because it means they're playing poor defense. But I'm going on the premise that the Warriors will be a better defensive team in the playoffs than they have been in the regular season. And there are 2 reasons for that. One is personnel. GP2 is now on the team. Andrew Wiggins might be on the team. And then the second piece of that is they've shown us before in the past that they do find a different pitch come playoff time. And as a Warrior fan, I don't think you have any choice but to hope that that replicates itself. And that this year is just like last, in that all of a sudden everybody's healthy and at their best as soon as the playoffs start.
And you hope that part of being your best and being healthy is Andrew Wiggins. And I think you're right in terms of, can they possibly win a game against Sacramento 130 to 129? Yes, but I don't like their chances. If you look at the Warriors' record when they hold opponents under 115, they've only lost 4, if not 5 games. And the Kings, when they allow more than the same number, they only win 4 or 5 games. So in terms of what that number is, it's 115. If you get up to 120, the Kings are more likely to win. If you keep it under 115, the Warriors are more likely to win. So how do you do that against Sacramento? You play Gary Payton II, and you play Andrew Wiggins defensively. And KC from our sister station in Sacramento, little slanderous. I thought it was slander, what he said about Draymond Green and his defense. Yeah, he said he's cooked.
He's not cooked.
He's not even cooked. On the stove.
Tell me you don't watch Warrior basketball without telling me that you don't watch Warrior basketball.
Look at you.
That's for all the Kings fans who said that about me 2 weeks ago. Tell me you don't watch Kings basketball without telling me you don't watch Kings basketball. I watch Kings. I watch the Kings. I'm going to watch the Kings again next week when the Warriors visit Golden One Center and try to win the season series against the unbeatable Sacramento King first-timers. Yeah, listen, I've failed. I have failed.
You have failed?
I have failed.
In what way, Mark?
I have tried to pass this along in a genuine way, and I've tried to do it in a way that is not going to feel offensive to a Kings fan.
Yeah.
I've tried.
You did fail.
I failed.
Miserably.
But that's all I can tell you is how I really feel about this. And how I really feel about this is that if the Warriors get knocked out of the playoffs, I'm rooting for the Sacramento Kings. HB, Mike Brown, and right up I-80. Like that would be where I go next if the Warriors lose. I think.
What if they lose to Sacramento?
Same. Who else am I going to root for? What am I going to do? Root for Phoenix? What am I going to do?
It's tough because
I'm going to root for Memphis.
You root for Denver. No? Mike Malone, former Warrior?
I got nothing.
You got nothing for Mike Malone? He was a great Warrior assistant coach.
Yeah, I understand. Great.
No love for Double M's?
No, it just doesn't hit me the same way Mike Brown does.
So if you want to do process of elimination, if the Warriors are eliminated, it's easy because Memphis, you can't possibly root for Memphis. Phoenix, you're right. I personally don't want KD to win another championship.
No, neither do I. And Chris Paul is on that team.
Please.
Good Lord.
The Clippers, there's something about the Clippers being the Clippers that makes me, even though I do respect Kawhi Leonard, and he would join a short list of NBA players to win a championship with 3 different teams. That's a very short list. Robert Horry is on that list, and there aren't too many others, by the way. I think LeBron James is on that list. Miami, Cleveland, and L.A. So that's a pretty tight list.
Damn
Kawhi
right.
would be among it.
Yep.
Minnesota, I mean,
Come on. You're not winning anything.
No, but in terms of who you would root for.
I'd pull for them.
And then you get down to New Orleans. The Lakers are a no. OKC, they're a 10.
And there's nobody in the East. So I would
I'd like to
pull
see
for them.
Kate Scott get one in Philadelphia.
Well, that's fine. That's true.
It's been 40 years for Philly.
I don't mind Philly.
And
I don't
do
like
it for
their football team.
Do it for our guys Bonte and Shasky, who are big Philly
They love
fans, as
Philly.
we know.
So would I pull for them? Yes. But the other side to this is I keep trying to describe simply what I view. And it's weird to me that somehow Sacramento, California, they light a beam, they celebrate Clinchmas, okay? They get on loudspeakers.
They didn't celebrate Clinchmas.
Well, they're trying to.
Clinchmas was canceled.
They get on loudspeakers when TNT is in town. Let's show the national audience what we're all about. They do all these things, yet somehow in the next sentence they're like, "We're hard."
Well, you know why they take offense at the way you're going about it. But you know that, right?
But they are. Like, that is, to me, I don't even understand how it's debatable. Who else in the NBA is doing that? Who's celebrating Clinchmas?
Well, who else has a drought as long as the Kings? The answer is nobody.
Exactly, which makes it, in definition, a cute story.
It's not.
When I sit down and watch the Olympics,
it's offensive the way you say
It's
it, and
not.
you understand that. I'm telling you that people are offended.
And I've told you that I failed.
Right.
But I'm also telling you simply what I feel about this. When you watch the Olympics, it's different than regular sports. Why? Because every story, these are individuals who their parents got them out of bed at 4:15 every morning and used all of their money to rent ice time and drive them 48 minutes through the snow so that they could practice ice skating. And here we are today. And ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the performance. And it's adorable because that's the Olympics. It's a story. It's a story of someone coming from nothing and trying to step into their big moment and be something. Is that or is that not the Sacramento Kings 2023?
It's really not.
It is.
It's
How is it
completely
not?
different.
They haven't been to the playoffs for 16 years.
It's none of these guys are getting driven to the arena by their mom. These are professional basketball players. And, this is no different
Their
than
star is
a
like
Golden
12
State
years
Warriors
old.
organization that carried the torch for the better part of 10 years over a failed playoff run. So is it adorable that the Warriors would put all of their playoff dreams on We Believe, a team that got knocked out in 5 games in the Western Conference semis? But We Believe is a slogan that still carries weight around here because the Warriors had never done anything in the modern times, and yet that was something that the Warriors championed for years until they went to the finals.
Is Florida Atlantic adorable?
No.
I think they are.
You tell Florida Atlantic that they're adorable. You look at the quotes from Florida Atlantic.
Yeah.
You know what they are? They're hard. Look at their regular season. Tell me you don't watch Florida Atlantic without telling me you don't watch Florida Atlantic.
Hold on. Look at me. I don't watch Florida Atlantic.
Well, you didn't
so
have
I'll
to
just
tell me
tell
that.
you that I don't watch Florida Atlantic.
They
by
came
telling
into
you,
the tournament thinking that they were a Final Four team.
Right.
So
and
they
Sacramento Kings are coming into the playoffs.
The Florida Atlantic would not think, oh, we're adorable. We're a 9 seed. They were 31-3 coming into the tournament. This is a hard winning team.
They ain't winning this weekend.
Florida Atlantic?
No.
Over San Diego State.
They might. They're not winning they're not winning the tournament.
Well, UConn's the heavy favorite.
Yeah.
So
they're not winning.
We'll see.
They're not winning. And I love
consult your Ken Palm before you make such a definitive statement.
I love
because they're real.
I love the
okay.
We got a lot of this on the YouTube chat right now. It's not a story. What do you mean it's not a story? How often do we do that in sport? You're telling me that someone has not said to you over the last few days, Florida Atlantic, gosh, what a great story. You're telling me that hasn't happened?
Well, they're all great stories.
You're telling me that when Juan Toscano Anderson played for the Golden State Warriors, you never heard someone go, man, this guy went to Warriors camp
great story.
As a kid.
Went to Montera Middle School.
Al Addles' wife
wife was his teacher at Montera.
How many? boy, it's a great story.
Where's 95? It's the street he grew up on.
I covered Juan Anderson when he was a high school student at Castro Valley High. So I know the story.
Great story.
Back before he threw the Toscano into the Juan Toscano Anderson.
When the Warriors won their first championship in this dynasty, it was adorable. It was a great story. Steph Curry looked like he was
not adorable. They were hard. 67 and 15 in the regular year.
Yeah, they're good.
Nothing cute about that, Mark. That's hard.
Why does adorable and cute not also equal good? I didn't say the Kings aren't good.
You know why,
When the
Mark?
hell did I say they weren't good?
It's demeaning. I'm just telling you.
And
it's demeaning.
And I'm admitting to you that I failed.
Yes, and I'm admitting to you.
I ain't trying to demean anybody.
Well, the use of adorable.
They're not winning.
Well,
this is a great story. It's really fun. The beam they got a hook. I love a hook. I love it. Call me Captain Hook. I love it. By the way, I'm kind of ticked off when we were talking about shots that we didn't say they should be taking a shot at Jim Beam. Hello? Light the beam.
Yeah.
You got a freaking hook. That's what y'all should be doing up there. Take a shot of Jim Beam when you light the beam.
Hello?
But do you know when you light the beam, though? You light the beam at the end of the game.
That's what they do. They don't light the beam at halftime.
That's not what I'm hearing right now. Everybody's trying to light the beam for the playoffs, and they haven't even started yet.
No, they light the beam after victories.
We're going to do that. We're going to smack that ass, and we're going to backhand this, that.
Oh, I love it, Casey. Talk the talk.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what you want from your team. And at least that's what I want from my team. I don't want my team to come out and say, well, we're just happy to be here, and we're adorable, even though we're 45 and 30. Gosh, you know what? We've decided to petition the league. We've talked to Adam Silver.
No.
Adam, it's the Kings. We've decided to not participate in the playoffs because we're too adorable to go out there and try and win.
You're talking about the players, and I'm talking about the fans.
I'm talking about the whole organization.
The organization, of course they should have.
Vivek Ranadive all the way through.
You only did that because you wanted to pronounce his name.
Vivek and I go way back. That's why.
Say Jama Malalela. How about that?
With the Vivek Ranadive to boot.
There you go.
I had to rehearse the Malalela.
I know you did.
Too many times.
But you're there now. And it's
Jama Malalela.
I mean,
Vivek Ranadive.
I don't expect the Kings.
Steve Kerr. How about that?
I don't expect the players to act like this. I don't expect that. I expect them to be confident they're some of the best basketball players in the world.
But you understand that the fans don't want you calling their team adorable.
I understand. I don't care what they want.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I'm not here for what people want. I'm here to tell you what I see.
Yeah.
And the Kings are not going to win when they get into the playoffs. And it's cute the way that they are celebrating making the playoffs in the NBA. This is something that cities...
It's like you celebrating 107 wins for the Giants season. Mm-hmm.
I didn't celebrate that.
You sure did.
I was excited by it.
Yeah. You were thrilled. That was an adorable team.
Did you...
107 wins was adorable.
Did you hear me say, hey, Dodgers, we're about to backhand that thing?
No,
you see,
you should have. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. About the you can't even say
I was like, we are going to try to win.
Thank you.
And that's it.
We've decided to not use our forehand on that ass. We will use a backhand.
They won 107 games, and they were still in the shadow of 3 World Series championships.
They won the West. It was adorable.
Yeah, great, fine. Call it whatever you want. Like, you think that's going to bother me?
Did they hang the banner?
You're trying to bother me.
No. I'm
it's
just
not
saying.
going to bother me.
I'm not trying to bother you.
No, with this analogy you are. Like, that's not going to... Great, call it that. I'm not offended.
Because you got 3 World Series.
Well,
if you'd been 16 years without an appearance, you'd feel differently.
I think it's funny how many people think that what I'm saying is a weird comment. There are cities all over America that wake up and they're like, yeah, playoffs. 16 teams go. That's special?
Oh, so special.
That's special?
It's special when you haven't been in 16 years.
The Kings celebrating Clinchmas is no different than mom and dad running laps around the house when little Bobby finally gets potty trained. It's like, that's
Dude,
great.
I'll let you know.
Thank you. That's
My baby
great.
rolled over this morning. I was doing cartwheels.
I get that you're excited about that. The rest of us have been using the toilet for years.
Right.
I mean, no?
No.
Am I off?
You're off.
I'm not off.
Seattle Mariners made the playoffs this year.
Kind of cute.
In baseball.
Kind of cute. What?
They were hard. They were hard. They actually won a series.
I love how many of you, we're hard. You're not
Dude,
hard.
so hard.
Play basketball.
Draymond Green is cooked, and they're going to backhand the Warriors.
Somebody bought tickets and got a beer, and they're like, we're hard. No, you have tickets and a beer gut. Like, you're just a person who went to a game. You're not on the team. Relax.
I'm the sixth man.
I mean, KC, we should have called him out for the we. Forget the smack that butt or whatever the hell he said next.
Yeah.
We? Huh. We?
I don't know what his affiliation
What position do you play on?
He might be on the payroll.
Or are you underneath the arena flicking that switch when the beam goes on?
If he's the beam guy, he can we.
Do we know who the beam person is?
I don't know.
Is there a person?
There has to be.
A beam lighter.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, how quickly the word comes down. It's a final.
Hey.
They're not going to review that last call. Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Light the beam.
Hey, Lucas, can we find that person? I'd like to talk to the beam lighter on 95.7 The Game.
I'm on it. I do have one update. I know, obviously, it's not the actual player of the game who lights the beam, but after every home win, they have a player of the game go over to the scorer's table, and they have a big purple button that the best king that night hits a button, and then it goes outside the beam.
Okay, let's explore this. Do you think that button actually lights the beam?
Maybe.
Or do you think that button is timed with somebody beneath flipping a switch?
I mean, it definitely doesn't, but maybe.
He's about to push the button.
Right.
Get the beam ready.
I think someone's down below with the clap.
This is coming.
Someone's got the clapper on down there below. Clap on, clap off, clap on, clap off. The clapper.
I had the clapper.
I did too.
That thing works. Works nice.
My parents had it on their TV, and they always fall asleep. Right. You fall asleep when you're in bed watching TV, and then someone would have to get up at 1 a.m. and then the other person wakes up. And they're like, God dang it, what the heck's going on? All right, more of your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. We're about to light the beam here on Willard and Dibs.
Tens of thousands affected by the toxic water at Camp Lejeune are left with death, cancer, Parkinson's, dementia, birth defects, and other serious illnesses. And along with the harm,
All right, we're going to get out to the phones here in just a second on Willard and Dibs. Great stuff today. Want to thank, Booger McFarland came on the show.
Jason
Lockenfora came on the show. Duck Pandia came on the show. And then KC. KC came on the show.
Yeah, he did. Put you in your place, Mark Willard.
Boy, he sure did.
You got served.
Yeah, Kenny Caraway.
That's my favorite. He kept it real, Mark. He kept it real. And you got served. Bottom line.
Yeah,
and you're my brother.
I did.
You're my radio spouse.
I wish I was going to go home and get served here in a half hour, but I'm going to cook my own damn dinner.
Seriously.
That's for sure. But anyway, awesome stuff. Lucas, Grandy, great stuff. And to everybody who's contributed today, thank you for another good 2 to 6 Willard and Dibs experience this afternoon. Before we go back to the phones, let me give you this. Farhan Zaidi, San Francisco Giants, contractual update.
Okay.
Dateline Paris, where Greg Johnson was attending the Franklin Resources Board meetings. This is actually courtesy of our buddy Bags. And Johnson said, quote, "I'll put this one to bed as much as I can. In fairness to Farhan, our policy is not to talk about contracts until things are done. But I can tell you that he is 100% here through the end of next season. We do have an option. If we don't extend him in the near future on a longer-term basis, which is what we plan to do, then at the very least, he'd be here through the end of 2024. So Farhan going into the final technical year of a deal this year, but there is an option for the following year. It has been picked up. So Farhan's got at least 2 more years, and Greg Johnson says we plan on extending him further in the very near future.
Okay. And how does that coincide with Gabe Kapler's contract? Because that, to me, and I always think about that in terms of Lynch and Shanahan and even Kerr and Myers. We know that Bob Myers' contract status is very up in the air, and we don't know officially, but I think the word is that Steve Kerr has 1 more year. And I think that in terms of GM and head coach, it's always interesting to note where they are in terms of alignment.
Gabe Kapler is signed through 2024.
So there you go.
There it is.
Which makes this season a monster year, not only for the Major League Club on-field record, playoffs or not, but also the development of the young players, because the one thing that Farhan Zaidi said that he would do is to overhaul the farm system and get some of these young players up to the Major League Club. So if you go 81-81, but it looks like the farm is arriving, then that's a different story than if you go 81-81 and none of these youngsters pops.
Yeah, there's always a story to how you got to your record. Right, if Kyle Harrison is up and he's throwing BBs and Casey Schmidt's over there on the left side of the infield looking good and hitting 280 or something like that, then that's I agree with you. That's different. But Kapler would have been coming off the 107 wins, would have been going into the final year of his deal, so they lobbed 2 more years on top to make it a 3-year deal, last year being year 1 of those 3 years. So 2 more years for Kapler, 2 more years for Farhan, but Johnson says the plan is to extend Farhan even further sometime soon.
Yeah, and that's good news, and I would imagine that Gabe Kapler will get the same treatment if things go as they should.
Gabe is more baseball stuff.
Of course.
Farhan, even though it's baseball, he's head of baseball ops. That's ops, which is attached to business.
Gotcha.
In other words, Greg Johnson's looking at Farhan and going, okay, so we were 13th in payroll, but we're number 2
in profit.
Profit.
I like what you're doing there, kid.
There, Farhan. How about a little raise over here, huh?
Yeah, and that's
pat on the back.
It's a shame,
and that's what gets.
You're absolutely right. Because Scott Harris is the GM. Or no, it was
Scott's gone.
Patella.
Scott left. Yeah, Pete Patella, and his is not torn.
My fault.
Yeah, that's okay. All right, back to the phones.
Just real quick before we go to the phones, good news for the Warriors and their schedule on the horizon with news that Dame Lillard likely will be shut down, and that means no Lillard, and you still have Portland on the schedule. So Warriors with a little bit of a win ahead of their game tonight.
Well, and Portland, with or without Dame, has been mailing it in of late. I mean, this is now you can go up from here. Maybe they'll do even better than I think, but that's why I said earlier, no more home losses. If the Warriors simply take care of their 3 home games and win at Portland, they are 43-39, and I think will be in a very safe spot. That's all they got to do. They can lose at Denver and let Golden One light the beam, and they still be 43-39, and I think be in a very safe spot. We'll see if it goes exactly that way, but I think that starts with do not lose any more games at Chase, and that starts in a little bit over an hour.
Yep.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a big one. It's not a must-win. It's not even a gotta-have-it win, but it definitely would make things a lot more comfortable.
I'd like to have it.
If you got it. Yeah, you sure would like to have it.
Yeah. Kings fan Christy in V-Town, Vallejo. What up, Christy? What are you doing?
Hi, guys. Just want to mention a few things. We missed Damon and Ratto, but you guys are just as fun to listen to, so guys, keep it up.
Well, thank you so much, Christy. We enjoy being here.
And thank you for calling the Kings adorable, Willard. You're adorable, too. Got to tell you that.
I keep going, Christy. What else you got? Come on.
I'm enjoying wearing my Light the Beam shirt from the Grizzlies Kings game back in January.
Okay, can you? Yeah, so they got shirts. Tell me more about the Light the Beam experience, both in the arena and out.
Well, when you get out in the front area, the front gate, you see there's like a billboard. It says light. It has like purple Light the Beam. You see a purple light, just like it looks like that. What's that Star? The Star Wars. What is
the Star? Oh, like the Death Star. I think that's what she's trying to say. Like the Death Star.
Yeah.
Right? Like with one big light beam coming out, but just purple.
Yeah.
The Death Star
and
didn't
not
have a purple
aimed
beam.
at a small planet in order to incinerate it. So there's that slight difference too.
Are we going to Endor? Yeah, no, it's not like that. But
it's still a beam nonetheless.
I'd actually kind of like to be there. You know, you talked about doing a playoff game up there.
No doubt.
What if the playoff series doesn't happen? Why don't we just go on next Friday?
We could do that.
Why don't we just go?
Well, next Friday is...
what, you got something going on?
Well, next Friday... Oh, I guess, they're still playing in the schedule, and that game is next Friday.
Warriors at Sacramento, 7
next
o'clock.
Friday.
Next Friday.
We can do it. Where do you want to broadcast? We got a broadcast from...
at the Golden One Center, inside the beam.
That would be something else. Just bathed in purple.
Just want to be on top of the beam. That's all I want. Yeah.
It'd be fun to go down there, to go to the area in and around the Golden One Center. I haven't been there since the stadium got built. I was in Sacramento in that area a long time ago when the downtown area was actually becoming a thing. And there's action down there, Mark Willard.
No,
there
for
is
real.
action.
For real.
No,
They did,
for
they,
real,
they,
for real.
No, I'm going to keep it real. They did a great job. If you have not been to Golden One.
I have not.
And they really did. They did. It's a great arena. And I think that the fans are having a blast this year, and that is that's fun. That is so much fun.
Maybe our very own Tim and Jim, Tim Roy and Jim Barnett, would allow us to squat in the in their perch pregame.
Squat the beam.
And right when they're ready to get, and I know that John Dickinson also is a part of it. Maybe we can, get things warmed up for them on the headsets, and then just kick it on over to the fellas in advance of the big game.
Not a bad idea, unless everything's all been clinched and cinched, which I doubt. But who knows the way that this thing's going to play out. It seems kind of impossible right now with the way the Western Conference is that this is not going to come down to that final weekend. I don't know if for the Warriors, but for somebody, it's going to be totally impossible for it not to come down to that last weekend, which is great because when do we ever get that in the NBA?
Not often.
We never go into the last weekend with all kinds of seating up in the air, so that'll be fun.
And Steve Kerr's already admitted to scoreboard watching, and we will be doing the same, although tonight not much going on. OKC and Charlotte. Memphis is handling Orlando, but other than that, all eyes on Chase Center tonight. Yeah. The Warriors with a big one against the surging Pelicans.
Lucas, is Steve Kerr tomorrow or is he Thursday?
I think we're still figuring it out. Probably Thursday. Don't know for sure.
All right. So we'll talk to Steve Kerr soon. But first things first, got a basketball game to go win, and that is coming up next. Mr. Dibbs, see you tomorrow, buddy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Warriors is coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors.